The final school bell echoed through the beginner Beast Tamer Academy, and students quickly poured outside. Only one class remained as the teacher finished his last instructions. The teacher reminded everyone that the Beast Tamer exam was less than a week away, while tomorrow would be the first qualification assessment. Since everyone had already formed their first beast contract, he told them to rest well and stay in top condition before dismissing the class with a smile. As the students walked out, many stayed behind to chat. One girl admitted she was terrified of the upcoming assessment, while her friend sighed because even earning apprentice Beast Tamer status already felt out of reach, let alone entering a famous academy. While everyone looked worried, a blonde boy confidently declared that his goal was Ningjiang Beast Tamer Academy. He believed a top academy was still beyond him, but a mid-tier one was well within reach. His friend only looked more hopeless, saying that without even apprentice status, an ordinary life was all that awaited him. In the back corner of the classroom, Lin Zhe sat quietly, completely detached from everyone else. His thoughts revolved around the Beast Tamer assessment that was about to begin. But to Lin Zhe, everything still felt unfamiliar because he was actually a transmigrator. Just 1 week earlier, he had entered this body and inherited its memories, slowly learning how this new world worked. According to those memories, countless spatial rifts had appeared centuries ago, unleashing endless ferocious beasts that slaughtered humans and plunged the world into a dark age. But humanity refused to surrender. After a brutal fight for survival, they finally learned how to tame those ferocious beasts and turn them into loyal battle companions. That was how the profession of beast tamer was born, and it quickly became the most important force in the world. In the beast taming era, those who commanded beast companions naturally stood at the top in both power and status. Becoming a beast tamer could completely change a person's life overnight. That was why every young person dreamed of becoming a powerful beast tamer. Under this world's rules, anyone who reached 18 could form a contract with their first beast companion. The stronger the innate soul, the greater the chance of contracting a beast with higher potential. Unfortunately, none of that mattered much to Lin Zhe. Before he arrived, the original owner had already formed his first contract, and the result was a tiny little snowball. It looked adorable, but had almost no combat ability, with its cuteness being its only real strength. Even worse, Little Snowball belonged to a sea species that could never evolve, meaning its growth potential had already reached its limit from the very beginning. The more Lin Zhe thought about it, the more discouraged he became. His future looked like a thick fog, as if fate had already decided he would live an ordinary and boring life. He sat there in silence, as helplessness weighed heavily on his heart. Other transmigrators always received cheat powers, or overwhelming strength, yet his own start could not have been worse. Just as Lin Zhe was drowning in negative thoughts, a few troublemakers walked over. A black-haired boy sneered that if Lin Zhe could not become a beast tamer, working as an office clerk was not so bad since at least he would not risk his life. A brown-haired boy immediately joined in, mocking that Lin Zhe could always take Little Snowball to sell ice cream outside the shopping mall. Another laughed and said selling ice cream or cold drinks suited Lin Zhe perfectly. Already frustrated and now constantly mocked, Lin Zhe finally lost his patience. He was about to fire back when something completely unexpected happened. A mechanical voice echoed inside his mind. System energy fully charged. Initialization starting. 2 transparent panels appeared before his eyes, announcing that the achievement systems had been successfully activated. Lin Zhe froze before realizing this was the cheat ability he had been waiting for all week. It had never disappeared. It had only arrived a little late. Joy exploded inside Lin Zhe, and he nearly lost control of his emotions. After calming himself, he immediately focused on the new interface to see what the system had brought him. The interface displayed Lin Zhe's stats: Physique 1. Soul 0.8, Soul Power 80, Soul Art, Beast Companion, Little Snowball, Achievement Points 0. The system explained that a physique and soul value of 1.0 was the standard for an average adult man. Completing achievements would reward achievement points along with valuable items. Achievement points could speed up a beast companion's growth, unlock new skills, or strengthen the beast tamer. When Lin Zhe asked about Little Snowball, the system immediately displayed its status. It was currently first rank, stage 1, with a growth value of 23.48. It possessed the basic frost breath skill and could grow through battle or absorbing energy. Most importantly, once its growth reached 100, it would evolve and become dramatically stronger. The final line left Lin Zhe stunned. He could not take his eyes off the message saying Little Snowball would evolve after reaching full growth. That completely contradicted everything he knew, because everyone believed Little Snowball was a species that could never evolve. The system then revealed its first evolution path, Frost Giant. It focused on close combat and physical strength, but sacrificed part of its ice elemental control. Its higher evolution was the Snow Ogre. The second path was Frost Queen. It specialized in ice abilities and magical talent while giving up melee strength. Its final evolution was Ice Crystal Soul, with the potential to reach king rank. These incredible evolution paths completely shocked Lin Zhe. He quickly guessed they were secret evolution routes that only the system could unlock. To confirm his theory, Lin Zhe immediately summoned Little Snowball. The tiny ice blue fluff ball appeared in his hand, filling him with hope that his future had finally changed, and that he no longer had to accept an ordinary life. After thinking it over, Lin Zhe chose the Frost Queen evolution path. The system instantly confirmed his choice and displayed the requirements to evolve into Ice Crystal Soul. Growth 100, 20 low-grade ice element essences, and 1 low-grade soul jade. After choosing the evolution path, Lin Zhe opened the achievement panel, planning to earn points to strengthen Little Snowball first. The system listed the first 3 achievements. Form your first beast contract, pass the apprentice beast tamer assessment, and be accepted into a beast tamer academy. Each achievement came with achievement points and rare rewards. Seeing that the first achievement was already complete, Lin Zhe claimed it immediately and received 100 achievement points along with a soul crystal stone. Without hesitation, he spent every achievement point on Little Snowball. Countless glowing particles gathered and wrapped around its tiny body. Lin Zhe watched every change closely as an enormous stream of energy poured into his beast companion. Notifications rang out one after another as Little Snowball leveled up non-stop, jumping from first rank stage 1 all the way to first rank stage 9 peak. Its growth also surged from 2348 straight to 100. Little Snowball's aura changed instantly. It became far stronger than before, and even outsiders could sense the difference. Lin Zhe was overjoyed. In just a few moments, Little Snowball had reached the peak of first rank. The system reported that only 77 achievement points had been used, leaving him with 23 remaining. But after the excitement faded, Lin Zhe became curious. Such an incredible power boost had only cost 77 points, which suggested Little Snowball's true potential was far greater than anyone had imagined. Lin Zhe felt that calling Little Snowball a low-grade beast companion was completely unfair. Still, what mattered now was collecting enough low-grade ice element essences and a low-grade soul jade to complete its evolution. Those materials were both rare and expensive, and no ordinary person even knew Little Snowball needed them. If he wanted to change his future, he first needed money. As soon as he made up his mind, Lin Zhe grabbed his bag and left the classroom. Seeing him in such a hurry, Jiang Hao's group mocked him again, saying he was rushing home to open an ice cream stand with Little Snowball. Lin Zhe ignored their taunts. As he walked, he looked at Little Snowball resting in his palm and quietly encouraged it not to mind them, because tomorrow's assessment would depend on the two of them. Little Snowball let out a soft cry in response. Hearing the nickname Half-Horn, Jiang Hao instantly exploded with anger. Veins bulged across his forehead as he demanded to know who Lin Zhe was talking about. Lin Zhe paused for a moment. He knew Jiang Hao came from the second most powerful family in Ningjiang City, so he had no intention of starting a direct conflict right now. Even so, Lin Zhe calmly straightened his clothes and looked up before saying that everyone would find out who the real Half-Horn was after tomorrow's Beast Tamer assessment. Lin Zhe's sudden confidence caught Jiang Hao completely off guard. But Jiang Hao quickly burst into laughter, mocking that a little snowball that could never evolve had no chance of passing the exam. He claimed Lin Zhe should stay home instead of embarrassing himself, and his followers immediately joined in, telling him to go sell ice cream instead. Just as the tension reached its peak, a clear but commanding female voice cut through the noise and called out Jiang Hao by name. Even Lin Zhe turned to look. The newcomer was Guan Anning, a beautiful girl with light brown blonde hair. She firmly told Jiang Hao to stop bullying others and stop lowering himself with such childish behavior. Jiang Hao only smirked, calling her the young lady of the Guan family, and pretending he was simply looking out for Lin Zhe. His followers also chimed in, wondering why Guan Anning would defend someone like Lin Zhe instead of standing with Jiang Hao. As a transmigrator, Lin Zhe had no interest in pointless arguments. He told Guan Anning to let it go because everyone would eventually see who was right. Lin then said he needed to stop by the Beast Companion store to buy a few things, and told Guan Anning to head home first. Though slightly disappointed, she nodded and agreed. Before long, Lin Zhe arrived at the largest Beast Companion store in the city. After paying for the materials he needed, he looked at his nearly empty savings and sighed at how expensive beast evolution really was. Just then, a familiar voice called his name from behind. Guan Anning smiled and asked if he had finished shopping. She explained that her mother wanted to know if he would come over for dinner that evening. Lin Zhe gladly accepted. Guan Anning lowered her head slightly, hesitating before speaking again. She asked if Lin Zhe could go with her to tomorrow's Beast Tamer qualification assessment. Lin Zhe smiled and said of course, since he would be taking the assessment as well. Guan Anning immediately lit up with excitement and hoped he would shock Jiang Hao's group tomorrow. Watching her happily run off, Lin Zhe smiled and waved, promising that everyone would soon change the way they saw him. Guan Anning waved back one last time, reminding him not to forget dinner before leaving. After parting ways with Guan Anning, Lin Zhe returned to his simple apartment. He placed all the materials on the table and looked at the low-grade ice element essences and low-grade soul jade with a pained smile. Even the lowest-grade materials had drained all his savings. Looking at Little Snowball, he joked that raising it would definitely cost a fortune. Little Snowball let out a cry as if protesting. Lindsay laughed before handing over all the materials, telling Little Snowball to try eating them and see if it could evolve. Little Snowball eagerly absorbed every ice element essence before hugging the soul jade and happily nibbling away. Seeing its greedy expression, Lindsay could only laugh and tell it to slow down because no one was going to steal its food. The moment the last soul jade was absorbed, Little Snowball's body began changing dramatically. It started glowing as its body slowly grew larger. Even though Lindsay had prepared himself, he still could not hide his shock as the evolution truly began. The white and icy blue light grew brighter and brighter until it filled the entire room, forcing Lindsay to shield his eyes. Inside the brilliant light, the faint outline of a human figure slowly appeared, with a slender arm taking shape first. Moments later, a pair of delicate legs emerged from the glowing light. In only a short time, the beast companion's new form was finally complete. Freezing air spread throughout the room. Little Snowball had transformed into a graceful young woman with a round tail behind her, surrounded by a chilling icy aura. Her captivating sapphire eyes and noble appearance instantly told Lindsay that this was the queen form the system had mentioned. The system immediately updated her status. Beast Companion, Ice Crystal Soul, Attribute, Ice, Rank, 2nd Rank, Stage 2, Growth, 0, New Skills Acquired, Evolution Branch, Queen, Next Evolution, Snow Maiden, Requirements, Growth 100, Mid-Grade Ice Element Essences, and a Heart of Ice. Looking at the updated status panel, Lindsay could not hide his excitement. The first evolution had been a complete success. What surprised him even more was that Ice Crystal Soul had advanced all the way to 2nd Rank, Stage 2. Lindsay quickly realized this was an entire major realm above the average. While most graduating students only had beast companions around 1st rank Stage 3 to Stage 5, his Ice Crystal Soul had already stepped into 2nd rank. Ice Crystal Soul gently walked over and affectionately pressed her cool cheek against Lindsay's face, quietly expressing her closeness after completing her evolution. The icy aura instantly made Lindsay shiver. Just standing beside Ice Crystal Soul caused the temperature to drop, and the floor beneath her feet quickly froze over. Her power was clearly far beyond his expectations. Right then, the system announced the reward for the first evolution achievement: 100 achievement points and 1 enhancement crystal. Lindsay claimed the rewards at once and realized that without the system's guidance, no one would ever waste such precious materials on a little snowball that everyone considered useless. This time, his gamble had paid off. He then took out his 2 new rewards, a blue soul crystal and an enhancement crystal. Both items floated into the air before landing neatly in Lindsay's hands. He remembered that the soul crystal strengthened the soul, the key factor that determined both the number and quality of beast companions a beast tamer could contract. Without wasting any time, Lindsay immediately absorbed the energy from both items. In an instant, his body began to change. A powerful stream of energy surged through him as a mystical blue glow wrapped around his body, making his aura noticeably stronger. His status panel updated immediately. Physique increased from 1 to 2. Soul rose from 0.8 to 1.8. Soul power climbed from 80 to 180. Beast Companion, Ice Crystal Soul, 2nd rank Stage 2. Achievement points, 123. Wanting to test his new strength, Lindsay lightly punched a nearby wall and easily drove his fist deep into it. He was amazed by how much stronger he had become. Although beast tamers mainly fought through their beast companions, having superior physical strength was still a huge advantage when facing danger. At that moment, Ice Crystal Soul hugged Lindsay's leg and looked up at him with hopeful eyes, clearly wanting to become even stronger. Lindsay immediately understood and smiled, promising to keep helping her grow. He spent every remaining achievement point on Ice Crystal Soul's growth. Energy continued flowing into her until her growth reached 100, using up every last point. A brilliant purple light instantly surrounded Ice Crystal Soul. Her power increased again, reaching 2nd rank Stage 4, while her growth reset to 24 after leveling up. Seeing the results, Lindsay smiled with complete confidence. Tomorrow's assessment would make everyone see him in a whole new light. The next morning, just as they had planned, Lindsay and Guan Anning headed together to the Beast Tamer assessment venue. Along the way, Guan Anning happily chatted with him and asked if he was ready. Lindsay calmly replied that everything was prepared and that he would definitely earn his Beast Tamer qualification today. Seeing how confident he looked, completely different from his usual gloomy self, Guan Anning curiously asked what had changed. In her eyes, the old Lindsay would not have even bothered showing up. Lindsay silently thought that only applied to the previous owner of this body. As for him, he simply smiled and said that people naturally changed over time. As they approached the venue, a nearby group of students began whispering. A brown-haired girl asked with both curiosity and jealousy why the Class 12 genius Guan Anning was always with Lindsay. A blonde girl immediately added that Guan Anning had rejected Zhou Xiong just yesterday. None of them could understand what was so special about Lindsay that she treated him so warmly. Even though they lowered their voices, Lindsay heard every word thanks to his enhanced hearing after increasing his physique. He knew Guan Anning was the school's famous genius, so she naturally attracted both admiration and jealousy. Even so, she had never cared about the gossip around her. After walking a little farther, Guan suddenly remembered something important and asked if Lin Zhe was really planning to use Ice Crystal Soul in the assessment. Lin Zhe nodded confidently and reminded her not to underestimate Ice Crystal Soul's strength. Seeing his determination, Guan Anning smiled brightly, grabbed Lin Zhe by the collar, and excitedly said they had to celebrate together if they both passed the assessment. Caught completely off guard, Lin Zhe could only let out a helpless protest. As they continued chatting, Guan Anning excitedly talked about a restaurant she had wanted to visit for a long time. The cheerful atmosphere was suddenly shattered when an aggressive blonde girl blocked their path and loudly called out Guan Anning. Beside her stood a tall blonde young man. The moment they arrived, the girl accused Guan Anning of stealing her boyfriend. Guan Anning calmly looked at the girl and coldly asked who she was and exactly which boyfriend she was talking about. The blonde girl's face turned red with anger as she shouted that the man was Zhou Xiong. Hearing that name, Guan Anning finally remembered him. She even asked if he was the flashy guy who had confessed to her a few days ago. Guan Anning calmly explained that Zhou Xiong had confessed, but she rejected him immediately because she had no interest in him. Even so, the blonde girl refused to believe her and insisted that Guan Anning had been the one trying to seduce Zhou Xiong. Not wanting to waste time arguing, Guan Anning grabbed Lin Zhe and turned to leave, saying there was no point explaining anything to people who only wanted trouble. But the blonde girl's older brother stepped in and blocked their path. He grabbed Guan Anning's shoulder and arrogantly declared that no one was leaving without his permission, claiming he would seek justice for his sister. The moment a stranger touched her, Guan Anning turned around with icy eyes and coldly ordered him to take his hand off her. The freezing aura around her caught the young man off guard for a brief moment, but he quickly recovered, clenched his fist, and charged forward, intending to teach Guan Anning a lesson by force. His powerful punch tore through the air as it flew straight toward her. At that exact moment, Lin Zhe stepped in front of her and effortlessly stopped the punch with one hand. The blonde young man's expression changed instantly. He had never expected his attack to be blocked so easily. It was not just him. Even Guan Anning stared in shock at the strength Lin Zhe had just displayed. Standing nearby, the blonde girl kept urging her brother on, insisting that Lin Zhe was the school's famous loser and could not possibly be this strong. Although surprised, the blonde young man forced himself to act tough again and mocked Lin Zhe for daring to stand up for Guan Anning. Faced with those insults, Lin Zhe's eyes gradually turned cold, and the aura around him changed completely. Without saying another word, he drove all his strength into one leg and delivered a devastating kick to his opponent's stomach. The blonde young man was launched away like a cannonball before crashing into the ground and leaving behind a small crater. Seeing the shocking scene, the blonde girl screamed her brother's name in panic. After struggling for a while, the young man finally crawled out of the crater in a miserable state. Lin Zhe calmly brushed the dust off his clothes before coldly declaring that he was Guan Anning's older brother. If anyone still had a problem, they could come to him directly. Feeling the overwhelming gap in strength while still aching from the kick, the blonde young man could only grit his teeth in anger without daring to say another word. After witnessing everything from start to finish, Guan Anning stood there frozen. Only one thought remained in her mind. Lin Zhe was actually this powerful. After that attack, Lin Zhe clearly realized how much his body had changed. The surging spiritual energy flowing through him made it obvious that his enhanced physique had greatly increased his strength. It took the blonde young man a while to recover. He slowly got back to his feet, his eyes filled with hatred as he growled that since Lin Zhe wanted to die, he would not hold back anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised a fist as if preparing to summon something. A jade-green light erupted as summoning energy spread through the area. Lin Zhe and Guan Anning remained completely calm, quietly waiting to see what trump card their opponent would reveal. A fierce howl echoed through the air before a blue nether wolf appeared, with killing intent blazing in its eyes. The system immediately identified it as a beast-type nether wolf at second rank stage 1. After successfully summoning his beast companion, the blonde young man laughed proudly. In his eyes, 2 high school students had no chance against a second-rank nether wolf. Guan Anning immediately realized the situation had turned unfavorable. Worry was written all over her face because her own beast companion had only reached first rank stage 7. Although she trusted her companion, she knew the gap between first rank and second rank was not easy to overcome. With no other choice, Guan Anning prepared to summon her beast companion as an orange glow gathered in her palm. Just then, she cried out in surprise as Lin Zhe stepped forward and completely shielded her with his own body. Realizing what he intended to do, Guan Anning quickly asked if he really planned to face the second-rank nether wolf using only Ice Crystal Soul. Lin Zhe smiled reassuringly and gently told her that getting injured would affect today's Beast Tamer assessment, so she should leave everything here to him. Seeing Lin Ze remain so calm, the blonde girl immediately mocked him again. She urged her brother to give the boy, known as Ping Hai's weakest talent, a lesson he would never forget. Fired up by his sister's words, the blonde man immediately ordered the nether wolf to attack. Without hesitation, the beast became a blue blur and charged straight at Lin Ze. In contrast to the fierce assault, Lin Ze remained completely calm. He raised one hand as a blue vortex of ice quickly formed before him. The nether wolf never slowed down and rushed directly into the icy vortex. But at that exact moment, its predator instincts sensed a deadly danger waiting ahead. That instinct proved correct as frost spread across its body at an unbelievable speed. The wolf's savage expression vanished, replaced by pure panic. As the mist from the collision faded, the small but imposing ice crystal soul appeared. Her cold violet eyes locked onto the target as she gently brought her hands together. In an instant, the nether wolf was completely sealed inside a thick block of ice, becoming nothing more than a frozen statue. Everything happened so quickly that the blonde siblings stood there in total shock. Their faces turned pale as they stared in disbelief. Even Guan Anning was just as stunned. She stared at the beast companion and blurted out, "Is that really little Snowball?" Seeing her disbelief, Lin Ze smiled and explained that little Snowball had already evolved. Guan Anning looked at him with even greater amazement. The blonde man finally snapped out of it and desperately shouted at the nether wolf, urging it to break free from the ice. Lin Ze ignored the frantic yelling and continued telling Guan Anning that the beast companion was now called Ice Crystal Soul. Meanwhile, Ice Crystal Soul seemed bored with simply freezing her opponent. She slowly raised both hands as her violet eyes flashed toward the frozen statue. Countless crystal-like ice shards instantly appeared and began circling the target. After several sharp explosions, the frozen statue shattered into countless sparkling fragments, creating a breathtaking display like an icy firework. A few ice shards even flew back toward the blonde man, forcing him to stumble backward in fear. He had barely regained his composure before panic overwhelmed him again. Cold sweat covered his forehead as he kept muttering that this was impossible. Clutching his head in despair, he shouted that Lin Ze was only a high school student, so his beast companion should never have surpassed first rank. Yet it had destroyed a second-rank nether wolf in a single instant. His younger sister was equally terrified and frantically asked what they should do. Zhang Junjie could only force a bitter smile as he admitted that Lin Ze also possessed a second-rank beast companion, one even stronger than theirs. Realizing they had no chance of winning, he immediately told his sister to leave. But Lin Ze had no intention of ending things so easily. His eyes glowed with a faint crimson light as an icy pressure spread through the area, making the air itself seem frozen. He calmly asked who had given them permission to leave. Hearing their own words thrown back at them, the blonde siblings instantly froze in place. Tiny arcs of electricity flickered around Lin Ze, while Zhang Junji swallowed nervously. The memory of that devastating kick and the shattered nether wolf filled him with fear, leaving neither of them daring to say a word. Without another moment of hesitation, Zhang Junji stepped forward, bowed deeply to Lin Ze, and loudly admitted his mistake while begging for forgiveness. Lin Ze simply frowned slightly and reminded him that he was apologizing to the wrong person. Instantly understanding, Zhang Junji turned toward Guan Anning, bowed again, and sincerely apologized. He promised that after returning home, he would make sure Zhou Xiong learned his lesson. Seeing her brother change his attitude so quickly, the blonde girl could only call out to him in confusion. Zhang Junji immediately smacked the side of her head and angrily ordered her to apologize as well. Seeing that they were genuinely remorseful, Guan Anning decided not to pursue the matter. She calmly forgave them and allowed them to leave. The blonde girl quietly apologized, while Zhang Junji let out a sigh of relief, as though he had escaped disaster. Lin Ze had no reason to stop them. He gently patted Ice Crystal Soul on the head and gave her a small signal. Understanding immediately, she withdrew her icy aura, allowing the frozen ground to slowly melt. The moment they had the chance, Zhang Junji and his sister hurried away as fast as they could, not daring to look back. Once they were finally alone, Guan Anning could no longer contain her excitement. She bombarded Lin Ze with questions about how he defeated a second-rank nether wolf, what Ice Crystal Soul really was, and whether Little Snowball had truly evolved. Lin Ze simply smiled as he gently stroked Ice Crystal Soul and confirmed that Little Snowball had indeed evolved. But he reminded Guan Anning that time was running short, so they should save the questions for later and head to the assessment venue first. The scene quickly shifted to the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Hundreds of students had gathered, all anxiously waiting for the assessment that would decide their future. At the center of the hall stood a massive stone that drew everyone's attention. Its rough exterior hid a brilliant jade glow within. This was the legendary Origin Stone. One student could not help asking if it was really the legendary Origin Stone. The question immediately sparked whispers throughout the hall. Some thought it looked ordinary despite its size, while others stared at it with endless curiosity. Lin Zi silently observed the crowd before turning his gaze toward the origin stone. He knew this was the final assessment of the year. Failing meant giving up the path of a beast tamer, while passing meant earning a chance to enter a beast tamer academy and change his destiny. No matter what, he had to succeed. Just as everyone continued waiting, the massive doors of the halls suddenly opened, instantly drawing every eye. A middle-aged man with light blue hair led a group of staff members dressed in black suits. He held a softly glowing object in his hand before welcoming every student to the Apprentice Beast Tamer qualification assessment. During registration, every student had received a bronze badge. Each badge was engraved with one of 4 difficulty levels: low, medium, high, or super. The badge served as the key to entering the corresponding illusion realm inside the origin stone and determined the level of the challenge each student would face. The middle-aged man pointed toward the origin stone and announced that everyone had to choose their own difficulty. He emphasized that the higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards. After that, he told everyone to look at the display. Following his instructions, every student focused on the origin stone. Rows of glowing text appeared inside its jade core. Low difficulty: earn Apprentice Beast Tamer status, gain 1 soul point, and increase Beast Companion growth speed by 5. Medium difficulty: earn Apprentice Beast Tamer status, gain 2 soul points, and increase Beast Companion growth speed by 10. High difficulty: advance to Trainee Beast Tamer, gain 3 soul points, 1 physique point, increase 1 chosen Beast Companion's growth speed by 20, and unlock a second Beast Companion slot. Super difficulty: also advance to Trainee Beast Tamer, but gain 5 soul points, 2 physique points, increase 1 chosen Beast Companion's growth speed by 30, and unlock a second Beast Companion slot. The moment everyone finished reading the rewards, the hall erupted with excitement. Many students were thrilled by the incredible prizes. Some even dreamed of clearing the super difficulty, but others quickly reminded them that even the high difficulty was rarely conquered. Most agreed that choosing low or medium was the safest option. Guan Anning curiously asked Lin Zhe which difficulty he planned to choose, but Lin Zhe remained focused on the origin stone, completely absorbed in thought, and never heard her question. Before anyone made their final decision, the examiner spoke once more. He stressed that this choice would directly affect each person's future cultivation path, so everyone had to judge carefully based on their own strength. One wrong decision could shape their future forever, and this would be the first trial they had to face on their own. After his warning, the hall fell into silence. Even with hesitation lingering in their minds, the students gradually made their choices, one after another. Before long, the origin stone announced the final results. 46 students chose low difficulty, 10 chose medium difficulty, only 1 chose high difficulty, and only 1 dared to choose super difficulty. The moment the numbers appeared, the crowd exploded into discussion. Everyone was shocked that someone had actually selected the highest difficulty. Many even mocked the person, saying they had either chosen it by mistake or were hopelessly arrogant. The identity of the only student who selected super difficulty quickly became the center of attention. That person was none other than Lin Zhe. No matter how many mocking voices surrounded him, he remained perfectly calm. To everyone else, his choice was the same as throwing away his chance to enter a Beast Tamer Academy, yet the confidence on his face never wavered. Guan Anning also noticed that the badge in Lin Zhe's hand was glowing with the light of the highest difficulty. A sense of dread filled her heart as she hurriedly asked if he had really chosen super difficulty. She feared that if he failed, he would lose his chance to enter a Beast Tamer Academy this year. Lin Zhe simply smiled to reassure her and calmly said he understood exactly what he was doing. His steady confidence immediately caught the attention of everyone nearby. Before long, every eye in the hall was fixed on Lin Zhe. Whispers, doubtful looks, and open ridicule spread through the crowd. Many believed someone so young had to be a fool to choose the hardest challenge. Just then, the examiner walked over to Lin Zhe. He studied him carefully before asking if he had truly understood everything he had just explained, because choosing a difficulty was not something to take lightly. Even after the warning, Lin Zhe tightened his grip on the badge and calmly replied that he had already thought the decision through. He fully understood how dangerous the super difficulty would be. The middle-aged man remained serious. His gaze sharpened as he asked whether Lin Zhe truly believed he had what it took to clear the super difficulty. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Zhe met his eyes. Filled with determination, he firmly answered that he had complete confidence in himself. Although he could not understand where Lin Zhe's confidence came from, the examiner said nothing more. He simply gave a faint smile, turned around, and remarked that youth was always full of passion. He had already given every warning, so if Lin Zhe insisted on taking the risk, the consequences would be his own. Returning to the origin stone, the examiner looked across the hall and loudly announced that the assessment would officially begin now that everyone had made their choice. At his command, every student immediately found a seat and entered a meditative state. A mystical blue light spread out from the origin stone, enveloping everyone as they focused with complete concentration. The jade core shone brighter and brighter while waves of energy continuously flowed outward. Within moments, every student's consciousness was drawn into a separate trial space, each connected to the origin stone. The glowing jade core now functioned like a giant screen, allowing everyone outside to watch every trial unfold. The examiner silently observed each scene until his gaze settled on Lin Zhe. A faint smile appeared as he quietly thought that this challenge would be worth watching. Inside the super difficulty illusion realm, Lin Zhe appeared in the middle of a vast ancient arena, unlike anything he had ever seen. The sudden transportation caught him off guard, making him lose his balance for a moment. He quickly steadied himself with one hand on the ground. After standing up and straightening his clothes, Lin Zhe looked around and immediately realized he had entered the Origin Stone's simulated world. At first, he thought his entire body had been transported inside, but a guiding voice soon explained that only his consciousness had entered the trial. Any injuries, even if his beast companion were killed inside the illusion realm, would have no effect on their real bodies outside. After hearing the rules, Lin Zhe relaxed and smiled. Since there were no real consequences, he could fight with everything he had. At that moment, the system interface suddenly appeared in his mind. An unclaimed achievement had been unlocked for defeating a second-rank stage, one nether wolf. Lin Zhe had thought something unexpected had happened, but it turned out to be nothing more than another reward. Realizing the system still worked inside the illusion realm, Lin Zhe's mood immediately improved. Without hesitation, he claimed the reward. In an instant, the system announced that he had received 100 achievement points and 1 soul crystal. Without waiting another second, Lin Zhe used every achievement point, along with the soul crystal, to strengthen himself. A warm light surrounded both Lin Zhe and Ice Crystal Soul. After the enhancement was complete, Lin Zhe's soul increased from 1.8 to 2.8. Ice Crystal Soul's growth rose from 24 to 44, while her strength advanced from second rank stage 4 to second rank stage 6. Receiving such a huge reward before even fighting made Lin Zhe extremely satisfied. Feeling the surge of new power within him, he became even more confident about clearing the trial. Right then, the assessment officially began. A massive stone gate beside the arena slowly opened, revealing a creature with blazing orange scales covering its legs. Lin Zhe and Ice Crystal Soul immediately turned toward the gate, ready for battle. At first glance, Lin Zhe thought it was an orange cat, but he quickly realized it was a muscular fire lizard with sharp eyes. The system immediately identified it as a fire element fire lizard at first rank stage 7. Lin Zhe could not help feeling surprised. He had expected the super difficulty to begin with something far more terrifying, yet the first opponent was only a first rank stage 7 fire lizard. While he was still wondering about it, the monster puffed up its cheeks and prepared to attack. A split second later, it opened its mouth and launched a massive fireball straight toward Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe only gave a faint smile, as if he had expected this from the start. He raised a hand and calmly ordered Bing Jinghun to cast ice spears. The moment it got the command, Bing Jinghun stretched out its tiny hands. Countless razor-sharp ice spears quickly formed in midair, glowing with a chilling blue light as they circled around it. Without wasting a second, every ice spear shot forward at once, meeting the incoming fireball head-on. Ice and fire collided with tremendous force, filling the arena with steam and white mist. Even so, Bing Jinghun stood perfectly still without the slightest panic. As the mist slowly cleared, the Hua Shiyi was completely sealed inside a crystal-clear block of ice. Its mouth was still wide open, as if it had no idea what had just happened. Seeing Bing Jinghun finish the fight so cleanly, Lin Zhe walked over, patted its head, and smiled with satisfaction. It looked like ice spears was still incredibly effective. A cold system voice then announced that the first trial was cleared and ordered him to proceed to the next challenge. As soon as the announcement ended, another stone gate across the arena slowly opened. A wave of dark green energy poured out from the gate, bringing an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. A creature wrapped in worn-out bandages staggered out. Its skinny head swayed on its bony neck, making it look truly terrifying. The system identified it as a Bingguai of the undead element, with first-rank level 9 strength. Looking at the new opponent, Lin Zhe simply smiled. For most examinees, this was a truly difficult stage. Outside the virtual realm, the middle-aged examiner kept watching Lin Zhe's battle on the screen with a slight frown. Back in the arena, Lin Zhe did not even need to speak. With a casual wave from Bing Jinghun, freezing energy instantly engulfed the Bingguai. In the blink of an eye, it froze solid and shattered into countless ice fragments across the ground. Lin Zhe calmly slipped his hands into his pockets, thinking this opponent was nothing more than a warm-up. Watching the scene, the middle-aged examiner folded his arms and muttered to himself. He believed the victory only came from elemental advantage, while the real challenge was still ahead. The two assistants behind him exchanged shocked glances. The announcement sounded again, confirming that Lin Zhe had cleared the second stage and was advancing to the next trial. This time, the stone gate that opened was even larger than the previous two. The same gloomy green aura flowed out again, but the creature that emerged was completely different. A gigantic leg covered in dark brown fur mixed with thick green moss stepped into the arena first. Then the monster's massive body fully appeared. Its eyes with multiple concentric rings, and its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, made it look incredibly savage. The moment it appeared, it let out a thunderous roar at Lin Zhe. The system identified it as the Kuyi beast of the plant element with second rank level 2 strength. Watching from outside, the examiner finally gave his judgment. In his opinion, Bingjing Hun was at most around second rank level 1 or 2, while the Kuyi beast was famous for its incredible defense. He believed Lin Zhe would have a hard time clearing this stage. In the arena, the Kuyi beast charged forward, and Bingjing Hun immediately answered with a barrage of ice blocks. However, every attack shattered against the monster's thick hide and dense fur, causing almost no damage. Seeing the attacks barely work, Lin Zhe also became more cautious. He admitted that the Kuyi beast's defense had exceeded his expectations. At that moment, the Kuyi beast roared and slammed both fists into the ground. The surrounding ice instantly shattered as the arena shook violently. Huge thorn-covered vines burst out of the earth like giant pythons. In just an instant, every vine wrapped tightly around the floating Bingjing Hun, sealing off every possible escape. After successfully restraining its target, the Kuyi beast leaped into the air. Dark green energy gathered around both of its arms, clearly preparing a finishing blow. Seeing this, the middle-aged examiner nodded slightly, as if the outcome had already been decided. He believed Lin Zhe's journey would most likely end at this stage. But only a moment later, the calm expression on his face completely vanished. His eyes widened at the unbelievable scene before him. The battle had completely turned around in an instant. The one trapped was no longer Bingjing Hun, but the Kuyi beast itself. A massive layer of ice had spread across the entire arena, freezing almost its entire body. Only its head and shoulders could still move as it roared helplessly, unable to break free. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe and Bingjing Hun remained perfectly calm. Lin Zhe raised his hand and coldly revealed the reason behind the sudden reversal: extreme domain. As soon as he spoke, Bingjing Hun formed a series of seals, summoning countless tiny ice shards glowing with a mysterious purple light as they circled its body. Lin Zhe looked completely confident. He glanced at the Kuyi beast with a faint smile and said not to assume Bingjing Hun only had one move. He then ordered it to use ice spears. The instant the command was given, Bingjing Hun launched countless massive ice spears from every direction, piercing the parts of the Kuyi beast that were not fully frozen, especially its arms. The first wave of attacks instantly carved deep wounds into the Kuyi beast, with green blood dripping from its body. After a brief moment of silence, the assault still showed no sign of stopping. Behind the Kuyi beast, where it could not see, more giant ice spears rose from the frozen ground. Locked in place by extreme domain, it could neither turn nor dodge, and could only endure one relentless barrage after another. One ice spear after another tore through the Kuyi beast's thick hide. Its agonized roars echoed across the arena as its massive body was ripped apart. At last, the strange light in the Kuyi beast's eyes completely faded. Its enormous body crashed onto the frozen ground and lay motionless. After confirming the kill, Lin Zhe nodded, patted Bingjing Hun on the head, and let extreme domain slowly fade away. Right after the victory, the familiar system announcement echoed across the arena once again. The system confirmed that the third stage had been cleared and instructed the challenger to continue to the final 2 trials. The scene shifted to the waiting area outside the Origin Stone, where many students had already completed their examinations and returned. Every kind of emotion filled the area. Some were celebrating, some looked relieved, while many others were disappointed. One male student stood in a daze with empty eyes, while another slammed his fist into the ground in frustration after falling just short of victory. The student who had been standing silently held his forehead and sighed in disappointment. Even after 2 straight years, he still could not pass the examination. Looking at his own hands, he helplessly complained that the final stage of the intermediate difficulty was simply too hard. His opponent had even been a mutated first-rank level 6 beast, far beyond what he could handle. In sharp contrast, another student jumped with excitement. He raised his fist in celebration after clearing the intermediate difficulty and officially becoming an apprentice beast tamer. Watching someone else succeed, many of the failed students could only grit their teeth in jealousy. Just then, a shocked shout came from the viewing area showing Lin Zhe's examination. Someone pointed at the screen and loudly announced that a second-rank beast had appeared. The entire area instantly erupted in discussion. Everyone wondered why a second-rank opponent would appear in an apprentice beast tamer examination. It did not take long before they realized the screen belonged to the person attempting the super difficulty. Inside the virtual realm, Lin Zhe used the same strategy again. Bingjing Hun immediately unleashed freezing energy, sealing the Xiong Chaoguai in ice before it could even fight back. A few seconds later, the system confirmed that he had cleared the 4th stage. As soon as the announcement ended, the final trial officially began. Looking across the arena covered with shattered ice, Lin Zhe let out a quiet breath and fixed his eyes on the slowly opening gate, waiting while staying fully alert for the decisive battle. Outside the virtual realm, the viewing area became more lively than ever. Everyone was stunned by Lin Zi's speed in clearing the trials. Many could not believe that an unknown student possessed such overwhelming strength, since they recognized every famous genius from the city's schools. Yet none had ever heard the name Lin Zi. Discussions about Lin Zi continued spreading throughout the viewing area. Guanning had also successfully completed the advanced examination and officially became an apprentice beast tamer. Hearing everyone constantly mention her brother, she smiled proudly as she searched for Lin Zi while softly calling his name. Before long, Guanning noticed a huge crowd gathered in front of a large screen, all of them gasping in amazement. Curious, she immediately walked over to see what was happening. The moment she saw the screen, Guanning froze in shock. Lin Zi and Bing Jinghun had just defeated the fourth opponent of the super difficulty challenge. Before she could recover, a nearby student suddenly pointed at the slowly opening final gate and shouted that the last opponent had arrived. A gigantic figure slowly emerged from behind the final gate. It was a lion with dark orange fur, its most striking feature being a pair of long curved fangs, as sharp as ancient swords. The overwhelming pressure it released alone made the entire atmosphere feel heavy. The instant the monster appeared, the viewing area erupted in shock. The system identified it as the saber fang lion of the beast element, with second rank level 5 strength. One student recognized the monster at once and turned pale. His voice trembled as he said the saber fang lion was infamous for its terrifying strength, and ordinary students had almost no chance of defeating it. Back in the arena, Lin Zi stood calmly with his hands in his pockets, a faint smile on his face. After all these stages, a worthy opponent had finally appeared. Without waiting for an order, Bing Jinghun attacked first, creating countless ice spears that rained down toward the saber fang lion. The lion let out a low roar as an orange glow burst from its body. Instead of facing the attack head-on, it vanished from its original position in an instant. Lin Zi was caught off guard. The enemy's speed was far beyond anything he had expected. In the blink of an eye, the saber fang lion closed in from a deadly angle. Its razor-sharp claws slashed straight toward Bing Jinghun. The attack was so fast that Bing Jinghun was knocked flying and barely managed to regain its balance. A deep wound appeared on its shoulder, with tiny ice fragments constantly falling from the damaged area. Watching from outside, He Zhenwen became much more serious. He admitted that the saber fang lion's speed and combat experience were exceptional. Although he highly respected Lin Zi's strength, he believed Bing Jinghun had already exhausted too much energy after 4 consecutive battles and would struggle to win this one. In the arena, the saber fang lion landed gracefully and faced its opponents. Lin Zi quickly analyzed the situation. Although Bing Jinghun had reached second rank level 6 and was 1 minor level above its opponent, victory was never decided by rank alone. Elemental affinity, stamina, the battlefield, and the beast tamer's command all played crucial roles. His eyes settled on the wound on Bing Jinghun's shoulder. After 4 straight battles, his companion was clearly beginning to weaken. Meanwhile, the saber fang lion was famous for its overwhelming closer-range combat, incredible speed, and explosive power. Lin Zi knew the longer the battle dragged on, the worse it would become for him, so he had to find one decisive opening. Without giving them any time to recover, the saber fang lion roared again and charged like an orange storm. Its massive fangs gleamed with murderous intent. Lin Zi focused on every tiny movement of his opponent before loudly telling Bing Jinghun to get ready. His eyes narrowed as he constantly calculated the perfect moment to strike. At last, the opportunity appeared. The instant the saber fang lion's claws were about to hit, Lin Zi immediately ordered Bing Jinghun to cast ice spears. Massive ice spears suddenly erupted from beneath the saber fang lion, piercing straight into its body. At the same time, thick freezing mist rapidly covered the entire battlefield. The sudden counterattack blasted the saber fang lion backward, slamming it onto the arena floor, with several giant ice spears embedded deep in its body. However, Bing Jinghun had also poured every last bit of strength into that final attack, causing it to stagger before collapsing. The sight left everyone watching from outside completely stunned. Many thought both sides had fallen together and wondered how the result would be judged. But at that moment, one sharp-eyed student suddenly shouted that the battle was not over yet. Every eye immediately turned back to the screen and saw that the saber fang lion was still moving. In the examiner's area, He Zhenwen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lin Zi forcing a second-rank level 5 saber fang lion into this condition was far beyond his expectations. In his judgment, Bing Jinghun had to be at least second-rank level 5 or 6, and he also realized Lin Zi had been hiding his true strength all along. He Zhenwen suddenly recalled Lin Zi's confident expression and his firm words before the examination that every decision had been carefully considered. Only now did he realize that Lin Zi's confidence had been completely justified. Back on the battlefield, the saber fang lion let out a furious roar and forced itself back to its feet. Even though blood still flowed from its wounds, its ferocious aura remained completely undiminished. On the other side, Bing Jinghun also struggled to stay standing. Exhaustion had nearly forced its eyes shut. But in the next instant, its eyes snapped open, revealing a mysterious purple glow. It spread both arms wide and instantly summoned freezing energy across the battlefield. Extreme Domain was activated once again, covering a vast area. This time, however, the saber-fang lion was not frozen like the previous opponents. It merely shook its body and calmly stepped forward. The faint heat radiating from its body quickly melted the surrounding ice, sending thick steam into the air with constant hissing sounds. Seeing that, Lin Zhe instantly remembered a crucial detail. The saber-fang lion had lived in the ancient frozen wastelands, so resisting extreme cold was practically its instinct. A bad feeling immediately crept into his mind. Cold sweat ran down Lin Zhe's temple as he cursed under his breath. Bing Jinghun had run into the perfect counter. Just as all hope seemed lost, the system suddenly appeared before him with a brand new notification. The system announced an achievement for using a pet skill 10 times, rewarding 100 achievement points. It also unlocked a new feature called Pet Skill Unlock, leaving Lin Zhe both surprised and intrigued. A list of Bing Jinghun's hidden skills immediately appeared. Extreme Frost Chains was a control skill that created icy chains to bind a target, requiring 40 growth and 50 achievement points. Ice Shield was a defensive skill that formed a flexible ice barrier, requiring 60 growth and 50 points. Frozen Starfall was a devastating area attack with tremendous power, requiring 80 growth and 100 points. Looking through the list, Lin Zhe was amazed that Bing Jinghun could still learn so many new abilities. He quickly considered his options. At this stage, most pets only had 1 or 2 skills. Having more meant far greater tactical flexibility and made them much harder to predict. Ice Spears remained his main offensive move, but it needed a way to pin the enemy down. Meanwhile, Extreme Domain offered excellent crowd control and damage, yet it was almost useless against the saber-fang lion. That meant what he needed most was a powerful single-target control skill that could lock the lion in place. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Zhe immediately chose to unlock Extreme Frost Chains. The system confirmed the cost of 50 achievement points, leaving him with 50 remaining. Lin Zhe planned to spend the rest of his points as well, but before he could act, the saber-fang lion roared and charged again, even faster than before. Fortunately, this time he was ready. Lin Zhe instantly gave an order, and freezing energy spread rapidly from Bing Jinghun. In an instant, a towering wall of ice rose up, temporarily stopping the saber-fang lion's charge. Taking advantage of the opening, Lin Zhe immediately spent his remaining 50 achievement points to increase Bing Jinghun's growth. Fresh power surged through its body as it smiled faintly, wrapped in a purple glow of evolution. The system updated its status at once. Bing Jinghun had reached second rank level 7, with growth increased to 54 plus 10. Outside the virtual realm, everyone's attention was fixed on Lin Zhe's screen as they witnessed his pet break through in the middle of battle. The sight instantly sparked an uproar. No one could believe what they were seeing. Lin Zhe had not used any materials or crystals, and pets normally evolved only after winning a battle. Advancing in the middle of combat left many people suspicious, with some even wondering if he had cheated. Back in the arena, feeling Bing Jinghun's newfound strength, Lin Zhe calmly raised a hand toward the saber-fang lion and beckoned with a finger, deliberately provoking it into charging. Enraged by the challenge, the saber-fang lion roared and rushed straight at Lin Zhe. The moment it entered range, he ordered Bing Jinghun to use its newly unlocked skill. Extreme Frost Chains activated. Giant icy chains glowing with a freezing blue light burst from the frozen ground beneath the lion, wrapping tightly around its body and limbs until it was completely restrained. The saber-fang lion roared and struggled with all its might, but the icy chains only tightened further, leaving it completely unable to break free. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Lin Zhe coldly issued another command, giving his opponent no chance to fight back. The next attack was Ice Spears. A barrage of razor-sharp ice spears instantly shot forward, piercing the trapped lion's body. The overwhelming pain forced it into endless screams. Outside the virtual realm, everyone from the audience to He Zhenwen wore expressions of disbelief. No one understood where that new skill had come from, or how such a thing was possible. Even He Zhenwen, who had witnessed countless battles, was left speechless. He simply could not understand how Lin Zhe's pet was able to use 3 different skills. Back on the battlefield, the saber-fang lion's body was now covered with ice spears, leaving it in a miserable state. Even after taking one brutal attack after another, it still struggled to remain standing. Its body trembled violently as its bloodshot eyes glared at Lin Zhe with burning hatred. Seeing this, Lin Zhe merely frowned slightly before deciding to unleash another wave of attacks. Bing Jinghun's purple eyes glowed once more as it raised both hands, ready to unleash another round of ice spears. But before it could attack, the saber-fang lion had already reached its limit. Its massive body staggered before collapsing to the ground, completely motionless. A moment later, the system's voice echoed across the arena, confirming that Lin Zhe had cleared the super evaluation. Outside the virtual realm, Guanting jumped with excitement and loudly cheered for his victory. Unlike Guan Ting's excitement, the surrounding crowd fell silent in disbelief. Seconds later, countless rumors spread. Some insisted Lin Ze had bribed the examiners, while others accused him of cheating. He Zhenwen's two assistants could only exchange confused looks, but He Zhenwen himself watched with unmistakable admiration. He Zhenwen quietly admitted that he had met many beast tamer prodigies before, but this was the first time he had seen an unknown student deliver a performance that stunned everyone like Lin Ze had. Back inside the virtual realm, a warm pillar of light descended and enveloped Lin Ze and Bing Jinghun. At the same time, the system panel appeared and continuously displayed the rewards from the super cleansing ceremony. Lin Ze's attributes increased dramatically. His constitution rose by 3 points from 5, while his soul attribute increased by 5 points from 7.8. His soul power reached 780, advancing his beast tamer rank. Bing Jinghun also broke through to 3rd rank level 1, with its growth reaching 84 plus 30. It now possessed 3 skills: Ice Spears, Extreme Domain, and Extreme Frost Chains. Looking at Bing Jinghun radiating far greater power than before, Lin Ze smiled with satisfaction. The rewards from the super cleansing ceremony had exceeded all his expectations. That was not all. The system announced another reward by unlocking a second contract slot, allowing him to form a contract with another pet. Lin Ze was briefly surprised that he could recruit another companion so early in his journey. His surprise quickly turned into excitement as he began thinking about visiting a pet shop to find his next partner. The system continued updating his achievements, confirming that Lin Ze had passed the qualification evaluation and completed the super cleansing ceremony for the first time. He received 200 achievement points and 1 soul stone as rewards. Finally, the broadcast instructed all candidates to leave the testing area now that the rewards had been distributed. A powerful force immediately pulled Lin Ze's consciousness out of the virtual realm and back into reality. As soon as he returned, Lin Ze paused slightly when he realized he was standing in the main hall. Before he could fully adjust, he noticed every eye in the room was fixed on him. Everything had ended so quickly that even he was a little surprised. Before long, the crowd surrounded Lin Ze. Some eagerly asked how he had cleared the challenge, while others wanted to know where he had found Bing Jinghun, because they had never seen such a pet before. Many also praised his incredible strength. While everyone was still talking, Guan Ning happily ran over and suddenly hugged Lin Ze from behind. She kept saying that she had believed from the very beginning that he would definitely pass the examination. The unexpected hug caught Lin Ze off guard, but seeing his younger cousin so happy, he could only laugh. After the brief celebration, He Zhenwen walked over. His face remained as serious as ever, but the doubt in his eyes was gone. He openly admitted that he had judged Lin Ze incorrectly and acknowledged that his confidence had always been backed by real strength rather than arrogance. Hearing a senior examiner publicly apologize to a student left everyone stunned. In response to such sincerity, Lin Ze simply replied that he had never taken it to heart. After apologizing, He Zhenwen immediately extended an invitation. He asked whether Lin Ze would like to join the Beast Tamer Association. Based on his performance, he could be directly appointed as a probationary steward with outstanding benefits, all without affecting his studies at the Beast Tamer Academy. After graduation, he could become a full steward immediately. The offer shocked all the students nearby, because it was an opportunity that many people could never hope to obtain. Guanning also urged Lin Ze to accept, explaining that only the most outstanding students normally even qualified to compete for a place in the association. Even then, they still had to defeat countless fierce competitors to earn that position. Hearing all those arguments, Lin Ze began to consider the offer seriously. If he accepted, he would no longer have to worry about tuition or living expenses during his time at the academy, and he would also gain status and recognition from many people. Even so, Lin Ze understood one thing very clearly. No benefit came without a price. The more advantages he accepted today, the greater his future responsibilities and obligations to the association would become. Right now, what he valued most was still his freedom. After giving it careful thought, Lin Ze politely declined. He thanked He Zhenwen for the offer and said he wanted to focus on finishing his studies first. As for joining the association, he would consider it after graduation. His decision stunned everyone once again. At that moment, a male student standing behind He Zhenwen boldly asked if he could take the position if Lin Ze refused. He Zhenwen ignored the question completely and kept his eyes on Lin Ze. He valued the young man even more now. At Lin Ze's current rate of growth, 4 years from now he would surely reach another level and be able to negotiate far greater benefits than a probationary position. Although disappointed, He Zhenwen respected Lin Ze's choice. He said he would not force the matter and voluntarily left his contact information. Pointing to the badge on his chest, He Zhenwen introduced himself and said Lin Ze could come to him any time if he ever changed his mind. Lin Ze thanked him politely, smiled in return, and made a mental note of the examiner's name and position. After completing all the examination procedures, Lin Ze and Guan Ning left the Beast Tamer Association building together. As they walked down the street, someone suddenly called out from behind, asking Guan Ning to wait. Hearing the voice, they both turned around and saw two girls running toward them. One had long black hair and was named Liu Siyi, while the other had shoulder-length pink hair and was Zhang Xiaoyun. Guan quickly introduced them to Lin Ze. Liu Siyi was much more shy. She happily held Guan hand while secretly glancing at Lin Ze, quietly asking her friend to help get his contact information. Zhang Xiaoyun, on the other hand, was completely straightforward. She walked right up to Lin Ze, held out her phone with a bright smile, and invited him to add her as a friend. She said they had noticed him back in the lobby and hoped they could all hang out someday. Seeing her friend take the first step, Liu Siyi gathered her courage, waved at Lin Ze, and sweetly admitted that she liked him as well. Watching two girls openly approach her cousin, Guan immediately narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Lin Ze looked visibly embarrassed and could only force a smile, saying he was still busy and would exchange contact information another time. Before the two girls could say anything else, Guan quickly pulled Lin Ze away, determined not to give them a chance to get his contact details. They had not gone far when Lin Ze's phone suddenly vibrated. A message from his homeroom teacher asked him to come to her office immediately. Unsure what had happened, Lin Ze headed over at once. As soon as he peeked through the doorway, he politely asked why she wanted to see him. His homeroom teacher turned around. The moment she saw Lin Ze, her eyes lit up as she immediately asked if he had really passed the super evaluation. Lin Ze remained as calm as ever and simply nodded. After hearing the confirmation, his teacher became so excited that she hugged him tightly, repeatedly praising him and saying she had known she was right about him. The hug was so enthusiastic that Lin Ze could barely breathe. Even though he tried to stay composed, Lin Ze suddenly remembered all the times he had received poor grades and been given special attention by his teacher, leaving him with nothing but a helpless smile. After calming down, his teacher picked up a fairly thick book from her desk and handed it to Lin Ze, saying she had called him over because of something very important. Holding the book, Lin Ze saw the title Encyclopedia of Basic Soul Arts printed across the cover and became instantly curious. His teacher explained that the book contained all the essential knowledge and cultivation methods for basic soul arts. It was required reading for every apprentice beast tamer, so he should study it in advance. She also emphasized that besides their pets, soul arts were the most important combat method for a beast tamer. A beast tamer, with sufficiently powerful soul arts, could even fight ferocious beasts alone, without relying entirely on their pet. It was both a combat support ability and a means of self-defense. In other words, soul arts formed the final line of defense that helped beast tamers reduce danger and greatly improve their chances of surviving brutal battles. Receiving such a valuable gift, Lin Ze was overjoyed. He sincerely thanked his teacher and eagerly said he would return to study it right away. Seeing his enthusiasm, she smiled and told him to come to her if he encountered any difficulties during cultivation. After leaving the office, Lin Ze wasted no time and returned straight to his dormitory. He sat neatly on his bed, ready to begin studying. As soon as he opened the book, a wealth of new knowledge unfolded before him. The first thing that caught his attention was a soul art called Soul Guardian, which could create a soul-powered barrier that provided complete defense from every direction. Just reading the introduction was enough for Lin Ze to realize how valuable this skill was. Excited, he decided to master the basics first before learning even stronger soul arts at the Beast Tamer Academy. Without wasting any time, Lin Ze sat cross-legged, steadied his breathing, and began practicing the cultivation method described in the book. His soul power slowly flowed through his body, creating invisible waves of energy. About 10 minutes later, Lin Ze suddenly opened his eyes. A faint, spherical barrier now surrounded his body, marking the successful activation of Soul Guardian. Lin Ze raised his hand and examined the barrier with satisfaction. He quickly realized he had mastered the basic technique in only 10 minutes, while ordinary people usually needed anywhere from several days to several months. His soul attribute of 7.8 clearly gave him a tremendous advantage. Just then, the system displayed another notification, confirming that Linz had successfully mastered Level 1 Soul Guardian and awarding him 100 more achievement points. His total achievement points increased to 350. The system also offered an upgrade, allowing Soul Guardian to reach Level 2 for only 50 achievement points. Lin Zi clenched his fist as he immediately realized that the system could accelerate not only pet growth, but also soul art cultivation. The upgrade interface appeared before him, once again, prompting him to start calculating his next move. With far more achievement points than expected, Lin Zhe decided to prioritize survival. Without hesitation, he spent 100 achievement points to upgrade Soul Guardian directly to level 3, leaving him with 250 points. The moment the upgrade finished, he immediately felt the difference. The barrier surrounding him became noticeably thicker and sturdier. The system updated its status to level 3 Soul Guardian. Opening his eyes, Lin Zhe smiled in satisfaction. He could feel that the barrier's coverage had expanded dramatically, enough to protect 3 or even 4 people at once. The system then displayed his remaining soul power as 770 out of 780. Lin Zhe quickly calculated that each use of level 3 Soul Guardian consumed only 10 soul power, meaning he could cast it up to 78 times at full capacity. At that moment, he remembered the soul stone he had received after clearing the examination. After a brief thought, Lin Zhe decided to use it immediately to strengthen himself. As he absorbed the soul stone's energy, a blue light enveloped his body. The system updated his soul attribute from 7.8 to 8.8. His maximum soul power also increased from 780 to 880, giving him an additional 100 points. Now that his soul power reserves were much larger, Lin Zhe no longer wanted to focus only on defense. He picked up the book and decided to learn a few offensive soul arts as well. After turning a few pages, he found the first skill, Soul Finger, which concentrated soul power into the fingertip before firing it outward. At first glance, it looked remarkably similar to the famous one-finger technique from martial arts novels. The second skill was called Soul Impact, which focused soul power into the user's fist before unleashing a direct strike. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe immediately began training both new soul arts. Time slowly passed as soul power repeatedly gathered around him before dispersing with each cycle of cultivation. Eventually, Lin Zhe suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his index finger, quickly condensed a glowing blue point of light at the tip, and fired it straight at the wall ahead. Level 1 Soul Finger consumed only 10 soul power, yet it still punched a small hole through the wall. After observing the result, Lin Zhe concluded that while its damage was not overwhelming, its speed and accuracy made it perfect for harassment or striking an enemy's weak points. After testing Soul Finger, he clenched his fist. Pale golden soul power gradually wrapped around it as he prepared to test the second skill. Lin Zhe lowered his stance and continuously gathered soul power into his right arm until the energy reached its peak. Soul Impact exploded forward. An invisible force blasted straight ahead and slammed into the wall with a far louder impact than Soul Finger. The system confirmed it was a level 1 soul art that consumed 30 soul power. A large crater instantly appeared in the wall as dust and debris filled the air. Even Lin Zhe was astonished by the attack's power, which far exceeded his expectations. The system rewarded him once again for successfully learning 3 basic soul arts. He received a soul recovery potion that could instantly restore all consumed soul power. Holding the reward in his hand, Lin Zhe smiled with satisfaction. He realized it was an extremely valuable item and decided to save it for a truly critical moment. Not stopping there, Lin Zhe spent another 100 achievement points to upgrade both Soul Finger and Soul Impact to level 2. After the upgrades were complete, he had 150 achievement points remaining. After finishing his training, Lin Zhe leaned against the bed and planned his next steps. He decided to save his remaining achievement points for emergencies. Tomorrow's goal would be earning more money and finding a second pet. Early the next morning, Lin Zhe arrived at the mission center as planned. Following his schedule, he headed to the Beast Tamer Association's mission desk. The place was bustling with beast tamers accepting and completing missions. Standing before the massive electronic board, Lin Zhe carefully reviewed the mission list. It was his first time earning money through missions, but with his current strength, drank and crank tasks should not be too difficult. The system displayed several choices. Drive away ghost dragonflies in Yangshan Village. E rank. Reward 20,000. Alliance coins eliminate a flame eagle on Highway 302. D rank. Reward 30,000 clear demon fish from Looming Lake. E rank. Reward 10,000. Or wipe out all iron shell beetles in Zhengzhong Valley. D rank. With a reward of 40,000 alliance coins. Without much thought, Lin Zhe immediately picked the last mission. In his eyes, the highest reward was naturally the best choice. But things did not go as expected. The system informed him that because it was his first D-rank mission as an apprentice beast tamer, he would automatically be assigned to a pre-registered 3-person team for safety. The reward would also be divided based on individual contribution. After reading the notice, Lin Zhe could only poke at the screen in frustration, complaining that even a D-rank mission required forced matchmaking. Although unhappy, he had no choice but to accept. The system quickly displayed a map leading to Zhengzhong Valley and instructed him to arrive at the gathering point before 2 in the afternoon. When Lin Zhe reached the meeting point, he found 3 people already waiting. The first was a well-dressed young man with neatly styled hair. As soon as he saw Lin Zhe, he spoke with a hint of arrogance, saying the missing member had finally arrived. One hand rested in his pocket while the other gave a casual wave. Thanks to Lin Zhe's probationary association status, the system immediately displayed his information. Zhang Lei, low-rank beast tamer, main pet Gale Iron Horse, 2nd rank level 6. Looking Lin Zhe up and down, he asked if he was still a high school student. The second man's seemed much more hot-tempered. Scratching his head, he complained that the team had been matched with such a young kid. The system identified him as Zhang Mingshan, low-rank beast tamer, with a greenhorn rhino at 2nd rank level 5. The final member was a pretty girl with short chestnut hair. She smiled and lightly scolded her teammates for intimidating Lin Ze, although her tone remained playful. The system identified her as Wang Shuiyun, low-rank beast tamer, whose main pet was a terror wasp at second rank level 5. Wang Shuiyun walked over to Lin Ze with a friendly smile and told him not to worry, saying he only needed to stay close to her. Faced with the group's attitudes, Lin Ze remained polite. He admitted that he had not yet graduated from high school and hoped everyone would look after him during the mission. Hearing that, Wang Shuiyun laughed, finding his humble attitude rather amusing. Only Jiang Mingshan remained dissatisfied. Folding his arms, he told Wang Shuiyun to stop joking around, because this mission could be far more dangerous than expected, and one careless mistake could cost someone their life. Wang Shuiyun simply pouted and turned away, making it clear she had no interest in arguing. Jiang Mingshan then naturally took the role of team leader and instructed Lin Ze to obey every command once they entered the mission area. He also made it clear that rewards would be divided according to actual contribution. Hearing his superior tone, Lin Ze quietly judged that these three probably lacked the ability to enter the Beast Tamer Academy. Their strength seemed average, forcing them to make a living through low-rank missions. Even so, Lin Ze smiled calmly and nodded in agreement. In his view, those who contributed more deserved more, while those who contributed less should receive less. That was only fair. His answer satisfied Jiang Mingshan. He nodded and signaled everyone to move out as the group headed deeper into the valley. After walking a while longer, the four of them suddenly stopped when they spotted a pitch-black cave beneath a cliff ahead. From deep within the darkness came endless screeches and crawling noises, creating the chilling feeling that countless creatures were approaching. Only a few seconds later, the entire group witnessed a terrifying sight. Swarms of black insects poured out of the cave entrance like a living flood. They looked somewhat like ordinary beetles, but their metal-like shells and glowing green eyes shining in the darkness revealed them to be extremely dangerous monsters. Looking deeper into the cave, all they could see was an endless mass of beetles. Wang Shuiyun let out a terrified scream. Jiang Mingshan quickly calmed the team and shouted that this was only an iron armor beetle nest. Wipe them out, and the mission would be complete. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised a hand and summoned his beast, the blue horn rhino. A massive rhino with blue hide and a razor-sharp horn appeared before the group and let out a powerful roar. Zhang Lei refused to be outdone. He confidently summoned the iron wind mantis, a giant green mantis with blade-alike forelegs that looked fierce the moment it appeared. When it was Wang Shuiyun's turn, she smiled at Lin Ze before summoning the terror bee. The giant bee shot into the air, and its venomous stinger made everyone wary. While the other three had already joined the fight, Lin Ze quietly stepped back to watch. He wanted to see his teammates' true strength before deciding whether to act. Provoked by the summoned beasts, the iron armor beetles quickly gathered into a black swarm and charged straight at the four of them. Jiang Mingshan remained confident and immediately ordered a full attack, telling the blue horn rhino to lead the charge. Following the order, the blue horn rhino crashed into the swarm, using its huge body and solid horn to send beetles flying. It unleashed wild charge and tore open a gap in the sea of insects. Not wanting to be overshadowed, Zhang Lei sneered and mocked the blue horn rhino for relying only on brute force before sending the iron wind mantis into battle. The iron wind mantis became a green blur as it raced through the swarm. It unleashed chain wind slash again and again, slicing through countless iron armor beetles in the blink of an eye. But after charging too deep into the swarm, the iron wind mantis was instantly surrounded by iron armor beetles from every direction once its attack ended. Seeing her teammate in danger, Wang Shuiyun acted at once. She ordered the terror bee to rescue it. The terror bee flew high into the air and unleashed poison needle storm. Countless dark purple venom needles rained down from its stinger, striking the beetles surrounding the iron wind mantis. Sharp impacts echoed non-stop as the needles pierced their targets. The poisoned iron armor beetles immediately convulsed before dropping one after another. In just moments, countless beetles were lying on their backs, temporarily unable to keep fighting. Believing their teamwork had been flawless, Zhang Lei brushed back his hair and bragged to Lin Ze. He smugly said Lin Ze only needed to cheer from the sidelines while the three of them handled everything else. Seeing the battle going well, Jiang Mingshan also told Lin Ze to treat this as a chance to learn from his seniors. Wang Shuiyun was gentler and even promised to share some merit points with him, as long as he stayed behind and kept himself safe. However, Lin Ze quickly noticed something was wrong. The poisoned iron armor beetles had only been paralyzed briefly, and some were already moving again. His expression immediately turned serious. In Lin Ze's judgment, those flashy attacks had failed to deal fatal damage. The iron armor beetle's shells were too tough, and the poison could only stop them for a short time. Just then, a piercing screech echoed from deep inside the cave. It sounded completely different from the ordinary iron armor beetles, and the pressure behind it made all three beast tamers shudder. A woman's intuition sent a chill down Wang Shuiyun's spine as she asked with a trembling voice, What was that sound?" At that moment, a deep green energy, identical to the insect's glowing eyes, suddenly spread outward like invisible waves sweeping across the area. The armored insects instantly became much stronger. Wave after wave poured out of the pit, and their numbers grew at a terrifying pace. They were not only more numerous, but also much faster and far more savage. They charged at the group like a force under someone's command. Watching the situation change in an instant, Zhang Lei turned pale as cold sweat covered him. Staring at the approaching insect tide, he gritted his teeth. Damn it! More are still coming out of the cave. This is not just calling for reinforcements. Only Lin Ze remained calm as he said coldly, there is probably a higher-ranked beetle king deep inside. It is commanding the entire swarm. Before anyone could process those words, Zhang Mingshan's blue horn rhino was already buried beneath countless armored insects. Countless steel-hard jaws tore into its thick hide at once, ripping it apart as the rhino's painful roars echoed throughout the cave. The other two beasts fared no better. Even though the iron-winged mantis and terror bee were agile, the endless swarm overwhelmed them, covering their bodies until they could no longer fight or escape. Seeing their beasts in danger, Zhang Lei shouted in panic, "Recall them now. If we're any slower, they'll be torn apart." Zhang Mingshan also frantically tried to summon his badly wounded blue horn rhino back. Watching the team fall apart so quickly, Lin Ze shook his head and calmly said, "It's useless. That sound from deep inside the cave wasn't an ordinary cry. It was a special sound wave that paralyzes the nervous system of low-ranked beasts. Right now, the blue horn rhino, iron-winged mantis, and terror bee can't hear their master's commands anymore." The explanation drained all the color from their faces. Wang Shuiyun was on the verge of tears. "What? They can't obey us anymore? Then what do we do, my beast?" Seeing Lin Ze remain calm as if he had known all along, Zhang Lei exploded with rage. He grabbed Lin Ze by the collar and yelled, "Damn you! If you knew, why didn't you say anything? Were you just standing there watching and mocking us?" Lin Ze met his anger without changing his expression. "What you should worry about now isn't your mantis, it's your own life." The moment he finished speaking, the beetle swarm became even more frenzied. Driven by their instinct to protect their territory, they rushed at the intruders until the entire area was swallowed by a black tide. Zhang Mingshan clearly felt death closing in, and his face turned deathly pale. He turned around and shouted in despair, "Run, run now. If we stay, we're dead." This mission is nothing like the original report. Since he was closest to the swarm, Zhang Mingshan immediately turned and fled. The endless tide of beetles instantly changed direction and surged after him like a black tsunami. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent right behind him, he looked back in terror. The sight froze him in place. Thousands of armored beetles were almost on top of him, and death felt only inches away. Just when all hope seemed lost, a spherical energy barrier suddenly appeared around all four of them, moments before the first wave of beetles crashed in. As expected, staying with the main character still gave them a chance. Standing inside the barrier, Lin Ze calmly watched the swarm throw itself against the shield. Instead of celebrating their escape, Zhang Lei stared at the barrier in shock. Soul protection? Isn't that an advanced soul technique only official Beast Academy students can learn? How can a high school student like you use it? Seeing Zhang Lei still wasting time, Lin Ze frowned and cut him off. "Stop talking. If you want to live, stay behind me." His mind was still full of questions, but faced with Lin Ze's firm attitude, Zhang Lei could only swallow his words and stay silent. Realizing the other three could no longer turn the battle around, Lin Ze raised a hand and calmly summoned Ice Crystal Soul. A wave of freezing cold instantly swept through the area as the temperature plummeted. From the icy mist emerged a small figure with an overwhelming presence. It was the Ice Crystal Soul, its purple eyes as cold as ice. The moment they saw the new beast, all three were left speechless. Wang Shuiyun stammered, "What kind of beast is that? I've never seen anything like it." Even Zhang Mingshan could only shake his head in disbelief. "Neither have I." Ignoring their reactions, Lin Ze quickly assessed the battlefield. Each armored beetle was only around rank 1, stage 7, but their overwhelming numbers and perfect swarm coordination made them extremely dangerous. None of the other three had powerful area attacks, so their defeat had been inevitable. But his Ice Crystal Soul had already reached rank 3, and it specialized in devastating wide area attacks. A confident smile appeared on Lin Ze's face. Without waiting for detailed orders, the Ice Crystal Soul understood its master's intent. It clasped its tiny hands together and unleashed its ultimate skill, Frozen Domain. A terrifying wave of frost erupted and spread outward from the Ice Crystal Soul at incredible speed. The gap between rank 3 and rank 1 was absolute. Every armored beetle within the skill's range, including those crawling out of the cave, was instantly frozen into dark ice statues. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was buried in ice and snow, and the situation was finally under control. Lin Ze turned to the other three and reminded them, "Take this chance to recall your beasts. There's still time." But the three of them remained frozen in place, completely stunned by the power they had just witnessed. Lin Ze could only say coldly, "If you don't mind giving up all your mission rewards, then keep standing there." Hearing those words and seeing Lin Zi's terrifying calm, Zhang Mingshan finally snapped out of it. He dropped to the ground and replied with a trembling voice. Fine, you can have all the mission rewards. We don't want any of them. We just want to recall our beasts and leave this cursed place alive. Zhang Lei still refused to back down. He pointed at Lin Zhe and growled, Kid, you're threatening us now? Don't tell me you think you're Lin Zhe, the genius who passed that super test. Lin Zhe looked him straight in the eye without changing his expression. That's right, I am Lin Zhe. Wang Shuiyan's eyes lit up with shock and admiration. I knew it. No ordinary high school student could be this strong. Lin Zhe, please save our beasts. Zhang Lei became even angrier. He stepped in front of Wang Shuiyun and shouted, You expect me to believe you, just because you say you're Lin Zhe? Melt the ice so we can recall our beasts right now. Before Zhang Lei could say another word, Zhang Mingshan jumped up and punched him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he yelled, Idiot, do you want all of us to die? After dealing with Zhang Lei, Zhang Mingshan turned toward Lin Zhe. His heart was filled with respect, fear, and guilt. Everything Lin Zhe had shown was more than enough to prove who he really was. While they were still arguing, the frozen armored beetles began to move again. Cracks spread across the ice as it slowly melted. Seeing this, Lin Zhe immediately warned them. There's no time left. The ice is about to break. Recall your beasts and get out before the entire swarm wakes up. Hearing everyone was about to leave, Wang Shuiyun asked anxiously, What about you? What are you going to do? Lin Zhe glanced at the beetles breaking free from the ice and replied, They're only frozen. They're not dead. Everyone expected him to explain his plan, but Lin Zhe simply slipped his hands into his pockets and gave a mysterious smile. He looked toward the dark pit ahead and said slowly, If we want to end this for good, we have to eliminate the one in charge. The Beetle King is definitely hiding down there. Hearing that, Zhang Lei, who had been pretending to stay down after the punch, immediately jumped up and held his cheek in shock. Don't tell me, you're going down there alone. Without another word, Lin Zi and the Ice Crystal Soul leaped straight into the dark abyss. Before disappearing from sight, he left only one sentence. Get out while you still can. The two landed safely at the bottom of the cave, without any trouble. The moment he touched the ground, Lin Zhe raised his guard to the highest level. He looked around and thought, even though it's pitch black, I can still see everything clearly. My enhanced body must have improved my eyesight too. Then he smiled to himself. Since I've entered their territory, I should at least say hello. The instant that thought crossed his mind, countless glowing green eyes opened in the darkness. The beetles hidden inside the cave immediately rushed at him, giving him an even fiercer welcome than the swarm outside. Lin Zhe only smiled. Soul protection activated at once and blocked the entire assault. No matter how many insects slammed into the barrier, they could not move even a single step closer. Since the host had welcomed him, Lin Zhe decided to return the favor. The Ice Crystal Soul immediately fired wave after wave of razor-sharp ice spikes as its greeting, repeatedly casting ice burst. Lin Zhe did not stand by either. He gathered soul power into his fist and threw a punch, instantly crushing the first two armored beetles that charged at him. The shockwave from the punch even forced several beetles behind them to slow their advance. However, the advantage quickly shifted back to the enemy. More and more armored beetles poured out from every direction. Under the relentless pressure, tiny cracks began appearing in the soul protection barrier, making Lin Zhe frown. There are too many. He quickly realized that if he kept defending like this, even his huge reserve of soul power would eventually run dry. Just then, a new idea flashed through his mind. That's right, I still have 150 achievement points left. The system interface appeared, showing the Ice Crystal Soul's two locked skills. Ice Shield was a defensive skill that required 50 achievement points and 60 growth. Frostfall Starstorm was a larger-scale attack that required 80 growth and 100 achievement points. He had exactly enough points to unlock both skills. Lin Zhe confirmed without hesitation. A purple-blue light burst from the Ice Crystal Soul as the system announced that Ice Shield and Frostfall Starstorm had been successfully learned. All 150 achievement points were spent, leaving his balance at 0. The Ice Crystal Soul wore a confident smile. Lin Zhe immediately adjusted his strategy. With Ice Shield, the Ice Crystal Soul no longer needed to stay close to his barrier. As for Frostfall Starstorm, it was the Wideria attack he had been waiting for. The skill required a massive buildup of ice energy before activation, but combined with Frozen Domain, it would be the perfect match. At that moment, the soul protection barrier was finally destroyed by the beetle swarm. But the moment the old defense disappeared, the new plan was already in motion. Lin Zhe stood firmly on the ground, spread out his arms, and commanded in a deep voice, Ice Crystal Soul, activate Frozen Domain. Following the order, the Ice Crystal Soul placed both hands on the ground. The freezing aura of a rank 3 beast erupted and spread throughout the entire cave at incredible speed. In an instant, countless armored beetles around them were sealed inside solid blocks of ice once again. This time, Frozen Domain was even stronger than before. To prevent any accidents, Lin Zhe created another soul protection barrier around only himself. Looking at the frozen battlefield, he smiled with anticipation. Perfect. The ice energy has accumulated enough. Lin Zi immediately gave a new command. Ice Crystal Soul, activate Frostfall Starstorm. The ice elements inside the entire frozen domain began gathering toward one point. The freezing energy compressed into a tiny glowing point above the Ice Crystal Soul's fingertip. Despite its small size, it contained terrifying, destructive power. The Ice Crystal Soul's eyes became as cold and sharp as its master's. Driven by their instinct to protect their territory, the beetles that escaped the ice charged forward again, without hesitation, ignoring the danger ahead. Meanwhile, the light on the Ice Crystal Soul's fingertip grew brighter and more unstable. When the timing was right, it softly spoke, Frostfall Starstorm. The moment the skill activated, the entire cave shook from a terrifying ice explosion. A white shockwave carrying countless sharp ice fragments swept across everything in its path. The charging beetle swarm was crushed and frozen into tiny particles in an instant. Watching the incredible power of the new skill, Lin Zi smiled in satisfaction. Even his soul protection barrier was shattered by the aftershock. He could only marvel inwardly. This attack truly exploded in every sense of the word. The system quickly sent notifications after a huge number of monsters were eliminated. The Ice Crystal Soul advanced to rank 3, stage 2, and its growth increased by 5, from 84 to 89. To evolve into a Snow Maiden, it needed to reach 100. Current skills: Ice Spike, Frozen Chain, Frozen Domain, Ice Shield, and Frostfall Starstorm. Looking at the results, Lin Zi immediately reached a conclusion. Real battles not only increased levels, but also improved growth, although the progress was not very fast. However, with the endless armored beetles inside this cave, this place was practically a perfect training ground for the Ice Crystal Soul. Just as he was calculating, a deep and heavy sound, far stronger than ordinary beetles, suddenly echoed from deeper inside the cave. A powerful gust followed, blowing away the remaining ice fragments. After the wind passed, several giant armored beetles with massive bodies and powerful auras slowly emerged, blocking the path deeper into the cave. Their green eyes locked onto Lin Zi. Crossing his arms, Lin Zi calmly observed them. Looks like the real king is about to appear. The Ice Crystal Soul immediately flew in front of him, gathering icy energy in its hands and preparing to defend. Lin Zi nodded slightly. Now that we're ready, let's begin. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Jiang Mingshan, Zhang Lei, and Wang Shuiyun had recalled their beasts and escaped safely. Although they survived, fear and exhaustion were still clearly visible on their faces. Wang Shuiyun spoke first, her voice still trembling. We need to report this to the association immediately. This mission's danger level is far beyond rank D. If we delay, Lin Zi will be in serious danger inside. Zhang Lei was still holding on to his anger. He clenched his fists and snapped. Why care about that kid? He chose to show off and throw himself into danger. That's got nothing to do with us. Before their argument could end, a calm and confident male voice suddenly came from behind. A striking young man wearing blue combat gear slowly walked out of the forest. On his chest was a shining bronze shield-shaped badge. The man politely asked, "May I ask if the mission location ahead is the place where the armored beetle extermination mission in Bug Burial Valley takes place?" Then he raised 2 fingers in greeting and introduced himself. Im Lua Da, a bronze-ranked beast tamer. Jiang Mingshan turned around and immediately fixed his eyes on the bronze badge on the man's chest. Shock filled his face. After stammering for a few seconds, he replied, "Yes, that's right. The target is still inside the cave ahead, but I advise you not to enter yet. It's extremely dangerous inside." Luo Da's introduction left both Zhang Lei and Wang Shuiyun stunned. They could not understand why a bronze-ranked beast tamer had appeared in a mission that was only classified as rank D. The 3 of them quickly recalled the Beast Tamer Association's ranking system. Bronze-ranked beast tamers were among the top 30 strongest in the entire alliance. Above them were silver-ranked with around 12 members, while gold-ranked occupied only the top 3 spots. Luada brushed his hair back, unable to hide his pride, and smiled. "That's right. I am Luada, a bronze-ranked beast tamer. The association discovered something unusual about this mission, so they specially sent me here. You could say you've met a true expert this time." Hearing Luada reveal his identity, Wang Xiyun's eyes lit up. "That's amazing. With you here, this mission will definitely be solved." Then she asked carefully, "Can we come with you? I want to witness the strength of a bronze-ranked beast tamer." Jiang Mingshan stayed silent beside her, not daring to object, while Luada kept his confident smile. He walked toward Wang Shuiyun and lightly lifted her chin with one finger, teasing her. With a meaningful smile, Luada said, "You really want to see me fight that badly? Fine. Since you're a beautiful girl, I'll let you come along." His arrogant expression never faded. Then Luada glanced at the 2 men beside her and said coldly, "As for you 2, you're not qualified to follow me." Being looked down on so openly, Jiang Mingshan and Zhang Lei felt dizzy, but instead of getting angry, they shouted together, "No, we are absolutely not going back into that cave." Inside the cave, the Ice Crystal Soul continued firing sharp ice spikes with Ice Burst, eliminating every armored beetle that dared approach. The system kept displaying monster elimination notifications. Not long after, a new achievement appeared. Congratulations, Achievement Beast Slayer obtained. Defeat 100 ferocious beasts. Rewards, 300 achievement points and 1 bug burst card. This item can temporarily raise an insect-type beast by 1 major rank for 60 seconds. Looking at the new reward, Lindsay was surprised. He touched the system interface and laughed. Beast Slayer? I didn't expect I had defeated so many. The name sounds just like a game achievement, but this reward is truly valuable. With that thought, he continued farming experience. After the Ice Crystal Soul cleared another wave of armored beetles, the system announced another level increase. The Ice Crystal Soul reached rank 3, stage 3, and its growth increased from 89 to 94. Lin Z nodded in satisfaction. Only a little more was needed before the Ice Crystal Soul would meet the requirements for its next evolution. Just then, a deep and powerful roar echoed from deeper inside the cave, coming from behind the giant armored beetles. Lin Ze's eyes immediately focused on the darkness ahead. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Then a massive figure slowly stepped out of the shadows. It was an armored beetle far larger than any creature before it. A layer of glossy black armor covered its entire body, looking nearly impossible to destroy. Its blood-red compound eyes and overwhelming aura made every other beetle seem insignificant as it slowly approached. Seeing the enormous monster, Lindsay instinctively placed a hand on the Ice Crystal Soul's head as it stood in front of him. He could not help but think, this thing is truly huge. His surprise quickly turned into caution. According to the mission information, the armored beetle outbreak in Bug Burial Valley had only appeared about a week ago. That meant this Beetle King had only evolved into its current form recently. On the other side, the Beetle King opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and released a threatening roar. The system immediately issued a red danger warning. Information appeared. Beetle King, Dark Insect Type, Rank 4, Stage 1. Lin Z immediately raised his guard to the highest level and calculated whether to fight or retreat. Rank 4. Stage 1 was far beyond his current strength, but giving up now meant losing all his efforts and mission rewards. Just as the tension reached its peak, the ground behind Lin Z suddenly shook violently. With a loud explosion, a humanoid monster made entirely of stone broke through the ground and emerged behind him. Its force created a huge crater, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Through the path opened by the stone creature, 2 figures landed smoothly. It was Wang Shuiyun and Luo Da, the arrogant bronze-ranked beast tamer. At this moment, Lin Ze remained calm, while standing face-to-face with the Beetle King. Seeing Lin Ze was safe, Wang Shuiyun let out a sigh of relief and anxiously asked, Lin Ze, are you all right? Lin Ze only glanced at them and calmly replied, I'm fine. Then he asked back, but why did you come back here? Seeing Lin Ze's cold attitude, Luo Da immediately became annoyed. He stepped forward and spoke arrogantly. Hey, what is a kid like you doing in a dangerous place like this? Move aside. This isn't a place for children to show off. His eyes locked onto the Beetle King with ambition. According to Luo Da, this was a Beetle King Lord, an extremely rare variant of the species. The chance of one appearing at rank 4 was only around 1 in 10,000, and it possessed the ability to command the entire swarm. He smiled confidently. I've been searching for this Beetle King for a long time. Just as Luo Da was about to step forward and show his strength, Lin Ze suddenly stopped him and calmly said, Sorry, I am here to complete the mission of eliminating the beetle monsters in this valley. Please do not interfere. The boss in front of us is my target. As a bronze rank beast tamer sent to handle this urgent mission, Luo Da never expected to be stopped by a high school student. His face instantly darkened. Luo Da coldly asked, Kid, do you know who you are talking to? Before the argument could continue, the Beetle King suddenly attacked. A giant blade-alike leg tore through the air and rushed straight toward the group. However, Luo Da's Earth-type pet, Giant Rock Monster, immediately blocked the attack with its massive body. Luo Da then turned to Lin Ze, raised his bronze badge, and proudly said, I am bronze rank beast tamer Luo Da. No one has ever dared to speak to me with such an attitude. Through his connection with the association system, Lin Ze quickly obtained information about the enemy's pet. Giant Rock Monster was an Earth-type pet with strength at 3rd rank 9th stage. After its first attack was blocked, the Beetle King opened its terrifying jaws and roared. Then its remaining claw swept forward at incredible speed. Even so, Luo Da remained completely calm, clearly trusting Giant Rock Monster's defensive ability. At that moment, an extreme cold chain suddenly appeared and tightly wrapped around the Beetle King's giant claw. Ice Crystal Soul had stopped the second attack in time. Lin Ze crossed his arms and calmly responded to Luo Da's arrogant introduction. Trainee Beast Tamer, Lin Ze. Meanwhile, Ice Crystal Soul continued holding back the monster's attack. Only then did Luo Da remember something. He stared at Lin Ze and asked, You are Lin Ze, the one who chose the hardest trial in the recent evaluation? After a mocking laugh, he continued, No wonder you have some ability. But remember, reaching bronze rank required official training and countless life and death battles. Facing that lecture, Linz kept his usual cold expression. He casually waved his hand and replied, Yeah, I will go through that too. His indifferent answer made Luo Da even more annoyed. What exactly do you mean? While the two were still arguing, Wang Shuiyun suddenly pointed ahead in panic. "Stop arguing. Watch out behind you." Because Luo Da was distracted, he failed to control Giant Rock Monster in time. Taking the chance, the Beetle King used its power to send Giant Rock Monster flying away, and also broke Ice Crystal Soul's extreme cold chain. Luo Da helplessly rubbed his forehead and muttered a few words before becoming serious. He shouted, "Fine, I will show you the real difference between us. Giant Rock Monster, use Soul Art, Earth Heavy Fist." Golden brown rocks instantly rose from the ground and quickly gathered around Giant Rock Monster's body. They covered its two massive fists, greatly increasing their power and weight. According to Luo Da's system data, Giant Rock Monster's combat ability temporarily reached 4th rank 2nd stage. Seeing such a huge increase from just one soul art, Lin Ze slightly frowned. He realized the Beast Tamer world had many special abilities he had never known about. Strengthened by the skill, Giant Rock Monster roared and leaped into the air, its giant fists shining brightly. Carrying a force heavier than 1,000 tons, Giant Rock Monster smashed both fists onto the Beetle King's shell. Earthquake impact erupted, creating a collision that shook the entire cave. The impact filled the cave with swirling dust. When visibility returned, the Beetle King had been forced deep into the stone ground and lay motionless. Seeing Giant Rock Monster defeat the enemy with one strike, Luo Da became extremely pleased. He closed his eyes and enjoyed his overwhelming victory, boasting that mastering Soul Shield to unleash power beyond one's rank was something ordinary people could never achieve, and the gap between them could never be overcome. However, Lin Ze and Wang Shuiyun's eyes stayed fixed on the boss, not because of Luo Da's pride, but because the Beetle King's body was changing strangely. A blood-red glow quickly covered its entire body. Its eyes changed from blue to bright yellow, filled with brutality and killing intent, before it released a roar that shook the whole cave. Immediately after, the monster used the sharp horn on its head to launch a terrifying charge, sending Giant Rock Monster flying dozens of meters away. After being pushed to the edge, the Beetle King completely entered a berserk state. The sound of its teeth grinding together echoed across the cave. The association system instantly updated a warning visible only to Luo Da and Lin Ze. Boss has entered a berserk state. All stats have greatly increased. Combat power has reached 4th rank 3rd stage, and the danger level is extremely high. After entering a berserk state, the beetle charged forward like a mad beast, using its massive body to force Giant Rock Monster back again and again. Feeling the pressure far beyond before, even Luo Da admitted this enemy was extremely difficult. However, he still believed he had a plan. At that moment, Lin Ze and Ice Crystal Soul launched their counterattack together. A rain of ice spikes and 2nd-level soul power impact struck the exposed weakness on the Beetle King's back, creating echoes throughout the cave. Unfortunately, the combined attack only left a tiny dent on the boss' steel-like armor and caused almost no damage. Although the damage was small, the attack only made the monster more furious. It abandoned Giant Rock Monster, knocked it aside, and turned toward Lin Ze and Ice Crystal Soul. Seeing the chance, Lin Ze immediately gave an order as Ice Crystal Soul gathered cold energy to cast Extreme Cold Chain. A giant ice chain instantly wrapped around the Beetle King's horn, trying to stop its advance. But against the power of a 4th rank 3rd stage berserk monster, the chain only lasted a few seconds before being torn apart. Realizing the situation was getting worse, Lin Ze immediately shouted, "Ice Shield." A thick and massive ice shield instantly appeared in front of Lin Ze and Ice Crystal Soul, blocking the boss charge. However, with just one headbutt, the ice shield exploded into countless fragments. Even so, that brief moment was enough for Giant Rock Monster to move behind the enemy and lock the Beetle King down with its giant stone arms. Seeing this, Luo Da regained his confidence, believing the boss was finally under control. But that hope quickly disappeared. Giant Rock Monster could not hold back the enraged monster at all. Its stone arms trembled violently before being thrown away once again. Giant Rock Monster was launched away like a cannonball, crashing into the deep cave wall and leaving a huge hole. More dust and rocks filled the air. When everything settled, Giant Rock Monster was lying motionless on the ground, completely losing its combat ability. Standing at the cave entrance, Wang Shuiyun watched the main pet of a bronze rank beast Tamer get defeated so badly that her face turned pale with fear. She shouted at Luo Da, telling everyone to retreat immediately, because staying would only mean death. Facing such a humiliating defeat, Luo Da gritted his teeth in anger and embarrassment. He stared at the Beetle King and reluctantly said he would spare it today, but would return to settle the score later. However, just as Luo Da was about to leave, Lin Ze and Ice Crystal Soul stepped forward. With a determined voice, he told them to retreat first, while he stayed behind to finish the battle with the boss. Hearing that, both Luo Da and Wang Shuiyun were stunned. Luo Da immediately shouted that Lin Ze was being reckless, because even his enhanced Giant Rock Monster could not defeat the boss. Lin Ze did not waver. He calmly looked at Luo Da and asked, "Didn't you just say your greatest advantage was possessing a strengthening soul art?" Luo Da froze for a moment at the question, but still loudly admitted it was true and asked what Lin Ze was trying to say. Without answering, Lin Zhe silently opened the system interface. Only he could see and activated a special item. Berserk card confirmed activated. In an instant, ancient golden light erupted, forming a mysterious magic formation around Lin Zhe and Ice Crystal's soul. At the same time, he softly said 2 words, "Strengthen." Witnessing this scene, Luo Da was completely stunned. His eyes widened in shock because he never expected Lin Zhe to possess a similar power-boosting ability. Purple icy patterns quickly spread across Ice Crystal Soul's body. Its purple eyes became deeper with a faint pink glow, while its aura skyrocketed under the effect of the Berserk card. Seeing a trainee's pet unleash such terrifying power, Luo Da was speechless. Wang Shuiyun beside him was equally shocked, never expecting Lin Zhe to still have such a powerful, hidden trump card. The system quickly updated the new status. Ice Crystal Soul entered Berserk Enhancement, temporarily reaching 4th rank 3rd stage for 60 seconds. Lin Zhe calculated silently. 1 minute was very short, but using all available skills properly would still be enough to decide the battle. His eyes locked onto the roaring Beetle King ahead as he coldly said, "Pull it here." The final battle officially began. Extreme Cold Chain was cast again. This time, the ice chain was much larger and stronger than before, tightly wrapping around the boss horn. With power equal to 4th rank 3rd stage, Ice Crystal Soul easily pulled the enemy closer, leaving it unable to escape. Watching the struggling monster, Lin Zhe realized that higher ranks greatly increased skill power. However, he knew this strength could not last long, so he decided to strike first. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe fired 2nd-level Soul Power Impact repeatedly, pouring all attacks towards the Beetle King's steel-like head. Wave after wave, countless energy blasts struck the same spot. Lin Zhe had only one thought. If the enemy was too tough, he would keep attacking until it fell. The system also warned that only 40 seconds of enhancement remained. After the endless assault, the Beetle King roared in pain and finally broke the extreme cold chain. Its golden eyes were now filled only with rage. Seeing the boss break free, Luo Da quickly shouted and told Lin Zhe to stop. If he kept wasting soul power like this, he would collapse first. Lin Zhe calmly replied that there was no need to worry. He had only used about half of his soul power. The system interface showed 400 out of 880 soul power points remaining. Hearing that, Luo Da was completely stunned. He could not believe someone who repeatedly used 2nd-level soul power impact still had half his energy left. This meant Lin Zhe's soul strength and soul power were far beyond imagination. Wang Shuiyun was also unable to hide her shock. She began hoping that with Lin Zhe's talent, they might truly defeat the Beetle King this time. Back on the battlefield, a wave of cold energy silently approached behind the boss as it prepared to counterattack. Ice Crystal Soul raised one finger and condensed a dazzling 7-colored energy sphere filled with destructive power. Its strongest skill, Frost-Shattered Star, was unleashed once again. The terrifying ice attack shot directly at the Beetle King's head from close range. A massive explosion erupted, instantly swallowing the monster's head in destructive force. The explosion sent the Beetle King crashing backward. Its head shook violently, and green liquid even spilled from its mouth. The shockwave spread across the entire cave, forcing Wang Shuiyun and Luo Da, who were watching from afar, to step back several times. Seeing that power, Luo Da could not hide his astonishment. He muttered that he had never seen a pet with such strength before, then suddenly fell silent as if he realized something. Noticing his strange expression, Wang Shuiyun immediately asked what was wrong. Luo Da turned to her and began explaining a theory based on ancient records he had once read. According to legend, the mythical era was filled with wars between supreme creatures. To end the chaos, ancient humans combined the power of 5 elements and created the 5 strongest elemental beasts. After completing their mission, all 5 disappeared without a trace. Luo Da suspected that Lin Zhe's Ica-type pet might be connected to that legend. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe had no idea others were speculating about Ice Crystal Soul's origin. He continued controlling the battle, while the system announced only 30 seconds of enhancement remained. He coldly decided it was time to finish the boss. Ice Crystal Soul clasped both hands together, and countless giant ice spikes quickly formed in the air. The purple glow in its eyes grew deeper, signaling the final strike. After suffering countless attacks, the Beetle King finally became afraid. It desperately broke the ice covering its body, and turned to flee deeper into the cave. Realizing its intention, Lin Zhe immediately combined Soul Power Impact with ice spikes and shouted, "Still trying to run?" 2 attacks, one from a soul art and one from his pet's skill, struck almost at the same time toward the weakness on the Beetle King's back, where giant rock monster had previously created a wound. When the dust cleared, a deep hole appeared on the boss' hard shell, almost completely breaking through its defense. The entire cave fell silent. The violent light in the Beetle King's eyes slowly faded. Then Lin Zhe's system announced, "Congratulations, player has defeated the first boss, Berserk 4th rank 1st stage Beetle King." Behind him, Wang Shuiyun cheered excitedly and kept praising Lin Zhe for defeating a 4th rank boss alone. Luo Da could only stand there with an ugly expression, because all attention now belonged to the young man. After delivering the final blow, Ice Crystal's soul began staggering. The enhancement light around its body quickly disappeared as the Berserk card effect ended. Seeing Ice Crystal Soul about to collapse from exhaustion, Lin Zi immediately caught her and gently praised her. At the same time, the system announced Ice Crystal Soul had reached 3rd rank, 5th stage, and its growth rate reached 100. The evolution condition was also unlocked. With 10 advanced ice crystals, Ice Crystal Soul could evolve into Snow Girl. Looking at the little girl peacefully sleeping in his arms, Lin Zi could not help but smile warmly. He thought her growth reaching 100 happened faster than expected. Once he prepared enough materials, Ice Crystal Soul would soon complete her evolution. Gently patting her hair, he promised that after she recovered, they would search for the materials together. At that moment, the system displayed a new achievement reward. The reward for defeating the first boss included 500 achievement points, 1 small recovery potion, and 10 advanced ice crystals. Seeing the system provide the full evolution materials without needing to collect them himself, Lin Zi became extremely excited. He praised the reward for being incredibly generous. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder from behind. Luo Da's hesitant voice sounded as he asked to discuss something privately. Seeing Luo Da's awkward and embarrassed expression, both Lin Zi and Wang Shuiyun were confused about what he wanted to say. Without wasting words, Luo Da pointed at the Beetle King's corpse and quietly begged Lin Zi to give him the credit for defeating the boss. Hearing Luo Da's request, Wang Shuiyun immediately objected. She believed the credit clearly belonged to Lin Zi and could not be twisted around. Before she finished speaking, Luo Da quickly interrupted and offered 100,000 alliance coins for the achievement. Lin Zi calmly considered it. He quickly understood that Luo Da was sent by the Beast Tamer Association to handle this mission. If he reported failure while a trainee took the credit instead, his future development would definitely be affected. Meanwhile, Lin Zi also needed money to prepare for his second pet, so the 100,000 coins were indeed worth considering. Seeing Lin Zi stay silent for too long, Luo Da became anxious and kept asking for his answer. Lin Zi remained thoughtful, believing he should not agree immediately and might still negotiate for more. To make his offer more convincing, Luo Da sincerely explained that 100,000 alliance coins was money he saved from half a year of missions. The original mission reward was only around 40,000 coins, so his offer had already exceeded the actual value. After that, Da seriously promised he would remember this favor as a debt of gratitude to Lin Zi. Hearing that, Lin Zi finally smiled and nodded in agreement. In his mind, a good relationship with a bronze rank beast tamer was worth more than the money in front of him. The two quickly completed the transfer. When his phone confirmed the payment, Lin Zi verified that he had received the full 100,000 alliance coins. Just then, a sharp wind sound from above suddenly caught his attention. The three of them looked up together and saw someone riding a dark brown eagle floating above the cave entrance. The person quickly landed on the ground, and the three immediately walked over to greet him. The moment Luo Da saw him, he recognized his identity and respectfully greeted him. The newcomer was He Zhenwen, the examiner who had previously hosted Lin Zi's evaluation. Wang Shuiyun also quickly noticed the silver rank badge on him and was shocked that she had the chance to meet a silver rank beast tamer today. He Zhenwen only nodded slightly at Luo Da before turning his eyes toward Lin Zi. He smiled and said that they had met again. Hearing He Zhenwen's words, Luo Da was even more surprised to learn that Lin Zi actually knew a silver rank senior. Lin Zi also politely returned the greeting and addressed him as Senior He. While Luo Da was still shocked, He Zhenwen calmly asked Lin Zi's name again to confirm it, then looked around the scene and said it seemed the mission here had already been resolved. Hearing that, Luo Da immediately stepped forward and claimed credit, saying he had completed the mission and fortunately prevented any casualties. However, He Zhenwen secretly observed the Beetle King's corpse. He clearly remembered Ice Crystal Soul had only been 2nd rank during the previous evaluation. No matter how talented Lin Zi was, he could not defeat a 4th rank boss alone. In his opinion, this victory was definitely the result of cooperation between Lin Zi and Luo Da. After considering the situation, He Zhenwen seriously apologized on behalf of the Beast Tamer Association. He admitted the evaluation department had misjudged the danger level and mistakenly classified the mission as rank D, causing the participants to face unexpected risks and damaging the association's reputation. In response, Lin Zi only smiled and politely said everything had passed and there was no need to worry. He also took the initiative to add that everyone survived because Luo Da arrived in time to help. Hearing this, Luo Da immediately followed along and smiled, saying helping fellow beast tamers was only the right thing to do. Watching the entire conversation, Wang Shuiyun could only admire Lin Zi in her heart. To her, Lin Zi knew how to handle situations smoothly while preserving others' dignity. His emotional intelligence was truly impressive. After apologizing on behalf of the association, He Zhenwen proposed compensation. He announced that Lin Zi would receive an additional 100,000 alliance coins, while the association would take back the Beetle King's corpse for research. Hearing about the compensation, Luo Da could only stand there stunned. He felt bitter seeing Lin Zhe receive another 100,000 coins from the association, after already taking the same amount from him, not to mention gaining He Jianwen's favor. Lin Zhe scratched his head awkwardly, then happily accepted the support offered by the association. He understood this was not just simple compensation, it was also the association's way of making up for its mistake and showing appreciation for a talented young person. With benefits like these, refusing would only make things more complicated. The transfer was completed quickly. Lin Zi's phone immediately showed that he had received another 100,000 alliance coins from the Beast Tamer Association. He Zhenwen also reminded him that if he ever faced difficulties or needed help, he could directly find him at the association. After finishing his reminder, He Zhenwen walked toward the Beetle King's corpse without saying anything else. He casually lifted the giant boss corpse onto his shoulder as if it weighed nothing, then rode away on his eagle. The scene left Lin Zhe completely shocked, because the physical strength of a silver rank senior was truly beyond imagination. When the three left the valley, the sunset covered the scenery in a peaceful golden-orange light. On the way, Luo Da laughed and joked that Lin Zhe had gained an incredible amount today, earning a total of 200,000 alliance coins. Lin Zhe smiled and added that besides the money, he also had the favor Luo Da promised. Luo Da laughed helplessly and patted his chest, promising he would never break his word. Then he said goodbye because he still had things to handle and prepared to leave. In just moments, Luo Da rode his Black Panther straight into the forest. Only Lin Zhe and Wang Shuiyun remained. She looked at him with admiration and said this trip was truly worthwhile because she had met two experts from the association. Before parting, Wang Shuiyun expressed her determination to train harder and become stronger, hoping she could accept missions with Lin Zhe together in the future. Lin Zhe also smiled and waved goodbye, believing the two would definitely meet again someday. After completing his first mission, Lin Zhe returned to Pinghai City. On the way, he looked at his increased balance and calculated that with 200,000 alliance coins, he might have enough to buy a Brank potential pet. After returning to the city, his first stop was the largest pet shop in Pinghai, called Searching God Pet Store. A female employee immediately approached with a professional smile and asked how she could help. Lin Zhe went straight to the point and said he wanted to buy a pet. The employee smiled and led him to the display area. The two went to the second floor, where countless glass cages and breeding areas displayed many different kinds of pets. The employee explained that most common species and even some rare breeds were available for customers to choose from. She also told Lin Zhe that he could freely look around and consider his choice before buying. Looking around, Lin Zhe saw many pets such as flame boar, stone monkey, and other species for sale. However, after observing carefully, he quickly realized that in a third-level city like Pinghai, Brank potential pets were almost the highest level available. As he looked at several pets, the system immediately analyzed their data. Bone-cutting beast, bone cockroach, an animal-type pet with D-rank potential, and no hidden evolution path. Mushroom spirit, a plant-type pet, also only had D-rank potential with no hidden evolution route. At the next glass cage, Lin Zhe found a small creature floating like a flame. The system identified it as Flame Spirit, a fire elemental pet with Brank potential, and a hidden evolution path toward Hell Messenger. However, he quickly concluded that this evolution was still far below Snowgirl's King rank destination in Ice Crystal Soul's evolution chain. Seeing the customer thinking for a long time, the female employee immediately came over and introduced it enthusiastically. She explained that Flame Spirit was a highly sought-after Brank pet, and because it was rare, its price reached 160,000 alliance coins. Even Lin Zhe was slightly surprised by the number. She continued explaining that the price already included the basic materials needed for its next evolution, which was why it was so expensive. However, Lin Zhe still had no intention of buying immediately. He wanted to check more options. He suddenly remembered Little Snowball from before, which was originally rated Frank with no recorded evolution path. This made him realize the association's potential rankings were only based on current knowledge and might not reveal the full truth. Thinking of this, he moved to the area displaying less impressive pets. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a special warning. A pet with a hidden king rank evolution path has been detected. This message instantly changed Lin Zhe's expression because of the unexpected discovery. Following the system's guidance, he found the target and felt strangely familiar. In front of him was only a brown earth-colored stone, quietly sitting in the corner, looking completely ordinary. The system displayed its name as Stubborn Rock Monster, an earth rock-type pet with Drank potential. Following the normal evolution path, it would evolve into Giant Rock Monster, then Mountain Giant, becoming known for its massive body, physical strength, defense, and resistance against basic elements. However, what truly caught Lindsay's attention was the hidden evolution path. This route could allow stubborn rock monster to evolve into rock demon, then ancient earth spirit, and finally divine earth lord with divine rank. This path awakened an ancient bloodline, granting extreme close combat power and advanced earth element control. The next form of this hidden evolution was rock ghost. The requirements to activate this evolution path were reaching 100 growth, obtaining 20 pieces of mid-level earth element essence, and 500 kilograms of spirit nourishing soil. After reading all the information, Lindsay remained calm on the outside, but he was extremely satisfied inside. He suddenly realized that giant rock monster was the same pet Luo Da had used before. It turned out that the giant stone creature had started from such a small, stubborn rock monster. However, Luo Da clearly only knew the normal evolution route and had no idea this seemingly ordinary creature could reach divine rank. Thinking about his team, Lin Ze judged that Ice Crystal Soul, after evolving into Snow Girl, would focus on magic damage, wide area control, and mobility, like a true mage. Therefore, Stubborn Rock Monster's development path focused on close combat, defense, and earth element control would perfectly fill the weaknesses in his team. Seeing Lin Ze staring at the small stone for so long, the female employee smiled and picked it up to introduce it. According to her, Stubborn Rock Monster was a common choice for beginner beast tamers because it was easy to raise, could still fight normally, had cheap evolution materials, and currently only cost around 8,000 Alliance coins. Without any hesitation, Lin Ze made his decision. He chose to buy Stubborn Rock Monster and requested 20 pieces of mid-level earth element essence and 500 kilograms of spirit nourishing soil for his future evolution plan. Hearing the list of materials Lin Ze requested, the employee could not hide her surprise. She asked again to confirm whether he truly intended to use them for Stubborn Rock Monster, because those materials far exceeded normal evolution needs, especially since mid-level earth element essence was extremely expensive. Investing in a drank potential pet seemed like a huge waste to her. Since he could not reveal the existence of the system, Lin Ze calmly took out his payment card and explained that the materials were gifts he was buying for a friend. Soon after, the payment machine confirmed the transaction. After paying, Lin Ze's account only had a little over 20,000 Alliance coins left. Although he kept a calm expression, his heart was aching because the evolution materials cost even more than the Stubborn Rock Monster itself. After completing the procedures, the employee gave him a black stone and explained that it was a sealing stone, used to shrink pets for easier carrying. Stubborn Rock Monster immediately shrank into a small stone that neatly rested in Lin Ze's palm. At that moment, a contract light surrounded both of them. The system announced that the contract with the second pet was complete and rewarded 300 achievement points, raising his total to 550. Time quickly changed from daytime into a quiet night. Returning to his dorm room, Lin Ze sat cross-legged on the floor. In front of him was the sealing stone containing Stubborn Rock Monster and all the materials he had purchased. He softly called it out. From the sealing stone, the small Stubborn Rock Monster quickly appeared. The system immediately checked its status and reported that it was at first rank first stage, with only 12 growth, and reaching maximum growth would require 880 achievement points. Meanwhile, Lin Ze currently only had 550 achievement points. The system also allowed these points to be converted into energy to increase his pet's growth. Lin Ze decided to raise its growth level first. He placed his hand on Rock Monster and transferred achievement points into its body. As the energy flowed in, its small body began to tremble. The system showed that 880 points were needed, but he did not have enough. After using all 550 points, Rock Monster reached Tier 2 Stage 2, and its growth increased to 75. After completing the first step, Lin Ze rested his chin and stared at the little creature. It looked silly and harmless, yet it carried a bloodline capable of evolving into a god-level existence. After absorbing the energy, Rock Monster also became much smarter, constantly looking around with curiosity. Soon, its eyes were drawn to the evolution materials beside it. Lin Ze smiled and tempted it, saying that eating everything here would make it much stronger. Rock Monster did not hesitate at all. It grabbed the first earth element essence and happily chewed it down. Seeing it finish one portion, Lin Ze pointed at the brown spirit nourishing soil nearby and reminded it that there was still more material left. However, Rock Monster had no interest in spirit nourishing soil. After finishing all 20 portions of earth element essence, it rolled aside and closed its eyes, ready to sleep. The scene made Lin Ze furious. He jumped up and shouted, blaming it for being picky after he spent so much money on these materials. But Rock Monster stubbornly bounced around, strongly protesting against eating dirt. After failing to persuade it, Lin Ze kept a cold expression but decided to use a tougher method. A blue spatial gate filled with cold air quickly opened beside Rock Monster. Rock Monster stared at the strange portal in confusion. Lin Ze calmly spoke. If it refused to eat, then its big sister would have to teach it a lesson. A moment later, Ice Crystal Soul stepped out from the pet space with glowing red eyes, making the little stone instantly tremble in fear. Although clearly intimidated, Rock Monster still refused to fully surrender. Lin Z secretly thought that Ice Crystal Soul had recovered well after yesterday's battle, since she still had enough strength to discipline her new little brother. Even after being overwhelmed by Ice Crystal Soul's pressure, Rock Monster refused to give in. Its stubborn nature made it charge forward, seemingly wanting to challenge its senior. A sharp cracking sound echoed through the room. Ice Crystal Soul had already prepared an ice staff made by herself. She lightly tapped its head once, but that was enough to make Rock Monster clutch its head in pain. With no other choice, the little stone used the ultimate move of every child, crying loudly. Watching this realistic lesson, Lin Zhe could only shake his head helplessly. This little guy was even more stubborn than he expected. After the painful hit and pressure from its senior, Rock Monster finally gave in. While sobbing, it obediently returned to the evolution materials. Feeling wronged, it reluctantly ate all 500 kilograms of spirit-nourishing soil. Perhaps because it consumed too much too quickly, its body started reacting badly, and its face turned pale like it was about to vomit. Just as Lin Zhe was worried, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Rock Monster had absorbed all materials. Its growth reached 100, and it officially began evolving into Rock Demon. The little stone's eyes turned completely red. A dark crimson aura filled with violence and evil energy erupted from its body. Lin Zhe immediately stepped back as black light covered its entire body during the intense transformation. Its body rapidly grew larger, transforming from a round stone into a humanoid creature made of black rock. Its strong muscles, massive body, and fierce face completely erased its former gentle appearance. The tiny rock monster had now become a powerful rock demon. The system updated all new information. Rock Demon belonged to the Dark Earth element at Tier 2 Stage 9, with growth reset to 0. It possessed skills like Earth Spike, Stone Thorn, Rock Bullet Shot, and Mud Bomb. Its next evolution path was Ancient Earth Spirit, requiring 100 growth and high-grade Earth Element Essence. Seeing the result matched the hidden evolution path predicted by the system, Lin Zhe crossed his arms in satisfaction. He thought that if Ladat saw this, he would never believe his ordinary giant rock monster could evolve into such an overpowered form. However, Lin Zhe quickly noticed something wrong. Rock Demon was not looking at its master, but instead stared at Ice Crystal Soul with hostility. It let out a low growl filled with provocation. Sensing things were about to get out of control, Lin Zhe immediately shouted to stop it. But Rock Demon completely ignored his command. It instantly used Earth Spike, causing countless sharp earth spikes to burst upward from the floor, targeting Ice Crystal Soul floating in midair. Ice Crystal Soul reacted instantly and flew high into the air, avoiding the entire attack. Not stopping there, Rock Demon charged forward at incredible speed, using its own head as a weapon to ram straight at its opponent with a shocking impact. Just as the attack was about to land, a transparent ice shield appeared in front of Ice Crystal Soul, completely blocking the strike. Rock Demon froze in place, staring at the ice shield in confusion, unable to understand what had happened. Although the attack was blocked, the impact was still powerful enough to crack and dent the wall behind them. Seeing the destroyed room, Lin Zhe felt a massive headache. Training battles were acceptable, but attacking each other without orders was something that needed serious discipline. Just as he was about to step in, the system sent another notification. Ice Crystal Soul had met all conditions to evolve into Snow Woman, and the final decision belonged to Lin Zhe. After a brief surprise, he immediately confirmed the evolution. The system instantly deducted 10 high-grade ice crystals as materials for the evolution. This time, Ice Crystal Soul was covered in pure icy blue light, completely opposite to the dark red aura released by Rock Demon earlier. A moment ago, Rock Demon was aggressively attacking its opponent. Now, it had to raise its arm to shield its face from the overwhelming pressure released by Ice Crystal Soul's evolution. The fierce expression on Rock Demon's face quickly turned into panic. It could clearly sense that the aura before it had surpassed its own strength. At that moment, the system announced, "Evolution successful." As the light faded away, the small Ice Crystal Soul disappeared. In her place stood Snow Woman, with stunning beauty, long platinum hair, deep purple eyes, and an elegant ice dress. Her cold yet noble aura had reached a completely different level. The system immediately updated Snow Woman's new status. She now possessed the Divine Ice attribute and had risen to Tier 4 Stage 1, surpassing an entire major realm, while her growth reset to 0. All previous skills were enhanced. Ice Spike evolved into Ice Blade Dance. Extreme Cold Chain evolved into Absolute Ice Lock. Extreme Cold Domain became Snow Prison Descent. Ice Shield evolved into Ice Crystal Mirror, which could reflect part of incoming damage. And Frost Starfall created countless falling ice blades that dealt massive area damage. She also awakened Cold Breath and Blizzard Storm, both powerful control and attack skills. After completing her evolution, Snow Woman silently stared at Rock Demon with eyes as cold as ice, showing no emotion. Lin Zhe quickly realized that all of her skills had reached a completely new level. Their power was no longer comparable to before. Unfortunately, Rock Demon was the one who had to test that strength firsthand. Feeling the terrifying pressure ahead, Rock Demon's stone body trembled slightly. Its previous aggression was completely replaced by fear. In an instant, ice spread from the ground and locked Rock Demon's legs in place. This was the effect of Snow Woman's cold breath. Seeing this, Lin Zi coldly gave an order, determined to teach his new pet a lesson it would never forget. He ordered her to use Frost Starfall. Countless giant crystal-clear ice blades appeared in the sky, floating above Rock Demon's head. The deadly cold made it realize that resisting any further would lead to a disastrous outcome. Finally, Rock Demon slowly dropped to one knee before Snow Woman, officially showing its submission. After confirming that it was completely defeated, Lin Zi finally walked over. He seriously warned that from now on, Rock Demon must obey every command without exception. If it continued acting recklessly and refused to listen, he would not hesitate to cancel their contract immediately. Hearing this warning, Rock Demon became even more frightened. Lin Zi stared directly at it and asked one final time in a commanding voice whether it would submit or not. Standing beneath countless ice blades still hanging above its head, Rock Demon had no choice but to bow deeply before Lin Zi, showing absolute submission. Seeing its attitude change, Lin Zi nodded in satisfaction and reminded it that this lesson must never happen again. Following Snow Woman's will, all the ice blades in the air quickly melted into countless tiny ice particles before disappearing. Right after that, Rock Demon turned around and lowered its head before Snow Woman, officially accepting her position as its big sister. Just as everything settled down, loud knocks suddenly came from outside the dorm room, followed by an angry voice, demanding Lin Zi open the door immediately. When the door opened, a tall neighbor with a furious red face was already waiting outside. He angrily questioned the late-night noise and the vibrations caused by the battle between the two pets. Knowing he was at fault, Lin Zi immediately apologized and promised to cover all the damage. However, the neighbor took the chance to demand 300,000 alliance coins. He claimed this was not the first time Lin Zi had caused trouble, so he insisted on receiving the full amount. Hearing the number 300,000, Lin Zi was completely stunned. He never expected such an outrageous demand. The neighbor became even more aggressive, threatening that if Lin Zi failed to pay within 3 days, he would face the consequences. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly froze after seeing Rock Demon standing behind Lin Zi. Its massive black stone body and blood-red eyes, filled with killing intent, instantly silenced him. Rock Demon slowly raised its giant stone fist, releasing such overwhelming pressure that the neighbor was left speechless. The neighbor's face was filled with shock, his mind completely blank, as he wondered what terrifying creature this was. Right after that, Rock Demon suddenly threw a punch straight toward the neighbor. Luckily, Lin Zi reacted fast enough and stopped the fist right before it touched the man's collar. The neighbor turned pale and tremblingly asked what kind of pet this was. Looking at Rock Demon still overflowing with killing intent, Lin Zi could only force a smile and explain that he was still adjusting its condition. He then carefully asked if the wall damage compensation could be discussed. At that moment, Rock Demon deliberately stepped forward again, releasing pressure as if it would attack the moment Lin Zi gave the order. Faced with this scene, the neighbor became terrified. He quickly waved his hands, withdrew all compensation demands, and nervously said that they should pretend nothing happened. Hearing the neighbor back down, Lin Zi smiled and praised him for being such a generous person who did not care about small matters. That night, the scene returned to Lin Zi's room. The room was still a complete mess after the battle and had not been cleaned or repaired. Lin Zi slept peacefully on the bed, with a shrunken snow woman beside him, while Rock Demon was punished to sit against the wall and guard the room all night. Soon, morning arrived, and sunlight covered the entire dormitory. Lin Zi woke up and was surprised to find Snow Woman had already been awake. She was holding his phone and happily watching music videos of a female idol group. Just then, the phone rang. It was Guan Ning calling. She hurriedly reminded him that today was the entrance exam for Ningjiang Beast Tamer Academy and asked if he had forgotten. Hearing this, Lin Zi immediately checked the time, realizing he had slept until almost noon. On the most important day, he panicked and told Guan Ning they would meet at the school gate. Not long after, he arrived at the entrance of Binhai No. 1 High School. A bus from Ningjiang Academy was already waiting outside, and all qualified students had gathered, preparing to depart. From afar, Guan Ning immediately spotted Lin Zi and happily waved at him. Lin Zi smiled and walked over to her. At the same time, he noticed many eyes watching him with different emotions. Ignoring the surrounding discussions, Lin Zi calmly walked forward. Some people thought he was too arrogant for arriving late on such an important day. Others immediately defended him, reminding everyone that Lin Zi was the first student in school history to pass the super levels assessment, so being slightly late was nothing worth criticizing. At that moment, the homeroom teacher suddenly appeared with a fierce expression. Without saying much, she delivered a loving punch to Lin Zi's cheek and scolded him for oversleeping again. Before he could dodge, Lin Zi took the hit directly, leaving his cheek swollen red. He could only hold his face and smile awkwardly, explaining that he had been too busy recently and was exhausted. The teacher leaned closer and lowered her voice, so only they could hear. She was not concerned about him oversleeping, but whether Lin Zhe had mastered the basic soul arts she had taught him. Standing nearby, Guanning watched the two whispering while Lin Zhe kept nodding. She had no idea what they were discussing. After their private conversation ended, the teacher stepped to the front of the bus and announced that it was time to depart for Ningjiang Academy. She encouraged everyone, saying they were the best students of Binhai No. 1 High School. Although this year's entrance exam was expected to be harder than before, she hoped everyone would give their best and show their full potential. However, she reminded them not to put too much pressure on themselves, because no matter the result, they would always be the school's pride. Those sincere words quickly boosted everyone's morale. All students were filled with determination and confidence for the upcoming exam. Lin Zi also smiled slightly. His teacher's encouragement strengthened his resolve even more. Before he boarded the bus, she looked at him with expectation and hoped he would become the school's greatest pride in this year's entrance exam. The bus slowly started moving, following winding mountain roads toward Ningjiang Academy. During the trip, Guanning asked why Lin Zhe had almost disappeared recently. He then remembered he had been busy with missions, training soul arts, and developing his pets, completely forgetting to reply to her messages. He could only smile awkwardly and apologize for being too busy. Guanning did not blame him at all. Instead, she smiled understandingly and excitedly revealed that her flame demon eagle had successfully evolved. She had been looking forward to sharing the good news with Lin Zhe. Hearing that, Lin Zhe could not hide his happiness either. If everything went well, both of them would have a much higher chance of passing this entrance exam. The bus continued forward. Not long after, everyone arrived at the bustling Jiangning city with modern skyscrapers, creating a completely different atmosphere from peaceful Binhai City. Seeing the prosperous scenery outside, Guanning immediately moved close to the window to look around, accidentally blocking Lin Zhe's view. She excitedly asked if this was really Jiangning. The magnificent scenery amazed her again and again. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe felt slightly awkward because she was standing too close, and his eyes accidentally caught sight of her youthful figure. Before Lin Zhe could answer, Guanning also realized her actions were a little unnatural, and quickly pulled her hand back. She immediately sat properly in her seat, her face turning red from embarrassment. Lin Zhe also did not know what to say, causing the atmosphere between them to become quiet. Sitting behind them, Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xian witnessed everything and could only cover their mouths while laughing, teasing the two of them. The bus finally stopped at the entrance of Jiangning Beast Tamer Academy, a famous school with a massive and impressive campus. As soon as they stepped off the bus, everyone was amazed by the magnificent view of the academy. Liu Xian could not help but praise how beautiful this place was, while Zhang Xiaoyun also looked around with excitement. She thought studying in an environment like this would be a dream. At the same time, someone was sitting casually on a stone statue near the main gate, silently observing the new candidates from above. As the Binhai students moved deeper into the campus, they suddenly stopped and made way for another large group of students with an imposing presence. Leading the group was a tall young man with long light brown hair. The identification data quickly appeared. Li Beiyun from Taiping High School. He immediately reported to the person in charge that all 17 students from his school had arrived. Right after Li Beiyun's group, another group of students entered the academy. The leader was Tan Yong, with a crew cut and a carefree appearance. He loudly reported that all 21 students from Shanghai High School had arrived. Beside him was Guo Xindi, a stylish pink-haired girl, calmly chewing gum and blowing bubbles without caring about anyone around her. Seeing powerful opponents from other schools appear one after another, Liu Xian immediately encouraged Guanning, the greatest hope of Binhai, not to let their presence overwhelm her. Guanning turned to Lin Zhe and received a thumbs-up along with an encouraging smile from him. With renewed confidence, she took a deep breath, clenched her fist, and stepped forward to represent the group. She reported that all 12 students from Binhai No. 1 High School had arrived. In the Shanghai group, a male student crossed his arms and looked over with contempt. He deliberately mocked them, calling them a bunch of country bumpkins. Li Beiyun heard this but remained calm. He calmly explained to the person beside him, while clearly making sure the Binhai group could hear, that Binhai City was only a small and remote city, far less developed than Shanghai or Taiping. Just as the atmosphere became tense, the person sitting on the stone statue suddenly jumped down and landed lightly in the middle of the field. He smiled, waved at everyone, and introduced himself as Zhu Hong, a lecturer at Jiangning Beast Tamer Academy. He was also responsible for this entrance exam and registration process. After confirming all candidates were settled, Zhu Hong raised his hand and began speaking. First, he congratulated everyone for passing the previous Beast Tamer qualification assessment, but also reminded them not to become careless. Zhu Hong's expression immediately became serious as he scanned the crowd. He emphasized that Jiangning Beast Tamer Academy's entrance exam was far harder than the previous qualification test. According to years of statistics, the elimination rate was around 80, meaning only about 10 outstanding candidates today could become new students of the academy. Zhu Hong's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over the candidates. The excitement quickly turned into worried whispers. Liu Xian and Zhang Xiaoyun also became nervous, realizing that with their strength only barely reaching low or mid-trial levels, their chances of passes were extremely slim. Many people started feeling anxious, and Han Xin took the chance to mock that Binhai students should not even dream of passing. Hearing this, Liu Xian immediately became angry and pointed at him, saying the most annoying thing was having to stand together with someone like him. Among the Shanghai group, Tan Yong quietly observed the candidates and asked Guo Cindy if anyone besides the two of them was worth paying attention to. Guo Cindy calmly scanned the crowd and evaluated each person one by one. After a few seconds, her eyes stopped on Li Beiyun, commenting that this person was definitely not simple. Then, her gaze shifted toward the Binhai students. Among them, Lin Zhe caught her attention the most. His calm expression and unique presence made her slightly frown, feeling that he was completely different from the others. The more she observed, the more she felt that Lin Zhe's aura was so deep that it could not be seen through. Even so, she casually chewed her gum and blew bubbles as if nothing happened. Seeing Guo Jindi suddenly stop, Tan Yang followed her gaze and asked what was wrong. She only popped the bubble before slowly answering. Guo Cindy said she only felt that the young man beside Guan Ning seemed to be hiding a power that was impossible to predict. The person she mentioned was none other than Lin Zhe. However, Tan Yang only sneered. In his opinion, Binhai students had always been one level weaker than Shanghai students, so nobody there was worth their attention. As the atmosphere settled down, Zhu Hong stepped forward and continued the announcement. Today, everyone only needed to complete registration and receive their rooms. Each candidate would have a private room in the Academy Hotel. He reminded everyone to rest and prepare for the official exam in the coming days. Then he laughed and added that all meals during the exam period would be provided free by the Academy. After that, candidates were free to explore the school or return to their rooms. The news immediately excited everyone. Zhang Xiaoyun reacted the most, cheering about the free meals and wanting to go eat right away. Guan Ning also turned to invite Lin Zhe to the cafeteria. The academy cafeteria was extremely spacious and luxurious, with many groups of students already eating inside. Lin Zhe, Guan Ning, Liu Xian, and Zhang Xiaoyun quickly found seats. Not far away, two students from another school were eating and chatting. One asked if registration was finished, but the other was focused on Guan Ning's table, amazed by her beauty and figure, even openly admitting she was exactly his type. Hearing his friend speak too loudly, the other student quickly told him to lower his voice and not ruin the school's image. However, he soon admitted that he felt the same way. Meanwhile, Guan Ning had no idea she had become the topic of discussion. She happily placed a large roasted chicken leg into Lin Zhe's bowl, telling him that after the previous mission, he needed to eat more to recover. Soon, Lin Zhe had a plate full of meat in front of him, with barely any vegetables. Looking at the overly generous portion, he could only smile helplessly and say it was already more than enough. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyin and Liu Xian arrived with their trays. After hearing how carefully Guan Ning was taking care of Lin Zhe, Zhang Xiaoyin teased that she was truly considerate, only caring about her cousin while forgetting her two hungry friends. Guan Ning was surprised to see them appear. Liu Xian also joined the teasing, laughing that the two looked just like a couple. Hearing that, Guan Ning's face instantly turned red as she hurriedly denied it, and told them not to talk nonsense. With Liu Xian and Zhang Xiaoyun joining the table, the two nearby male students stared even more at Lin Zhe. One of them complained in frustration that it was too unfair, as Lin Zhe alone had three beautiful girls surrounding him. The other student could only grit his teeth in jealousy, unable to understand why girls liked Lin Zhe so much when he was not bad himself. Just then, a polite-looking male student wearing glasses approached their table. He smiled and politely asked if he could sit with them. Guan Ning immediately looked over and evaluated the newcomer. Although she did not have a good impression of him, she still remained polite and agreed to let him sit. After sitting down, the student introduced himself as Zhu Xiong from Taiping High School. His name happened to match someone who once pursued Guan Ning, but it was only a coincidence. Lin Zhe, who was eating, raised his head and calmly asked what he wanted. Zhu Xiong kept a friendly smile and said he had heard that a student from Binhai passed a super-level assessment. Out of curiosity, he wanted to know if that genius was participating in this exam. Hearing this, Liu Xian immediately became cautious and questioned his purpose. Zhang Xiaoyun also directly suspected that Zhu Xiong was trying to gather information to help his school study their opponents. Facing their suspicion, Zhu Xiong quickly waved his hands and explained that they had misunderstood. He said he only wanted to make friends with talented people and humbly claimed he was nothing special. However, he admitted he was very good at collecting and analyzing information about opponents, because that was an important way to increase the chance of victory. Guan Ning remained cold and simply continued eating. She firmly replied that they had nothing to say about that person and asked Zhu Xiong to leave. Seeing their clear rejection, Zhu Xiong smiled awkwardly and tried to save the situation. He said he actually knew quite a lot about the strongest candidates in this exam. While speaking, Zhu Xiong pointed toward Li Beiyun at another table, who was surrounded by several female students chatting with him. He began explaining that Li Beiyun was a famous genius from Taiping City. 2 months ago, he passed the advanced practical assessment alone. His main pet was Poison Vine Demon, possessing both plant and poison attributes. As for his current strength, it had already reached Tier 3 Stage 1. Hearing this, Liu Xian and Zhang Xiaoyun were completely shocked. They could not believe a high school student could have a pet that reached Tier 3. Zhu Xiong smiled and explained that this was not strange. Li Beiyun came from a famous and wealthy beast tamer family, with top resources and evolution materials. Reaching such a level was completely understandable. Hearing this, Liu Xian and Zhang Xiaoyun felt discouraged. Their opponent was not only talented but also had powerful support. Guan Ning stayed silent, but her heart was shaken. She compared herself with her flame demon eagle. Even after evolving, it had only reached Tier 2 Stage 7, leaving a huge gap between them. Zhu Xiong then shifted his gaze to another table, where Guo Xindi was sitting alone, and introduced her as well. According to Zhu Xiong, Guo Xindi was a genius from Shanghai High School. Only 1 month after forming a contract, she passed the advanced practical assessment. Her pet was the extremely rare steel pattern young dragon, with dual steel and dragon attributes, already reaching Tier 2 Stage 8. Hearing this level, Zhang Xiaoyun was shocked again, and wondered if her own pet could reach that level after half a year. Liu Xian calmly analyzed that steel pattern young dragon probably had a very strong foundation when contracted, and combined with Guo Xindi's powerful mental strength, its growth speed was far beyond ordinary pets. While everyone discussed the outstanding candidates, Lin Zhe remained relaxed, eating calmly while observing the surroundings without much concern. At that moment, the pink-haired girl across the room suddenly turned her head. Their eyes met by chance, and both revealed confused expressions. The girl narrowed her eyes slightly and raised 2 fingers to form a V sign. A small flash of light appeared at her fingertips, like a greeting, or perhaps a subtle challenge. In response, Lin Zhe could only freeze in confusion, unable to understand the meaning behind her strange action. After that, Zhu Xiong continued mentioning another powerful candidate from Shanghai City, Tan Yong. This person possessed an extremely strong dual attribute spirit beast, rumored to even surpass Guo Xindi's steel pattern young dragon. The more opponents they heard about, the heavier the pressure felt for Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xian. Their faces clearly showed worry. Guan Ning suddenly remembered a previous lesson and explained that dual attribute spirit beasts were extremely rare. Most lived in dangerous high-level areas, and taming them was far more difficult. Hearing this, Lin Zi immediately thought of his own rock demon. If he remembered correctly, it possessed both earth and dark attributes. Its future potential was indeed enormous. After introducing most of the powerful opponents, Zhu Xiong finally revealed his real purpose. He smiled and asked if anyone could share something about the person who cleared super difficulty in the Pinghai area. With her straightforward personality, Zhang Xiaoyun immediately pointed at Lin Zi beside her and said he was the one Zhu Xiong was looking for. While eating a chicken leg, Lin Zhe froze when he heard his name. He quickly swallowed his food and firmly said that person was not here today. Under everyone's confused gaze, Lin Zhe calmly added that the person Zhu Xiong wanted was not here, and they did not know him either. The obvious but contradictory answer instantly made the atmosphere strange. Zhu Xiong only smiled. He did not fully believe them, but he stopped asking. He ended the conversation and left after greeting everyone. The moment he turned away, Zhu Xiong's expression became serious. He believed the 4 of them were hiding the truth, and the super difficulty challenger was definitely among them. Zhu Xiong's eyes moved from Guan Ning to Liu Xian, then Zhang Xiaoyun, before finally stopping on Lin Zhe. He silently decided to find a chance to test this cold-looking young man's strength. After Zhu Xiong left, Zhang Xiaoyun curiously asked Lin Zhe why he hid the truth when such an achievement was worth being proud of. Lin Zhe calmly wiped his mouth and explained that hiding his strength was safer. The more attention someone received, the easier it was to become a target. Besides, Zhu Xiong's information might not be completely reliable. Hearing his careful analysis, Guan Ning blushed slightly and admired her brother's cautious nature even more. After finishing their meal and conversation, the 4 of them left the cafeteria and returned to rest, preparing for the upcoming official exam. Before separating, Guan Ning confidently invited Zhang Xiaoyun and Liu Xian to train together tonight, refusing to lose to students from other schools. The 2 girls immediately agreed with raised fists. Guan Ning then looked at Lin Zi shyly and asked if he could come to their room tonight, so the 4 of them could train together. Just imagining 3 girls sharing the same room, Lin Zi's thoughts immediately wandered away. He stood there, stunned with countless questions in his mind, clearly overthinking the situation again. Before Lin Zhe could answer, Gan San, a student from another school, suddenly appeared and boldly slapped Guan Ning on the butt. Everything happened too fast for Guan Ning to react. Gan San laughed teasingly and copied her earlier words, asking if he could come to her room tonight. Gan San's face was full of shameless intent. For someone who valued her dignity like Guan Ning, such harassment was completely unacceptable. She immediately turned around, with burning anger in her eyes, and threw a punch at him without hesitation. But Gonsan had already predicted this reaction. He smirked, blocked the punch with one hand, grabbed Guan Ning's wrist, and said her temper only made him like her more. The two men with him burst into laughter, openly mocking and looking down on them. At that moment, a murderous red glow appeared behind Guan Ning. Lin Ze had arrived. He stared at the hand, holding his sister's wrist, and coldly ordered him to let go. Seeing Lin Ze about to attack, Guan Ning quickly pulled him back and softly warned that fighting on campus would bring severe punishment, asking him to let it go. Hearing this, Gonsan became even more arrogant. He raised a finger in provocation, insulted Pinghai students, and mocked Lin Ze for needing to protect girls because he was weak. The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying punch shot straight toward his face. A loud impact echoed. Lin Ze moved too fast for him to react. The heavy punch smashed into his face, breaking his teeth, twisting his features, and sending blood flying. Gonsan was sent flying like a thrown object. Even after struggling back up, the remaining force knocked him away again. His two companions panicked and shouted his name, then glared at Lin Ze and yelled if he wanted to start a war. Lin Ze ignored their threats. The killing intent around him grew heavier, as his icy voice echoed. He could forgive insults toward himself, but he would never spare anyone who dared touch his sister. Just his presence alone made the other two freeze in fear, leaving them unable to say a single word. Lin Ze remained cold and emotionless, his killing intent showing no signs of fading. He declared that this matter would not end so easily. On the other side, Gonsan held his bruised face with blood still pouring from his nose. He stood up, released his soul power, and shouted that he wanted to fight Lin Ze right now. Just as the situation was about to explode, a hand suddenly grabbed Gonsan's arm. The person stopping him was Li Beiyun. As the leader of the typing team, Li Beiyun sternly scolded Gonsan and told him to stop embarrassing their school. Even when Gonsan tried to argue, he firmly cut him off. Li Beiyun then turned to Lin Ze, admitted that his punch was powerful, and suggested they call it even and end things here. Lin Ze still looked at him coldly and replied that this matter was not over yet. Seeing this, Li Beiyun stepped forward and sincerely promised to handle Gonsan himself. If Lin Ze was still dissatisfied, he could come directly to him next time. Lin Ze's blue aura and Li Beiyun's green energy quietly collided in the air, creating an invisible pressure between them. Wanting to stop things from escalating, Guan Ning gently grabbed her brother's hand and told him they should leave. Lin Ze listened to his sister. Seeing Li Beiyun had shown enough sincerity, he closed his eyes, suppressed his anger, and turned away. Before leaving, he left one final warning, saying they would meet again in the upcoming exam. The four Pinghai students left together. After walking some distance, Guan Ning looked at Lin Ze with admiration and praised how cool he looked earlier. Li Beiyun watched Lin Ze's group leave with a thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, Gonsan kept his grudge and began planning something against him. Night fell over the academy dormitory. The girls' room was still brightly lit, showing the lively atmosphere inside. Laughter constantly came from the shared bathroom, as steam and soap bubbles filled the entire space. Guan Ning, Liu Xian, and Zhang Xiaoyun were bathing together. While washing, Guan Ning complained that they insisted on joining her for a bath. Zhang Xiaoyun smiled mischievously and joked that this was their way of thanking Guan Ning for helping them train all afternoon. Liu Xian immediately agreed, saying Guan Ning's help greatly improved everyone's pets. Some were even close to breaking through to the second rank. Their chances in the exam had improved, so they wanted to repay her. After saying that, the two girls teased her by reaching for the soap. Guan Ning's face turned red as she covered herself and told them not to mess around, but they kept laughing and moving closer. The next morning, all contestants gathered at the academy's main plaza after days of preparation. Each school stood in an organized formation. Teacher Zhou Heng and Xin He appeared again. After confirming everyone was present, Zhou Heng placed his hand on the giant stone tablet and announced good news about this year's contestants before the exam began. But right after that, his expression turned serious as he bluntly called this one of the weakest groups he had ever seen, saying he had no expectations for them. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyun was confused and asked how that could be called good news. Xu Rei, who had been beaten by Lin Ze before, immediately mocked them, saying they lowered the overall standard and had provoked the wrong people. Zhang Xiaoyun gritted her teeth in anger, silently remembering this grudge and deciding she would settle it with him after the exam. Without letting the argument continue, Zhou Heng returned to the main topic and announced that the assessment would take place inside a virtual space created by the Origin Stone tablet. As he spoke, he pointed at the huge red stone tablet behind him, which had started glowing. He introduced the exam's name as the Secret Forest Trial, where contestants would enter a massive primeval forest. Inside that forest were countless dangerous beasts divided into different ranks. Zhou Heng explained that after entering the secret realm with their consciousness, a special interface would appear on each person's arm to record and accumulate points based on the number and rank of beasts they killed. The scoring rules were simple. Rank 1 beasts gave 10 points, Rank 2 gave 20 points, Rank 3 gave 40 points, and higher ranks awarded even more points. He also emphasized that in this forest, contestants could be hunters one moment and targets the next. If their pets were killed inside the secret realm, they would be eliminated immediately. Clearly, this exam was far from simple. With an even more serious tone, Zhu Heng revealed that a giant stone tablet was placed at the center of the forest. The tablet would constantly update the scores and locations of the top 10 players. However, that area was also the most dangerous place, as powerful rank 3 beasts lived there. Anyone without enough strength who entered recklessly would almost certainly be eliminated. He then announced the trial would last 4 hours, and the final result would be based on the ranking at the end. Li Beiyun raised his hand and asked if their only goal was to hunt beasts and earn points. Zhu Heng looked at everyone with a heavy gaze and announced another harsh rule. Besides hunting beasts, contestants were also allowed to fight each other, and the winner would take all the points the opponent had collected. This rule immediately caused an uproar across the plaza. Some people complained it was too cruel, while others said it encouraged contestants to fight each other. Many instantly thought about teaming up to hunt top 10 players, steal their points, and enter the ranking. Tan Yang licked his lips slightly, his eyes filled with battle intent. It seemed he could finally act however he wanted. Standing nearby, Guo Jindi calmly chewed gum. While blowing a bubble, she quietly looked toward Lin Zhe, the corner of her mouth slowly curling into a meaningful smile. Seeing the plaza become noisy, Zhu Heng immediately shouted for everyone to stay silent. He seriously reminded them that real battles outside were countless times more brutal, while this trial only tested survival and adaptability. Anyone without courage could leave immediately. Then he announced an attractive reward. The first-ranked contestant would become the first-year freshman leader and receive many privileges after enrollment. Hearing that title, Lin Zhe's eyes immediately changed as he gained another goal. The position of freshman leader truly interested him. Lin Zhe wondered which genius among those present was qualified to take that position. His eyes moved across Li Beiyun, Tan Yong, Guo Xindi, and even Guan Hin. Meanwhile, Guan Hin lowered her head in thought. She believed that if she could meet Lin Zhe inside the secret realm, even if she failed to enter the top 10, she could still help him collect many points. Noticing Guan Hin was lost in thought, Lin Zhe called her name and told her to use Yunhei Bird's flying ability to quickly find him after entering the secret realm. Once they met up, they would act together. Hearing this, Guan Hin immediately smiled brightly and happily nodded. Zhu Heng looked over everyone and gave his final order. He told all contestants to sit down, stabilize their minds, and prepare to enter the trial. Then he officially announced the start. Everyone quickly sat still. The origin stone tablet erupted with red light, covering all contestants and pulling their consciousness into the secret realm. When Lin Zhe opened his eyes, he was standing inside an ancient and dense primeval forest, with no one else around. He immediately observed his surroundings to understand the current situation. In the distance, a huge red pillar of light rose into the sky, marking the center of the secret realm. At the same time, an information panel appeared on Lin Zhe's right arm, showing an initial score of 0 and 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining. Looking toward the pillar of light, Lin Zhe quickly analyzed the situation. The panel only showed his own score and gave no information about the top 10. To know their locations and scores, he would have to reach the center of the secret realm. However, he decided there was no need to take risks yet, as hunting beasts in safer areas was enough to build points first. Based on his guess, once the top 10 ranking appeared, their locations would also be revealed. At that point, the strongest players would become targets for countless people trying to steal their points. Lin Zhe quickly understood the purpose of this trial. It was clearly a survival competition where everyone was forced to fight for points. In this game, the strongest person would decide everything. As long as he was strong enough, nobody could steal his points. The points of others would eventually fall into the hands of the winner. Therefore, a good start was extremely important. Thinking this, he immediately summoned Rock Demon and Snow Maiden to begin his first hunt. Just then, the sound of teeth cracking and breaking suddenly came from ahead. A two-headed snake suddenly rushed out from the bushes to ambush Lin Zhe. However, it bit directly into the automatic soul shield around him, causing one of its jaws to shatter. It screamed in pain as the system displayed the information. Twin-head forest snake, wild-type beast, rank 1. Seeing the snake writhing in pain, Lin Zhe smiled slightly and decided to keep his soul shield active at all times, as its soul power consumption was almost negligible. He summoned Rock Demon forward. Little Rock appeared with a huge black body like a giant piece of rock. Although it looked clumsy, it carried terrifying hidden strength. After thinking for a moment, Lin Zhe decided to keep Snow Maiden hidden and let Rock Demon fight first. He wanted to test Rock Demon's true power and see if its Earth Dark attribute was worth investing in. As soon as it appeared, Rock Demon locked its eyes on the injured twin-head forest snake and prepared to finish it off. Lin Zhe quickly stopped it. A rank 1 beast only gave around 10 points, and wasting time on it was not worth it. It was better to hunt stronger targets with higher rewards. Hearing that they would target stronger beasts, Rock Demon excitedly slammed its stone fists together, ready for battle at any moment. Even so, Linze still felt worried. Looking at the sky, he silently hoped Guan Xin could find him quickly in this massive forest. Elsewhere in the secret forest, a wild flame wolf at rank 2, second stage had just been burned to ashes. The one who defeated it was Guan Xin and her evolved Yunhei bird, a spirit beast with bright red feathers like flames. After the victory, she checked the panel on her arm. Her score had reached 45 points, with 3 hours, 45 minutes, and 12 seconds remaining. Remembering Lin Zi's instructions before entering the secret realm, Guan Xin immediately ordered Yunhei bird to fly high and search for him. The fire bird spread its wings, soared into the sky, and focused its sharp eyes toward the red pillar of light at the center of the realm. Guan Xin could not hide her worry and only hoped to locate Linze as soon as possible. In the sky, her flame demon bird continued circling and watching every movement below. Soon, everything the spirit beast saw was transmitted back into Guan Xin's mind. Through flame demon bird's vision, the forest was filled with contestants, struggling against groups of fierce beasts. Among them were also groups of monkeys casually playing around, as if they were unaffected by the tense atmosphere. After a while, Flame Demon Bird returned. Guan Xin frowned because she knew a spirit beast could not stay too far from its master for long. She had no choice but to keep moving and rely on luck. She encouraged herself that with Lin Zi's strength, reaching the leading group should not be difficult. Once the ranking revealed locations, she would have a chance to find him. Just then, a huge shadow suddenly rushed from behind, aiming straight for Guan Xin's neck. It was a golden-backed ostrich, with a beak full of sharp teeth like a crushing machine. Reacting instantly, Guan Xin moved aside and narrowly avoided the ambush. The ostrich rushed too far forward and could only continue charging ahead, clearly not realizing its target had already disappeared. Guan Xin recalled the information from the Spirit Beast Library. The golden-backed ostrich was only rank 2, 5th stage, while her flame demon bird had reached rank 2, 7th stage, giving her a clear advantage. Without hesitation, she ordered a counterattack. Flame demon bird immediately opened its beak. A fierce stream of flames shot toward the golden-backed ostrich. Guan Xin thought another 20 points would soon belong to her. But just before the flames hit, a streak of light suddenly cut through the air, blocking the attack and knocking the ostrich aside. Guan Xin turned around in shock and shouted, asking who had interfered. From behind the trees, an arm slowly reached out and caught the returning boomerang. Its owner was a young man with a sinister smile. Beside him stood a barbarian gorilla, a humanoid-type beast at rank 2, 4th stage. He was the same person Lin Ze had taught a lesson before. The man smirked and said it was truly fate that they met again in this situation. Guan Xin pointed at him and mocked him for stealing another person's achievement. He casually replied that the exam rules did not forbid it, then shamelessly declared that he wanted not only her points, but also her. After saying that, he ordered the barbarian gorilla to restrain Yunhei bird. The beast swung the boomerang in its hand and threw it directly toward Flame Demon Bird. Guan Xin hurriedly shouted for her spirit beast to dodge. However, halfway through its flight, the boomerang suddenly changed direction by 180 degrees. Its real target was Guan Xin herself. Even Guan Xin was shocked when she realized she was the true target. Guan Xin immediately stepped back to dodge the sudden attack. But the moment she avoided the boomerang, a strong arm wrapped around her from behind. The young man covered her mouth and laughed proudly, mocking her for dodging so well. Now she had no chance to control the Firebird anymore. Human-type pets were far superior because they were intelligent enough to act on their own. The earlier commands were only a distraction to make her lose focus. At that moment, the barbarian gorilla rushed forward and tightly grabbed Flame Demon Bird's wings with its powerful arms. The man's twisted expression appeared again as he thought about enjoying himself before eliminating her from the trial. Meanwhile, Lin Ze calmly checked the score panel on his arm. He currently had 40 points, with more than 3 hours remaining. Behind him, Rock Demon had casually defeated a wild boar and left it lying in the forest. Suddenly, Lin Ze tilted his head and listened carefully after noticing strange noises nearby. Following the sound, he saw Zhu Xiong and his pet had just defeated a rank 2, 4th stage giant demon ape-type beast. Beside Zhu Xiong was a strange wide-mouthed monster, a rare monster-type pet at rank 2, 7th stage, with a terrifying appearance. In an instant, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed the ape whole. Zhu Xiong smiled proudly and said earning points was as easy as walking around his own yard. His score had just reached 60. Just then, Lin Ze calmly walked out and waved. Zhu Xiong turned around and recognized him from the cafeteria. Lin Ze smiled warmly and called Zhu Xiong by name. Inside, he secretly calculated that his reputation had not spread far yet. Since this person seemed to know a lot, pretending to be clueless and gathering information would be useful. Zhu Xiong looked at Rock Demon and could not hide his surprise. He praised the pet's appearance and asked if it was a rare species because he had never seen one before. However, Zhu Xiong immediately ruled out the possibility that Lin Zi was the rumored person. According to his information, that person owned an anicaps pet. Meanwhile, Lin Zi only scratched his head and smiled innocently, saying his pet was nothing special. He continued acting, claiming it was just a low-level pet that barely evolved into rank 2 after great effort. Hearing this, Zhu Xiong became even more proud and immediately showed off his rare monster-type wide-mouthed beast, which had already reached rank 2, 7th stage. Lin Zi instantly showed admiration, his eyes shining like he had met an idol. Zhu Xiong was flattered and smiled widely. Pretending to be humble, he offered to take Lin Zi with him to collect points, and confidently promised to help him enter the top 10. Lin Zi pretended to be excited and immediately agreed to go with him. Inside, Zhu Xiong laughed coldly with his own plan. He thought this kid was too naive. After using him, he would eliminate him, and all his points would naturally become his. Meanwhile, in another area, the situation had completely changed. Guan Ning suddenly grabbed the arm of the man, holding her. With a clean shoulder throw, she sent him flying forward and slammed him face first into the ground. The man gritted his teeth in pain and cursed angrily. But the moment he raised his head, he froze. Guan Ning's eyes were now as cold as ice, with thick killing intent making him tremble. She coldly reminded him that last time he survived only because of her brother, and he should not think she was someone easy to bully. Guan Ning shouted and activated her demonized state. At the same time, Flame Demon Bird began transforming, while still being restrained by the barbarian gorilla. Fierce black flames erupted and covered Flame Demon Bird's entire body as it rapidly changed. In just moments, it transformed into a much more terrifying demonic form. After completing the transformation, Flame Demon Bird calmly flew into the sky, its burning eyes locked onto the barbarian gorilla. The owner turned pale and screamed for help. Ironically, his famous intelligent human-type pet was now trembling in fear. The terrifying pressure from Flame Demon Bird overwhelmed its survival instincts. It immediately turned around and fled, ignoring its master's desperate shouts. Guan Ning smiled coldly and mocked that having a pet with its own thoughts was not always a good thing. The man turned pale and begged for one final mercy, asking her not to hit the same place where her brother had attacked before. The only answer he received was a miserable scream, echoing through the forest. After knocking him unconscious and unable to fight back, Guan Ning's score immediately increased to 70. She guessed that this man must have collected quite a lot of points before. At the central stone tablet, the ranking was updated again. Li Beiyun led with 170 points, followed by Guo Xindi with 120, Lu Gang with 100, Guan Ning with 70, and Zhu Xiong with 60. Jin He looked at the results and nodded slightly. He believed this year's contestants were truly impressive, as someone had already surpassed 100 points in less than an hour. The scene shifted to Li Beiyun's location. In front of him stood a wild-type striped fierce tiger at rank 3, first stage, completely blocking his path. Facing it was Li Beiyun's plant-type pet, Poison Vine Demon, which had reached rank 3, third stage. The fierce tiger roared and charged forward, swinging its sharp claws at its opponent. Poison Vine Demon only flashed a strange look in its eyes. The next moment, countless vines shot out from its body and wrapped tightly around the tiger's legs. Being restrained drove the tiger mad. It violently pulled and threw Poison Vine Demon high into the air. Without stopping, it opened its mouth and swallowed its opponent whole. Thinking the battle was over, the arrogant tiger landed on the ground. However, Li Beiyun remained calm. He coldly told Poison Vine Demon to stop playing around because they still had more targets to hunt. Right after he spoke, the tiger's body suddenly convulsed violently. Horrifying sounds came from inside, making its eyes widen in panic. In an instant, countless branches pierced through its body from within, sending blood splashing everywhere. The fierce tiger died on the spot, while Poison Vine Demon slowly crawled out from the bloody corpse. It then began absorbing all the remaining blood energy from its prey. A gentle green light quickly covered Poison Vine Demon's entire body. Not long after, the tiger's body completely dried up, while Li Beiyun's score surged to 210 points. He smiled confidently, believing the freshman champion position could never belong to anyone else. At the central area, Guo Xindi and Tan Yong were watching the ranking board. Li Beiyun had reached 210 points, Guo Xindi 120, Lu Gang 110, Guan Ning 90, and Zhu Xiong 70. Tan Yong turned to Guo Xindi and commented that she was still firmly holding second place. Guo Xindi replied that it was only because Tan Yong had given her all the beasts along the way. He himself had barely earned any points. Tan Yong casually said that if he wanted points, he could just steal them from others. Hearing this, Guo Xindi hesitated slightly and asked who they should target first. Tan Yong looked through the list. Li Beiyun was too strong, and challenging him was basically suicide. Lu Gang was an old classmate. Finally, his eyes stopped on Guan Ning's name. The moment Guan Ning was mentioned, Tan Yong's eyes became cold. Guo Xindi suddenly remembered something and asked why the genius Lin Zi was not on the ranking. Tan Yong immediately sneered, saying the genius title was only fake, and there must be cheating behind it. In his opinion, Lin Zhe was someone with fame but no real ability. After saying that, he pointed in a direction and suggested finding Guan Ning because she was nearby. Meanwhile, in the east, Flame Demon Bird had just returned to report to Guan Ning. After hearing the news, she quickly analyzed the situation. On the left was a wind iron mantis, while on the right was an entire group of mane-eating flowers. Guan Ning could not help worrying about her brother, and only hoped to find his location soon in this huge forest. The story returned to Lin Zhe and Zhu Xiong. Along the way, the two encountered a plant-type withered beast at rank 2, 4th stage. Zhu Xiong pretended to be generous, and told Lin Zhe to fight first while he would support from behind. In reality, he planned to wait until Lin Zhe weakened the beast before finishing it off and stealing all the points. Unfortunately, everything went completely different from his plan. Rock Demon did not need any tricks, and only threw one powerful punch. Before the withered beast could react, it was crushed instantly, ending the battle in one move. Even Rock Demon tilted its head in confusion, as if wondering why the opponent was so weak. Behind it, Lin Zhe could only sigh helplessly. Zhu Xiong was completely stunned. The confident smile on his face disappeared instantly, just like his entire plan collapsing. The only question left in Zhu Xiong's mind was, what the hell just happened? The countdown continued, with only a little over 2 hours and 20 minutes remaining. The competition became even more intense. Li Beiyun 290 points, Guo Xindi 200, Lu Gang 170, Guan Ning 140, Liu Dahong 100, Lin Zhe 120, Zhu Xiong 70. At the same time, 17 contestants had already been eliminated. Xin He stared closely at Lin Zhe's name on the ranking board. Just 2 hours ago, he was only ranked 33rd, but after overcoming an extremely difficult challenge, he had suddenly surged into the top 9. From the current situation, the opponent was clearly not ordinary. It seemed they had finally crossed paths. Zhu Xiong immediately made a bitter face and complained, saying he only asked Lin Zhe to attack first, but never expected him to erase the prey so quickly. At least he wanted some points too. Lin Zhe simply turned away and replied briefly, "Sorry." Linz explained that this exam would directly affect their future, so his pets always used their full strength in every battle. If Zhu Xiong needed points that badly, he could handle the next target himself. Zhu Xiong kept calm on the outside, but his anger was boiling inside. He cursed Lin Zhe for acting superior, and decided to find a chance to defeat him and steal all his points. Just then, the system issued a red warning. A rare grade beast had appeared ahead. Lin Zhe immediately became interested, wondering how many points defeating such a rare creature would give. Looking forward, he discovered a golden ancient tree, standing out strangely in the forest. Without saying anything, both Lin Zhe and Zhu Xiong headed straight toward the strange tree. Zhu Xiong became excited the moment he saw it. He rushed forward and declared that this was the golden tree, surely the hidden reward of the exam. But before his excitement could last, 2 enormous roots suddenly shot out from the ground like giant snakes. Lin Zhe reacted quickly and dodged, but Zhu Xiong only managed to scream before being tightly wrapped and hung upside down in the air. He angrily cursed while blood rushed to his head. Immediately after, the golden tree slowly opened its eyes and revealed a huge mouth. The creature's information appeared instantly. Golden withered tree, plant type, rank 3, 9th stage. Zhu Xiang's face turned pale as cold sweat poured down. Realizing he had mistaken the target, he desperately called his wide-mouthed dragon monster to save him. Unfortunately, the wide-mouthed dragon monster was also trapped by the roots and hung beside its master. Zhu Xiong quickly realized his energy was being drained by the vines. With no other choice, he struggled and turned to Lin Zhe, who was calmly watching, begging him to save him. Lin Zhe calmly reminded him of their agreement that each person would handle one target. Zhu Xiong immediately changed his tone, begging and claiming the monster was too strong, and they needed to cooperate to win. Lin Zhe pretended to turn away, and said that with Zhu Xiong's strength, he should be able to solve it himself, then acted as if he was leaving. Zhu Xiong panicked and screamed desperately, begging Lin Zhe not to abandon him. Only then did Lin Zhe stop. Looking at Zhu Xiong hanging in the air, he asked directly, "I can save you, but what will I get in return?" Zhu Xiong gritted his teeth in hatred, knowing Lin Zhe was taking advantage of the situation. However, he forced a flattering smile and promised to reveal an important secret about the top contestants. Lin Zhe only replied coldly with one word, "Tell me." Like grabbing a lifeline, Zhu Xiong immediately revealed that Li Beiyun and Guo Xindi both specialized in soul arts. He still begged Lin Zhe to save him first, then ask anything later. Hearing about soul arts, Lin Zhe immediately thought of the enhancement ability Luo Da had used before and judged this information to be valuable. He then ordered Rock Demon to use Shattering Impact and aim directly at the enemy's abdomen. Rock Demon let out a roar and prepared its attack. In an instant, it shot toward the target like a cannonball. Golden Withered Tree reacted quickly, controlling countless roots to rise and form a wall blocking the attack. Rock Demon smashed through the roots and continued charging forward without slowing down. It gathered all its power into its upcoming punch. However, Golden Withered Tree moved even faster. Hundreds of roots attacked from every direction at once. In the blink of an eye, Rock Demon was completely restrained, turning into a giant cocoon made of roots. Lin Zi frowned slightly. With Rock Demon's rank 2, 9th stage strength, it was still not enough to fight Golden Withered Tree at rank 3, 9th stage. Seeing it unable to escape, he considered summoning Snow Maiden to end the battle quickly. But at that moment, Lin Zi noticed something unusual, and his expression changed. Across from him, Rock Demon was trembling violently as Golden Withered Tree continued draining its life force. Instead of worrying, Lin Zi shouted provocatively, "Rock Demon, is this all you can do? Break free now." Hearing its master's words, Rock Demon's red eyes immediately turned toward him. Golden Withered Tree continued controlling countless sharp roots to attack. In moments, Rock Demon's entire body was covered, with only its red hair still visible. Thick smoke filled the air, and Rock Demon's body slowly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Zhu Xiong turned pale in panic, thinking Rock Ghost had been drained of all its life force. At the same time, the system announced 1 hour and 45 minutes remained, with 27 contestants eliminated. From afar, Qin He watched closely with high expectations, eager to see the true limit of the genius who cleared this brutal trial. At the spot where Rock Ghost had disappeared, energy particles quietly gathered at another location. Even Lin Zi was surprised by this scene. The system announced, "New skill unlocked, Ghost Spirit State, lasting 30 seconds. Zhu Xiong widened his eyes and stared at Rock Ghost's new form in disbelief. Lin Zi slightly raised his lips. He guessed soul types truly came with unique abilities and waited to see how powerful Ghost Spirit was. Feeling challenged, Golden Withered instantly raged and stabbed Rock Ghost with its sharpest branch. However, the attack passed straight through Rock Ghost's blurry body without causing any damage. Even Golden Withered was stunned by the result. After observing carefully, Lin Zi concluded that in Ghost Spirit State, Rock Ghost had no physical form and was immune to physical damage and control effects. He checked the skill panel and found Stone Bullet Shot and Shattering Charge were temporarily unusable, leaving only Earth Spike. Lin Zi immediately ordered Rock Ghost to target the enemy's eyes and abdomen. Without hesitation, Rock Ghost followed the command. Countless sharp stone bullets shot out like rain, striking Golden Withered's eyes and abdomen repeatedly. After taking the full barrage, the giant tree monster staggered down, with its branches and leaves completely destroyed. This allowed Zhu Xiong and his pet to finally escape from the roots. Even so, Lin Zi calmly realized the level gap was too huge, and the damage was still not enough to finish the enemy. After escaping, Zhu Xiong immediately ordered his pet to carry him away, and urged Lin Zi to retreat as well. Deep down, he regretted that if Lin Zi died here, all the points he carried would disappear. Lin Zi only glanced at Zhu Xiong and ignored him. At that moment, Golden Withered let out a roar that shook the entire forest. It went berserk and controlled all remaining branches to attack Lin Zi at incredible speed. Facing the attack, Lin Zi calmly summoned Snow Maiden. In an instant, the us-addressed girl appeared and stood in front of him. Snow Maiden's cold eyes locked onto Golden Withered. Following the command, Blizzard Storm was activated, sending giant ice whirlwinds straight at the monster. As Rock Ghost returned to its physical state, Lin Zi immediately ordered it to use Shattering Charge. Rock Ghost roared and charged through the ice covering the target. Right after that, a powerful punch struck directly into Golden Withered's abdomen. Snow Maiden prepared her next attack, while Lin Zi ordered Rock Ghost to switch into Ghost Spirit State. Right after the transformation, thousands of ice spikes shot out at once, piercing and tearing apart Golden Withered's body. But Lin Zi still did not stop, clenching his fist as he prepared the final strike. Soul Force Impact erupted and struck Golden Withered's core, making it scream in pain before collapsing completely. After the battle ended, only broken branches remained on the battlefield among melting ice, while Golden Withered's body slowly turned ash gray. The system announced, "You have defeated rare-level Golden Withered." At the same time, Rock Ghost advanced to 3rd rank and unlocked a new skill called Spirit Ghost Clone. In Ghost Spirit State, it could instantly create 2 clones with the same power, copying all actions and skills for 10 seconds at a cost of 100 achievement points. After that, Rock Ghost returned to normal form. Lin Zi could not hide his excitement. In his opinion, such an overpowered skill was worth any price. With the clones, his battle power nearly doubled, and Rock Ghost had also reached 3rd rank. This journey toward King level had truly brought him a huge reward. Lin Zi's current score increased to 180, while only 1 hour and 20 minutes remained in the exam. Watching the entire battle from afar, Qin He broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Zi's displayed power was terrifying, especially the I-type pet that appeared. Qin He believed it was very likely a pet with god-level potential. What confused him most was how this young man obtained such a creature. Looking at his score, Lin Zi quickly calculated that a rare 3rd rank beast gave 60 points. With results like this, hiding his true strength was no longer possible. Just then, Zhu Xiong secretly returned with his pet. Seeing the ruined battlefield, he stood there in confusion, unable to understand what happened. When he learned Golden Withered had been defeated, Zhu Xiong was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes quickly locked onto Snow Maiden. He pointed in shock, asking if she was another contestant and which school she came from. Lin Ze realized something was wrong. He had forgotten to recall Snow Maiden after the battle. Now that Zhu Xiong saw her, he had to find a way to explain. An idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Lin Ze pretended to be confused and said he did not know who she was either. He guessed she was a humanoid Ica-type beast and that she defeated Golden Withered. Zhu Xiong became even more confused. He could not understand why beasts would attack each other, then suspected she might belong to someone hiding nearby. Suddenly, he connected the clues himself and panicked, believing Snow Maiden's owner might be the rumored Lin Peng. If that person could defeat Golden Withered, their strength was far beyond theirs, and they might be the next targets. Hearing that wild theory, Lin Ze could only sweat, wondering how Zhu Xiong's imagination had gone this far. He immediately sent a message to Snow Maiden, telling her to pretend to attack him and Zhu Xiong. Snow Maiden was completely confused and did not understand what was happening. Seeing Snow Maiden look toward them, Zhu Xiong screamed in panic, while Lin Ze also nodded with a serious expression. Although she did not understand her master's plan, Snow Maiden obediently launched an ice attack toward the area in front of them. Zhu Xiong was scared out of his mind, convinced the opponent wanted to kill them and steal all their points. While Snow Maiden continued the performance, she kept creating ice blades that flew forward, while Zhu Xiong began calculating every possible outcome. He secretly glanced at Lin Ze and quickly made a selfish decision. If both of them died, it would be a loss, so sacrificing Lin Ze was the best way to escape. The moment he decided, Zhu Xiong ordered his pet to open its mouth and swallow Lin Ze whole. After carrying out his plan, he immediately ran away. Inside the pet's stomach, Lin Ze remained calm and joked like he was on a trip. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiong pretended to be kind, claiming he only did it to protect him. Lin Ze secretly told Snow Maiden to retreat because he was safe, and also recalled Rock Ghost. After running far away, Zhu Xiong finally stopped, placing his hands on his knees and gasping for breath. Seeing Snow Maiden did not chase them, he laughed proudly, believing his plan was perfect. He saved his life and was about to take Lin Ze's points too. However, he failed to notice his exhausted pet, sweating heavily with its stomach growling. Then Lin Ze's relaxed voice came from inside, asking if they had reached safety yet. Zhu Xiong froze in place, unable to believe Lin Ze was completely fine, and stammered in disbelief. Inside the pet's stomach, Lin Ze calmly used Soul Shield as a cushion and replied that nothing happened. He even joked that it was time to leave this VIP room. Zhu Xiong hurriedly tried to stop him, making excuses that the monster behind them was still chasing. Inside, he was completely confused because Lin Ze should have already been dissolved by digestive fluids. At that moment, Zhu Xiong's pet suddenly convulsed violently and lost control, finally opening its mouth and vomiting out a figure covered in sticky liquid. Seeing Lin Ze calmly dust off his clothes, like he had just returned from a walk, Zhu Xiong stared in shock and asked how he escaped. Lin Ze only shrugged and said maybe the pet's digestion was not very good. Then Lin Ze looked at Zhu Xiong and suggested they work together if the monster was still chasing them. Zhu Xiong could only stay silent, wondering how someone could be this unbelievably naive. Seeing him remain silent, Lin Ze continued and realized no monster was chasing them at all. He used the chance to return to the previous topic and asked Zhu Xiong to explain special soul art clearly. Zhu Xiong immediately thought of a way to delay time. He pointed at a stone tablet ahead and suggested they check the rankings while talking. Along the way, Zhu Xiong acted knowledgeable and explained that special soul arts were abilities only a tiny number of gifted beast masters could awaken. These soul arts were completely unique, impossible to learn or record in textbooks, and depended entirely on individual talent. Because they were extremely rare, even ordinary teachers struggled to teach them. After hearing this, Lin Ze continued asking what type of special soul art Guo Xindi and Lebang Yun possessed. Zhu Xiong only replied that their abilities were extremely powerful, then quickly changed the topic to the ranking board. The stone tablet showed the current rankings. Lebang Yun 370 points, Wasindi 340 points, Tan Yong 250 points, Lu Qiang 210 points, Lin Ze 180 points, Guan Ning 160 points, Lu Dahong 140 points, Xing Tian 130 points, Lin Haoyong 120 points, Zhu Sisi 100 points. Only 58 minutes remained in the exam. Looking at the rankings, Zhu Xiong's face darkened because he still had not entered the top 10. However, he quickly calculated that there was still a chance. The 10th place only had 100 points, and stealing Lin Ze's points would almost guarantee his spot in the top 10. Thinking this, Zhu Xiong put on a fake smile and turned to speak with Lin Ze, but the moment he saw Lin Ze's wrist, he froze. Lin Ze's score bracelet clearly showed 180 points, shocking Zhu Xiong completely. He was utterly stunned. The person standing before him actually had 180 points. Zhu Xiong hurriedly looked back at the ranking board, where Lin Ze was ranked 5th with exactly 180 points. Unable to believe his eyes, he stammered and asked for his real name. Lin Ze calmly replied, Lin Ze. Hearing that, Zhu Xiong immediately shouted in anger, realizing he had been fooled from the very beginning. Only now did he connect everything. The person who cleared the super hard trial, the one with 2 pets, and the owner of Snow Maiden were all Lin Ze. From start to finish, he was the only one being deceived. Lin Ze slowly walked forward and calmly reminded him that without his help, Zhu Xiong would have already become food for Golden Withered. Hit where it hurt, Zhu Xiong roared angrily and ordered Wide-Mouth Beast to attack Lin Ze. The pet instantly opened its giant mouth and charged straight toward the target. But at that moment, Rock Ghost suddenly appeared and threw a powerful punch, sending Wide-Mouth Beast flying dozens of meters away. At the same time, Snow Maiden appeared beside him. With a simple wave of her hand, she released freezing energy that covered the entire area. In an instant, Wide-Mouth Beast was frozen into an ice statue. Seeing this, Zhu Xiong's legs went weak and he collapsed. Lin Ze looked at him and calmly said his points were not much, but they were still equal to a 3rd-rank beast, so he would take them. Zhu Xiong panicked completely, begging for mercy and promising to reveal every secret, hoping Lin Ze would spare him. However, Lin Ze only shook his head and turned away. He said he had changed his mind, because no matter what special soul arts those people had, they made no difference to him. Before Zhu Xiong could understand, Lin Ze smiled confidently and declared that none of them were his opponents. Right after that, he ordered Snow Maiden to use ice poison. Zhu Xiong could only let out a furious scream before the attack struck. Under his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness, countless ice blades, carrying deadly poison, pierced straight through his body. Just as Zhu Xiong reached the edge of death, Le Bongyun suddenly appeared. His pet attacked from behind and delivered the finishing blow, killing Zhu Xiong instantly. After that, Le Bongyun calmly walked toward Lin Ze with a confident smile and said he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. Before disappearing completely, Zhu Xiong used his final strength to tell Le Bongyun that the person in front of him was Lin Ze and warned him to be careful of Lin Ze's Ica-type pet. Lin Ze immediately became alert. Staring at Le Bongyun, he thought they had finally met again, and it was time to settle their old grudge. Le Bongyun calmly told Zhu Xiong he could leave without worry. Zhu Xiong gave a bitter smile because his points had ended up in Le Bongyun's hands, but he still felt it was worth it. After saying that, Zhu Xiang's body turned into countless points of light and disappeared from the battlefield. At the same time, his frozen pet also vanished along with its owner. The ranking board immediately updated. Le Bongyun rose to 430 points, while Guo Jindi remained at 340 points. Le Bongyun raised his hand provocatively and demanded Lin Ze show his full strength to decide who deserved to become the strongest new student. Lin Ze casually replied that he had no interest in that title, and whoever wanted it could keep it. Hearing this, Le Bongyun sneered, believing Lin Ze had admitted defeat. He laughed arrogantly and declared that after dealing with Lin Ze, he would continue wiping out everyone else on the ranking board, including Guo Xindi, Tan Yong, Lu Qiang, and Guan Ning. Le Bongyun's face was filled with excitement. He was addicted to the feeling of crushing others and did not want to stop. Hearing the name Guan Ning, Lin Ze immediately thought of his younger cousin. He quickly checked the ranking board, and his expression changed when he saw Guan Ning was in the eastern area with Guo Xindi and Tan Yong. His instincts told him she was in danger. Without wasting another second, Lin Ze rushed forward at full speed. Seeing this, Le Bongyun thought he was fleeing in fear and laughed in disdain. He immediately ordered his pet to stop Lin Ze. Poison Vine Demon quickly released countless vines, tightly binding both Lin Ze and Rock Ghost. Rock Ghost was trapped by the tightening vines, while Lin Ze instantly activated Mental Shield to protect himself. Seeing him fall into the trap so easily, Le Bongyun laughed loudly and mocked Lin Ze as someone with only fame, but no real strength. Following its master's order, Poison Vine Demon began absorbing the power of both targets. The glowing vines shined brighter as Le Bongyun calmly mocked Lin Ze to keep running if he could. Lin Ze gritted his teeth, feeling extremely anxious. Just as Le Bongyun was about to finish the battle, Snow Maiden silently appeared behind him. Feeling the terrifying cold aura, he turned around, but it was already too late. In an instant, Le Bongyun's entire body was sealed in ice. Seeing its master in danger, Poison Vine Demon immediately rushed over to rescue him. Snow Maiden gently moved past it, and in the next moment, Poison Vine Demon was also frozen into a massive block of ice. Taking the chance, Rock Ghost broke free from the vines and charged forward with a powerful punch, crushing Poison Vine Demon's body. Before leaving, Lin Ze coldly looked at Le Bongyun and reminded him that he had no time to waste dealing with him. After saying that, he quickly disappeared into the forest with Rock Ghost and Snow Maiden. After some time, the ice covering Poison Vine Demon's broken pieces slowly melted. The remaining body began moving and gradually reunited. Just then, another young man stepped out from the shadows, shocked by the pet's incredible vitality. He smiled and believed this was a gift from fate. Lin Ze had forgotten to deliver the finishing blow, so he would be the one to benefit. The newcomer was Lu Qiang, currently ranked 4th on the leaderboard. Seeing Le Bongyun still frozen, Lu Qiang smiled ambitiously and declared that he would take all of his points. He immediately summoned Iron Armor Dragon, a second-rank 9th stage dragon-type beast, and ordered it to attack Labangyun. Lu Qiang had already planned everything. Even if Labangyun's pet could revive, killing the owner would end everything. Iron Armor Dragon roared and smashed the ice, trapping Labangyun. Believing he had won, Lu Qiang proudly fixed his hair, thinking first place was already within reach, and luck was finally on his side. The first thing he did was check his score, but the result left him frozen. After defeating an opponent, his points remained unchanged. Something was terribly wrong. While he was still confused, a figure slowly rose from Poison Vine Demon's ruined body behind him. The pet had noticed the strange situation first, but he suddenly felt a terrifying sense of danger and turned around. Unfortunately, he was one step too slow, and the surprise attack struck him directly. The attacker was Labangyun, but now he had merged with Poison Vine Demon, taking on a bizarre half-human, half-demon form. With his neck being crushed, Lu Qiang could only ask in horror why he had become like this. Labangyun's face twisted with dark blue eyes, looking extremely terrifying. He calmly replied that revealing it did not matter, since an eliminated person like Lu Qiang had no value left. The secret was his exclusive soul art, called synchronized mimicry. Lu Qiang's entire body trembled as he desperately ordered Iron Armor Dragon to rush over and save him. But Iron Armor Dragon was pinned to the ground by countless vines of Poison Vine Demon and could not move at all. Lu Qiang could only call his pet's name in despair. In less than a few seconds, Iron Armor Dragon's body began dissolving and disappeared from the battlefield. Elsewhere, Lin Zhe and his two pets were rushing forward at incredible speed, with only one target in mind, Guan Ning's location. In his mind, Guo Xindi and Tan Yong were already sentenced to death. Anyone who dared hurt his younger sister would pay the price. His icy gaze alone made the atmosphere feel suffocating. Opposite to this tense situation, Tan Yong and Guo Xindi calmly watched Guan Ning trapped inside a strange water sphere. Even her pet was completely suppressed by a second-rank 7th stage, dragon-type steel pattern young dragon, leaving her unable to fight back. Trapped inside the water prison, Guan Ning could only grit her teeth in anger. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break free. Tan Yong laughed proudly and told her to stop wasting her energy. He introduced his 3rd-rank 2nd stage Phantom Water Mage, a pet with ghost spirit and water bloodlines, as the creator of this water prison. Once trapped inside, escape was impossible. Then he turned to Guo Xindi and told her to finish the final step. As long as they took all of Guan Ning's points, the top spot would almost certainly belong to them. Guo Xindi gently brushed her hair and smiled meaningfully, teasing whether he refused to attack because he found the girl cute. Tan Yong immediately denied it, saying that except for that one person, he had no interest in any other girl. Just as they were about to act, Guo Xindi suddenly raised her hand and stopped him, telling him to wait a little longer. Tan Yong asked in confusion what they were waiting for. She only smiled confidently and looked into the distance, saying they should let the big prey come to them. Sure enough, the ground suddenly shook violently. Countless sharp earth spears shot over like a storm, targeting Guo Xindi and Tan Yong and putting them on alert. Tan Yong reacted quickly and used water power to create a wall of water, blocking the entire attack. At the same time, Steel Pattern Young Dragon swung its tail and destroyed the remaining earth spears. As the dust cleared, Linz appeared with his two pets, radiating overwhelming pressure. He looked at Guo Xindi and Tan Yong and coldly demanded they release his sister. Seeing Lin Zhe appear with two pets, both Guo Xindi and Tan Yong were stunned. Two pets appearing at once was beyond their imagination. Guan Ning was also shocked when she saw Lin Zhe's lineup. She felt something strange, but quickly pushed the thought aside because the current situation mattered more. She immediately warned him to be careful because the opponents were very strong. Lin Zhe calmly looked at her and reassured her that everything was fine. He would take her out safely. Tan Yong stared at Lin Zhe in disbelief and asked if he was the person rumored to have cleared the super-level trial alone. Guo Xindi also smiled knowingly and said she was right. This person was indeed not ordinary. Tan Yong snorted, wanting to test Lin Zhe's strength himself. Cracking his knuckles, he declared that one battle would reveal who was stronger. Guo Xindi warned him not to underestimate Lin Zhe because her instincts told her he was dangerous. Tan Yong remained confident and said that if he won, all of Lin Zhe's points would go to Guo Xindi so she could secure first place. If he lost, they could simply take his points later. After speaking, he immediately ordered Phantom Mage to attack. The pet opened its mouth and released a massive water sphere rushing toward Lin Zhe. In an instant, the water surrounded Lin Zhe and formed a cage trapping him inside. Lin Zhe remained calm. He gathered soul power into his fist and slammed the ground with tremendous force. An explosion rang out, and the water cage instantly shattered into countless droplets. Seeing this, Tan Yong was shocked. He never expected Lin Zhe's soul art to have such terrifying power. Before he could recover, Rock Ghost rushed forward at incredible speed, its stone-like fist crashing down. Tan Yong quickly dodged and immediately launched a counterattack. Following his command, a violent water pillar suddenly erupted from the ground beneath Rock Ghost. Without stopping, he created another water prison, trapping Rock Ghost inside, and laughing proudly, believing he had captured his opponent. Lin Zhe calmly activated Ghost Spirit State. Instantly, Rock Ghost's body became transparent like a spirit, easily passing through the water prison and walking out. The moment it landed, Rock Ghost activated Earth Spike. Countless Earth Spikes burst from the ground and shot toward Tan Yong. Tan Yong was startled and quickly retreated. Phantom Mage immediately blocked in front of him and also entered Ghost Spirit State. He laughed proudly and explained that Phantom Mage also possessed Ghost Spirit attributes, making it completely immune to physical attacks. Just as Tan Yong was laughing, Guo Xindi suddenly shouted a warning, telling him to look behind him. The moment Tan Yong turned around, countless earth spikes suddenly erupted beneath his feet, launching him high into the air. Only then did he realize in shock that the real Rock Ghost had appeared behind him. The one fighting earlier was only a spirit ghost clone. His pet could ignore physical attacks, but he could not. The moment he finished speaking, Tan Yong fell straight down in panic. Realizing the danger, Tan Yong could only shout for the undead mage to use Undead Seal. Following his master's command, the undead mage slammed his staff into the ground and activated the skill. Black energy quickly spread out, locking onto the two rock demon clones. Lin Zhe knew this opponent was not easy to deal with, so he decided to let Snow Maiden finish the fight. He immediately ordered Rock Demon to cancel Demon's spirit form to avoid being countered. Rock Demon returned to normal, and the two clones vanished. Seeing this, Tan Yong wiped his sweat and sneered, thinking the so-called genius was only this strong. The mockery angered Lin Zhe. He coldly told Tan Yong to shut up and declared that he would show them true power. At that moment, Guo Xindi's eyes flashed. She sensed a massive soul force erupting from Lin Zhe and Snow Maiden behind him. The terrifying pressure locked onto Guo Xindi, making her almost unable to breathe. Her face turned pale as she trembled and said, this person was far beyond their ability to handle. If they continued, both of them would definitely be eliminated. Meanwhile, Tan Yong still had no idea what was happening. Without hesitation, Guo Xindi raised her hand and asked to stop the fight. Her voice was almost begging as she hoped they could negotiate. Lin Zhe frowned slightly and asked what they wanted to negotiate. Guo Xindi quickly nodded and tried to persuade him that both sides were already in the top 10, so there was no need to fight to the death. After all, they would become classmates later. Lin Zhe did not answer. Behind him, Snow Maiden silently raised her hand, preparing her final strike. Seeing this, Guo Xindi became even more anxious and shouted for Tan Yong to release Guan Ning. Caught off guard, Tan Yong could only respond in confusion. Tan Yong immediately refused, saying releasing Guan Ning would be like digging his own grave. If she joined Lin Zhe, they would only lose faster. Guo Xindi loudly cut him off and ordered him to do as she said. With no other choice, Tan Yong reluctantly removed Water Prison and freed Guan Ning. The water prison instantly disappeared, and Guan Ning took the chance to gently land on the ground. Her pet also escaped from the restraint at the same time. Guan Ning quickly ran to Lin Zhe and thanked him for arriving in time to save her. Lin Zhe smiled and reassured her that as long as he was here, no one could hurt her. Then he looked at Guo Xindi and Tan Yong and coldly said their offer was not enough. Even if he defeated both of them now, he could still save his sister, so he had no reason to hold back. Hearing this, Tan Yong became furious and declared he would fight Lin Zhe to the end, telling Guo Xindi to leave first. However, Guo Xindi calmly stepped forward, as if she had already made her decision. She said she possessed a special soul technique that could help others awaken or activate their unique abilities. If Lin Zhe agreed, she would help him. This offer immediately caught Lin Zhe's attention because it was clearly worth considering. Meanwhile, Tan Yong showed his anger, unwilling to let her help his opponent. But when he saw Guo Xindi blush and look toward Lin Zhe, Tan Yong seemed to understand something and felt a bad feeling rising inside. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, another voice suddenly asked to join the fight. Li Bangyan calmly walked out from the forest. Seeing him appear, Lin Zhe was not surprised, as if he already knew he was still alive. Li Bangyun smiled with interest and said, everyone was finally gathered, making it easier for him to deal with them all at once. Tan Yong looked at one person after another and was speechless, with anger, feeling everything was going beyond his control. Guo Xindi immediately sided with Lin Zhe and suggested they temporarily team up against Li Bangyun, who held the #1 position. Even Lin Zhe felt the situation had become extremely chaotic. There were only about 10 hours left inside the secret realm. Outside, Qin He watched everything unfold and felt regretful, because all of them were promising talents, and eliminating anyone was a shame. Thinking this, Qin He immediately ordered the people waiting nearby to enter. They had only 10 minutes to crush the fighting spirit of the contestants. Inside the secret realm, Tan Yong still tried to persuade Guo Xindi, saying they could use Li Bangyun to stall Lin Zhe and wait to benefit afterward. However, Guo Xindi directly replied that she truly wanted to help Lin Zhe. That answer struck Tan Yong like a knife to the heart. He began to suspect that Guo Xindi truly had feelings for Lin Zhe. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Tan Yong secretly swore to crush everyone standing here with his own hands. As for Lee Bongyun, he was extremely excited and kept provoking everyone to fight. His pet also roared in response. Just as the great battle was about to begin, a powerful voice from above ordered everyone to stop. The voice announced that they had all passed the test, but the strongest candidates still had one final challenge. After the announcement, a space gate slowly opened in the sky. 4 male and female students in unusual outfits walked out one after another. The voice explained that they were all second-year students with average strength. Anyone who defeated them would receive 1 soul-cleansing reward, while failure would not affect their admission. Guanning immediately objected, saying this challenge was unfair. They had not even become freshmen yet, and had already gone through countless battles. Both they and their pets were exhausted, so how could they fight second-year students? However, unlike Guan Ning's concern, the others became extremely excited. Everyone's eyes burned with intense fighting spirit. Lin Zi was no exception. He smiled confidently and faced the 4 second-year students, showing that he was ready. Lee Bongyun could only feel disappointed because he could not eliminate his opponents right away. He accepted that they would become classmates, and there would be many chances to compete later. Tan Yong also quickly changed targets. He angrily looked at the second-year students and declared they had to pass this challenge first, while their grudges could wait until later. Guo Xindi walked close to Lin Zhe and quietly asked if they could now be considered allies officially. After saying that, her face suddenly turned red. Lin Zhe only glanced at her calmly. Seeing this, Guan Ning immediately objected, saying her brother had never agreed. After speaking, her own face also turned bright red, looking just like she was jealous. Lin Zhe quickly calculated in his mind. Soul cleansing was a rare chance that could strengthen both the soul and body, so giving it up would be a waste. More importantly, the other side only had 4 people, while his team had 5. The seniors were either too confident or underestimating the freshmen. Thinking this, he turned to Guo Xindi and suggested that she work with Guan Ning to defeat one opponent, while he handled the rest. Hearing this, both Guo Xindi and Guan Ning immediately objected because they both wanted to fight alongside Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe could only smile and pat Guan Ning's head, gently telling her that one opponent was enough for him. As long as the 2 girls defeated another one, the advantage would belong to their side. On the other side, a male student named Jing Dao became impatient. He loudly asked if the freshmen had finished discussing and boldly declared that if they all attacked together, he would accept them all. Tan Yong immediately stepped forward to accept the challenge. He thought this was the perfect chance to show off in front of Guo Xindi. Xingdao sneered and summoned his pet. A 3rd rank 8th stage wind-cutting mantis appeared, with a pair of sharp blades that looked extremely threatening. At the same time, a charming female student named Jiang Man walked toward Lee Bongyun and smiled, inviting him to be her opponent. Lee Bongyun gave a strange smile, covered half his face, and replied that he knew nothing about showing mercy to beautiful women. Jiang Man did not hesitate and summoned her 3rd rank 9th stage Thunder Lion, releasing an extremely powerful aura. She smiled excitedly and told him to use his full strength, saying the fiercer the battle was, the more interested she became. On Lin Zhe's side, Guo Xindi's eyes suddenly glowed red. After observing all the opponents, she quietly judged that among the remaining 2, the girl seemed to be the weakest link. Unexpectedly, her words reached a curly-haired student whose hair looked like springs. He immediately pointed at Lin Zhe, introduced himself as Hao Zetian, and declared that he would choose Lin Zhe as his opponent because he already disliked him at first sight. Facing his hostility, Lin Zhe remained calm and politely said he hoped the senior would show some mercy later. The last person was a girl with blue hair. She looked at Guan Ning and Guo Xindi and smiled, saying this year's freshmen were all very cute. But the next moment, her expression changed completely. She coldly admitted that she hated girls prettier than herself, and warned that she would show no mercy. Her name was Tui Tui. Guan Ning and Guo Xindi could only look at each other in confusion over such a strange reason. Outside the secret realm, the scene was both miserable and hilarious. The eliminated contestants all sighed in regret, some holding their heads while others cried over their failure. Si Yan was crying heavily on Xiao Yun's shoulder, complaining that they had officially been eliminated. Xiao Yun could only smile helplessly and comfort her, saying there were too many geniuses this year, so losing was not surprising. Hearing that, Si Yan cried even louder. Lu Gang slammed his fist into the ground, blaming himself for using every method possible yet still failing to win. Another contestant, who had lost to Guan Ning, rubbed his sore back and complained that it still hurt. Qin He watched everything from above and smiled with satisfaction, believing this year's freshman class had produced many outstanding talents. At that moment, Gao Wenba suddenly walked over and patted his shoulder. Gao Wenba smiled and said he would handle the next assessment round. Qin He turned around and teased him for arriving so quickly, like he was trying to steal his students. He added that he had spent a lot of effort selecting these talents. Gao Wenba laughed and replied that Qin He's assessment method was too harsh and could easily cause some talents to be overlooked. He explained that his side still had 10 admission slots and wanted to select from the eliminated contestants. Qin He laughed and agreed, letting him make the decision. Gao Wenba looked down at the eliminated contestants and announced that 10 admission spots remained. As long as they passed his assessment, they could still enter the academy. The news instantly revived everyone's spirit. They were overjoyed that the door had not completely closed. Si Yan and Xiao Yun hugged each other in excitement, determined to seize their final chance to enter the top 20. Even Lu Gang clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. This time, he would never let the opportunity slip away. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, the battle was gradually turning in favor of the second-year students. Tan Yang fell to his knees in exhaustion, helplessly watching his pet being dragged into the violent tornado created by his opponent. Only now did he truly understand the huge gap between them. Xing Tao smirked proudly and coldly announced that the battle was over. In another battlefield, countless bolts of lightning continued, striking down like heavy rain. Zhang Man looked at Li Bongyun with both admiration and regret. She admitted his endurance was impressive, but insisted the outcome was already decided. Continuing the fight would only become one-sided torture. Li Bongyun's body was covered in burns, with smoke rising from several places. Yet his eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, making Zhang Man even more interested. She even joked that he must have gone crazy from getting beaten. Meanwhile, Tui Tui had completely suppressed Guanning and Guo Xindi. Together with her third-rank first-stage human-type warrior pet, she kept overwhelming them while constantly mocking them. She even sneered that instead of focusing on their appearance, the two girls should spend more time cultivating. In this academy, geniuses were everywhere. Seeing this, Gao Wenba frowned and asked Qin He if this challenge was too harsh, as it could destroy the students' confidence. Qin He calmly replied that he wanted to reduce their arrogance and make them understand there was always someone stronger. Just then, Gao Wenba suddenly laughed and pointed at the screen, saying there seemed to be one kid who was completely unaffected by this lesson. Everyone immediately looked over. A terrifying wave of cold air suddenly erupted and covered the entire area. Hao Zhiqian's pet was a wild-type flame war horse. The powerful third-rank 9th-stage creature that once looked unstoppable was frozen into an ice statue in an instant. Hao Zhetian was stunned and could barely speak. He could not believe what he was seeing, while cold sweat poured down from fear. Facing him, Lin Ze remained calm. He only smiled politely and thanked the senior for holding back. Standing before him was Snow Maiden, cold and proud, looking like an ice goddess descending into the mortal world. The countdown timer also reached 0. Qin He laughed heartily, as the result had exceeded his expectations. He admitted he had seen countless geniuses before, but this performance reminded him of the legendary beast tamers of the Federation 8 heroes in their youth. The more he watched, the more interesting it became. Gao Wenba was also unable to hide his shock. In his opinion, even the Federation 8 heroes at this age might not have possessed strength as terrifying as Lin Ze. He then asked for the young man's name and told Qin He to place Lin Ze in his class after enrollment. Hearing this, Qin He immediately objected, reminding him that according to the rules, the top 10 students had to be evenly divided among classes. They could not just steal students like this. Gao Wenba could only laugh awkwardly. Inside the secret realm, the system quickly confirmed that Flame War Horse had been defeated. Hao Zhetian remained frozen in shock, repeatedly muttering that he had truly lost. Guanning immediately jumped with joy, cheering and congratulating her brother for winning. Guo Xindi was completely stunned. At this moment, her heart was filled only with shock at Lin Ze's unimaginable strength. Tan Yang angrily punched the ground again and again. He bitterly admitted the gap between him and Lin Ze was still too large, but secretly swore to turn Today's defeat into motivation to become stronger. On the other side, Xing Tao frowned in confusion. He could not accept that a freshman who had not even entered the academy could defeat a second-year student. Lin Ze casually put his hands into his pockets and asked if the senior still wanted to continue. His words immediately angered Xing Tao, who believed Lin Ze only got lucky and had no right to act arrogant. Lin Ze's smile faded and his eyes turned cold. He looked at the remaining 3 students and calmly asked if they planned to attack him altogether. Xing Dao became furious, calling Lin Ze arrogant before ordering his pet to launch the first attack. Facing the incoming attack, Lin Ze remained still, showing no intention of dodging. At that moment, Rock Demon suddenly charged forward like a massive wall and blocked the opponent directly. The two pets collided fiercely, creating an intense struggle. Watching from outside, Gao Wenba quickly advised Qin He to end the battle. In his opinion, Xing Tao had no chance of defeating Lin Ze. Continuing would only embarrass the second-year students and cause Lin Ze to make unnecessary enemies before entering the academy. Qin He nodded in agreement. Right after that, Qin He's voice echoed throughout the secret realm, ordering everyone to stop because the assessment had ended. Xing Tao unwillingly called out to the teacher, but Qin He announced that only Lin Ze had passed the final challenge. He also praised the other students for their performance, and believed they would improve even more after joining Jiangning Academy. Xing Tao recalled his pet, but before leaving, he still glared at Lin Ze and angrily declared that he would settle things after Lin Ze entered the academy. In response, Linze only smiled kindly and gave a thumbs up, saying that in his eyes the senior was still very powerful. This seemingly humble remark only made Xingdao even angrier, leaving him grinding his teeth and telling Linze to wait. After that, Xing Tao and the other second-year students left the illusion, leaving Lin Zeza looking confused. Soon after, Qin He announced the reward for the only person who passed the assessment. Streams of crimson energy surrounded Lin Zi's body and entered his cells, greatly improving his physical strength and soul power. At the same time, he was officially accepted into Jiangning Academy. The system then announced the completion of the soul cleansing ceremony and awarded 500 achievement points, raising his total points to 1,180. Not only that, Rock Demon's growth speed increased by 33, while Snow Maiden's increased by 12. When Lin Ze returned to the real world, he opened his eyes and found everyone staring at him. Discussion spread everywhere about the young man who passed the hardest test. Guanning happily ran over to him. Looking at the familiar scene, Lin Ze could only sigh inwardly. No matter where he went, he always became the center of attention. Just then, someone gently pulled his sleeve. Guo Jindi approached and whispered that Rock Demon still had a stronger form, but they had not found a way to activate it. Hearing this, Lin Ze immediately became suspicious. Guo Zindi smiled confidently and said she not only knew about it, but also knew the method to activate Rock Demon's special soul technique. If he wanted to know, he could find her after the exam. Lin Ze only gave a quiet reply, remaining as calm as ever without showing much emotion. While everyone was still talking, Qin He coughed to get their attention and announced that the top 10 contestants would receive direct admission into the academy. He then officially announced that the first place of this assessment was Li Bongyun and invited everyone to give him applause. Everyone's eyes immediately turned toward Li Bongyun. However, the applause was sparse, making the atmosphere slightly awkward. Soon after, the crowd started whispering in confusion, wondering why Li Bongyun was announced as the winner. Even Li Bongyun himself was not happy. He knew very well that Lin Ze's performance had far surpassed his own, so this title only made him uncomfortable. Even Gao Wenba could not help but quietly ask Qin He about it, because in his opinion, Lin Ze was the one who deserved first place. Qin He only smiled and explained that the result followed the announced rules from the beginning. The first place title was decided by accumulated points, not the most impressive performance. Hearing this, Gao Wenba understood. Qin He then looked at all the contestants and announced that those taking the extra assessment should follow him. The top 10 could return to rest and come back in a few weeks for the opening ceremony. Elsewhere, Guanning was gently encouraging Xiyan and Xiaoyun, telling them not to be upset because they had already done their best. She believed they could still pass the remaining assessment. Just then, a short and chubby young man named Zhu Xiong happily ran toward Lin Ze, waving and calling out loudly. After looking carefully for a while, Lin Ze finally recognized him as someone he had met before. Zhu Xiong smiled so widely that he almost could not close his mouth. He kept blaming himself for having poor eyesight and not realizing Lin Ze was the famous person from before. He excitedly said Lin Ze's battle against the second-year students was incredibly impressive and even gave him a big idea. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes slightly and curiously asked what Zhu Xiong was planning. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiong immediately clasped his hands together with a sincere expression and begged Lin Ze to accept him as a follower. Even Lin Ze was stunned for a few seconds. Zhu Xiong continued talking non-stop, saying his admiration was like a never-ending river. Before he could finish, Lin Ze directly refused, saying he had no intention of taking any followers. He also reminded Zhu Xiong that he had not even passed the entrance exam yet. Even after being rejected, Zhu Xiong was not discouraged at all. He immediately ran toward the next assessment, while shouting that he would definitely pass and meet his big brother again. Watching his back, Lin Ze could only sigh helplessly. Not far away, Li Bongyun quietly glanced at Lin Ze with displeasure and gave a cold snort. After leaving the assessment area, Guanning happily suggested that since they had both become freshmen of Jiangning Academy, they should stay in the city to celebrate, instead of returning immediately. Lin Ze stretched after the continuous battles and nodded in agreement, feeling that he also needed rest and recovery. Guanning blushed slightly and shyly suggested they return tomorrow and stay in the city tonight. She softly repeated her suggestion. Lin Ze thought it made sense and agreed immediately, making Guanning's face turn even redder with happiness. But at that moment, Lin Ze took out his phone to check something and was instantly shocked. Just looking at his account balance, his expression darkened and cold sweat appeared. It turned out that the materials he bought to upgrade Rock Demon had used up all his savings. Right now, he only had 300 yuan left in his account. Seeing his expression change, Guanning worriedly asked what happened and suggested they eat first. Although Lin Ze's mind was in chaos, he could only reluctantly agree. The two then arrived at a high-end restaurant where customers could bring their pets inside to dine. Along the way, Lin Ze had only one worry: taking his sister to such an expensive place when his wallet was almost empty. Unlike him, Guanning knew nothing about the problem. She excitedly looked around and said she had always dreamed of visiting a place like this. She even suggested summoning all their pets to eat together, since they had worked hard in battle and deserved a great meal. Although his heart felt like a storm was raging, Lin Zhe forced himself to stay calm, smiled, and agreed. When Snow Maiden appeared, Guan Ning was immediately shocked speechless. She clearly remembered that Snow Maiden was still a little girl the last time they met, but now she had evolved into an unbelievably beautiful form. She curiously asked Lin Zhe how he did it. Lin Zhe casually explained that it was probably because his bond with his pet was extremely strong. In his heart, he knew it was all thanks to the system, but he could not reveal that yet. Guan Ning quickly picked up the menu, praising him, while saying she had to learn from his experience tonight. Then she happily started ordering dishes. Lin Zhe also opened the menu, but the more dishes and prices he saw, the stiffer his expression became because the numbers were terrifying. In the end, he could only swallow nervously. Every dish was so expensive that his heart ached. Meanwhile, Rock Demon excitedly held a knife and fork, waiting for the meal. Snow Maiden gently stroked Guan Ning's pet, making the little flirt so happy that its eyes narrowed in pleasure. A female staff member walked over and politely asked what else they wanted to order. Guan Ning immediately pointed at the menu again and again, ordering dish after dish. Sitting opposite her, Lin Zhe stayed silent, feeling like his wallet was crying. Just minutes later, the entire table was covered with high-end dishes. The delicious aroma spread everywhere, making it hard for anyone to resist. Guan Ning and the pets were overjoyed to enjoy such a feast. Only Lin Zhe sat stiffly, with one thought echoing in his mind. This time, he was truly doomed. Soon, the entire table of food was completely empty. Snow Maiden remained elegant while eating, while Rock Demon and Guan Ning's pets held their round bellies and burped with satisfaction. Lin Zhe was extremely nervous, sweating non-stop while desperately thinking of a solution. He even considered escaping. At that moment, the female staff member arrived with the bill and a polite smile, but to him, it looked like a death sentence. The total was 36,000 yuan. She asked how he would like to pay. At the most desperate moment, Guan Ning suddenly stood up and smiled, saying she would pay because she had saved quite a lot of money. Those words made Lin Zhe feel like he had finally seen light at the end of the tunnel. Under the table, he quietly clenched his fists, so relieved that he almost wanted to shout. The staff member beside them only giggled, as if she understood everything. When they left the restaurant, night had already covered the city. Guan Ning spread her arms, took a deep breath, and admired the brilliant beauty of the city at night. Just imagining that she could study here with her brother in the future filled her with excitement. Unlike her, Lin Zhe was still focused on making money. After calculating again and again, he felt it was probably too late to take any missions now. Just then, loud cheers came from the building ahead. The crowd was shouting wildly for a four-armed monster. Inside was an arena where pets fought life and death battles. The creature that had just been defeated was a wild-type diamond kangaroo at second-rank 3rd stage. Opposite it stood a muscular four-armed monster, a strange-type creature with 3rd rank, 2nd stage strength. The host loudly challenged anyone brave enough to fight. Defeating the four-armed monster would earn the entire prize pool. The registration fee was only 300 yuan, while the winner would receive 50,000 yuan. Hearing the prize amount, Lin Zhe's lips immediately curved upward. To him, this was a perfect money-making opportunity. As he prepared to summon his pet, the host emphasized that all soul techniques and magic were forbidden. The battle would rely purely on direct strength for the most realistic fights. Lin Zhe turned to Rock Demon and asked if it dared to fight. Rock Demon immediately raised its fist with confidence. The host then announced that all participants had to sign a life and death contract, and no one would be responsible if either side died. Lin Zhe smiled and asked Guan Ning if she wanted to watch an exciting battle. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he really planned to enter the arena himself. Lin Zhe only smiled confidently. Since someone was bringing money right in front of him, he had no reason to refuse. He quickly calculated in his mind. According to the system's analysis, the four-armed monster was actually only 3rd rank 1st stage, while Rock Demon was still 2nd rank 9th stage. To guarantee victory, he needed to level up first. After making his decision, he immediately used the system to help Rock Demon break through. Powerful energy instantly erupted around Rock Demon's body. In the blink of an eye, it advanced to 3rd rank 3rd stage, consuming 780 achievement points, and leaving only 400 points remaining. Seeing the upgrade cost increase sharply with higher levels, Lin Zhe could not help but frown. Guan Ning was completely stunned, unable to believe Rock Demon had just leveled up right in front of her. Lin Zhe calmly explained that it was probably because Rock Demon ate a great meal and was in an especially good condition, so it naturally broke through. Guan Ning immediately became his biggest supporter, cheering loudly and believing he would win. Lin Zhe smiled in response and calmly walked onto the arena. Seeing someone register, the host immediately raised the atmosphere, announcing that a new challenger had appeared and asking the audience to applaud his courage. Everyone saw a scholar-like young man standing there, with a strange red-haired, stone-headed creature that no one had ever seen before. Even the host was curious about what made these two decide to enter this life and death arena. The audience below burst into laughter, and mocking voices filled the arena. Everyone thought the kid was too confident. With such a thin body, how could he fight the four-armed monster? Some even told him to go home. Facing the insults, Rock Demon let out a threatening roar, as if saying everyone would know who needed to shut up soon. On the arena, the difference was obvious. One side was the massive four-armed monster, like a mountain of flesh, grinning with contempt. The other side was the small rock demon quietly waiting for its chance. The monster's owner, Jianggu, also showed no concern. He sneered and warned that if the four-armed monster accidentally crushed that little rock, Lin Zhe should not blame him. In response, Lin Zhe only smiled calmly and told him to use his full strength. Jianggu became even more disdainful, thinking Lin Zhe was just an ignorant kid. The host brought out the life and death contract, asked both sides to sign, and officially announced the battle was protected by the agreement. After both pets took their positions, the host shouted to begin, signaling the start of the battle. As soon as the battle started, Jianggu ordered the four-armed monster to attack, wanting to teach his opponent a lesson. The monster roared excitedly and charged forward with a powerful punch. However, Rock Demon quickly dodged, causing the attack to hit nothing. Lin Zhe realized speed was still Rock Demon's greatest advantage. Without missing the chance, it immediately counterattacked with a fast spinning kick. But at that moment, one arm of the four-armed monster suddenly reached out and grabbed Rock Demon's leg. Rock Demon immediately raised its arm to counterattack. Unfortunately, another arm from the opponent grabbed it as well, locking its arm in place. In an instant, one arm and one leg were restrained, leaving Rock Demon completely at a disadvantage. The four-armed monster roared and gathered all its strength for a powerful throw. Rock Demon was thrown away and slammed heavily onto the ground. The stone armor covering its body cracked apart, leaving its entire body covered in fractures as it lay motionless for a moment. Lin Zhe had to admit the opponent's pure strength was truly terrifying. Jianggu proudly explained that although the four-armed monster had no special skills, its raw strength alone could crush many stronger pets. Lin Zhe watched Rock Demon struggle to stand and looked at the opponent still full of energy. He quickly understood why this place was the four-armed monster's territory. Since skills were forbidden, its overwhelming strength had the perfect advantage. At this moment, the four-armed monster raised its remaining fists, preparing its final strike. Rock Demon quickly retreated to dodge, but another arm shot out at incredible speed, grabbing its leg and pinning it to the ground. Immediately after, the giant fist came crashing down without mercy. A thunderous impact echoed throughout the arena as the attack struck Rock Demon. Jianggu crossed his arms and laughed loudly, believing victory was already his. The audience also cheered and mocked, while only Guanning turned pale with worry and softly called Lin Zhe's name. Lin Zhe felt regretful. If skills were allowed, Rock Demon could simply enter undead form, and defeating this opponent would not be difficult. But in a pure physical battle against a creature with 4 arms, the situation was extremely unfavorable. At that moment, Guo Jindi's words suddenly appeared in his mind. She had said Rock Demon could only unlock its new form when facing a near-death crisis. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe decided to take the gamble. Either Rock Demon awakened new power, or it would be defeated here. With that plan, Lin Zhe deliberately provoked his own pet, asking if it had already used all its strength, or if it still needed to rely on Snow Maiden to win. Those words immediately touched Rock Demon's pride. The atmosphere on the arena suddenly became heavy. Rock Demon's eyes turned deep red, releasing an extremely terrifying aura. In an instant, it threw an incredibly fast punch at the 4-armed monster's chest, too fast for the opponent to react. At the same time, the stone armor covering Rock Demon's body began cracking and falling away, revealing the black body hidden underneath. Its new form appeared with a more muscular body and fiery red hair flowing like flames. The system immediately announced that Demon General form had been unlocked, lasting 60 seconds. Speed increased by 300, while defense was completely reduced. Witnessing this transformation, Lin Zhe could not hide his satisfied smile. His gamble was correct. The stone shell was only protective armor, not Rock Demon's true form. After taking the hit head-on, the 4-armed monster went berserk and charged in for a counterattack. But Rock Demon simply jumped aside and dodged everything. Seeing his opponent only avoid attacks, Jianggu laughed mockingly, believing Rock Demon had been stunned after its transformation. The 4-armed monster reached out to grab Rock Demon like before, but this time it only caught empty air because the target had vanished. Jianggu widened his eyes, completely unable to understand what had just happened. While he was still frozen in shock, Rock Demon appeared behind him and delivered a powerful kick. The 4-armed monster quickly turned around and swung both arms, but it still could not touch Rock Demon. In an instant, Rock Demon changed positions again and landed another kick, wearing a mocking smile as if playing with its opponent. What followed was a complete domination. Rock Demon moved at incredible speed, appearing and disappearing while launching countless kicks. The 4-armed monster became nothing more than a giant punching bag, taking hit after hit without a single chance to fight back. Explosions of impact echoed across the arena. the system announced that the transformation had only 10 seconds left. Lin Zi immediately shouted at Rock Demon to stop playing around and finish the fight. Following the command, Rock Demon unleashed its full power and turned into a blur that rushed forward. It then used a lightning-fast attack that pierced straight through the four-armed monster's body. The giant only let out a painful roar before collapsing to the ground, completely unconscious. The system announced that Rock Demon had broken through to Tier 3 Stage 4 and unlocked a new skill, Lightning Charge, usable only in Demon General form. When the time ended, its stone armor automatically covered its body again. Jianggu stood frozen in place, his face pale, sweat pouring down as he kept muttering that this was impossible. The audience was stunned because the four-armed monster had clearly been defeated. But before everyone recovered, the referee suddenly announced the four-armed monster as the winner. Lin Zi was still enjoying his victory when he froze instantly, standing there in disbelief and asking what was going on. The entire arena erupted with discussion. Everyone saw the four-armed monster had clearly lost, but some accused Lin Zi of using skills to cheat. The referee explained that Lin Zi's pet had used an ability classified as magic. According to arena rules, that meant an automatic loss. After hearing the explanation, many people understood the decision, but others argued Rock Demon only removed its stone armor and did not use magic. Even Guanning could not stay silent and protested against the unfair ruling. Jianggu finally calmed down, wiping away his sweat with a cold smile as he declared Lin Zi would not take the prize money with cheap tricks. Lin Zi remained calm and made a new proposal. He accepted losing the pet battle but wanted to fight Jianggu directly. If he won, all the prize money would belong to him. Jianggu was stunned for a few seconds before bursting into laughter, unable to believe Lin Zi dared challenge him. Hearing the challenge, the referee became extremely excited and announced that Lin Zi wanted to fight Jianggu, the professional wrestling champion, directly. The entire arena instantly erupted, with cheers shaking the stadium. Everyone looked forward to a battle between humans instead of pets. Lin Zi only shrugged, saying this fight would be even more exciting than pet battles. Meanwhile, Rock Demon sat in a corner looking disappointed, thinking it had ruined everything. Lin Zi walked over and patted Rock Demon's shoulder, praising its excellent fight and saying it was his turn now. Hearing those words, Rock Demon slowly raised its head, looking at its master with a completely different expression. The referee asked Jianggu for his decision, and he simply smiled before confidently accepting. With his approval, the referee announced the new rule. If Lin Zi defeated Xionggu, he would still leave with the entire prize money, while hyping up the crowd with excited cheers. Before stepping into the ring, Lin Zi turned to Guanning, smiled, and nodded gently to reassure her. Meanwhile, Xionggu stepped forward with his massive muscular body, cracking his fists and wearing a fierce smile, ready to fight Lin Zi. Somewhere outside the city, Tan Yong spoke with jealousy and sadness, asking Guo Xinyi if she had already fallen for that young man. Guo Xinyi turned to look at him and sighed helplessly, asking what would change even if she had. Had she not explained enough that he was only her big brother figure? Tan Yong became even more unwilling to accept it. He pointed at himself and shouted, asking where he was worse than Lin Zi, especially when Guo Xinyi did not even know the other man's background. He did not want her trusting the wrong person. Guo Xinyi only waved her hand in annoyance, saying her love life did not need anyone interfering. She told Tan Yong to go home and rest. After saying that, she turned and left without hesitation, leaving Tan Yong standing there, watching her back with a disappointed expression. On the way back, Tan Yong grew angrier the more he thought about it. He already saw Lin Zi as someone he had to surpass, and swore he would defeat him one day. Just then, the night was suddenly torn apart by a desperate cry for help. The scream came from a girl cornered by a fire dog, a first-tier second-stage flametype beast. In despair, she could only weakly call for help. Without hesitation, Tan Yong rushed over to save her and kicked the fire dog away with great force. He shouted for it to leave, sending the beast flying far away before crashing onto the ground. After helping the frightened girl up, Tan Yong quickly asked if she was hurt and where this beast came from. At that moment, a cold voice came from a nearby rooftop. The person calmly questioned whether so-called ferocious beasts truly existed in this world. The words instantly put Tan Yong on guard. He gently placed the girl down and stared at the figure above. The stranger landed silently on the ground. Tan Yong immediately questioned his identity and asked if the fire dog was his pet. The mysterious man wore a large cloak covering his entire body, revealing only a sharp chin. He smiled faintly and claimed that the idea of ferocious beasts only existed because those creatures went against human interests. In his view, pets that served humans were still considered righteous, even when forced to commit evil acts. He then questioned who truly decided the line between good and evil. Tan Yong ignored his twisted excuses. He declared that anyone using pets to harm people must be punished, then summoned his own pet and prepared for battle. The cloaked man calmly looked at him and called out Tan Yong's name. Tan Yong was surprised that the man knew who he was, but he still ordered him to surrender and come back with him to the Beast Tamer Association for judgment. At that moment, the fire dog on the ground suddenly opened its eyes, glowing with murderous red light. The cloaked man immediately signaled it to calm down. He then walked to the girl's pet and lightly tapped its forehead with 2 fingers. A dark aura instantly entered its body, making its blood boil as the creature screamed in pain. Cracking bones echoed non-stop. Its muscles rapidly expanded, and its fur became longer and harder than before. When its eyes opened again, they were blood red. Its claws had also grown longer and sharper, digging deep into the ground. Watching the entire transformation, Tan Young was horrified and had no idea what was happening. The cloaked man turned back with a strange smile and said he was originally looking for Tan Young. Since he appeared on his own, he could now test whether he still had any value to use. Hearing that, Tan Young's face turned pale as cold sweat poured down. He could not believe the small pet from earlier had transformed into a terrifying monster, standing right in front of him. Meanwhile, Guo Xinyi happened to pass by a packed arena. Inside, cheers for Xionggu echoed throughout the venue. Curious, she pushed through the crowd to look inside. The atmosphere was extremely heated, with everyone shouting for Xionggu to teach his opponent a lesson. The moment she saw the stage clearly, her eyes froze. The person standing opposite Xionggu in the ring was actually Lin Ze, leaving Guo Xinyi completely shocked. Guo Xinyi no longer cared about keeping her composure and pushed through the crowd. Standing beside Guan Ning, who was nervously watching the fight, she loudly cheered for Lin Ze. At that moment, the 2 girls accidentally met each other's eyes in the crowd. In the ring, Xionggu proudly showed off his powerful physique while bragging about his achievements. From his first championship in Chang'e City, defeating experts from Yinghua country in Qinping, to dominating tournaments in Jiangning for years, all of it earned him the title 1,000-pound Xionggu. Meanwhile, Lin Ze silently evaluated him. In his opinion, ordinary people had a physical ability score of 2 to 4, while Xionggu was only around 4 to 8 at best. Seeing Lin Ze remain completely calm, Xionggu started feeling annoyed. Everyone else feared him after hearing his achievements, yet this young man in front of him was not shaken at all. Xionggu laughed arrogantly and pointed at Lin Ze, saying he would let him throw the first punch so no one could accuse him of bullying the weak. The referee joined in, telling Lin Ze to attack confidently, but be careful not to hurt himself. Xionggu continued, showing off his tough body, acting like his muscles were made of steel. Lin Ze simply replied that he would not hold back. The moment he finished speaking, he shot forward so fast that the naked eye could barely follow. With a sharp impact, Lin Ze's fist smashed directly into Zhang Gus's face. Blood and several teeth instantly flew out. The punch sent Zhang Gus's massive body flying backward. He crashed through the safety barrier in front of the shocked audience. Finally, Xionggu slammed outside the ring with a heavy impact. After that attack, he lay motionless, completely unconscious. Even the referee was stunned, unable to believe the famous Xionggu was defeated with a single punch. Below the arena, Guan Ning and Guo Xinyi were so excited that they instinctively high-fived each other. But when they realized how well they worked together, both immediately glared at each other and quickly separated. The referee finally recovered and tried to twist the truth, claiming Lin Ze attacked before the signal and broke the rules, preparing to announce a result favoring Xionggu. Before he could finish, Lin Ze appeared beside him. He gently placed a hand on the referee's head and asked a question with overwhelming pressure. Feeling the terrifying pressure, the referee instantly broke into a cold sweat and quickly changed his words, saying he had made a mistake. He immediately announced that Lin Ze had not broken any rules and was the final winner. Soon after, Lin Ze received a notification that 50,000 yuan had been transferred to his account. He was satisfied because he finally had enough money to rent a hotel. Just then, Guan Ning and Guo Xinyi called out to him at the same time. Lin Ze turned around in confusion, not knowing what they wanted. Guo Xinyi smiled brightly and praised Lin Ze for being incredible, saying she never expected him to defeat Xionggu so easily. Guan Ning immediately interrupted and reminded her that they were not that close yet. Guo Xinyi only smiled playfully, saying they had fought together once before and might become classmates later, so they could count as acquaintances. She then seriously introduced herself and hoped everyone could help each other in the future. Guan Ning still looked unhappy, while Lin Ze scratched his head in confusion and asked Guo Xinyi why she came to find him. Guo Xinyi smiled and said her goal was to help Lin Ze activate a special soul power. Guan Ning was surprised because the name sounded familiar yet strange, while Lin Ze stayed calm since he had heard of the concept before. Guo Xinyi nodded and confirmed it, adding that since they considered each other friends, she would do her best to help. Guan Ning suggested that the 3 of them find a quiet place to continue the conversation. Not long after, the group arrived at a hotel. Inside the room, Guo Xinyi and Guan Ning sat together on a bed. They looked at each other awkwardly, both thinking the same thing. Why did they have to share a room with each other? Lin Ze entered and broke the silence, asking if they could begin. Guo Xinyi immediately said everything was ready. She began explaining her special soul power called sense. Since she was 7 years old, she could sense things ordinary people could not, including breathing, locations, fragments of memories, and even possible images of someone's future. Hearing this, Guan was completely stunned, never expecting such a strange ability to exist. Guo Xinyi smiled awkwardly, while Lin Ze directly asked how she planned to help them. Guo Xinyi told Lin Ze to close his eyes. Without hesitation, he followed her instruction. She took a deep breath and moved closer. A faint pink energy slowly flowed from her palm into Lin Ze's body. Seeing them standing so close, Guan immediately became annoyed. Guo Xinyi quickly signaled her to stay quiet and explained that only this method allowed her to sense Lin Ze's true power and find the most suitable cultivation path. Hearing that, Guan reluctantly accepted. Although Guo Xinyi remained calm on the outside, she kept reminding herself to focus. If her heart kept racing like this, she would not be able to use sense properly. She closed her eyes and focused all her mind on her ability. The pink light surrounded Lin Ze and began examining every trace of power inside him. Soon after, Guo Xinyi's consciousness was pulled into a strange space. In front of her appeared a completely unknown creature. It was neither human nor a pet. Its entire body was made of ice and snow, releasing terrifying cold energy that seemed capable of freezing everything. Guo Xinyi immediately snapped back to reality, holding her head with a shocked expression. She trembled as she said she had seen an extremely special existence, completely different from Rock Demon or Snow Girl. From her senses, it was like a creature born from a perfect fusion, possessing a level far beyond anything she had ever known. Lin Ze was also surprised and asked about the fusion. Guo Xinyi immediately confirmed her guess. She pointed at her head and explained that because her current condition was limited, she could only receive blurry images and incomplete information. Then Guo Xinyi turned to Guan and said it was her turn. Guan stepped back slightly and awkwardly asked if such close contact was really necessary. Guo Xinyi immediately moved closer and explained that only this way could she sense the hidden potential inside her body. Seeing her serious expression, Guan could only give an awkward smile. Without saying more, Guo Xinyi closed her eyes and activated sense once again. Only a few seconds later, her eyes opened and her expression had completely changed. In Guo Xinyi's vision appeared countless small demons, kneeling before a massive creature, with terrifying killing intent surging around it. What frightened her even more was that the creature seemed to notice her presence and coldly looked back at her. Guo Xinyi instantly returned to reality and stepped back in panic. Seeing her reaction, Guan quickly asked what she had seen. After a moment of hesitation, Guo Xinyi only shook her head and said she had sensed some blurry shadows. Perhaps Guan potential had not fully awakened yet, or needed more cultivation time. Although she said that on the surface, Guo Xinyi felt extremely uneasy inside. The danger from that creature was overwhelming, so she decided to hide the truth for now. Meanwhile, Guan silently told herself to become even stronger. At that moment, the clock was already close to 11:30 at night. Guo Xinyi collapsed onto the bed and complained that it was too late. As a girl, she had nowhere to go now, and something could happen if she went outside. She smiled mischievously and blinked, asking if the two of them would let her stay for the night. Lin Ze scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how to answer, while Guan stood behind him with crossed arms and an unhappy expression. Without waiting for approval, Guo Xinyi grabbed both of their hands and happily thanked them for letting her stay. Since she had already decided, Lin Ze and Guan could only helplessly accept. That night, the three of them slept on the same bed. Lin Ze was trapped between the two girls and could not fall asleep at all. In reality, Guan and Guo Xinyi were no better. Both pretended to sleep while secretly paying attention to every movement from the other. Lying beside two beautiful girls, Lin Ze had to constantly stay calm and force away distracting thoughts to avoid acting strangely. To distract himself, he recalled what Guo Xinyi said about fusion, and his expression slowly became serious. Lin Ze thought he needed to find a way for Rock Demon and Snow Girl to cooperate better. Maybe that would be the key to awakening special soul power. With that thought, he quietly sank into his plans during the silent night. 10 days passed, and the official enrollment day finally arrived. At the academy entrance, welcome banners for new students were displayed prominently. Students entered the campus one after another. Just then, someone discovered that the class assignments had been posted and immediately called everyone over. In just a moment, many new students gathered around the list board. Lin Ze also pushed through the crowd and searched for his name. It did not take long before he found his name in Class 1. What made him even happier was that Guan was assigned to the same class. Guan immediately smiled brightly and happily said they could continue studying together. Lin Ze also could not hide his joy. Just as they were celebrating, Guo Xinyi walked over with a proud expression. She smiled and greeted them, happily announcing that she was also placed in the same class. Hearing that, Guan smile instantly disappeared, replaced by a helpless look because things had not gone as she hoped. At that moment, Tan Yong appeared with his body covered in bandages and called out to Guo Xinyi, making her turn around immediately. Seeing his injured appearance, Xinyi asked in shock what happened, and wondered if he had caused trouble with someone again. Tan Yang calmly replied that he had encountered a group of extremely dangerous people. When he accidentally looked at the class assignment board and saw his name and Li Bongyun placed in class 2, his expression instantly darkened and his eyes became much colder. Without wanting to say anything more, Tan Yang turned around and prepared to leave. Behind him, Li Bongyun coldly commented that it was fortunate they were not in the same class as Lin Ze. If they met every day, he might not be able to resist finding a chance to attack. Even standing nearby, Tan Yang had the same thought. His desire to confront Lin Ze grew stronger with every moment. After finishing his conversation with Lin Ze, Guanning happily ran over to her 2 friends to celebrate that everyone had successfully entered the academy. Jiang Xiaoyun also smiled brightly. She said she and her friend were assigned to Class 4. Although it was not a key class like Class 1 or 2, she was already satisfied with her results. Lu Xian rubbed her arm and smiled, thanking Guanning for helping both of them train so seriously before. Not long after, all students from Class 1 gathered in the classroom for their first meeting. Standing on the stage was Xin He. He introduced himself as their homeroom teacher for the next 3 years and explained that the academy offered many courses. Students could choose freely, but they must never neglect cultivation. He also emphasized that ability assessments would be held regularly. Anyone who failed to meet the requirements would be moved down to ordinary classes. Then Xin He remembered an important detail and added that the top 3 students in each assessment would receive scholarships worth around 100,000 yuan. Hearing about the reward, Lin Zi immediately became interested. Guanning was also surprised, because Jiangning Academy scholarship was extremely generous. Winning a few times could already afford a high-level pet. Xin He continued introducing clubs, activities, and cultivation areas in the academy. He especially encouraged everyone to join the simulated battle system after class. This immediately caught Lin Ze's attention. Xin He explained that behind the teaching buildings was a massive simulation battle center, capable of serving thousands of students at once. There, everyone could gain combat experience and improve both themselves and their pets. Since it was a complete simulation system, opponents inside were not only academy students, but also beast tamers from across the Federation. Results in this arena could bring rich rewards and determine rankings and levels such as bronze, silver, and gold, which were extremely important standards for every beast tamer. Hearing this, Lin Ze silently planned to quickly upgrade Rock Demon and help it catch up with Snowgirl's strength. With an idea in mind, he immediately pointed at Rock Demon and Snowgirl, trying to order them to fuse. Both pets looked confused because they did not understand what was happening. Soon after, the system displayed a message saying the fusion failed because the level gap between them did not meet the requirement. The next day, after class ended, Xin He announced dismissal and left the classroom. As soon as he gave the signal, the entire class dispersed. Lin Zi quickly stood up because he planned to visit the simulated battle area to level up. The classroom door had just closed. Outside, many senior students were already waiting to recruit new students. Some invited Lin Ze to join the Ice Spirit Club, specializing in isotype pets, while others introduced the Rock Fortress Club for rock-type pets, offering an environment for training and growth. Soon after, several mysterious-looking female students approached and invited him to join the Spirit Ghost Club. They promoted its resources and funding, even joking that there were many beautiful girls there. Despite all the attractive offers, Lin Ze politely refused because he had no intention of joining any club yet. Just then, someone shouted that members of the Gaoshan Society had arrived, causing the crowd to become restless. Seeing Lin Zi's curiosity, a female student in a black robe explained that the Gaoshan Society was one of the 5 strongest clubs in Jiangning Academy. Its members were all elites, and the previous leader even entered the academy, ranked among the top 3 in the entire school. Not long after, the Gaoshan Society group walked straight toward Lin Ze. Their members opened a path, forcing other students to move aside. The leader stopped in front of Lin Ze and directly asked if he was Lin Ze. That person was Luo Han. Before Lin Ze could answer, Xing Dao standing behind him immediately confirmed that this was the person they were looking for. Seeing the scene, Guo Xinyi instantly realized something was wrong. She never expected Xing Tao from before to be a member of the Gaoshan Society. Lin Ze remained calm, smiled, confirmed his identity, and asked what they wanted. Luo Han got straight to the point. He declared that he would forget everything from before if Lin Ze joined the Gaoshan Society, emphasizing that not everyone had the chance to be accepted. Behind him, Xing Tao kept urging Lin Ze to make the right choice. However, Lin Ze politely refused. He thanked them for the offer, but stated that he had no plans to join any club right now, because it would only interfere with his cultivation. This answer instantly darkened Luo Han's expression. Around them, many students started discussing because very few people dared reject an invitation from the Gaoshan Society. Xing Dao angrily pointed at Lin Ze and warned him. According to him, if Lin Ze refused today, he would become an enemy of the entire Gaoshan Society in the future. Lin Ze did not care about the threat at all. He simply pulled Guan Ning away as if nothing happened. Seeing himself ignored, Luo Han became furious. Luo Han's face turned red with anger, his teeth clenched tightly, and his eyes followed Lin Ze with a murderous glare. Watching everything, Guo Xinyi admired Lin Ze even more, and felt that her choice had indeed been correct. On the other hand, Guan Ning felt a little worried, fearing that rejecting the Gaoshan society would bring trouble. Lin Ze calmly replied that joining such organizations would only create more problems. If they were truly strong enough, they could use their strength to change his mind. The scene changed to a cultivation area inside the academy. Many students were already sitting on glowing circular platforms, while newcomers searched for suitable spots. Guan Ning looked around and sighed at how crowded it was. She turned to Lin Ze and said there were really many people coming here to cultivate today. Lin Ze nodded and told them to start quickly, before each of them found a cultivation platform and sat down. Once seated, Guan Ning silently told herself that she had to work harder and catch up with Lin Ze as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lin Ze quickly cleared his mind, closed his eyes, and entered a cultivation state. Only a few minutes later, he sensed a strange change in his body and immediately opened his eyes to observe. In front of Lin Ze was a strange distorted space where even up and down could not be distinguished. His personal interface appeared with the information. Lin Ze, male, trainee rank, 0.0, matches 1, win rate unranked. Seeing over 573,000 people participating, he was surprised by how many people were inside the battle room. Without hesitation, he pressed the matchmaking button and set his first goal, breaking into the top 10,000. A few minutes later, the system announced that an opponent had been found, and the battle would begin in 10 seconds. When the countdown ended, the surroundings instantly transformed into a vast green grassland. Before he could observe carefully, a strange man appeared in front of him. Lin Ze immediately guessed he was the opponent and did not pay much attention. Looking around, he thought that the battlefield had changed into a grassland this time. Seeing Lin Ze only observing the surroundings, the man slightly curled his lips into a smile. With an experienced tone, he asked if this was Lin Ze's first time entering the battle room. He then guessed that Lin Ze was a student. Lin Ze said nothing and simply nodded, confirming every guess. After receiving the answer, the man's smile became even brighter, as if he had just found a great opportunity. He laughed excitedly, saying new players appeared every year at the start of the semester, and today was his lucky day. Looking at his glowing hand, he confidently declared that he would definitely take Lin Ze's points. Right after that, he loudly summoned his beast. A flash of light appeared in front of his hand, revealing a pig with 2 shining tusks. The moment it appeared, the pig raised its head and roared. It was a wild boar, a second-tier first-stage beast-type pet. The man waved his hand confidently and ordered it to attack. Although the pet was small, it was extremely aggressive and immediately charged forward with a fierce roar. Lin Ze remained calm and slowly raised his hand to summon his own pet. Knowing the opponent was only second-tier first stage, he understood why the system matched them together. Soon after, Rock Demon appeared and slowly stood facing the enemy. The pig immediately raised its snout and acted provocatively after seeing its opponent. But in Rock Demon's eyes, that display was meaningless. Its gaze was filled only with contempt. The man remained confident and loudly declared he would show Lin Ze the difference between a beginner and an experienced player. But, before he could finish speaking, Rock Demon casually kicked straight at the opponent's head. With only one strike, the pig instantly fell over and lost consciousness. Its owner stood frozen, his face pale and sweat pouring down as he held his head, unable to believe what had just happened. Lin Ze and Rock Ghost defeated another human-type Viking at Tier 2 Stage 3, raising his rank to 573,541. Their winning streak continued as they took down a Beast-type Spirit Lynx at Tier 2 Stage 6, pushing his rank to 572,494, and the victories kept coming. In the next battle, a plant-type Carnivorous Flower at Tier 2 Stage 9 became their next trophy, sending Lin Ze's rank up to around 548,325. 2 days passed quickly. The system announced Rock Ghost had reached Tier 8 Stage 7, while Snow Woman advanced to Tier 4 Stage 2. At the same time, Lin Ze climbed to rank 99,832, officially entering the top 100,000 and earning 1,000 achievement points. Rock Ghost collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Lin Ze crossed his arms and thought that 2 days of non-stop battles had raised it by 3 stages, but now it was time to rest. A trending news article suddenly appeared on his phone with the title, "Super Strong Newcomer Enters. Top 100,000 in only 3 days." Below it, people were discussing excitedly. So it was him, a true expert with a 100 win rate. I heard he is a freshman. Someone fought him before and got defeated instantly. Some even asked for his information because he stood out too much. The person reading that article was none other than Lin Ze. Just then, Guan Ning asked sleepily when he had woken up. But before he could answer, a loud voice came from behind. The person who spoke was Li Bongyun. He frowned with a look of disdain and called out Lin Ze's name loudly. Stepping out of the battle chamber, Lindsay calmly asked if he was the top freshman of this year. Lee Bong-yoon laughed arrogantly, saying Lindsay was truly hardworking for still training late at night. He claimed he had shocking news and told Lindsay to prepare himself. But Lindsay showed no interest at all. He simply raised his hand and pointed at him with an indifferent expression. Lindsay calmly asked, "Did you drop out of school?" Lee Bong-yoon immediately laughed proudly, holding up 3 fingers and bragging that he entered the top 150,000 in only 3 days, waiting for Lindsay to be amazed. Hearing that, Guan-ning quickly checked her phone. Seeing her shocked expression, Lee Bong-yoon assumed she was impressed by his achievement and became even more pleased. However, Guan-ning turned the screen toward him and calmly said that her brother had just officially entered the top 100,000. The news struck Lee Bong-yoon like lightning. He froze with wide eyes and disbelief on his face, while the 2 siblings no longer cared about his reaction. After leaving the battle area, the 2 walked through the campus while chatting. Guan-ning said her rank was stuck around 180,000 and was difficult to improve, so she wanted to make a contract with a second spirit beast and asked if he had any suggestions. Lindsay was slightly surprised and asked when she had become qualified to obtain another pet. Seeing that her brother had forgotten her achievement, Guan-ning angrily punched him lightly and reminded him that she was the only person in her class who passed the advanced difficulty test. Hearing that, Lindsay remembered the message shown on the trial monument. He rubbed the spot where she hit him and awkwardly smiled, saying he was only teasing her. The siblings continued walking. Lindsay asked what kind of pet she wanted. Guan-ning replied that she had not decided yet because she needed to consider growth potential, rarity, and compatibility with Flame Demon Bird. With his system, this was no challenge for Lindsay. He confidently told her to leave it to him because he had gained plenty of experience choosing spirit beasts. He had already planned to help Guan-ning find one with a hidden evolution path. Hearing his promise, Guan-ning became delighted. She suggested that they visit a pet store together this weekend, and Lindsay smiled and agreed. While the siblings chatted happily, Guo-cindy stood in the distance and silently watched everything without saying a word. Soon after, they arrived below the girls' dormitory and waved goodbye. After Guan-ning disappeared from sight, Guo-cindy finally stepped out and joked that the 2 were always together like shadows. Lindsay explained that they only trained together, but she interrupted before he could finish, mentioning that they also studied and ate together, making the atmosphere awkward. With a hint of embarrassment and slight jealousy, Guo-cindy directly asked what the real relationship between Lindsay and Guan-ning was. The sudden question left Lindsay speechless. After a moment of silence, he scratched his head and used the excuse that if there was nothing else, he would go back and rest first. Guo-cindy immediately grabbed his arm. Skipping all hesitation, she seriously warned that Lindsay might be in big trouble. She told him that Tan Yong was once attacked by a mysterious man. According to Tan Yong's memories, all freshmen this year were likely targets of that person. Lindsay asked who the enemy really was and what his purpose was, but Guo-cindy could only shake her head. The only thing they knew was that the man was extremely powerful and possessed a special soul technique that could turn ordinary pets into demonized pets. After hearing everything, Lindsay prepared to leave but still thanked Guo-cindy for warning him. Watching his back disappear, Guo-cindy lowered her head with worry. The thought of demonized pets made her think of Guan-ning's future, leaving her more and more uneasy. The next morning, Lindsay appeared in the simulated battle building again. Sitting inside the battle chamber, he set his goal for today: break straight into the top 10,000. After that, Snow Woman kept fighting battle after battle, rapidly raising Lindsay's rank to around 100,000 too. At the same time, inside another room, a cloaked figure operated a computer. Soon, Lindsay's full profile appeared on the screen. First-year student, 18 years old, battle rank around 100,000 to 100 win rate, owning Ica-type and Rock-type pets with all abilities still unknown. The man smiled with interest, picked up his phone, made a few moves, then grinned. It seemed time had come to meet Lindsay personally. Back in the simulated battlefield, Lindsay noticed his opponent immediately after matching because of the person's unusual appearance. The man covered his face with a skull mask, with 3 horns sticking out from the forehead and chin, while a mysterious symbol was carved in the center. Lindsay wondered when wearing masks in battles had become so common. Ignoring his gaze, the opponent raised his hand and summoned his pets. A 4th-year first-stage Earth-type armored turtle appeared first. Right after that came a 4th-year first-stage water-type dragonfish. After summoning both spirit beasts, the masked man smiled confidently and said Lindsay was not the only one who could own 2 pets. Lindsay only smirked slightly as his hand lit up and he began summoning his own team. The 2-on-2 battle officially started. Snow Woman and Rock Ghost appeared at the same time, immediately entering battle stance. Lindsay calmly replied that this was only fair. Looking at the opponent's 2 4th-year spirit beasts, he thought the fighters around the top 10,000 were indeed powerful, and the top 10 must be even more terrifying. The masked man pointed at Lin Zhe and said he knew this name very well. He was also surprised that Lin Zhe climbed the rankings so quickly. However, he believed Lin Zhe's previous opponents were all weak. Only after defeating him and entering the top 10,000 would Lin Zhe be qualified to join the ranks of the strong and cooperate with their organization. Lin Zhe only rubbed his ear in boredom and coldly replied not to decide for others. If he wanted to fight, then just start. The masked man raised one finger and sneered, saying he would show Lin Zhe that there was always someone stronger in this world. As soon as he finished speaking, Dragon Fish opened its mouth and fired a powerful water beam straight at the enemy. Snow Woman calmly raised her hand and easily froze the incoming stream of water. However, the ice layer quickly cracked apart, while Snow Woman remained completely calm. It turned out Rock Ghost had rushed forward and shattered the ice with its body to handle the situation. Not willing to lose, Armored Turtle's shell began transforming. Its back split open, revealing a black core that fired countless objects from within. Seeing the attack, Rock Ghost immediately realized the danger and became extremely alert. It quickly activated Ghost Spirit form, becoming completely immune to physical attacks. Without stopping, Armored Turtle curled up into a giant wheel and charged forward at incredible speed. But before it could reach the target, Snow Woman created a massive ice shield and blocked its path. The impact sent Armored Turtle flying backward like a bouncing ball. At that moment, Snow Woman suddenly sensed something wrong and immediately turned her head. Without anyone noticing, Dragon Fish had already approached and launched Water Spiral directly at her. While Snow Woman was restrained by the skill, Armored Turtle in wheel form accelerated and charged toward her again. Seeing his teammate in danger, Rock Ghost used Earth Spikes, creating countless stone spikes to block the enemy. However, with its hard shell and overwhelming speed, Armored Turtle was barely affected at all. The stone spikes were knocked away, one after another, like bowling pins, while the turtle kept charging forward with terrifying momentum. Meanwhile, Snow Woman had already regained her composure. Her eyes turned cold as she lightly snapped her fingers. The area around her instantly lit up with blinding light, followed by countless cracking sounds. When the light faded, only Dragon Fish and Armored Turtle remained standing. A sharp cut had appeared on Armored Turtle's shell. Seeing this, the masked man did not get angry. Instead, he applauded and admitted that Lin Zhe truly had strength. Lin Zhe clenched his fist and analyzed the situation. Although his side had a slight advantage, they were still being forced into defense. The enemy's two spirit beasts worked together too perfectly. It seemed Snow Woman and Rock Ghost needed more teamwork training in the future. The masked man raised his hand again and announced that the warm-up was over and the real battle was only beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, Armored Turtle's body slowly melted into mud. Behind it, Dragon Fish kept spraying water to support the transformation, greatly speeding up the process. Before long, the mud on the ground began gathering and merging into a massive shape. In just moments, a giant mud turtle was formed. This was the water and earth combination skill called Rebirth Fusion. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhe could not hide his surprise. He never expected a combination skill like this to exist. It truly broadened his horizons. While he was still thinking, the giant turtle curled into a wheel again and charged toward Lin Zhe and his two spirit beasts like a storm. Rock Ghost did not retreat. It rushed forward and threw a punch, but against Armored Turtle's massive body, it was sent flying like a toy. Unable to keep defending, Lin Zhe immediately circulated Soul Power Impact through his arm and ordered Snow Woman to activate Extreme Cold Domain. Snow Woman followed the command and pressed both hands onto the ground. A violent chill erupted as ice spread rapidly, sealing part of Armored Turtle's body. Taking this rare chance, Lin Zhe rushed forward and punched the frozen turtle's body. Unfortunately, the attack barely caused any noticeable damage. The masked man crossed his arms and laughed arrogantly. He said Armored Turtle's defense was already stronger than most pets, and the steel-like mud reinforcement made it even harder to break through. Lin Zhe still had much to learn if he wanted to defeat it. Right after that, he ordered Dragon Fish to use high-temperature water bullet. A stream of hot water shot toward the ice, surprising Lin Zhe because Dragon Fish could even control boiling water. In an instant, Lin Zhe realized the situation had become dangerous. Once the ice was destroyed, Snow Woman would not be able to use Extreme Cold Domain again immediately. At that moment, Armored Turtle shattered the ice and continued charging. Lin Zhe immediately stood in front of Snow Woman, telling her to retreat while activating Soul Guardian to defend. A violent collision echoed. The shield was crushed instantly, and Lin Zhe was blasted away by the impact. The masked man looked at him and called out. He calmly declared that Lin Zhe had passed his test. Seeing her master injured, Snow Woman became furious. Killing intent filled her eyes as she gritted her teeth, ready to fight desperately. But Lin Zhe quickly stopped her. Lin Zhe slowly stood up and reassured Snow Woman that he was fine. He admitted they had lost this battle, but with more training, they would definitely become stronger. Right after that, the system announced his surrender, dropping his rank to around 100,081, and stating he would be teleported out in 30 seconds. At that moment, the mud turtle released Rock Ghost. The masked man looked at Lin Zhe with admiration and said that risking himself to protect his pet in a critical moment was exactly why their leader noticed him. Lin Zhe frowned, not understanding what the man meant. Without wasting more time, the masked man directly invited Lin Zhe to join an organization called Symbiosis. He claimed that place could unlock Lin Zhe's full potential and bring him to a completely new level. Lin Zhe asked what kind of organization Symbiosis was and what their goal was. The man only coldly replied that Lin Zhe only needed to answer yes or no. As the teleportation countdown was about to end, Lin Zhe smiled confidently and refused without hesitation. He said he only wanted to defeat him with his own strength. The masked man laughed with excitement and said he would wait for that day. Not long after, news of Lin Zhe's first defeat spread across the internet with the headline, "Freshman Battle God stopped at the gate of the top 10,000. The community immediately erupted in discussion because a freshman had gone this far. Some people admired his strength, while others thought he was too arrogant and would eventually be taught a lesson by a true expert. Lee Bongyun also read the article, and someone in the comments asked if anyone knew more about this freshman. After leaving the battle area, Lee Bongyun happened to meet Lin Zhe coming out of the simulation chamber. He immediately asked if Lin Zhe had also encountered someone from the Symbiosis organization. Lin Zhe was surprised and asked if Lee Bongyun had met them before. Lee Bongyun's expression instantly turned cold. He snorted and said he was not someone who could be underestimated. If that guy appeared before him again, he would definitely make him pay. Lin Zhe continued, asking if he knew the true background of that organization. Walking past Lin Zhe, Lee Bongyun confidently said that he knew those people very well. Watching him leave, Lin Zhe fell into thought. The organization did not seem to have many members, but their true goal was impossible to predict. Thinking about Guo Xindi's warning, he became even more certain they were the same group. The masked man appeared in Lin Zhe's mind again. He felt that meeting him again might reveal more information. His instincts told him that ignoring this matter could lead to a huge disaster in the future. While walking, Lin Zhe calculated his current situation. Rock Ghost had reached Tier 3 Stage 7, Snow Woman was at Tier 4 Stage 2, and he only had 1,000 achievement points left. Those points were enough to help Rock Ghost break into tier. But without evolution materials, it was still impossible. The system interface quickly appeared, showing Rock Ghost's next evolution path, Earth Soul Spirit. To complete it, Rock Ghost needed to reach Tier 3 Stage 9, have 100 growth potential, 30 portions of high-grade Earth Element Essence, and 3 Soul Stabilizing Stones. After reading the requirements, Lin Zhe fell into deep thought again. Just buying those materials would cost around 400,000. While he was struggling, a voice suddenly shouted from behind, "Big brother." Turning around, Lin Zhe saw Zhu Xiong running over in a hurry. He said he had just read the forum and was shocked after hearing that Lin Zhe lost a battle. Lin Zhe only cracked his neck and smiled, saying he was not invincible. Remembering that Zhu Xiong was good at gathering information, Lin Zhe asked if he knew where to find high-grade Earth Element, Essence, and Soul Stabilizing Stones. Zhu Xiong froze for a moment, because those were extremely rare items, then asked how much Lin Zhe needed. Lin Zhe honestly said he needed 30 portions of high-grade Earth Element Essence and 3 Soul Stabilizing Stones. Hearing this, Zhu Xiong widened his eyes and complained that even robbing someone might not be enough to gather that much. But only seconds later, he suddenly laughed excitedly and said he knew a place where they might find those materials. He offered to take Lin Zhe there. Lin Zhe immediately nodded and said they should leave right away. Zhu Xiong was stunned and asked if they were really going now. The scene then changed to Spirit Essence Mountain, a towering mountain with almost no vegetation. After arriving, Zhu Xiong explained that since ancient times, many space cracks had appeared, connecting to another world. It was said that all spirit beasts originated from that place. Decades ago, the Beast Tamer Association and many universities controlled some safe entrances to secret realms, providing a stable source of resources. However, many areas remained unconquered. Countless people entered searching for treasures but never returned, so those places were sealed off. Looking at the pink gate ahead, Lin Zhe asked if this secret realm really contained what he needed. Zhu Xiong confidently took out his notebook and said that those who entered before brought back many valuable resources. He had spent a lot of effort collecting this information. According to Zhu Xiong, the secret realm was extremely rich in resources, and it definitely contained high-grade Earth Element Essence and Soul Stabilizing Stones. Hearing this, Lin Zhe smiled, patted his junior's shoulder, praised his work, and decided to enter together. After that, the two slowly walked toward the glowing secret realm gate. When they reached the entrance, Lin Zhe looked down and excitedly prepared to enter. But at that moment, Zhu Xiong quickly grabbed his hand. Zhu Xiong's face was filled with worry. He reminded Lin Zhe that if they encountered dangers inside, they might never have a chance to return. Lin Zhe remained determined. To him, obtaining those two materials was worth taking the risk. If Zhu Xiong was afraid, he could return first. Zhu Xiong clenched his fist, his eyes becoming determined. He then shouted that he would go too. All this time, he had gathered information for this exact opportunity. that with Lin Zhe by his side, they would definitely find many treasures and become rich together. Hearing that, Lin Zhe gave him a thumbs up. After making their decision, the two did not hesitate and jumped straight into the secret realm gate. After landing, Lin Zhe immediately observed the surrounding area. A few seconds later, Zhu Xiong also fell down, groaning in pain. But before his complaints ended, the sparkling stones above caught his attention and made him forget all about the pain. Without hesitation, Zhu Xiong summoned Wide-Mouth Monster. The spirit beast's 2 long arms connected to its head stretched upward, grabbed a crystal, and pulled it down. Holding the item and examining it, Zhu Xiong jumped with excitement. It was a low-grade crystal, a material used to upgrade rock and earth-type pets. Although its value was not high, finding it for free inside the secret realm was enough to make him thrilled. Becoming more excited, Zhu Xiong kept urging Wide-Mouth Monster to collect even more crystals. Just then, Lin Zhe's eyes suddenly turned sharp. He immediately shouted for Zhu Xiong to stop. It turned out a green creature, like a gecko, was hiding on the cliff wall. Lin Zhe's shout startled Wide-Mouth Monster, making it stop instantly. The creature was a crystal water lizard, a rock-type pet at Tier 2 Stage 4. Lin Zhe finally understood that many evolution materials were actually taken directly from spirit beasts. Seeing it was only Tier 2 Stage 4, he asked Zhu Xiong if he could handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, Wide-Mouth Monster opened its mouth and swallowed crystal water lizard whole. Zhu Xiong immediately laughed confidently, telling his big brother not to underestimate his spirit beast. Putting his hands on his waist, he proudly said they only needed to wait for Wide-Mouth Monster to slowly digest it. However, his excitement did not last long. Wide-Mouth Monster suddenly vomited out a round object. Looking closer, they discovered crystal water lizard had curled into a ball and avoided being digested. Wide-Mouth Monster pointed at the creature while making strange noises. Zhu Xiong immediately translated that the lizard was too hard and it could not eat it. Hearing that, Lin Zhe was surprised that Zhu Xiong could understand spirit beast language. After escaping, crystal water lizard raised its head and made a series of strange cries. At first, Lin Zhe did not understand what it was doing and calmly watched. The answer soon appeared. It was calling its companions. In an instant, Lin Zhe and Zhu Xiong were surrounded by a swarm of crystal water lizards. Zhu Xiong worried that Wide-Mouth Monster was not suitable to fight this group. Having already seen its ability, Lin Zhe calmly told him to step back. After that, Lin Zhe summoned Snow Woman and ordered her to use Blizzard. Instantly, icy tornadoes swept across the ground, freezing everything in their path, including the crystal water lizards. Taking the opportunity, Rock Ghost charged forward and destroyed them one by one with powerful punches. After defeating the monsters, Zhu Xiong happily ran over to collect the glowing crystals, shouting that they were finally getting rich. He planned to let Wide-Mouth Monster store all the crystals for Lin Zhe and split them later, but Lin Zhe told him to throw them away. Zhu Xiong immediately held his head and cried out in regret, unable to understand why. In his eyes, even if each crystal was not worth much, such a large amount was still a considerable fortune. Lin Zhe picked up a crystal and explained that Wide-Mouth Monster's storage capacity was limited. It was not worth wasting space on low-level materials. Looking deeper into the cave, he believed better resources would appear further inside, and they could collect as much as they wanted later. Behind them, Rock Ghost also curiously played with a crystal in its hand. After hearing his explanation, Zhu Xiong agreed and made Wide-Mouth Monster spit out all the crystals. The two continued deeper into the secret realm, while Rock Ghost casually threw away the crystal it was holding. After walking further, they discovered groups of glowing blue insects covering the cave walls. Lin Zhe only glanced at them and concluded that these insects did not contain the high-grade earth element essence or spirit essence stones he needed. Moving deeper inside, the terrain began changing clearly. Lin Zhe realized that from this area onward, the creatures were much stronger than those outside. While everyone was observing the surroundings, the ground beneath them suddenly shook. Zhu Xiong was startled and shouted, not knowing what was approaching. The next moment, a drill-like creature burst out from underground, bit onto Wide-Mouth Monster, and dragged it away, leaving Zhu Xiong desperately calling his spirit beast's name. Another one suddenly charged at Lin Zhe, but he sensed the danger in time and stepped back to dodge. Rock Ghost was also ambushed, but it reacted quickly and turned around, throwing a powerful punch. These creatures were rock serpents, earth-type pets at Tier 3 Stage 4. They burrowed underground, suddenly emerged to bite, then disappeared again, leaving Lin Zhe extremely frustrated because he was completely forced into a passive position. Carefully observing their movement paths underground, Lin Zhe quickly came up with a countermeasure: predict their route and strike the moment they appear. Just then, another rock serpent rushed out and bit onto Wide-Mouth Monster. Seeing his pet captured, Zhu Xiong immediately chased after it, shouting for it to let go. The serpent ignored his screams and dragged its prey away at high speed. Zhu Xiong could only chase after it without noticing something else quietly approaching beneath the ground behind him. As expected, less than 2 seconds later, another rock serpent bit his fat body. Helpless, he looked toward his big brother with teary eyes, desperately calling for help. Seeing this scene, he suddenly remembered the time when he and his pet were once hanging from the withered golden beast, Emperor. The situation felt strangely familiar. While he was still thinking, another serpent suddenly broke through the ground and attacked. Luckily, he reacted quickly and used Soul Guardian to block it, causing several of its teeth to break. Right after that, he summoned Rock Ghost into battle. It charged forward without hesitation and tightly grabbed the serpent's neck. Snow Woman immediately followed up, using Ice Burst as countless ice spikes shot forward. The ice spikes pierced the enemy's body, while Rock Ghost quickly jumped backward. Seeing this, Zhu Xiong was confused. He wondered why his big brother ordered Rock Ghost to retreat when it could simply enter Ghost Spirit form. Despite suffering heavy injuries, the serpent still tried to burrow underground and escape, but Rock Ghost grabbed its tail and pulled it back out. While using all its strength to drag the serpent up, no one noticed the ground behind it, quietly shaking. At that moment, another rock serpent suddenly burst out from behind Rock Ghost. Luckily, Rock Ghost noticed in time and blocked the bite by holding the serpent's mouth shut. The first serpent used the chance to escape, but it returned to the battlefield shortly after. Zhu Xiong panicked and shouted a warning, telling Rock Ghost to dodge quickly. Instead, Lin Zhe remained calm and ordered it not to move, telling it to wait a little longer. Trusting its master's command completely, Rock Ghost stayed still. Only when the enemy got close did Lin Zhe give the signal. Instantly, Rock Ghost entered Ghost Spirit form, while Snow Woman used Blizzard and froze all the serpents that had emerged from the ground. After confirming everything was under control, Rock Ghost canceled Ghost Spirit form and returned to normal. Zhu Xiang finally let out a breath of relief. Covered in sweat, he realized Lin Zhe had intentionally used Rock Ghost as bait to lure all the serpents out and defeat them together. Lin Zhe then ordered Rock Ghost to use Shattering Strike. Rock Ghost charged into the frozen bodies and crushed them into countless pieces. The system announced that 2 rock serpents had been defeated and 2 high-grade earth element essences were obtained. Lin Zhe calculated that he still needed 28 more. Before he could think further, Zhu Xiong shouted for his big brother again. But in an instant, the 2 remaining serpents disappeared underground. When Zhu Xiong regained his senses, he and his pet found themselves in a pitch-black underground space. Looking around in confusion, he tremblingly asked where they were. Before anyone could understand what happened, countless pairs of glowing red eyes appeared around them, silently staring at the 2, making them turn pale with fear. In panic, the 2 hugged each other tightly for safety. Zhu Xiong could only regret coming here and beg not to become food for the serpents. Just when they had no idea what to do, a huge explosion came from above, creating a massive hole that made everything below look upward. The one who created the hole was Lin Zhe and his spirit beasts. Seeing him, Zhu Xiong felt saved and tremblingly shouted, "Big brother!" Zhu Xiong and Wide-Mouth Monster were overjoyed because they knew they were saved, while the rock serpents showed the complete opposite reaction, filled with fear and anxiety. Lin Zhe smiled while looking down and counted the enemies. 28 of them, exactly the number he needed. Zhu Xiong immediately waved excitedly, happy that his big brother truly had not abandoned him. The joy did not last long before several serpents slowly approached. Zhu Xiong and Wide-Mouth Monster hugged each other and cried loudly, begging for help because they thought they were about to die. Unlike their panic, Lin Zhe remained calm as always and gave an order. Snow Woman followed the command and raised her arm forward. Her hand glowed, and in just seconds, countless sharp ice spikes formed and floated in the air. Seeing the ice spikes above their heads, Zhu Xiong broke into a cold sweat and tremblingly asked Wide-Mouth Monster if they were about to die. Even the pet covered its head and screamed as if begging for mercy. Snow Woman ignored the 2 and directly activated her skill. In an instant, all the young rock serpents below were frozen, while the system continuously announced the acquisition of high-grade earth element essences. Lin Zhe remained expressionless. The young rock serpents only dropped a small amount of materials and were much weaker than adult ones. Meanwhile, the system announced that a total of 9 high-grade earth element essences had been obtained. After narrowly escaping death, Zhu Xiong grabbed the edge of the hole and struggled to climb up. Once he reached the ground, he immediately breathed heavily, like someone who had just returned to life. Zhu Xiang's eyes shone brightly, his face flushed with excitement. He looked at Lin Zhe with gratitude and loudly declared that Lin Zhe was now closer than a blood brother. But before he could finish, a rock serpent suddenly burst from the ground and sent both Zhu Xiong and Wide-Mouth Monster flying into the air. The smile instantly disappeared from his face. Being thrown into the sky again, Zhu Xiong widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and screamed desperately. Why was it always him? Lin Zhe only looked up calmly and ordered Rock Ghost to rescue them. Hearing the command, it immediately rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, Rock Ghost caught both Zhu Xiong and Wide-Mouth Monster safely in mid-air. After landing, Rock Ghost casually tossed the 2 aside, making them cry out in pain, then immediately focused back on the battle. It turned around, ready to face the newly appeared enemy. This rock serpent was completely different from the others. It had no intention of escaping and directly confronted Rock Ghost. Seeing this, Lin Zhe became even more interested. It seemed this one was truly angry. He called out Snow Woman and Rock Ghost. Rock Ghost became excited and cracked its fists, while Snow Woman calmly waited for orders. Lin Zhe smiled and said it was time to test the results of their teamwork. The rock serpent showed no fear. It immediately accelerated and charged forward with blood-red eyes. Rock Ghost instantly entered Ghost Spirit form to fight head-on, while Snow Woman quickly moved backward to keep her distance. At the same time, she stretched out both hands and began casting a skill. 1 second later, eternal ice chains appeared and tightly bound the serpent in midair. No matter how much it struggled, it could not escape. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Lin Zhe immediately shouted the command to attack. Rock Ghost exploded with speed and rushed forward like an arrow leaving the bow. When it reached the target, its eyes became extremely sharp as it activated General Ghost form. Right after that, Shattering Strike was unleashed, directly smashing into the rock serpent's head. The system immediately announced that Rock Ghost had advanced from Tier 3 Stage 7 to Tier 3 Stage 8, with growth reaching 24. Next came the achievement reward for clearing the rock serpent nest, 500 achievement points, 10 high-grade earth element essences, and 1 soul stabilizing stone. Lin Zhe clenched his fist in excitement. He finally collected all 30 materials needed to upgrade Rock Ghost, and it had even gained another stage of power. In the future, he planned to use achievement points to accumulate experience for the next breakthrough. Looking at the fallen rock serpent corpse, Zhu Xiang excitedly praised them and urged everyone to go deeper into the nest because there must be more treasures hidden inside. But right after he finished speaking, a round of applause echoed through the space, followed by praise that this was truly an impressive battle. The person speaking slowly walked out of the darkness. It was a white-haired young man wearing a blue robe. Looking at Lin Zhe, he said that he was indeed worthy of being the target he had been watching for so long. Lin Zhe was surprised, but he still raised his hand to stop Snow Woman from attacking. He calmly asked who the man was and why he knew his identity so well. Behind him, Zhu Xiong also raised his hand, signaling Wide-Mouth Monster to prepare for battle. The white-haired man laughed mysteriously and slowly asked if Lin Zhe wanted to know who he was. He spread out his arms, raised his head, and mentioned a name almost everyone had heard of, Symbiosis. Hearing that name, Lin Zhe remained completely calm without showing any fear. As expected, it was that organization again. Unlike you, Zhu Xiang immediately turned pale and loudly confirmed that the opponent was a member of the Symbiosis group. Lin Zhe looked at Zhu Xiang in surprise. He never expected Zhu Xiang to know about this organization too. Zhu Xiang quickly nodded in confirmation. He explained that just 2 days ago, Lei Bongyun had assigned him to investigate the Symbiosis group. According to the investigation, this organization often attacks beast tamers to steal their pets. Hearing this, the man in blue smiled even more proudly. Zhu Xiong continued that they always claimed to protect pets, saying they wanted to free them and create so-called free symbiosis. At that moment, a shadow filled with dense dark energy slowly appeared beside the white-haired man. It was his pet, carrying an extremely strange aura. It was also the symbol of the extremist group called the Pet Protection Association, also known as the Symbiosis group. The corner of the blue-clothed man's mouth curled up. He raised one finger and began explaining that everything started from the Great Disaster, hundreds of years ago, when beasts entered the continent through space cracks. He looked at Rock Demon and Snow Maiden, then slowly said that creatures accepting contracts with humans were called pets. Then he shifted his gaze to the heavily defeated rock giant Snake, claiming that creatures refusing to submit to humans were labeled as beasts. As he said that, his expression turned cold, his teeth clenched tightly, and the dark energy around him became much heavier. He angrily questioned why things had to be this way, remembering the days when he had to search for scraps just to survive. In his eyes, human society was filled with class divisions and contempt for the weak. Even his shelter back then was nothing more than a worn-out cardboard box, while every race in the world was forced into different ranks. He spread his arms and looked upward in excitement, declaring that the world was never fair, and the Symbiosis group was created to break this unjust order. His eyes stopped on Lin Zhe as he invited him. With talent like his, joining the Symbiosis group would unlock his full potential. He claimed the organization could release the instincts of Rock Demon and Snow Maiden, allowing them to evolve into true kings. Hearing this, Lin Zhe was shocked and wondered if the man knew the hidden evolution paths of his two pets. But only seconds later, Lin Zhe quickly regained his composure. Sweat appeared on his forehead as he realized this might only be a psychological trick. Lin Zhe clenched his fist. He admitted this world followed the rule of survival of the strongest, but he would never become a pawn of that organization. Zhu Xiong immediately tried to stop him, telling Lin Zhe not to believe those tempting words. Based on his investigation, this was only how the Symbiosis group recruited newcomers, and they were nothing more than a terrorist organization. Zhu Xiang added that if they truly possessed the power they claimed, they would have already overthrown the Beast Tamer Association and ruled the world. Hearing this, the cloaked man burst into laughter. He slowly reached one hand behind him, signaling his companion. The monster behind him immediately understood and nodded in response. Right after that, it brought over a rock giant snake, a rock-type pet at Tier 2 Level 7, and handed it to its master. He calmly accepted it and gently stroked the snake's head. The creature trembled in fear, tears filling its eyes as it stood still without resisting. After only about 2 seconds, the snake's body began releasing strange streams of blue and purple light. Suddenly, its eyes turned bright red, releasing an extremely violent aura. At the same time, the surrounding rocks were pulled toward it. Crashing sounds echoed, as layers of stone gradually covered the snake's entire body. Feeling the opponent's aura skyrocket in an instant, Lin Ze's expression changed. Zhu Xiong beside him was also frozen by this unbelievable sight. Soon, a gigantic figure appeared before everyone. The cloaked man spread his arms proudly, showing off his achievement. He declared that after breaking its old chains, the snake had gained a new life. Now, besides its familiar green scales, its body was covered with dark red and black patterns filled with evil energy. 2 more eyes appeared on each side of its head, making 3 eyes on each side in total, and its aura became far more terrifying. He explained that releasing its instincts was only the first step of evolution. At that moment, the information panel appeared. Demonized rock giant snake, rock type, Tier 5 Level 1. Lin Zi's eyes widened in shock. In just a moment, the snake had jumped 3 major realms. He immediately thought of a soul technique capable of demonizing both beasts and pets, confirming that the person before him was the same one who had attacked Tan Yong. The cloaked man coldly pointed at Lin Ze and ordered the snake to attack. Following the command, the demonized rock giant snake raised its head and let out a powerful roar before using Earth Spike. Instantly, countless sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground and shot straight toward Lin Zi's group. A series of violent impacts echoed out as dust and smoke quickly covered the entire area. As the smoke cleared, a thick and towering ice wall appeared. Snow Maiden had used Crystal Ice Shield in time to block the entire attack. At that moment, Wide-Mouth Monster suddenly hugged Zhu Xiong tightly and cried while speaking non-stop. After hearing him, Zhu Xiong's face turned pale. He rushed over, hugged Rock Demon's leg, and panicked that they were truly doomed this time. Lin Ze and his 2 pets still had no idea what was happening, only listening as Zhu Xiong complained that if he had known this would happen, he would have taken Wide-Mouth Monster out for a huge meal first. Before Zhu Xiong could finish, a sharp voice suddenly sounded beside his ear, making him stop in shock. He immediately looked toward the rock giant snake. It was screaming in pain, constantly crying out that its entire body felt like it was being torn apart. Zhu Xiong quickly translated its words for Lin Ze. According to the snake, its body was suffering unbearable pain. Hearing this, Lin Ze was completely stunned. Lin Zi's expression instantly darkened as he angrily questioned the opponent. He kept preaching about equality, yet he controlled and exploited the weak for his own goals. How could that be called fairness? Whether from pain or losing control, the snake suddenly went berserk and repeatedly smashed its head into the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. Lin Ze immediately gave orders. They could not let it escape. Snow Maiden would use Blizzard Storm to restrict it, while Rock Demon would take the chance to find its weakness. Without wasting a second, Snow Maiden raised her glowing hand forward and began casting her skill. In only 2 seconds, frost spread across the ground and quickly wrapped around the snake's tail. Lin Ze calculated that Snow Maiden was only Tier 4 Level 2, while the opponent had reached Tier 5 Level 1. The snake struggled violently, breaking apart layers of ice, one after another. Ice-type attacks naturally had no advantage against a rock-type opponent. Lin Ze gritted his teeth. In this situation, without another burst card, overcoming an entire major realm difference was almost impossible. Meanwhile, the demonized rock giant snake kept roaring, and strange black-red liquid began leaking from the corners of its eyes. Lin Ze opened the system panel for a closer look and quickly realized this power was not its true strength. He guessed that this demonization soul technique was draining the pet's potential and would definitely cause a massive backlash afterward. Without hesitation, he decided to spend all his skill points to increase Rock Demon's growth. The system immediately announced that Rock Demon had risen from Tier 3 Level 8 to Tier 3 Level 9, reaching 100 growth. At the same time, it transformed into a demon general, with a crimson aura erupting like a volcanic explosion. After the enhancement was complete, Rock Demon instantly accelerated and charged toward the snake at maximum speed. The snake remained still, while rocks of different sizes continuously rose around its body, preparing for a counterattack. Seeing this, Lin Ze's expression changed. He knew this state increased Rock Demon's speed by 300, but sacrificed all defense, making it like a powerful cannon with an extremely fragile body. He immediately called Snow Maiden to protect their teammate. Snow Maiden calmly stretched out her hand, and a blue light quickly traveled along her arm. Right after that, the rocks flying toward Rock Demon were blocked in midair by countless ice shields. At that moment, Rock Demon and Snow Maiden seemed to sense something at the same time, and their eyes changed together. The system repeatedly announced rising fusion levels, and officially unlocked a combined skill called Frozen Rock Heavy Pillar, whose power depended on the time spent gathering energy. Lin Ze's eyes widened in surprise. He never expected his two pets to comprehend a cooperative skill. According to the description, Frozen Rock Heavy Pillar was an extremely powerful combined skill. Ice energy would be infused into the rock core, and once the cold energy reached its limit, it would explode. The power and soul force consumption depended on the charging time. After reading the description, Lin Ze fell into deep thought. It seemed unlocking a combined skill was only the first step. Reaching soul skill fusion still required more. Looking at his two pets fighting together perfectly, Lin Ze immediately understood. The remaining key condition was absolute coordination and understanding between them. Rock Demon slammed its foot into the ground, using the force to leap high before moving behind the rock giant snake. Realizing the opponent had moved behind it, the snake immediately turned around to find the target. Lin Ze instantly ordered an attack on its weak point. Before the snake could even see its enemy clearly, it received a powerful kick directly to the face. The impact made it roar in pain and forcefully throw its head backward. However, with the power from demonization, it quickly regained balance and swung its huge tail to counterattack. The attack was immediately blocked by Snow Maiden's ice shield. Seizing the chance, Rock Demon shattered the ice barrier and charged through to keep closing the distance. After maintaining her skill for so long, Snow Maiden was clearly showing signs of exhaustion. Lin Ze realized the situation was bad. The snake's firepower was too strong, and Snow Maiden could not keep using crystal ice to both defend and support Rock Demon. In the distance, the cloaked man calmly sat on his pet, laughing with amusement as he mocked them, telling them to try living a little longer and not fall too soon. Lin Ze's expression changed instantly as he shouted for Snow Maiden and Rock Demon to use their combined skill. He understood that the enemy was only treating them like entertainment, so this battle had to end as quickly as possible. Right after that, he turned to Zhuxiong and Wide Mouth Monster, asking them to distract the rock giant snake because the combined skill needed time to gather power. Hearing this, Zhuxiong's face turned pale and sweat poured down. Trembling, he asked if Lin Ze really wanted him to become bait for that monster. Lin Ze calmly replied that without doing this, all 5 of them would die here, and no one would even come to collect their bodies. Hearing that, Zhuxiong became even more terrified, hugging himself and repeatedly saying he did not want to die. Even so, he gritted his teeth and ordered Wide Mouth Monster to use acid. The pet reluctantly nodded and prepared to attack. A thick green liquid was immediately sprayed out, tearing through the air and flying straight toward the enemy. The attack quickly struck the rock giant snake. Corrosive sounds echoed as white smoke rose, while the snake twisted in pain and screamed non-stop. At that moment, a strange blue energy sphere slowly appeared above the snake's head. Looking closer, countless stone fragments could be seen stacked inside the energy sphere, with lightning flashing around it and crackling sounds filling the air. The massive energy sphere quickly descended like a meteor. This was the combined skill of Snow Maiden and Rock Demon, Frozen Core Heavy Pillar. Snow Maiden widened her eyes, while Rock Demon focused completely. Both continuously poured more power into their final attack. Seeing the perfect moment arrive, Lin Ze shouted loudly and launched the attack. In the next instant, Frozen Core Heavy Pillar crashed directly onto the rock giant snake, creating a massive explosion that sent rocks and dust flying everywhere. As the shockwave slowly faded, countless sparkling ice fragments were left scattered across the battlefield. Fortunately, Lin Ze had used Soul Guardian beforehand to protect himself and Zhu Xiong, so they were barely affected by the explosion. But before they could relax, Zhu Xiong suddenly heard the familiar voice inside his head again. The snake was still crying in pain, saying it was alive. He quickly reported it to Lin Ze. Lin Ze immediately decided to go check. Zhu Xiong hesitated slightly but still hurried after him. Despite taking the terrifying attack head-on, the rock giant snake's body remained motionless on the ground, while its painful groans continued without stopping. Standing beside the snake, Zhu Xiong clearly heard every desperate plea. It kept repeating that it was in great pain and begged them to end its suffering. He immediately translated everything for Lin Ze. Zhu Xiong sighed softly and suggested helping the snake find peace. Lin Ze listened but remained silent, his expression extremely heavy. After thinking for a while, he finally made his decision. Lin Ze closed his eyes, slowly raised 2 fingers, and gathered power at his fingertips. Without hesitation, he pointed at the snake and released the energy through its head. Immediately, the system announced the achievement of defeating the super-demonized rock giant snake. The rewards appeared one after another: 1,000 achievement points, 10 high-grade earth element essences, and 1 burst card. At the same time, by freeing the demonized rock giant snake from its suffering, he received another 500 achievement points, 2 hidden spirit stones, 1 soul crystal, and 1 soul recovery potion. After checking the notifications, the snake's body gradually shrank at a visible speed, with 2 more hidden spirit stones added to his collection. All requirements to upgrade and break through Rock Demon were finally complete. However, Lin Ze seemed to enter his own world. The surrounding space was filled with heavy pressure, as if stained red with blood. Even after receiving valuable rewards like soul recovery potion and burst card, he felt no joy at all. Lin Zi's face became increasingly tense, his teeth tightly clenched. Even he could not understand why his heart felt so heavy. Seeing him silently staring at the snake's corpse, the cloaked man slowly walked over with a proud smile. He looked directly at Lin Zi and smirked, asking if this feeling was the anger rising inside him, while deliberately guiding his thoughts in the direction he wanted. He continued, saying that beast tamers like Lin Zi also hunted beasts to collect materials, didn't they? Hearing that, both Lin Zi and Snow Maiden turned around instantly. Lin Zi shouted coldly, while Snow Maiden silently condensed countless ice spikes around the opponent, waiting for a command to strike. However, Lin Zi did not respond immediately. He closed his eyes and quietly thought for a moment. After a few seconds of silence, he calmly spoke. Beast tamers did hunt beasts for resources, but if they encountered stronger beasts, they could also become the prey themselves. After saying that, he pointed directly at the opponent and coldly declared, "This world may be full of unfairness and conflict, but people like you are the ones I hate the most. You keep preaching equality and freedom, yet you force others to obey your will and even exploit the weak." Hearing this, the aura around the cloaked man suddenly became strangely dark. Lin Zi continued, exposing the symbiosis group as nothing more than hypocrites hiding behind a righteous image. Only after Lin Zi finished speaking did the cloaked man slowly reply. It seemed there was nothing left to negotiate between them. Suddenly, he thought of Guan Ning and revealed a meaningful smile. He deliberately mentioned the girl who possessed the demonization soul technique, implying that Lin Zi's sister had great talent in this field and would surely have much to discuss with him. Lin Zi immediately understood this was a threat targeting Guan Ning. His fists tightened, anger burned in his eyes, and he shouted, "What exactly do you want?" The opponent calmly turned around, waved his hand slightly, and replied that he should figure it out himself. That answer only made Lin Zi angrier. He immediately ordered Snow Maiden to trap him. Instantly, ice chains shot forward from behind. A huge explosion erupted, and dust and smoke quickly covered the entire area. As the dust slowly cleared, the cloaked man's figure had completely disappeared. Lin Zi clicked his tongue in frustration that he escaped. Snow Maiden stood frozen in shock, unable to believe the opponent had left completely unharmed. The scene shifted to Jiangning Beast Tamer Academy at sunset, as students gradually returned to their dormitories. Lin Zi held a photo of Guan Ning and repeatedly asked everyone passing by if they had seen her. At that moment, Tan Yong and Guo Xindi accidentally noticed the scene from afar. Guo Xindi was surprised to see Lin Zi looking extremely anxious. Standing beside her, Tan Yong crossed his arms in annoyance and asked why she cared so much about him. But before he could finish, Guo Xindi had already run toward Lin Zi to ask what happened, leaving Tan Yong behind. As soon as they met, she immediately asked what was going on. Lin Zi did not waste time and said he had encountered the person who attacked Tan Yong before and suspected his next target was Guan Ning. Hearing this, Guo Xindi suddenly remembered that after class, Guan Ning had said she would go to the simulated battle room to train. The moment he heard that location, Lin Zi immediately rushed away without hesitation. Guo Xindi quickly followed, deciding to help him search. Tan Yong watched everything from behind, still unable to understand what was happening, only feeling that everything happened too suddenly. At this moment, Zhu Xiong finally told him the entire story inside the secret realm, including their encounter with the symbiosis group and the opponent's declaration that Guan Ning would be targeted. Hearing this, Tan Yong's expression changed instantly. He quickly blamed Zhu Xiong for not saying it earlier, then immediately chased after them, determined not to let another tragedy happen again. The four of them quickly split up and searched throughout the simulated battle room, repeatedly calling Guan Ning's name and hoping she would answer. Just as everyone was becoming anxious, a familiar voice suddenly asked if they were looking for Guan Ning. Lin Zi immediately turned around and saw Lei Bongyun standing there with his arms crossed, calmly saying that he knew where she was. That if Lin Zi wanted to know, he should beg him, and maybe he would reveal it if he was in a good mood. Unable to hold back any longer, Lin Zi rushed forward, grabbed his collar, and shouted for him to speak immediately. Frightened by Lin Zi's aura, Lei Bongyun quickly asked him to let go and promised to tell everything. After being released, Lei Bongyun fixed his clothes and cleared his throat, explaining that he had only happened to meet Guan Ning not long ago. Lei Bongyun recalled overhearing a conversation between the two girls earlier. It seemed Zhang Xiaoyun had invited Guan Ning to a pet shop to buy breakthrough materials, and Guan Ning happily agreed to go with her. Without hesitation, Lin Zi immediately called them. However, only endless ringing answered, with no one picking up. Even Zhang Xiaoyun's number could not be reached. Sensing something was wrong, Lin Zi immediately asked Zhu Xiong to inform the academy and gather people to help search. Zhu Xiong seriously nodded and quickly followed the order. The scene shifted to another building. Guan Ning slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness still blurry. She looked around in confusion, not knowing where she was. When she looked toward the corner of the room, she discovered Zhang Xiaoyun was still unconscious. Guan Ning instantly became fully awake and anxiously scanned everything around her. At that moment, a masked person spoke calmly, asking if she had finally woken up. Guan Ning immediately became alert and loudly questioned their identity and why they had kidnapped the two of them. The masked man only smiled lightly, saying this was not a kidnapping, but a special way of making friends. Then he introduced himself as a member of the symbiosis group. Guan Ning broke out in cold sweat from worry. She could not understand who would use such a method to make friends, then immediately demanded that they release her and Zhang Xiaoyun. She quickly calculated a plan in her mind. Fire Phoenix Bird had a fire attribute and could completely burn away the plant-type vines binding her if she had a chance to summon it. But at that moment, a strange energy suddenly entered her body, causing Guan Ning intense pain. She clenched her fists tightly, her face twisting from the pain. The black-clothed man calmly explained that his poison vine demon had injected poison into both of their bodies. If she wanted to keep her cultivation ability intact, she should not use soul power. Guan Ning immediately decided to stall for time until the poison weakened. She calmly asked their purpose, and the opponent answered directly that they wanted to invite her to join the symbiosis group. The masked man spread his arms wide. The sunset shining through the window made him look like a savior. He loudly declared that the organization needed Guan Ning's power to change a world full of injustice. Then he raised one finger and directly asked whether she possessed a special soul technique that could demonize pets, demanding an honest answer. As soon as he finished speaking, the vines of poison vine demon slowly moved closer to Guan Ning's face, ready to attack at any moment. The sight made her expression turn pale. In the end, Guan Ning could only honestly admit that her pet did have the ability to demonize. However, she emphasized that it was Fire Phoenix Bird's innate ability, not a soul technique she possessed. The masked man silently observed her for a moment, before coldly concluding that she still had not told the full truth. The aura around him gradually became more terrifying. He declared that if Guan Ning refused to cooperate, they would have to use stronger methods. Guan Ning immediately panicked, begging him to stop and insisting that she truly did not know any special soul technique. Just as the situation became tense, a loud explosion came from outside, making everyone turn toward the sound. Lin Ze appeared through the smoke, surrounded by a crimson-killing aura. As he entered, he clenched both fists and coldly ordered them to release Guan Ning. Beside him stood a dog-type pet blocking the way, wagging its tail while barking cautiously. Seeing her brother, Guan Ning felt like she had found her final hope. She immediately called out Lin Ze's name with joy on her face. The masked man could not hide his shock. According to the plan, the one confronting Lin Ze should have been his leader, yet Lin Ze appeared here instead. Meanwhile, Lin Ze also recognized him as the person he fought during the previous simulation battle. After a brief thought, the masked man immediately understood the entire reason. He looked down at the animal-type spirit mastiff, Tier 2 Level 3, obediently wagging its tail beside Lin Ze's, then laughed coldly. So this pet had followed the trail and found this place. According to the system information, Spirit Mastiff possessed the skill Spirit Trace Tracking, which could ignore visual concealment methods and follow the of a designated target. The fresher the trace, the more accurate the tracking. The masked man immediately realized this was a specialized tracking pet of the Breeders' Association search team. Proving this incident had attracted the attention of many people. He only smiled coldly and decided not to waste time splitting them up. Since they came looking for him, he would capture them all at once. He raised his hand and prepared his soul technique. Following his master's command, the poison vine demon opened its mouth wide and let out a powerful roar. Worried about her brother, Guan Ning quickly warned him to be careful, as the poison vine demon's venom could block the flow of soul power. Right after that, countless vines shot toward Lin Ze. Luckily, he reacted fast enough to dodge the first attack. But the poison vine demon had no intention of stopping, launching wave after wave of attacks to force him back. Knowing pure defense would not work, Lin Ze summoned his two gun-type pets. The rock demon appeared and used Earth Spike to knock away all incoming vines. The masked man also summoned Dragonfish and Thorn Armor Turtle to join the battle. This was no longer a simulation. Injuries were real, and death was real. Dragonfish and Thorn Armor Turtle immediately combined their powers and used Water-Earth Reconstruction, transforming into the familiar Mud Turtle form. The masked man pointed at his enemy and coldly ordered them to attack. Following the command, the turtle's mud body began to soften and slowly change. It had activated Scorching Swamp, turning its body into a molten lava-like form, with intense heat rising from it. The masked man laughed confidently, saying both of his pets had reached the 4th tier, so Lin Ze had no chance. Surrender now, and he could avoid more pain. The snow girl was an Ica-type pet, and under such terrifying heat, her body had already started showing signs of melting. Lin Ze quickly realized the environment was too unfavorable for little snow girl, so the rock demon had to become the main force. He calmly asked if only their side had 4th-tier pets. After speaking, he took out the item obtained from the giant rock snake's secret realm. The rock demon had already met the evolution requirements, but lacked a stable spirit stone and had been searching for Guan Ning. Now both of his pets would reach the 4th tier. Receiving the item from its master, the rock demon swallowed it without hesitation. After absorbing it, the rock demon's body erupted with brilliant light, and a system notification appeared. The evolution was complete. The rock demon officially became Earth Spirit Monarch. Its appearance changed greatly, with stronger shining stone armor and longer, more majestic horns. Seeing this, Quan Ning widened her eyes in shock. She never expected Lin Ze's pet to complete evolution so quickly. Soon after, she looked at the mud turtle and noticed it was trembling non-stop, as if it had encountered something terrifying. Even its owner was stunned. He had never seen thorn armor turtle this afraid, because Sama-type pets should not be suppressed so easily. Lin Ze calmly asked who said Sama-type pets could not have level suppression. He revealed that his Earth Spirit Monarch was not an ordinary rock-type pet. To the mud turtle, it released a terrifying pressure that left it trembling in fear. This was its new skill, Earth's Sovereign Might. It created divine pressure from the core of the Earth. All rock-type enemies nearby would be suppressed by the level gap, leaving the mud turtle only able to whimper. Realizing the situation had changed, the masked man changed his plan. He ordered them to avoid direct combat, take the girl, and retreat quickly. Hearing this, the black-clothed man immediately commanded the poison vine demon to act. The poison vine demon understood at once, controlling its vines to wrap around Jiang Xiaoyun and drag her away. Quan Ning was also trapped by the vines and lifted into the air. Although she remained conscious, her face twisted in pain. She told herself she could never become a burden, and the poison inside her body had probably weakened. Ignoring her condition, Quan Ning used all her strength to summon Desert Flame Bird. As soon as it appeared, Desert Flame Bird released flames and burned away the vines binding its master and Jiang Xiaoyun. After escaping, Quan Ning rushed over, held Jiang Xiaoyun, and told Lin Ze that she was only unconscious. They were both safe. Quan Ning immediately asked Lin Ze to capture those people alive no matter what. Sensing things were getting out of control, the black-clothed man urged everyone to retreat because the investigation team would arrive soon. Although unwilling, the masked man could only agree and ordered their withdrawal. Following his master's order, the poison vine demon opened its mouth and released purplured poisonous mist that quickly covered the entire area. Lin Ze stared at the poisonous fog with cold eyes. It seemed they planned to use this chance to escape. Outside, the two members of the organization ran for their lives while blaming each other, accusing the other of being useless for failing to capture even a girl. Being insulted directly, the black-clothed man became furious and argued that the other's pet was no better, becoming helpless at the crucial moment and proving unreliable. The masked man immediately argued back. After Lin Ze's pet evolved, its power exceeded their expectations, and fighting it directly would only mean death. The black-clothed man stopped arguing and urged them to hurry, because once the poisonous mist disappeared, they would be caught. But before he finished speaking, Earth Spirit Monarch suddenly appeared in front of them. Even the mud turtle and dragonfish showed obvious fear when they saw it. The two members of the symbiosis organization turned pale instantly, with cold sweat pouring out under the overwhelming pressure. Facing them, Earth Spirit Monarch released a heavy aura, and its glowing red eyes made the scene terrifying. Soon after, the area was filled only with continuous sounds of violent impacts. At this moment, the sun slowly disappeared beyond the horizon. Quan Ning loudly questioned what the specialized soul technique they mentioned actually was. Behind her, Demon Flame Bird also let out an intimidating cry as if helping with the interrogation. She continued asking about the organization's true goal. The blonde-haired man trembled, shaking his head repeatedly, while hesitating, as if he wanted to reveal something. Lin Se suddenly remembered the secret realm, where someone used demonic soul transformation on giant rock snake. What confused him was why such a sinister ability was connected to Quan Ning. He removed the cloth, blocking the blonde man's mouth, and coldly said he would give him one chance if he told the truth. Seeing Lin Ze's expression grow colder, the blonde man panicked and no longer dared to hide anything. He revealed that a spy had reported that first-year students from Jiangning Beast Taming Academy were all extremely talented. The black-haired man beside him struggled desperately to stop him, but the blonde man ignored him and continued confessing that most members of the symbiosis organization were low-level beast tamers with defective pets. Trembling as he spoke, with sweat and mucus covering his face, he claimed that becoming stronger required constantly collecting more power. He specifically mentioned Quan Ning because her pet had entered a demonic state during the exam. In his eyes, that demonic soul technique was extremely valuable because it could greatly increase combat power. Quan Ning completely failed to understand his words. She immediately stated that it was only Demon Flame Bird's natural ability, not any soul technique. Lin Ze calmly asked if they had not truly mastered demonic soul transformation, then why did they target Quan Ning? After a few seconds of silence, the blonde man admitted that their so-called demonic transformation was not a soul technique at all, but relied on a special parasitic relic. Hearing this, the black-haired man immediately tried to stop him from speaking. Lin Ze asked about the relic in confusion. The blonde man quickly nodded and begged to have his restraints loosened so he could take it out, while the black-haired man desperately tried to stop him. Seeing him make too much noise, Lin Ze said nothing and directly struck him on the head. The hit created a huge bump on the black-haired man's head, knocking him unconscious instantly. The blonde man froze in fear, while Lin Ze calmly told Little Snow to search him. As ice repeatedly hit his body, the blonde man turned purple from the cold and quickly shouted that the item was in his pants pocket, begging them not to torture him anymore. Little Snow Girl quickly took out a purple stone. At the same time, the system announced it was a source-opening fragment. This mysterious crystal appeared hundreds of years ago when the source-opening beast rift emerged. It entered the human world alongside the beasts, containing powerful energy and serving as material for pet evolution or many other uses. Quan Ning carefully examined the stone and asked Lin Ze in surprise what it was, because even her relic library had never recorded it. Lin Ze thought for a moment and concluded that relic was a general term for supernatural objects with special abilities. These relics were born during the Great Disaster Era, appearing when spatial rifts collided with the current world. Their effects were extremely diverse. Some contained storage spaces far larger than their appearance. Some became storage tools, while others were precious treasures that helped beast tamers and pets grow stronger, such as rare ores and spirit herbs. According to the system, this crystal is mainly used as an evolution material. Its other mentioned use was likely for demonizing pets, making it a special type of relic. At this moment, Demon Flamebird kept flying around excitedly and crying out. Seeing this reaction, Lin Ze guessed this material was related to its future evolution path. Without hesitation, Lin Ze smiled and handed the source-opening fragment to Quan Ning, telling her to keep it because it was likely needed for evolution. After receiving the stone, Demon Flamebird became extremely happy. After settling the matter, Lin Ze turned his cold gaze back to the blonde man, ready to ask more about Demon Flamebird's demonic ability. But at that moment, a worried voice suddenly called out Lin Ze's name from outside. The person who rushed in was Guo Cindy. She quickly asked if everyone was injured, while Tan Yong behind her also checked on Lin Ze. Lin Ze pointed at the two restrained enemies and calmly said everyone was safe, and the culprits had already been captured. Hearing this, the blonde man could only see sigh as everything was over. Lin Ze added that Zhang Xiaoyun was only unconscious because of the poison vine demon's poisonous mist, and she would wake up once the poison weakened. Just then, Spirit Turtle seemed to sense something and turned toward the entrance. Sure enough, a group of people soon arrived at the scene. They were Team A23 from the Beast Taming Association. As soon as they appeared, Captain Wang Yan ordered the area sealed off and all injured people checked. Walking up to Lin Ze, he asked if he was Lin Ze. After Lin Ze confirmed it, he introduced himself. Wang Yan shook his hand and said he was the captain of Search Team A23 from Ningjiang's City Beast Taming Association. He had spoken with the principal and knew Lin Ze was the top student of the new class. He also thanked Lin Ze for providing clues about the Symbiosis organization and promised to request a reward for him. Hearing about the reward, Lin Ze smiled and happily shook his hand. Wang Yan told them to leave the rest to the search team. If the investigation needed help later, he hoped everyone would cooperate. Lin Ze immediately agreed. After that, Wang Yan decided to send everyone to the treatment center for a full examination to make sure no injuries were missed. While being taken away by the search team, the black-haired man kept shouting in regret because his mask had been left behind. The scene then shifted to the treatment center. Not long after, Zhang Xiaoyun woke up. After hearing everything from Quan Ning, she finally learned how many events had happened while she was unconscious. She smiled awkwardly and said she only remembered feeling dizzy. After closing her eyes and opening them again, she was already in the treatment center. Luckily, Lin Ze arrived in time and saved everyone. Quan Ning looked guilty and believed her friends were dragged into danger because the enemies were targeting her. Zhang Xiaoyun immediately denied it. She reminded her that both Tan Yong and Lin Ze had also encountered members of the Symbiosis organization, so this could not be blamed on Quan Ning. Standing nearby, Guo Xindi silently thought about it. She remembered those people saying they targeted Quan Ning because of demonic soul transformation. This reminded her of the vision she had seen before, making her wonder if the two events were connected. After thinking for a while, Xindi looked at Lin Ze and Quan Ning and asked to speak with them privately. The two followed her outside. Once they reached a quiet place, Lin Ze asked what happened. Guo Xindi calmly asked if they still remembered when she helped test their soul technique potential. Hearing about the past, Lin Ze and Quan Ning looked surprised and suspicious. Xindi slowly admitted that she had not told them the whole truth back then. What she revealed was only part of what she saw. The real vision showed Quan Ning carrying the aura of a demon-like existence beyond humanity, while countless demon-type pets knelt beneath her feet. After speaking, Xindi lowered her head and apologized. She explained the scene was too strange, so she planned to research more before telling them. Quan Ning rested her chin on her hand and said she had only heard of demon-type ferocious beasts before. She explained that the demon type was extremely special. Although these beasts grew much faster than many other types, their nature was extremely violent and brutal. After forming contracts with beast tamers, they could even secretly influence their master's mind. Over time, beast tamers would slowly lose their sanity, becoming twisted and cruel until they finally fell into evil and spread destruction. Because of this danger, the Beast Taming Association banned the breeding and trading of demon-type ferocious beasts. Even their evolution paths were strictly controlled. Lin Zi rested his chin and thought for a moment. He said he had met someone with a demon-type pet before, but that person seemed to remain rational. According to the explanation, fallen beast tamers were those consumed by their pet's power. The symbiosis organization, however, took the opposite path, making the pets suffer the backlash from that power. Lin Zi turned to Quan Ning and asked how she made Demon Flamebird enter its demonic state. She seriously answered that the skill appeared automatically after Flamebird evolved into Demon Flamebird. Demon Flamebird was currently at the 2nd tier, 7th stage. After activating demonic transformation, its strength would rise to the 3rd tier, 3rd stage for about 1 minute. With her current soul power, she could only use it once a day. Lin Zi recalled the giant rock snakes forcibly demonized by the symbiosis organization. Their effects were unstable and caused severe backlash. Their goal was clearly to control this power, which was why they targeted Quan Ning. Guo Jindi raised one finger and slowly said that this world still held countless mysteries. Humanity's current understanding of soul techniques was only the tip of the iceberg. After saying that, she smiled and told everyone not to worry too much before pulling Quan Ning along. The most important thing now was to become stronger. Maybe after forming a contract with her second pet, she would understand this special power better. If it was truly a soul technique that strengthened pets, its future potential would be terrifying. Quan Ning still could not hide her worry. She understood that if this was truly a new soul technique, the symbiosis organization would never let her go easily. Even so, she quickly regained her determination. To solve everything, she had to become stronger. She clenched her fist and told herself that only with enough power could she control her own fate. After figuring everything out, Quan Ning happily looked over and called out to Lin Zhe. She said the first trial of the new school year was about to begin, but Demon Flamebird was still stuck at the 2nd tier, 7th stage, and had not evolved. Wanting to form a contract with a second pet to increase her combat power, she asked Lin Zhe to check its condition. He immediately agreed. Lin Zhe also had his own plan. This was a perfect chance to study Demon Flamebird's special condition more carefully. Guo Jindi stepped forward and reminded them it was already late. Most pet stores were closed, and she suggested waiting until tomorrow since there were still 3 days before the trial. Lin Zhe smiled and raised one finger, saying he knew a store that operated 24 hours. It sold basic materials and provided basic pet assessments, making it the perfect place to visit. Not long after, the group arrived in front of a shop called 24-Hour Pet. On the way there, Lin Zi observed and thought carefully. Most pets seem to have only normal evolution paths, and hidden evolution routes were not common. Quan Ning looked around at the pets in the store and commented that they all seemed ordinary, with nothing special about them. Meanwhile, Lin Zi turned his attention toward Demon Flamebird. He gently stroked its long beak, causing Demon Flamebird to cry out happily. At the same time, the system displayed that evolution paths could be selected. The first path was Human Feather Flame Eagle. It focused on increasing strength and basic stats, creating explosive combat power at the cost of speed. It could later evolve into Crimson Flame Eagle and reach the 5th tier. The second path was Demon Emperor Hell Flame. This evolution path awakened ancient bloodlines, focusing on fire control and life evolution, while reducing close combat ability. Its next form was Chain Sparrow, and this path could reach the 9th tier, with the final destination being Demon Phoenix Hell Flame. After reading the information, Lin Zhe immediately understood. Flamebird's normal evolution path was Human Feather Flame Eagle, while Demon Emperor Hellflame was the hidden route. What puzzled him was why Quan Ning accidentally activated this path from the beginning. Combined with Guo Xinda's vision, it was very likely related to the demon type. Lin Zhe quickly realized something important. Once Demon Flamebird entered the Demon Emperor Hellflame path, there would be no turning back. It could either continue evolving along this route or remain at its current stage and focus on developing the second pet. The system showed the requirements for the next evolution into Crimson Crest. Growth value must reach 100, 3 Crimson Flame Bird Feathers, 15 portions of mid-level Fire Element Essence, and an ancient catalyst to awaken the bloodline. Lin Zi realized Little Snowball and Rock Monster never needed such an item before, meaning this was unique to the Demon-type evolution path. Thinking about this, he turned to Quan Ning and said he wanted to discuss something with her. Lin Zhe decided to use a harmless lie. He said he had awakened a special soul technique that allowed him to occasionally sense hidden evolution paths of certain pets. Quan Ning widened her eyes in shock, and even believed this explained Little Snowball's earlier evolution. He smiled awkwardly and explained that the ability was not that magical. What he saw was always vague, and using it consumed a large amount of soul power. Lin Zi knew clearly that the system could never be exposed. If others discovered such an unbelievable ability, the Beast Taming Association would never leave him alone. He then seriously told Quan Ning that he sensed a special power sleeping inside Demon Flame Bird. This evolution path was far beyond the normal human feather flame eagle route, but it also carried enormous danger. Quan Ning listened carefully. Lin Zhe continued, saying the power was extremely wild and unstable, and the next evolution form seemed to be connected to the demon type. Quan Ning sat in front of Demon Flame Bird and thought deeply. If that was true, it might have the potential to evolve into a dual-type fire and demon pet. Such a case was extremely rare, but not impossible. Lin Zhe continued, pretending that he only knew part of the information. From what he sensed, awakening that power required an ancient catalyst with a long history. Quan Ning clenched both fists with determination. She believed this was the reason Demon Flame Bird had been unable to evolve. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, she and her pet would overcome it together. Demon Flame Bird spread its wings and cried out as if responding. At that moment, Quan Ning suddenly remembered something important. She quickly took out the source opening fragment. Lin Zhe pretended to be surprised when he saw the item. The system immediately displayed its information. Since the source opening fragment was also an ancient catalyst, it fully met the evolution requirement. However, Lin Zhe was still thinking about how to explain this without revealing his secret. Quan Ning said she could feel the energy inside the crystal, creating a strange fluctuation, as if it had some connection with Demon Flame Bird. But after thinking more carefully, she shook her head and rejected her first guess. This was not just a simple resonance. Demon Flame Bird clearly desired the crystal. Before she could finish speaking, it pecked the source opening fragment itself and swallowed it. Both Lin Zhe and Quan Ning froze for a moment. She could only stutter in disbelief, unable to understand why Demon Flame Bird directly ate the material. A few seconds later, the feathers on Demon Flame Bird's body began changing, and its eyes gradually gained a mysterious aura. Light erupted around its body, its wings expanded, and purple flames surged violently. Quan Ning shouted in worry as the flame seemed close to losing control. Lin Zhe immediately used Soul Guardian to protect the two of them, and told her not to panic. The flames continued spreading, but at that moment, Demon Flame Bird completed its evolution. Quan Ning stared in shock as her pet entered a new form. Its body seemed to break through its old shell and completely transform. The system displayed Demon Spirit Crimson Crest, Fire Type, 3rd Tier, 1st Stage. Quan Ning happily rushed over and hugged her newly evolved pet, praising its powerful appearance. Demon Spirit Crimson Crest cried out excitedly in response. Watching from a distance, Lin Zhe smiled and congratulated her. He said the successful evolution was what mattered, and he would help check the next evolution path later. Quan Ning smiled brightly while stroking Demon Spirit Crimson Crest's beak, unable to hide her happiness. However, the joy only lasted for a moment. Her face suddenly turned pale as she quickly called Lin Zhe. The two looked around and realized the flames from the evolution had burned the entire surrounding area black. Quan Ning immediately looked upset, knowing she had caused another big problem, while Lin Zi was left speechless. Just then, a shop employee's voice came from behind them. The employee kept a polite smile and gently reminded them that next time they wanted to train or evolve a pet, they should go to a specialized training area. Meanwhile, the two siblings looked at their bank balance and made the same bitter expression, because the compensation fee had cost them a lot. The reward from the Beast Taming Association was quickly spent. Lin Zi clenched his fist, with only one thought in mind. He needed to make money immediately. The scene changed to an old and worn-down warehouse. The black-clothed man who fought Lin Zhe was carefully examining a beautiful pink-purple stone. At that moment, an orange-clothed man rushed in and reported that the two companions had been captured by the investigation team. The black-clothed man only turned his head slightly and calmly said he already knew. The subordinate worriedly asked what they should do next, but the leader remained silent, staring at the item in front of him. After thinking for a long time, he ordered all subordinates to stay still and not act without permission. He spread his arms confidently and declared that if they waited patiently for the right moment, the enemy would eventually come to them. Meanwhile, inside the battle simulation building, Lin Zhe continued training non-stop. After the Secret Realm trial ended, the Academy would hold the first exam of the semester. A high score would reward a 100,000 scholarship, while the battle ranking also offered money and valuable prizes. After resting for only a few days, his ranking had already fallen close to 2,000. Without hesitation, Lin Zi started matchmaking and decided to climb back up the rankings. His goal before the exam was reaching the top 100. During his climb, Earth Spirit Monarch defeated a 2nd Tier, 3rd Stage human-type Beast Tamer, greatly raising his rank. Next, Snowgirl easily froze a 3rd Tier, 1st Stage Cloud-devouring turtle with ice, pushing his rank to 8,890. After that, Earth Spirit Monarch crushed a 3rd Tier, 3rd Stage Dark-type 3-headed hound, raising Lin Zi to rank 5,903. His ranking speed was terrifying, jumping from 1,234 to 580, then 199, and finally reaching rank 37. This shocking climb quickly became a hot topic online, with headlines calling him the fastest rank climber in history, a miracle from outside the top 10,000 to the top 100 in one day, and a master with a 99% win rate. The whole school was discussing him non-stop. Some calculated that he won a match in less than half a minute on average, with even the slowest battles taking only around 1 minute. Some predicted he would enter the top 10 that night, while others believed the top 10 was not that easy to break into. A beautiful girl even searched everywhere for the identity of this mysterious expert. Inside the challenge room, a man spoke up, saying he had heard of Lin Zhe for a long time and knew he had climbed from the tens of thousands to this position today. He summoned a 4th year, 3rd stage Ice Step Beast and a 4th year, 1st stage Light Holy Spirit. After briefly judging Lin Zhe's strength, he admitted he valued this opponent quite highly. This person was Zhong Liang, the owner of rank 9. He confidently declared that Lin Zhe's winning streak would end here. In contrast, Lin Zhe only scratched his ear casually and told him to start. Seeing that attitude, Zhongliang became angry. He questioned why Lin Zhe only sent out Snow Girl, saying it was disrespectful, and demanding him to summon the rest of his pets. But before he finished speaking, Snow Girl instantly released an ice seal, freezing Zhongliang and both of his pets. Only then did he realize he had completely lost. Lin Zhe smiled and praised Snow Girl for doing well. Hearing the praise, she happily clenched her fists and smiled with satisfaction. Lin Zhe thought that among opponents of the same level, Little Snow was almost unbeatable. The system also showed Snow Girl had reached the 4th tier, 4th stage with a growth rate of 100, meeting the requirements to evolve into Frost Blue Maiden, with enough high-level, Ice Element Essence and Blue Ice tier. Lin Zhe understood that the continuous battles had pushed her growth value to the maximum. Once he gathered the materials, Snow Girl could evolve immediately. At that moment, a series of reward notifications appeared before him. The system awarded Bronze Honor Badge 1 after entering the top 1,000, giving 500 achievement points, 1 Soul Crystal, and 1 Body Strength Crystal. Next was Bronze Badge 2 for entering the top 100, rewarding 1,000 achievement points, 2 Soul Crystals, and 2 Body Strength Crystals. Finally, Bronze Badge 3 was unlocked after entering the top 10, giving 1,500 achievement points, 3 Soul Crystals, 3 Body Strength Crystals, and 1 Soul Power Potion. Lin Zhe immediately became excited. Just as he expected, completing achievement milestones truly brought extremely generous rewards. He clenched his fist and decided that tomorrow he would gather materials for Little Snow's evolution, while using the newly obtained soul crystals to improve himself. The next scene shifted to Dragon Heart Society. Inside, a beautiful girl smiled and waved at Guo Xindi. She was the president of Dragon Heart Society, Jiang Manman. Seeing Xindi, she happily walked over and invited her junior to join the team trial happening next week. Xindi immediately agreed, because she had been struggling to find a suitable team. According to Jiang Manman, their team was still missing members. While speaking, the senior began introducing the current team members, including Leng Yan and others. She then looked directly at Xindi and asked her to invite Lin Zhe as well. Only then did Xindi understand the real purpose of this meeting. The person Jiang Manman wanted was actually Lin Zhe. Jiang Manman awkwardly scratched her head and said Lin Zhe had become extremely famous after his shocking ranking climb. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe used all 7 soul crystals and 6 body strength crystals. A burst of light surrounded him, and the system updated his stats. Physique reached 13.5, soul reached level 15, still at apprentice soul power with 1,500 soul power, possessing Soul Guardian 4th tier, Soul Arrow 3rd tier, Soul Impact 2nd tier, Pets Snow Girl and Rock Demon. Remaining achievement points, 4,500. After finishing his enhancement, he immediately went to a large building. Feeling his increased soul power limit, Lin Zhe knew the teamwork between Little Snow and Earth Spirit Monarch would become even stronger, and his soul techniques would also improve. As he entered the store, an employee quickly welcomed him. Lin Zhe explained that he wanted to buy a blue ice tier, and the employee checked the data. Soon after, the employee regretfully informed him that the last blue ice tier had already been sold. This was an extremely rare material, and new stock would only arrive next month. Hearing this, Lin Zhe was disappointed. Waiting a month was simply too long. Just as he was thinking, someone suddenly called his name from behind. Turning around, he saw Guo Xindi happily running over, waving, and saying it was such a coincidence to meet here. After arriving, Xindi immediately asked if Lin Zhe was looking for a team for next week's trial. He briefly answered yes. Hearing that, she smiled excitedly. Xindi immediately introduced Lin Zhe to Jiang Manman and suggested he join their team. Jiang Manman warmly greeted this famous junior. She introduced herself as the president of Dragon Heart Society and a second-year student. Then she pointed to the person beside her and introduced Leng Yan, the vice president, and also a second-year student. Leng Yan calmly nodded in greeting. Lin Zhe politely shook hands with the 2 seniors and honestly said he had no intention of joining any team. In his opinion, joining a team meant sharing rewards and cooperating with unfamiliar people. If he entered the secret realm with only Quan Ning, the harvest would be much simpler and more beneficial. Hearing that answer, Guo Xindi asked in surprise if he planned to skip the trial entirely. Lin Ze only vaguely responded. Xindi immediately reminded him of an important academy rule. To ensure safety, every trial team must have at least 5 members. Hearing this, Lin Ze froze because he had no idea about this rule. Seeing his reaction, Xindi laughed and immediately guessed that Lin Ze planned to clear the secret realm alone. Lin Ze could only scratch his head awkwardly after being exposed. At that moment, Leng Yan asked if Lin Ze was looking for a blue ice tear earlier. She then took out a shining blue item that looked exactly like a transparent water drop. Leng Yan calmly offered a condition. If Lin Ze joined their team, she would give him this blue ice tear after the trial, along with 10 portions of Ica-type materials. Seeing the item he desperately needed right in front of him, Lin Ze immediately hesitated. The temptation of blue ice tear was simply too strong. Although his eyes were almost glued to the rare material, he stayed calm and said that it still seemed insufficient. Leng Yan did not hesitate and increased the offer, promising to share additional resources beyond the normal rewards. Hearing this, Lin Ze immediately agreed, with only one request. He wanted to bring Quan Ning along. Leng Yan quickly accepted. Receiving such attractive conditions, Lin Ze smiled brightly and shook hands with Leng Yan, saying they would meet again next week. She calmly agreed, while Guo Xindi beside them could only stay silent at how quickly Lin Ze changed his mind. The scene shifted to the trial area. In front of all the students stood a massive stone gate, with a golden creature carved above it that looked like a phoenix, leaving everyone amazed. Even Quan Ning could not help being impressed by the magnificent structure. Jiang Man crossed her arms and laughed, saying she also stood frozen for a long time when she first saw that gate. Lin Zi curiously asked senior sister what kind of beast was carved on the gate. Jiang Man explained that according to the Federation and Beast Tamer Association, no one had ever seen this creature with their own eyes. Beast Tamers only temporarily called it the Void Beast. Lin Ze repeated the name softly, deep in thought. Just then, His voice rang out, telling everyone to stay quiet. He announced that the first secret realm trial of the semester officially began and ordered all registered students to prepare for entry. He also shared good news. All resources obtained inside this secret realm belonged to the students, and the academy would not take anything back. Hearing that, the students immediately cheered, excited by the academy's generosity. He then briefly introduced the Redland secret realm. It had 5 levels, and the closer they got to the center, the more dangerous the beasts became. Each level had different environments and creatures, and they had to find the gate leading down to the next level. Finally, He seriously warned everyone never to enter the deepest area. The trial would last 3 days, and anyone could withdraw at any time before he ordered everyone to set out. Guo Xindi excitedly pulled Quan Ning and shouted for the team to move. Not long after, Lin Zi's group entered the 5th level of the Redland secret realm. Everyone summoned their beasts one after another. Leng Yan went first with her lightning-type flash dragon beast at Tier 3 Stage 8 and Ice Foot Dragon at Tier 3 Stage 5. Jiang Man introduced her lineup next, starting with her rock-type Stone Lion Dragon at Tier 4 Stage 1. Next was her fire-type Crimson 9 Spirit at Tier 4 Stage 1. Finally, her light-type Silver Tyrant Horse at Tier 4 Stage 2. Seeing that Jiang Man had 3 Tier 4 beasts, Lin Ze was quite surprised. Jiang Man smiled playfully and revealed she ranked 252nd, telling everyone not to worry because she would protect the team. When she looked at Lin Zi's beasts, Jiang Man immediately praised them. In her eyes, the beautiful Snow Maiden looked like a true beauty, while the Earth Spirit had a powerful appearance and impressive aura. After being praised, the Earth Spirit scratched its head shyly, while the Snow Maiden blushed, but still kept her usual cold expression. After Quan Ning summoned his beast, he wondered why Guo Xindi still had not summoned hers. Hearing that, she gently touched the hair clip on her head. Smiling as she held the hair clip in front of everyone, Guo Xindi said this was her secret. Instantly, the hair clip released a dazzling light. Watching this scene, Quan Ning realized in shock that the hair clip was actually a rare artifact. Guo Xindi explained that it was a space item, while the bone wings stored inside were a battle artifact called Feather Spirit. She explained that Feather Spirit could link with its owner, protect the body from danger, and also be controlled for attacks. With it, her combat power was enough to rival a Tier 4 beast. After hearing that, Quan Ning excitedly commented that this artifact had both offense and defense, making it extremely valuable. Jiang Man laughed and revealed that Guo Xindi was a direct descendant of a powerful family, so she had many rare treasures. Hearing this, Xindi only scratched her head shyly and denied it. The 2 brothers standing nearby were completely stunned, never expecting a true rich girl to be right beside them. Lin Ze secretly thought that after exploring secret realms in the wilderness for longer periods, a space item would become extremely important. If he got the chance, he had to obtain one for himself. Leng Yan interrupted the conversation and coldly asked if everyone was ready before signaling them to continue forward. No one knew how long they had walked. In front of the team appeared countless beast corpses, scattered across the ground. Lung Yan checked them and concluded they were all mummy tigers, common tier 2 beasts on the 5th level. There were around 15 in total, and all were killed with a single strike. Looking at the dense footprints left on the ground, Lung Yan guessed another team had passed through earlier. The scene alone showed that their strength was not ordinary. Guo Xindi smiled and said that was even better, because the other team had cleared the beasts for them. After saying that, she excitedly urged everyone to continue forward. The group then continued deeper into the secret realm. Seeing Lung Yan staying silent and thinking, Jiang Man softly asked what was troubling her. After a few seconds of silence, Lung Yan finally said she had never seen Lin Zesi and Quan Ning's beasts. Jiang Man was immediately surprised. Lung Yan was usually known as a living encyclopedia of beasts, yet even she could not recognize them this time. She carefully observed the 3 beasts and concluded that if even Lung Yan did not know them, they were likely extremely rare species, possibly ones that had never appeared before. Lung Yan shook her head slightly. She explained that beast evolution paths were still being researched, and many powerful families also possessed exclusive evolution routes. These were important secrets of every beast tamer, so asking about them was inappropriate, unless they were truly close. Although curious, she decided not to investigate further. Not long after, the group reached the 4th ring area. There, they encountered a mummy-like beast, holding iron chains with floating skulls around it. It was a dark-type death spirit master at Tier 3 Stage 4. Lung Yan immediately ordered the flash dragon beast to prepare for battle and explained that it was an evolved form of the mummy. But before she could finish, a soul power arrow suddenly shot forward from behind. The attack pierced straight through the death spirit master's body, causing it to scream in pain. White smoke rose from the wound, and the monster collapsed. Lin Zhe volunteered to handle the fight to gain more combat experience and practice his soul art. Although its body trembled, the death spirit master still struggled to stand and fight back. Unfortunately, it had no chance. The earth spirit immediately swung its stone arm and crushed the opponent's head on the spot. Lin Zhe happily praised his beast, as it had defeated the enemy while also increasing its growth level. Seeing his focused fighting posture, Lung Yan could not help thinking that this junior was actually quite handsome. About an hour later, Lin Ze, Guo Xindi, and Quan Ning all looked up in shock at the huge wall before them. Jiang Man explained that this structure had existed since the catastrophe era. It was called the Gray-White Wall and separated the 3rd ring from the 4th ring. After hearing the explanation, the group continued observing the massive structure. Jiang Man added that everything from the 3rd ring to the 1st ring was located inside this wall. To go deeper, they first had to pass through the entrance gate. She pointed in another direction and explained that the wall had 4 entrances in total. They only needed to follow it to find a gate. The team immediately moved out. After traveling a long distance, they finally discovered a blurry door appearing ahead. The earth spirit let out a roar and pushed the massive door open with all its strength. The door shook with a thunderous sound. Jiang Man laughed and said having a strength-type beast was truly convenient because their team had once spent a long time just opening this door. After passing through the gate, Lin Zhe saw land covered with white bones and towering dead trees that reached beyond sight. Lung Yan led the way while reminding everyone to stay alert. The beasts in the 3rd ring were far more numerous and stronger than before, especially a death-type creature known as the Gray-White Lord. She explained that fighting a Gray-White Lord alone was not too dangerous, but its command ability was the real threat. Hearing this, Lin Zhe immediately became interested. Lung Yan continued that the Gray-White Lord could summon large numbers of lower-level creatures, so every appearance would bring a squad of Gray-White guards as protection. Their goal was to reach the 2nd ring, so they should avoid wasting energy here. If possible, they needed to avoid battles and move through quickly. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Jiang Man smiled and reassured everyone. According to her, Gray-White Lords usually slept underground and rarely appeared unless they were extremely unlucky. The 3 young people looked at each other helplessly, feeling that her words were not reassuring at all. Jiang Man laughed awkwardly and quickly corrected herself, saying they should pretend she said nothing. As long as everyone was careful, they probably would not encounter one. The moment Jiang Man finished speaking, the forest suddenly erupted with strange noises. Birds scattered in panic, and the entire area became chaotic. Hearing the disturbance, Jiang Man's expression instantly changed, and cold sweat began to roll down as she sensed something bad. Just seconds later, rapid footsteps came from afar, rushing straight toward the group. The source was a massive group of undead-type Gray-White guards, at Tier 3 Stage 7, charging toward them. Quan Ning stiffened and helplessly looked at Jiang Man, complaining that her mouth was unbelievably accurate. Jiang Man's face turned pale as she forced a smile, and kept explaining that she did not mean it. Guo Xindi worriedly asked whether the team should retreat immediately. Lung Yan calmly shook her head. She explained that Gray-White guards moved extremely fast, and undead beasts never got tired. She then ordered her 2 beasts forward, because running away was the worst choice against this enemy. According to Leng Yan, the best option was to fight head-on. As soon as she finished speaking, the gray-white guards charged forward together. The flash dragon beast immediately used its speed and electric claws to wipe out the first enemies approaching. Zhang Man quickly ordered the Crimson Nine spirit to use explosive fireball. In an instant, countless fireballs gathered around the beast. Once ready, all the fireballs shot toward the incoming gray-white guards at once. Guo Xindi also joined the battle immediately, saying she would support everyone. She controlled Feather Spirit to continuously attack the endless white skeletons. At the same time, the Snow Maiden unleashed her extreme cold domain, freezing all enemies within range. Taking the chance, the Earth Spirit charged forward and threw hammer-like punches, crushing all frozen targets. Seeing the Snow Maiden fight for the first time, Zhang Man was shocked by her powerful wider-range control ability. Lin Zhe suddenly remembered Leng Yan's warning. With the Gray-White Lord's command ability, such a large-scale attack definitely had a leader behind it. What confused him was that the enemy had not appeared until now. Quan Ning thought the same way, and immediately ordered the Black Flame Scarlet Bird to search for the Gray-White Lord. Following the command, the bird quickly flew into the sky to scout the surrounding area. Not long after, a strange skeleton figure appeared through the thick white mist. There was no doubt. It was the undead-type Gray-White Lord, at Tier 4 Stage 8. Quan Ning immediately reported that it was southeast of them, less than 100 meters away. Sensing its subordinates being destroyed, one after another, the Gray-White Lord became furious. Blue flames ignited in its eye sockets. It roared and rode a bone warhorse, straight toward Lindsay's group at full speed. Quan Ning quickly pointed ahead and warned that the target was charging directly at them. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe ordered the Earth Spirit to use Earth Spike. The beast slammed its fist into the ground, sending countless stone spikes rushing toward the enemy. The attack quickly reached the Gray-White Lord. It pulled the reins and forced the bone warhorse to dodge sideways. At that moment, Lin Zhe noticed something unusual. Looking closer, he found many cracks across the enemy's body. The Gray-White Lord had already been injured, which explained why it did not join the battle earlier. Lin Zhe spent 200 achievement points to upgrade Soul Arrow to level 6. The system unlocked a new ability, allowing more soul power to be infused into the soul art for greater damage. The basic cost was 6 points, with a maximum charge of 400 soul power each time. Seeing the Snow Maiden and Earth Spirit successfully draw the Gray-White Lord's attention, Lin Zhe immediately planned a surprise attack. If everything went right, he could finish the enemy with one strike. On the other side of the battlefield, Leng Yan quickly sensed an unusual soul power fluctuation. Looking at Lin Zhe, she was surprised and reminded him that Soul Arrow normally lacked enough damage to defeat the Gray-White Lord. She believed slowly wearing down the enemy was the safer choice. However, Lin Zhe kept his decision. They still needed to enter the second ring, so dragging out the fight would only waste their beast's energy. Besides, the Gray-White Lord was already injured, meaning another team might have weakened it earlier, so they needed to finish quickly. Lin Zhe locked onto the target and patiently aimed. For ordinary people, Soul Arrow only consumed dozens of soul power points but lacked damage, making it almost useless in this situation. But Lin Zhe possessed 500 soul power points. He compressed all 400 points into his level 6 Soul Arrow, combining it with super compression to create a strike powerful enough to kill the injured Gray-White Lord. Lin Zhe widened his eyes, locked onto the target, and poured all his focus into the attack. Only one command remained in his mind: fire. The blue glowing soul arrow tore through the air and pierced directly into the Gray-White Lord's skeleton, causing its bones to crack apart one after another. In an instant, the Gray-White Lord could no longer resist. It fell from the bone warhorse and collapsed onto the ground. Everyone watching was completely stunned. No one could believe a single soul arrow could instantly defeat the Gray-White Lord. Even Ling Yan was completely shocked. She had seen Lin Zhe use Soul Arrow against Tier 3 beasts before, and its power was only average. Controlling a large amount of soul power and boosting the skill required at least level 6 training, something a new student like Lin Zhe should not have been able to achieve. Seeing their leader defeated, the remaining Gray-White guards immediately dropped their weapons and fled. Lin Zhe shouted, refusing to let any of them escape. He ordered the Snow Maiden to use Ice Explosion, while the Earth Spirit fired stone bullets. 2 attacks rained down on the beasts at the same time. As the dust cleared, every skeleton had been wiped out with none left alive. Jiang Man stood frozen in shock because the battle ended far too quickly. Meanwhile, Guo Xindi and Quan Ning were extremely excited, constantly praising Lin Zhe's strength. Not wanting to waste time, Lin Zhe immediately told everyone to collect the loot and leave as soon as possible. But before the group could act, a voice suddenly shouted Lin Zhe's name from behind, followed by an angry accusation. Hearing the familiar voice, everyone turned around at once. Xing Tao pointed at the group and loudly accused them of stealing Gaoshan Society's target. Jiang Man stepped in front of Lin Zhe and calmly greeted Luo Han, an officer of Gaoshan Society, pretending it was only a chance encounter. Xingtao did not bother being polite and demanded that Lin Zi's group hand over all loot from the Grey-White Lord. The members behind him also demanded the dropped materials. Jiang Man coldly looked at them and asked if they really believed all the Grey-White Lord's loot automatically belonged to Gao Shan Society. Luo Han finally spoke. He mentioned the unwritten rule in Secret Realms that stealing another team's target was forbidden, then asked whether Longxin Society had forgotten that rule. Zhang Manman calmly replied that the rule existed, but they had only mentioned half of it. She explained that if the prey escaped, the hunt was considered a failure. The moment the Grey-White Lord escaped from Gao Shan Society's control, it was no longer their target. Guo Xindi even stuck out her tongue to mock them. In her opinion, letting the prey escape and then coming back for the loot was simply too embarrassing. Hit by her words, Xingtao's face turned red with anger. Veins appeared on his forehead as he immediately wanted to teach Guo Xindi a lesson. Luckily, Luo Han stopped him in time and reminded him not to act emotionally. Even so, Xingtao remained extremely dissatisfied. He refused to accept losing the Grey-White Lord, but Luo Han asked if he planned to steal it openly in front of the enemy. A direct fight was clearly not beneficial right now. Luo Han said they were still inside the secret realm, so there were many ways to make Lin Zi's group pay. Besides, Lin Zi had embarrassed them many times. If they could not become allies, they would become enemies. Hearing that, Xingtao immediately understood and revealed a sinister smile. Luo Han also sneered, telling everyone to secretly follow them first and wait for the right moment to prepare an unforgettable gift for Lin Zi's group. Ignoring Gao Shan Society leaving, Jiang Man sat beside the Grey-White Lord's corpse and began collecting materials. After searching for a while, she happily pulled out a round item from the skeleton and said the materials alone could sell for over 100,000. This was a huge gain. Lin Zi was not too interested in the loot, and instead asked Jiang Man whether Longxin Society and Gao Shan Society had conflicts before. She nodded and confirmed that the two societies had been enemies for a long time. Clashes like Toe Days had happened countless times. Leng Yan crossed her arms and asked Lin Zi if he also had conflicts with Gao Shan Society. Judging from Xingtao's attitude, Lin Zi only smiled awkwardly, admitted it was roughly true, then quickly changed the topic and suggested they continue moving. Jiang Man took out her phone to check the map and said that after crossing the dark wall ahead, they would enter the second ring area. Their destination was Grey Blood Valley, famous for a rare mineral called Grey Blood Stone, which was worth 5,000 per kilogram. 3 hours later, the group arrived at Grey Blood Valley. Thanks to Guo Xindi's space item, they could carry a large amount of loot, but they still could not lower their guard. Leng Yan looked ahead and warned that Tier 5 beasts would start appearing frequently from this area onward, so everyone had to be extremely careful. Lin Zi checked the condition of his beasts. He realized the density and levels of beasts in the secret realm far exceeded the wilderness. In only half a day, the Earth Spirit's growth level had increased by 12. Thinking about it, Lin Zi calculated that although entering the Beast Tamer Association's secret realms required payment, there was no limit on the number of people like the Academy's secret realm. For cultivation efficiency, it was completely worth it. After that, the team slowly moved deeper into the center of Grey Blood Valley. When they approached the large rocks, Jiang Man happily ran over and cheered after discovering Grey Blood Stones. The Earth Spirit immediately stepped in front of a rock and threw a powerful punch. The rock shattered into pieces, revealing the Grey Blood Stones inside. Jiang Man kept praising the strength of Lin Zi's beast. While collecting the minerals, she suggested gathering everything together first. Guo Xindi agreed, saying her space items still had plenty of storage space. At the same time, Luo Han and Gao Shan Society secretly followed them here, but did not rush forward. Xingtao asked what they should do next. Luo Han looked into the distance and said they only needed to lure that thing toward Lin Zi's group, then wait for a good show. Hearing the plan, everyone immediately revealed sinister smiles. Not long after, a giant dragon appeared in the sky, chasing 2 targets as ahead. Feeling the terrifying pressure from the creature, the flash dragon beast immediately trembled, uncontrollably. The Icefoot Dragon and Stone Lion Dragon reacted the same way. Seeing this, Leng Yan realized something was wrong, because all their beasts were afraid. Jiang Man panicked and muttered that this time she had not even said anything unlucky yet. In complete contrast, the Snow Maiden and Earth Spirit remained calm, as if nothing happened. Lin Zi quickly realized his 2 beasts were completely unaffected. In the sky, the black flamed scarlet bird also noticed something, but the thick mist prevented it from seeing clearly. Just a few minutes later, Quan Ning's expression suddenly changed. Seeing his sister standing still, Lin Zi quickly asked what happened, but she could not answer immediately. Quan Ning's face turned pale, sweat kept falling, and her voice became almost inaudible. Finally, she panicked and reported that the black flame scarlet bird had seen a dragon flying straight toward them. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The dragon opened its mouth wide. A purple energy sphere quickly condensed and continued growing larger in front of it. Quan Ning immediately warned that the enemy was preparing to attack. In the blink of an eye, the energy sphere became almost as large as the dragon's head. Realizing the target was their group, Quan Ning became extremely nervous. Lin Zi immediately told everyone to move behind him. The moment he finished speaking, the energy sphere crashed down. The ground along its path was torn apart, and a massive explosion echoed across the area. Luckily, the Snow Maiden's ice barrier combined with Lin Zi's soul protection barely blocked the attack, saving the entire team at the last moment. The system announced that Lin Zi spent 1,800 achievement points to upgrade soul protection to level 8. The new skill allowed extra soul power to be added beyond the basic cost of 80 points to strengthen defense, with a maximum limit of 600 soul power. Although they survived, everyone was still terrified by the overwhelming strength of their opponent. Lin Zi gritted his teeth after realizing that even level 8 soul protection could only barely withstand that attack. Just then, the dragon in the sky began condensing more small energy spheres around its body. After gathering enough power, it fired all the spheres toward the group below. Thanks to the combination of Lin Zi's soul art and the Snow Maiden's defense, the team barely survived another wave of attacks. Unable to keep defending forever, the Earth Spirit immediately created a Ghost Spirit clone. Under its master's command, the clone rushed into the sky to block the falling energy spheres. The attacks collided with the clone and exploded continuously in the sky, creating countless earth-shaking blasts. Thick smoke blocked their vision. At that moment, the Earth Spirit transformed into Ghost General form and shot into the sky. In an instant, it appeared right in front of the demon dragon. Without hesitation, the Earth Spirit activated its skill, Earth Prestige. A massive pressure erupted. Earth Prestige released the divine authority from the planet's core, forcing all enemies within range to endure overwhelming pressure. Rock-type creatures were also suppressed according to the level difference between both sides. However, the demon dragon was almost unaffected. Instead, it became even more furious, raising its head and roaring, as if declaring that this was far from enough to defeat it. Immediately after, the dragon swung its tail fiercely to counterattack. Luckily, the Earth Spirit had transformed into Ghost Spirit form and managed to dodge in time. Leng Yan immediately warned everyone that the Crystal Stone Demon Dragon was at its peak condition, possessing both rock and dark attributes, with a rank of Tier 8. Hearing that, Lin Zi's expression darkened. With a level gap of nearly twice as much, it was no wonder Earth Prestige had almost no effect. Leng Yan analyzed that the Crystal Stone Demon Dragon was the ruler of the first layer and normally never left its territory. If it appeared here, someone must have intentionally lured it over. Thinking about the flying beasts that appeared earlier, they were likely from another team. Quan Ning could not help asking. Only academy students were allowed inside this secret realm. So who was behind all this? Zhang Man and Leng Yan looked at each other, both understanding that Gaoshan Society was the culprit. Guo Xindi also realized it immediately. It was definitely them. They had deliberately lured the demon dragon here to kill everyone. At that moment, an energy wave suddenly swept toward Gaoshan Society, leaving them screaming in pain and desperately calling for help. Soon, their teammates fell one after another, leaving only 2 people desperately running away. Luohan ran for his life, while looking back with a pale face full of fear. But before he could get far, a red dragon stepped on him and knocked him to the ground. Knowing death was right behind him, he did not dare look back and could only keep running forward. Quan Ning discovered another Crystal Stone Demon Dragon was still chasing Gaoshan Society, and it was getting close to their group. She immediately warned that the dragon was charging straight toward them. Zhang Man confirmed Gaoshan Society had intentionally lured it here, while Leng Yan nodded as she understood everything. She analyzed that the dragon they were fighting was the male dragon. Meanwhile, their beasts were still doing everything they could to hold it back. On the other side, the red dragon continued chasing Xing Dao without letting him escape. Leng Yan continued explaining that the red dragon was the female dragon. Normally, dragons lived alone, but there was one exception during breeding season. During that period, male and female dragons stayed together until their eggs successfully hatched. That was why the 2 dragons appeared in the second ring, where they had chosen as their nesting ground. Gaoshan Society must have targeted the dragon eggs, because the eggs had a special connection with their parents. The 2 demon dragons kept chasing them relentlessly. Xing Dao cursed while running, realizing everything had gone beyond his expectations. Just then, a huge sound suddenly came from ahead, making him quickly look up. From a distance, Xing Tao saw Zhang Man and realized the Long Sand Society group was still alive. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, as if making a decision to do something completely crazy. Dark energy erupted from his body. Xing Tao charged straight toward Lin Zi's group, with only one thought left in his mind. If he had to die, he would drag everyone down with him. Quan Ning immediately realized his plan was to lure the demon dragon here. Lin Ze entered battle stance at once, clenching his fist and preparing to counterattack. The moment Xing Tao entered his skill range, Lin Ze released soul power impact directly at him. Hit by the attack, Xingtao was blasted backward, his face twisted in pain. At the same time, the demon dragon had already arrived with blood-red eyes full of killing intent. After taking Lin Zi's punch, Xingtao was struck by another fatal attack from the demon dragon. His body spun through the air as blood sprayed everywhere. Seeing the demon dragon's brutality, Lin Zi could only click his tongue. He understood it was already too late, because once dragon eggs were stolen, dragons would never forgive any humans. Xingtao's body crashed onto the ground, his head and body twisted into a horrifying state. After eliminating Gao Shan society, the two demon dragons turned their cold gazes toward Lin Zi's group. Everyone understood they were now in extreme danger. Although they knew they were no match, no one planned to wait for death. Leng Yan immediately ordered the Icefoot Dragon to use Ice Thorn. Countless ice spikes formed and shot forward. Seeing the first attack was not enough, Leng Yan immediately ordered the Flash Dragon Beast to use Thunder Explosion. Electricity covered the beast's entire body, with lightning constantly surging across it. A moment later, a terrifying explosion erupted, and the shockwave was strong enough to blow Leng Yan's hair back. As the smoke cleared, the Flash Dragon Beast screamed repeatedly in panic, as if it had seen something terrifying. In front of it, the Crystal Stone Demon Dragon still stood firmly, its blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent that sent chills down everyone's spine. Without giving them time to react, the Demon Dragon opened its mouth and fired a powerful energy beam. The moment the attack hit, the Flash Dragon Beast was instantly turned to stone, becoming a complete statue. The Crystal Stone Demon Dragon did not hesitate and shattered the stone statue with a single swing. Losing her beast caused Leng Yan to suffer backlash, and she immediately coughed up blood. Everyone rushed over. Quan Ning quickly supported her. Understanding this was the consequence of a contracted beast being killed. Enduring the pain, Leng Yan explained the skill Crystal Blood Mist. This was the Crystal Stone Demon Dragon's strongest technique. Without enough resistance, any creature below its rank that touched the blood mist would instantly turn into stone. Just then, the red mist reached the Silver Tyrant Horse and Stone Lion Dragon. Stone quickly spread from their feet to their heads, leaving them helpless despite their panic. Not long after, both became stone statues just like the Flash Dragon Beast before them. Zhang Man wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said seriously that if this continued, the entire team being wiped out was only a matter of time. However, the blood mist did not stop and continued spreading toward the Black Flame Scarlet Bird. Luckily, its flying speed was fast enough, allowing it to escape the mist's range. While supporting Leng Yan, Quan Ning urged everyone to retreat, but Leng Yan only shook her head. With human speed, there was no way they could escape the two demon dragons. Zhang Man had a different idea. She calmly said she still had one method left. As she finished speaking, a delicate golden bell appeared in her hand. After activation, it released dazzling seven-colored light. She decided to hold back the two demon dragons, while everyone else used the chance to run toward the exit. Guo Xindi recognized it immediately and confirmed that it was the rare artifact 1000-weight bell. The 1000-weight bell could ignore part of the level gap and forcibly seal the target. However, the user would also be immobilized and unable to move. Hearing this, Leng Yan wanted to stop her. Zhang Man interrupted her. In her opinion, sacrificing one person was better than everyone dying. Her words left the entire group silent, and everyone was deeply moved. Seeing everyone hesitate, Zhang Man shouted and entrusted Lin Ze with the responsibility of taking everyone away. She reminded him that after escaping, Leng Yan would give him the blue ice tears as promised, then urged them to leave immediately. But Lin Ze only smiled and said he would never abandon his teammates and run away. While speaking, he took out a burst, a card that could stimulate a beast's potential for a short time and push its power beyond limits. Lin Ze looked up at the two demon dragons and called the Snow Maiden and Earth Spirit forward. Immediately after, he activated the Soul Fusion technique. Blue and red energy erupted from the two beasts and slowly merged together. The massive power created a violent storm, leaving the four girls completely stunned. When the light faded, a brand new beast appeared wearing a shining ice armor. This was the fusion form of the Snow Maiden and Earth Spirit, named Giant Spirit Frost. Right after the fusion, Giant Spirit Frost released freezing cold energy. The system announced its current strength had reached Tier 6 Stage 2 and could only last for 60 seconds. Zhang Man widened her eyes, completely shocked by the scene. Guo Xindi became extremely excited because she recognized this was the special beast she had sensed before, Lin Ze's exclusive soul beast. Leng Yan quickly judged that its current strength had at least reached Tier 6. However, the gap with the two Tier 8 Crystal Stone Demon Dragons was still enormous. Lin Ze calmly replied that it was not over yet, then activated the burst card in his hand. The card lit up with brilliant rays of many colors. Following Lin Ze's command, the burst card turned into a beam of light and merged directly into Giant Spirit Frost's body. In an instant, Giant Spirit Frost's rank soared to Tier 8 Stage 4. With the new power, it released dense cold energy and an excited aura. The system also announced that the burst card would only last for 60 seconds. Hearing that it only lasted 1 minute, Quan Ning's eyes widened in shock. Not only her, even the 2 senior sisters were stunned. In such a short time, Giant Spirit Frost had jumped from Tier 6 to Tier 8, crossing 2 major realms. Everyone wondered if the card was an artifact capable of breaking rank limits. Lindsay calmly called out to Giant Spirit Frost. Then he decisively ordered it to eliminate the 2 crystal stone demon dragons. Following the command, Giant Spirit Frost roared, making the 2 dragons turn their attention toward it. But before they could react, Giant Spirit Frost had already rushed forward like a flash of lightning. While passing by, it only lightly touched one of the enemy's wings. Immediately, its hand released a freezing white mist. This was its exclusive skill, Absolute Freeze. The skill dealt isotype damage and created an extremely deep freezing effect. In an instant, one wing of both demon dragons was frozen, leaving them completely confused. Losing control of their wings, the 2 dragons could no longer maintain balance and crashed heavily onto the ground, one after another. The purple demon dragon still refused to surrender. It raised its head and roared defiantly. But soon after, its expression changed into extreme fear. Giant Spirit Frost had activated Frozen Earth Domain, freezing the entire area and trapping both dragons inside layers of ice. This was also a skill that only appeared after fusion. Even trapped in ice, the demon dragons still tried moving their claws to launch a counterattack. Of course, Giant Spirit Frost gave them no chance. It rushed forward and threw a powerful punch, knocking the dragon's head to the side. But that attack was not the end. It lowered its body, pulled its arm back, and gathered power. Immediately after, a series of rapid punches smashed into both demon dragons. Because they were frozen, they could only stand there and endure the attacks. Everyone was completely stunned by the scene. From the 3 girls to Lindsay's sister, all of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Not long after, the burst card's effect ended. However, the 2 crystal stone demon dragons were already motionless, their bodies covered with countless holes from the relentless attacks. The system announced that soul fusion had ended. Giant Spirit Frost lowered its head as its body slowly separated into 2 streams of light. The 2 streams of light quickly returned to the original forms of the Snow Maiden and Earth Spirit. Due to extreme exhaustion, both collapsed. The Earth Spirit was caught by the Crimson Giant Spirit. Meanwhile, Lindsay gently caught the Snow Maiden. He smiled and praised them, thanking them for their excellent performance this time. After that, Lindsay recalled both beasts and let them rest because soul fusion had consumed too much energy. Zhang Manman was still shocked. She could not believe the 2 crystal stone demon dragons were defeated like that and wanted to ask about the card. However, Leng Yan immediately raised her hand to stop her. She only shook her head slightly, implying that this matter should not be questioned further. She understood clearly that most battle artifacts could only increase a beast's strength by 3 or 4 minor stages, but Lin Zi's burst card had directly crossed an entire major realm. She clenched her hand and secretly marveled at how terrifying this artifact was. Even powerful beasts with extraordinary foundations might never possess such a treasure. Guo Xindi also nodded in agreement. She had never seen such an unbelievable artifact before. Leng Yan immediately warned everyone to keep this secret. The 3 girls understood and nodded together. After the danger passed, Lin Zhe pointed at the loot and smiled, asking whether they could take all these materials away. The ground was filled with precious treasures such as dragon teeth, dragon blood, dragon tendons, dragon scales, dragon skin, and dragon meat. Quan Ning and Guo Xindi's eyes lit up when they saw the massive amount of resources, as if they had discovered a treasure vault. Without anyone saying anything, the 3 girls immediately rushed over to collect the loot. Lin Zhe, however, stayed still, feeling that something important was missing. After thinking for a while, he suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted that there were also dragon eggs. Thinking of that, Lin Zhe immediately walked toward Xing Tao's corpse. He calmly sat down and searched through Xing Tao's belongings. Quan Ning curiously asked what he was doing, but the moment she finished speaking, her expression instantly changed to shock. A glowing ring appeared in Lin Zi's hand. It was clearly a space artifact. Quan Ning walked closer and suggested Lin Zhe try wearing the ring to see what was inside. Hearing that, he nodded and began checking it. Lin Zhe calmly put the ring on his finger. This type of space artifact did not require blood recognition, and anyone who obtained it could use it immediately. He closed his eyes, relaxed his mind, and sent his consciousness into the ring. When he opened his eyes again, his consciousness was inside a separate space. Below him was a box filled with various items. Lin Zeiss excitedly looked around. The space was less than 20 square meters, about the size of a bedroom, but still much larger than he expected. While looking around, he suddenly noticed a glowing purple object placed prominently on a red cloth. Without hesitation, he picked it up and smiled with joy. He had finally found the Demon Dragon Condensed Stone Egg. The system immediately displayed its information. The Demon Dragon Condensed Stone Egg carried dark and rock attributes. Its bloodline could continuously enhance physical strength, power, and dark elemental control. Its next growth stage was Young Dragon. The system also explained that pureblood dragons developed through unique stages: young dragon, juvenile dragon, youth, adult, prime, ancient, primordial, and supreme ancient. These were evolution stages, not their actual ages. Holding the egg, Lin Zhe could not hide his excitement. Obtaining it meant he had found his third main beast companion. After leaving the secret realm, he also planned to take the Beast Tamer assessment. After leaving the ring space, he told everyone that Gao Shan, she had hidden the dragon egg inside a spatial artifact, which was why the female dragon kept hunting them down. Gulong Yan smiled and stepped forward, saying that the whole team survived because of Lin Zhe. In her opinion, all the loot from this trip, including the dragon egg and the promised materials, should belong to him. Lin Zhe immediately waved his hand and refused. For him, the dragon egg and ice blue tears were already enough. Everything else should be shared equally among everyone. Jiang Manman walked over with a flushed face and gently held his hand, leaving Lin Zhe surprised as he looked back at her. She tilted her head and sincerely said that the secret realm could be entered again, but a life only existed once. Without Lin Zhe, the whole group would not have survived. Compared to his life-saving favor, these resources meant nothing. Behind them, Guo Xinyi kept nodding in agreement. Even with a beautiful girl holding his hand, Lin Zhe's expression remained as calm as usual. The two sides kept refusing each other. One insisted on not accepting, while the other insisted on giving. Neither side was willing to back down. In the end, everyone agreed to divide the loot fairly and chose the items they needed. After cleaning everything up, Guan Ning suddenly remembered something. She suggested visiting the dragon's lair since Qi Lian Sui had already located it. Hearing this, the whole group immediately agreed and headed toward the nest together. Not long after, everyone arrived inside a cave filled with sparkling glowing ores. Guo Xinyi rested her chin on her hand and sighed. Unlike Xiao Shui, these two dragons clearly had no hobby of collecting treasures. Gulong Yan examined the red crystals on the ground and explained that dragons usually stored crystals in their nests to restore energy during reproduction. Hearing this, Lin Zhe thought they could take some with them. Going deeper inside, Guan Ning suddenly sensed something strange. She said this place gave off a very unusual aura, but Guo Xinyi could not feel anything at all. Guan Ning walked to a stone wall, placed her hand on it, and confirmed that the strange aura seemed to come from behind it. As she lightly pressed the wall, the stone blocks suddenly moved inward, surprising even her. A heavy sound echoed as the stone door slowly opened to both sides. Guo Xinyi instinctively moved closer to Gulong Yan and whispered, "Could dragons actually create secret doors?" Lin Zhe calmly stepped forward to observe. He realized the structure looked more like a human-built facility than a natural cave, making him wonder if people had once lived in this secret realm. But the moment he saw what was inside, his pupils shrank in shock. The space behind the door was filled with a strange atmosphere. Chains, talismans, and countless mysterious symbols covered the walls everywhere. Deep inside the room was an egg placed on a stone platform. It released an eerie aura, while a mysterious formation below it silently operated. The moment she saw the egg, Guan Ning seemed hypnotized and walked forward unconsciously. Lin Zhe immediately shouted her name and worriedly asked if she was all right. She replied with a trembling voice that the egg seemed to be calling her, pulling her closer. Gulong Yan carefully observed it and immediately changed expression. She believed this was very likely the egg of a demon-type beast companion. This place was too dangerous to stay in. They had to take it and leave immediately. After reaching an agreement, the group quickly left the secret realm, each of them trying to stay calm as if nothing had happened. He was surprised when he saw everyone return so early. He had thought the team would stay inside the secret realm for 7 full days. Gulong Yan did not explain much. She only briefly reported that the entire team had returned safely, making the instructor even more confused. Watching the group leave, he could only stare blankly and wonder what had happened that made everyone rush back so quickly. The scene then shifted back to the academy. Gulong Yan told Lin Zhe that the collected materials would be converted into money and divided between him and Guan Ning. She then took out the ice blue tears and 10 ice element essences, giving them to Lin Zhe as promised. He happily accepted them and sincerely thanked her. But her expression soon turned serious. She mentioned the demon-type egg found in the dragon nest and warned him not to hatch it yet, as the secret room might be connected to the Red Moon Society. The two siblings were both shocked when they heard the name Red Moon Society. Seeing their reaction, Gulong Yan asked if they had ever heard of the Fallen Ones and the Red Moon Society. She explained that it was an evil organization, with the Fallen Ones serving as its core members. If the Symbiota group was like a group of destructive insects, the Red Moon Society was far more terrifying. Behind countless large-scale terrorist attacks that shook the Alliance was this organization, causing the deaths of countless civilians and beast tamers. She added that demon-type beast companions could only appear through special summoning rituals. A demon egg appearing inside the Academy's secret realm was clearly abnormal. Lin Zhe immediately suspected that someone from the Red Moon Society might be hiding in the Academy. However, Gulong Yan said this was only the worst-case scenario. It was also possible that the secret realm accidentally contained remnants of an ancient ritual. Either way, the demon egg still needed to be reported to higher authorities. The two siblings said nothing more, and seriously nodded, promising to remember her warning. Seeing the atmosphere become too tense, Zhang Manmen quickly changed the topic. She asked Lin Zi to keep in touch and visit Dragon Heart Society anytime. Guo Xinyi also smiled and said he could ask her for help whenever he needed it. The two sides waved goodbye. Lin Ze and Guan Ning also responded before saying they would meet again. After everyone else left, Guan Ning asked Lin Ze about his next plan. After thinking for a moment, he said Snow Girl had met the requirements for evolution, so he would search for the remaining materials. Time quietly passed. As the sun began to set, the scene shifted back to Lin Zi's room. His bed was covered with top-quality ice element essences. Lin Ze picked one up and smiled as he called Snow Girl over. Snow Girl did not take it from his hand. Instead, she opened her mouth and bit the essence directly, looking extremely satisfied after eating it. After the meal, she touched her lips with her finger, looked at Lin Zi with sparkling eyes, and giggled cutely. Lin Ze could only laugh at Snow Girl's playful personality, while Earth Spirit standing nearby had a completely red face. Without continuing the joke, Snow Girl began seriously absorbing the ice element essences. Lin Zi watched for a while before suddenly feeling like he had forgotten something. A few seconds later, he slapped his forehead and remembered he had not claimed his achievement rewards, instantly becoming excited. He recalled the battle against the two demon dragon condensed stones. At that time, Giant Frost Spirit had unlocked new achievements, but he had left the secret realm too quickly to check them. The system panel quickly appeared. The first achievement was Dragon Slayer, with rewards of 500 achievement points, a low-grade dark element essence, a dragon fang, dragon blood, and a dragon heart. The next achievement was Ant Defeating Giant, earned by defeating an opponent twice his level. The rewards included 1,500 achievement points, a Berserk card, a recovery potion, an evolution stone, and a growth crystal. Looking at the many rewards, Lin Ze could not hide his excitement. Their value far exceeded his expectations. He realized the Dragon Slayer rewards were all precious materials for evolving dragon-type beast companions, making them perfect for Demon Dragon Condensed Stone after it hatched. And although he had used a Berserk card in the previous battle, the new achievement immediately gave him another one. Lin Ze continued reading the reward descriptions. The recovery potion contained a massive life force. Once used, all injuries of both beast tamers and their companions could recover instantly. The growth crystal was a special crystal that stimulated potential and increased beast companion growth speed by 10, but only worked on creatures below rank 7. Next was the Evolution Stone, a crystal containing powerful evolution energy. After absorbing it, a beast companion could instantly reach its maximum mature state and complete evolution, as long as its current rank did not exceed rank 5. The more he read, the more satisfied Lin Ze became. Just as he was preparing to contract his third beast companion, he received an Evolution Stone. The timing could not have been better. While checking the system, he suddenly noticed a green mist appearing beside him, and immediately turned around to investigate. It turned out that one corner of the room had been covered in ice. Lin Zi panicked when he saw his belongings frozen solid. Through the thick white mist, a figure slowly appeared. Snow Girl's body began glowing and transforming. Soon, her beautiful pink eyes slowly opened. As the light faded, her new form was fully revealed. From her figure to her outfit, everything became far more mature and captivating than before. The system immediately updated her information. Ice Blue Maiden, Ice Attribute, 5th rank 1st stage, Maturity 0. Her next evolution form was Extreme Ice Queen, requiring 100 maturity, 30 low-grade ice element stones, and a 1,000-year Extreme Ice Crystal. Lin Ze suddenly remembered his previous fusion with Earth Spirit and asked Snow Girl if anything felt unusual. He was slightly worried because her rank had now surpassed Earth Spirit's, meaning fusion soul art might no longer work. Hearing her master's question, Ice Blue Maiden looked down at her hands and carefully examined herself. She then raised her head, smiled, and gently shook it, showing that everything was normal. Lin Ze immediately relaxed. It seemed that once the fusion form was unlocked, they could still merge in the future, even if their ranks were no longer equal. Snow Girl had successfully reached the 5th rank, while Earth Spirit was still slightly short of evolution. Hearing this, Earth Spirit immediately looked disappointed. The system showed its information. Rock and Ghost Spirit attributes. 4th rank 5th stage, maturity 73. Its next evolution form was Rock God Soldier, requiring 100 maturity, 10 low-grade earth element stones, and a piece of boundless soil. Lin Ze secretly judged that with his current strength, passing the assessment would definitely not be a problem. The next morning, Lin Ze arrived at the Beast Tamer assessment area. The place was packed with students, creating an extremely lively atmosphere. Just then, a stern voice sounded, ordering everyone to keep quiet. The person speaking was Yi Zhu Ping, standing before the crowd with crossed arms. He reminded the students to carefully consider their abilities and choose a suitable difficulty. They should never lose their chance because of pride. He then turned to the man in the black suit beside him and asked if the registration list was complete. The man checked the documents and confirmed everything was finished. As soon as he finished speaking, the orange stone beside them displayed the statistics. 1 person chose super difficulty, 4 chose high difficulty, 34 chose medium difficulty, and 24 chose low difficulty. Yi Zuping glanced over and nodded slightly. However, he was still surprised that someone dared to choose super difficulty. The man in the suit immediately said that person was Lin Ze, a first-year student from Jiangning Academy. He also mentioned that 2 months ago, the Pinghai branch had another student who passed the super difficulty test, and that person's name was also Lin Ze. Yi Zuping rubbed his neck and said he had heard about Lin Ze's achievements. A young man like that truly deserved the title of genius. But this time, it was a bronze-level super difficulty test, so he hoped Lin Ze could still pass. After that, he signaled all participants to prepare. Everyone quickly moved into position, ready to begin the assessment. Once everything was settled, Yi Zuping started the countdown and officially opened the assessment. Right after that, Lin Ze appeared alone inside the testing arena. Looking around, he realized this was still the familiar simulated battle arena. The announcement soon sounded. The super difficulty test contained 5 stages in total, and participants were required to prepare. Not long after, the gate ahead suddenly opened, and countless abyssal berserk rats with dark and fire attributes rushed out. They were all at 3rd rank 9th stage. After appearing, the entire swarm roared and charged straight toward Lin Ze. But before they could get close, Ice Blue Maiden gently raised her hand to her lips and released a stream of greenish cold energy. The freezing air instantly swept toward the rapidly charging abyssal berserk rats. This was her new skill, Snow Girl's Breath. When activated, it created a fan-shaped freezing mist that dealt massive ice damage, instantly freezing any rat that touched it into solid ice. After clearing all enemies, the system immediately announced that the first stage was completed and allowed the challenge to continue. Not long after, heavy footsteps came from behind the iron gate, and a huge figure slowly walked into the light. It was a snake-headed humanoid monster from the multi-headed Jieji race, a 4th rank 2nd stage beast. Although it was a 4th rank monster, to the maiden, this opponent was nothing more than an easy target to defeat. She pointed forward with 1 finger and continuously cast Ice Burst. Each attack pierced through the monster's body, leaving countless huge holes behind. Next came a dark-type 4th rank 5th stage beast, but the result remained the same. The 3rd stage was quickly cleared, and the challenge continued. Even a dark-type ghost demon at 4th rank 8th stage could not last long. The 4th stage was conquered as well. Yi Zuping's eyes widened in shock. He never expected the famous ghost demon, known for its powerful combat ability, to be defeated so quickly. He stared at the large screen and discovered that not only the ghost demon, but all the other beasts were defeated in a single attack. This made him suspect that Lin Ze's beast companion had already surpassed the 5th rank, despite Lin Ze being only 18 years old. The man in black seriously explained that Lin Ze had shown the same strength during the Beast Tamer Association assessment in Pinghai City. He easily passed super difficulty, yet still refused the association's invitation afterward. Hearing this, Yi Zuping slowly calmed down. He understood why Lin Ze dared to choose the highest difficulty, but he still believed the final stage against the 5th rank Bronze Dragon would not be easy. However, right after he finished speaking, the screen showed Earth Spirit launching a kick that shattered the Bronze Dragon, leaving him completely speechless. Yi Zuping stared blankly and muttered. He only summoned his 2nd beast companion, yet he already cleared the final stage? At the same time, the participants who completed the assessment returned to the real world one after another. Someone complained that they were only a little short of defeating the final beast, never expecting even low difficulty to be this hard, because the last opponent was a 3rd rank, 7th stage beast. Just then, someone laughed excitedly. From today onward, I am finally officially a Bronze Beast Tamer. He proudly announced that he passed high difficulty, then looked around and assumed he was the only successful one among the 4 people who chose that level. But before he finished speaking, the person beside him hurriedly called out to him. The man in brown turned around in confusion. The person in white pointed at the screen with trembling hands and said, "The Bronze Dragon clearly looked like a 5th rank beast. How could such a monster appear in a bronze assessment?" Someone immediately recognized that the fighter was the participant who chose super difficulty, Lin Ze. They remembered seeing him in Pinghai City, where he had also crushed the entire challenge. Hearing this, the man in brown was completely stunned. Inside the secret realm, Lin Ze received a notification congratulating him for completing the entire assessment and passing the bronze evaluation at super difficulty. Right after that, the system displayed his rewards. Lin Ze's physical strength increased from 13 to 18, and his soul power increased from 15 to 23. His designated beast companion received 30 maturity points, allowing Ice Blue Maiden to reach 30 maturity and break through to 5th rank 3rd stage. Looking at the rewards, the corner of Lin Ze's mouth curled up with satisfaction. Returning to the training room, he slowly opened his eyes and calmly walked out under the shocked and admiring gazes of everyone. When he arrived before Yi Zuping, he received congratulations and a friendly smile from the examiner. Yi Zuping introduced himself as the examiner of this assessment and admitted that at Lin Zi's age, he only had 2 third-rank beast companions. He said Lin Zi was the first person to pass the bronze assessment at super difficulty and invited him to join the Beast Tamer Association. However, Lin Zi politely refused because he only wanted to focus on cultivation for now. Yi Zuping took out a golden card and handed it to him. He admitted that he had been too sudden and remembered that Lin Zi had also refused an invitation in Pinghai before. He told Lin Zi to contact him anytime if he needed help or wanted to join the association in the future. Lin Zi accepted the card and slightly bowed to express his thanks. After that, he returned to his residence. Inside the room, Lin Zi played with an item in his hand, while his 2 beast companions quietly waited beside him. The item in Lin Zi's hand was the Demon Dragon condensed stone egg he had obtained earlier. He placed his hand on the eggshell and recalled the instructions. By simply injecting soul power inside, he could hatch the egg and complete a contract with the baby dragon. Without hesitation, Lin Zi immediately began continuously sending soul power into the egg to accelerate the hatching process. After only a short while, sweat covered his body because the consumption was extremely intense. Even with more than 2300 soul power, he felt almost completely drained. A normal bronze beast tamer would probably have their soul power emptied in an instant. After a long period of time, the egg finally began shaking violently as if it was about to break open. The 2 beast companions immediately moved closer out of curiosity. Lin Zi also watched carefully and wondered if he needed to help the baby dragon break through the shell. Just as he finished thinking, cracks quickly spread across the entire surface of the egg. A powerful energy burst erupted with a dazzling light, instantly shattering the shell. As the dust settled, a young demon dragon, condensed stone with shiny black scales, slowly crawled out of the egg. After emerging, the baby dragon looked around curiously and let out a childish roar, as if searching for its mother. But not long after, it started happily devouring its own eggshell. The system immediately displayed its information. Young Demon Dragon, Condensed Stone, Dark and Rock Attributes, First Rank, First Stage, Maturity 0, with the skills Dragon Breath and Stone Cleaving Claw. Meanwhile, Lin Zi sat down and gently patted the baby dragon's head. Next, the system showed its hidden bloodline evolution path. By continuously unlocking its bloodline power, the demon dragon could enhance its body, strength, and dark element control, even reaching the king rank. To unlock the next evolution form, it needed 100 maturity, 5 low-grade dark element essences, and a dragon fang. After reading this, Lin Zi was surprised that the demon dragon possessed a hidden evolution route. However, he understood that having another evolution path did not necessarily mean everything would become easier. After finishing the eggshell, the baby dragon lay on its back with a full belly and let out a satisfied roar. Lin Zi calculated that although it was only first rank now, pureblood dragons grew extremely fast, and he had already prepared the required evolution materials. He opened the system interface, planning to use achievement points to increase the demon dragon's maturity and combine the materials he had, directly pushing it to third rank. But just as he was about to proceed, Lin Zi suddenly remembered something that made his entire body freeze, with cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Without hesitation, he immediately took the demon dragon to an open area outside. The baby dragon obediently sat on the prepared cloth, waiting for its master. Looking at it, Lin Zi imagined an awkward situation. If it evolved inside the room and its body became too large, the entire house would definitely collapse. After opening the system panel, he confirmed using achievement points to increase the demon dragon condensed stone's maturity. The evolution materials had already been consumed, leaving only the final step. The moment he pressed confirm, the demon dragon's body immediately burst into brilliant light. A powerful aura exploded outward, bringing thick layers of white mist that covered the entire area. The rolling white smoke forced Lin Zi to cover his face, while he clearly felt the unique aura of the dragon race, erupting like a storm. Within the dense mist, purple flames gradually appeared, and Lin Zi could only stand still and watch. Not long after, the demon dragon condensed stone completed its evolution. It spread its wings and blew away the smoke, raising its head with a powerful roar. The system confirmed it had become a young demon dragon condensed stone at third rank, third stage. After showing its power, the demon dragon lowered its head toward its master and let out a soft roar. Lin Zi smiled and raised his hand to greet it. Recognizing its master, the demon dragon immediately moved closer. Lin Zi happily stroked it and praised how much it had grown and how well it performed. After that, he took out an evolution stone. This special crystal could activate a beast companion's evolution potential, instantly raising maturity to the maximum and completing evolution, as long as its rank did not exceed 5th rank. He smiled and handed the stone to the demon dragon, telling it to eat. Having consumed a large amount of energy, the demon dragon happily swallowed the evolution stone. The system immediately updated. Young demon dragon condensed stone broke through to 4th rank, 4th stage, with maturity reset to 0. At the same time, its skill panel was refreshed. Dragon Breath released powerful dark elemental energy that dealt massive damage. Stone Cleaving Claw used giant claws to crush enemies and dealt extra damage to metal and rock. The new skill Dark Shadow Bind controlled dark elements to restrain targets, dealing damage without being blocked by physical defense. Deathly Evil created giant shadow arms to attack enemies while applying curses such as corrosion, fear, and weakness. Lin Zhe smiled slightly. He noticed the skill Blood Mist Condensation was still locked, probably because the demon dragon had not reached a high enough realm. Even so, with 2 4th rank beast companions and 1 5th rank beast companion, his current lineup was already extremely powerful. Suddenly thinking of something, he asked the demon dragon whether it could adjust its own body size. The baby dragon gave a low roar in response. Immediately afterward, its massive body quickly shrank. In just a moment, the demon dragon flew onto Lin Zi's palm and sat there neatly, as if waiting for praise from its master. Lin Zi laughed happily and kept complimenting it. While rubbing the demon dragon's head, he said this was incredibly convenient. Otherwise, every time he summoned it inside the room, the house probably would not remain intact. A few days later, in the classroom, the teacher walked to the podium and announced an important piece of news. The teacher smiled at the class and said there was something she needed to announce. According to her, 1 week later, Jiangning Academy would hold its annual academy tournament. The entire class immediately became excited, while Lin Zhe still did not understand what this event was. Just then, the system suddenly appeared before him, making him slightly startled. The system interface appeared directly in front of Lin Zhe. A special achievement mission was unlocked with only one goal: win the championship. The mission required Lin Zhe to become the champion of the academy tournament and the #1 student of Jiangning Academy. Completing it would reward him with full 500 achievement points, a soul art scroll, and a random special item. Seeing such attractive rewards, he immediately became interested. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe raised his hand and asked if first-year students were allowed to participate. The teacher nodded and confirmed that the academy had no restrictions on grade levels. Any student could register. However, she reminded everyone that the tournament used a knockout format. Most freshmen only joined to gain experience, and only a few had the strength to advance far. Even so, she encouraged everyone to sign up and gain experience. Below, many students started discussing that the rare exception was definitely Lin Zhe, because just a few days ago, he had passed the bronze assessment at super difficulty with shocking speed. After class ended, Guan Ning and Guo Xinyi immediately ran over and invited Lin Zhe to register for the academy tournament together. Right after they finished speaking, the two girls' eyes met. The atmosphere instantly became tense, leaving Lin Zai helplessly standing between them. Each girl pulled one side and refused to give in. They kept questioning why the other kept sticking so close to Lin Zai, leaving him only able to smile awkwardly. In another corner, Tan Yong watched the scene and gritted his teeth in frustration, silently crying inside. Not long after, Li Bongyun also appeared with a determined expression. He looked at Lin Zhe and declared that this time, he would definitely defeat him. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, blue flames flickered over countless skulls hanging on the walls, creating an extremely eerie atmosphere. Inside the room, a group of people wearing black robes were secretly discussing. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a cold and authoritative voice. The person called Yan asked about Xing Tao's disappearance. He was originally an elder of the Red Moon Society. A subordinate hurriedly explained that Jiangning Academy had recently organized a secret realm training trip, so losing contact with Xing Tao was not unusual. But before he could finish, a branch struck him directly in the face, sending him crashing backward as an angry shout echoed. Holding his bloody face, he trembled so badly that he could not speak. The moment he stammered out, "My lord," Yan stared at him with a gaze as cold as ice. Yan stepped in front of him and reminded him that he had once claimed the Red Soil secret realm was absolutely safe and the experimental subject would never be discovered. The man hurriedly begged for a chance to explain. Yan only revealed a cold smile. He said the aura of the experimental subject had completely disappeared, and even the mother body could no longer sense its existence. The entire room instantly fell silent as nobody dared to speak. Yan coldly concluded that the experimental subject had definitely been stolen. If it were still inside the secret realm, the mother body would not have lost its connection. It could only mean it had been stored inside a spatial item or even destroyed. Hearing this, the subordinates became even more terrified. He ordered all subordinates to immediately investigate everyone who participated in the training trip and anyone who had come into contact with the experimental subject. After speaking, Yan turned and left the room, leaving behind a murderous statement that even if he had to turn Jiangning Academy upside down, he would find the person who took the experimental subject. Receiving Yan's order, all the black-robed members immediately knelt and answered in unison before quickly leaving to carry out the mission. In the blink of an eye, 1 week passed. The day of the academy tournament arrived, and the students gathered one after another. The moment they arrived at the competition venue, everyone was shocked by the massive crowd. Guan quickly found Lin Zhe and curiously asked if he had gone training during the past week and contracted the demon dragon condensed stone. Lin Zhe only smiled mysteriously and said everyone would know once the competition began. Hearing this, Guan pouted, becoming even more curious. Just then, a voice from behind called out Lin Zhe's name. The person who arrived was senior sister Zhang Manman. Lin Zhe politely nodded in greeting, while she happily said she had already guessed he would definitely participate in the tournament. Zhang Manman patted Lin Zhe's shoulder and encouraged him to do his best, saying this year's rewards were much better than before, including 100,000 in prize money and an extremely valuable special item. Hearing this, Lin Zhe immediately calculated. If he won the championship, he would receive both the Academy's reward and the system mission reward, meaning he would obtain 2 special items. At the same time, many students recognized Lin Zhe. They pointed and whispered among themselves, secretly hoping they would not face him in the early rounds. While everyone was talking, a brown-clothed student was suddenly pushed aside by someone behind him to clear the path. The red-haired man walking behind was Xu Li, the current president of Gaoshan Society's third-year branch. Leading the group was Liang Jun, the former president of Gaoshan Society and a fourth-year student. The moment he saw Zhang Minman, Liang Jun smiled meaningfully and greeted her. Zhang Minman immediately became alert and coldly asked what he was planning this time. Liang Jin only smiled lightly and said he was not a bad person. They had simply not met for a long time, so he wanted to ask a few questions. After putting away his smile, his expression became much more serious. Liang Jun directly asked whether they had encountered Luo Han and Xing Tao during the previous secret realm training. Hearing this, Guan Ning instinctively moved closer to her brother. Zhang Manman crossed her arms and mocked him, saying if Gaoshan Society members went missing, they should search for them themselves. Coming here to ask questions was no different from reporting a case, showing how poor their judgment was. She continued mocking the current leader's ability, saying he could not even manage his own members. Xu Li immediately became angry and prepared to step forward. However, Liang Jin raised his hand to stop him and calmly said he was only asking casually. If they did not know, then that was fine. He led the group away, but before disappearing, Xu Li still turned back and gave Lin Zhe a provocative look. After the Gaoshan Society group left, Guaning worriedly said it seemed they had already started suspecting them. Leng Yan calmly adjusted her glasses and reassured everyone. She believed they were the victims, and there was no evidence proving any conflict had happened between the two sides inside the secret realm. Zhang Manman still looked serious and said Liang Jin was famous for causing trouble, so she was already used to his actions. However, she specifically mentioned Xu Li. Although he was arrogant, his strength was not weak. He currently had 3 beast companions, including 2 4th-rank beasts and 1 5th-rank beast, while also ranking first among third-year students. Zhang Manman warned Lin Zhe to be extremely careful if he met Xu Li in the arena, because that guy liked using dirty tricks. Lin Zhe calmly nodded to show he understood. Meanwhile, Liang Jun and the Gaoshan Society group stopped at a hidden corner. Xu Li could not suppress his anger. He punched the wall and angrily asked if they were just going to let those people go. Liang Jun coldly replied that they had no evidence. Even if those people were truly responsible, they still could not do anything. He told Xu Li to focus more on Lin Zhe, someone from an ordinary background, possessing such strength and refusing to join Gaoshan Society, had become a joke among many people. If Lin Zhe continued shining in the tournament, Gaoshan Society's reputation would definitely be affected. Xu Li sneered, believing that even with talent, Lin Zhe was still just a poor person who could not maintain enough resources to develop forever. He declared that if he met Lin Zhe in the arena, he would definitely teach him an unforgettable lesson. Just then, the announcer's voice sounded, announcing the match list. The Group 11 preliminary match would be Xu Li, a third-year student, against Lin Zhe, a first-year student. Hearing his name announced, Xu Li immediately smiled proudly and turned toward Lin Zhe. He laughed loudly, saying even fate was on his side, because they had met in the very first round. Xu Li loudly declared that he would teach Lin Zhe a lesson he would never forget. Despite hearing every word, Lin Zhe's group only stood calmly and watched. Not long after, both sides stepped onto the arena, and the announcer officially declared the Group 11 preliminary match between Xu Li and Lin Zhe had begun. Before the battle started, Lin Zhe's teacher was surprised when she saw a special figure appear. It was Lu Kaitian, the principal of Jiangning Academy. He entered with a gentle smile, and everyone passing by respectfully bowed to him. The scene shocked many students. Everyone knew the principal had rarely appeared to watch internal academy matches before. Lu Kaitian calmly sat in his seat, while the audience continued discussing excitedly. After all, he was one of the top 10 strongest experts of the Federation, so his rare appearance was understandable. Many people guessed that there must be a special participant this year who caught his attention. At that moment, Wang Yan, captain of investigation team A23, under the Beast Tamer Association, asked why the dean came to watch the tournament this year. Lu Kai-tian laughed and said he heard this batch had many promising talents, with overall strength far beyond previous years. Wang Yan laughed too, saying the busy dean probably did not know the academy had gained a genius. If ignored, someone else might recruit him first. Lu Kai-tian immediately guessed it was Lin Zhe, the young man who passed the bronze trial at the highest difficulty. Wang Yan confirmed it and revealed Lin Zhe once helped their team capture members of the Symbiosis organization. Wang Yan smiled and said the dean arrived at the perfect time, because that young man was about to fight right below the arena. In the stands, students started discussing who would win. Many thought the match would be exciting, but most still favored Tu Li. They believed Lin Zhe was powerful, but he was only a freshman. Meanwhile, Tu Li had 3 spirit beasts, including one that reached the 5th rank. On the arena, Tu Li looked at Lin Zhe and said that as a commoner genius, he would give him one final chance. He pointed at himself and arrogantly invited Lin Zhe to join Gaoshan Society, implying he would gain benefits by following him. Lin Zhe calmly looked at him and refused. He said he was not interested and rejected Gaoshan Society's bullying and disrespect toward commoner beast tamers. Those words made Tu Li's face darken instantly, his teeth grinding in anger. As the battle began, Tu Li immediately summoned his strongest beast. He declared he would show Lin Zhe the true gap between them. A 5th rank, 2nd stage, sand-tide beast with water and earth attributes appeared and roared. The audience instantly recognized Tu Li's trump card and believed Lin Zhe would struggle to survive this fight. Without wasting time, Tu Li ordered the sand-tide beast to use wave assault. Massive waves surged forward like a flood rushing toward Lin Zhe. Using the current, the sand-tide beast accelerated closer and opened its sharp-toothed mouth for the finishing blow. But Lin Zhe remained still, showing no sign of summoning a beast. Seeing this, Tu Li froze, unable to understand why Lin Zhe still had not acted. Thinking Lin Zhe was too scared to summon his beast, Tu Li sneered and turned away, mocking him as the fate of anyone who challenged Gaoshan Society. But at that moment, Lin Zhe calmly used Soul Arrow, sending a soul energy arrow flying straight toward the sand-tide beast. The attack hit instantly. The sand-tide beast was blasted away and crashed to the ground, losing consciousness on the spot, while Lin Zhe never moved from start to finish. Seeing this unbelievable scene, Tu Li's face turned pale, as cold sweat covered his body from shock. He stepped back instinctively, unable to believe his 5th-rank beast was defeated by a single attack. The entire audience fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, frozen by what they had just witnessed. After a few seconds, the arena erupted with cheers. No one expected Lin Zhe to defeat the sand-tide beast with one soul arrow, without even summoning a beast. Zhang Manman's group watched from outside, all excited and amazed by Lin Zhe's incredible performance. Even Lu Kai-tian showed interest, stroking his chin and nodding in approval. In his opinion, this young man's soul technique level had likely surpassed the skillful rank. Tu Li completely lost his composure. One thought filled his mind. Lin Zhe still had not summoned a beast. Was he deliberately looking down on him? Lin Zhe silently stared at his opponent with cold eyes, releasing an intense pressure across the arena. Although he was already nervous inside, Tu Li forced himself to stay confident. He kept telling himself it was only a mistake, and Lin Zhe was just lucky to hit the sand-tide beast's weakness. Refusing to accept defeat, he immediately summoned a 4th-rank, 8th-stage rock giant with human attributes, and a 4th-rank, 6th-stage thunder ape with ice attributes. After receiving the order, both beasts charged toward Lin Zhe, intending to crush him. Tu Li clenched his fists and mocked him loudly. He believed Soul Arrow consumed huge amounts of soul power, so Lin Zhe must have used more than half his strength in that attack. With sweat covering his face, he stubbornly demanded Lin Zhe summon his beast and fight him properly. But before he could finish, 2 blue streaks of light shot forward and struck the thunder ape and rock giant. In an instant, both beasts collapsed on the arena, lying unconscious in pools of blood. The scene left Tu Li completely stunned before he dropped heavily to the ground. His face twisted in panic as he stammered, unable to believe what had just happened. At that moment, Lin Zhe calmly spoke to his opponent. He said the gap between them was too great, and Tu Li's current strength was not enough to make him summon a beast. The referee then announced the result of the match between Tu Li and Lin Zhe in Group 11. The winner was Lin Zhe. Hearing this, Tu Li could only grit his teeth in anger, but had no way to argue. His friends quickly came over to congratulate him. Zhang Manman happily put her arm around Lin Zhe, while Guo Xinyi reminded him that defeating stronger opponents earned extra points and could send him directly into the main round. Guanding looked at him with admiration and suggested watching the next matches together. Lin Zhe smiled and refused because he planned to visit a beast shop to buy more materials. After leaving the arena, Tu Li sat down in a daze when Liang Jin angrily walked over. He clenched his fists, furious that a member of Gaoshan Society had been humiliated in front of everyone, and swore to make Lin Zhe pay. Tu Li was still shocked and trembling, as he said Lin Zhe defeated him with only 3 soul arrows, proving his soul power was extremely strong. Unable to accept the truth, he insisted Lin Zhe must have used some rare treasure, because an ordinary person could never become this powerful. Holding his head in confusion, Tu Li gritted his teeth and declared he would report Lin Zhe. Seeing his friend losing control, Liang Jin said nothing and slapped him hard, leaving him stunned. Pulling back his hand, Liang Jin coldly scolded him and asked how long he planned to keep embarrassing himself. He then ordered everyone to regain their focus and continue fighting. According to Liang Jun, the academy tournament was not only about arena battles. There would be chances to personally teach Lin Zhe a lesson. Time quickly passed until night arrived. Street lights gradually lit up, spreading across the roads. At this moment, Lin Zhe walked out of the beast shop with his wallet almost completely empty. He helplessly complained that since essence crystals were replaced by origin stones, material prices had increased 5 times. Becoming stronger required money for resources, because without evolution materials, even a talented beast could only remain stuck. Thinking about the huge expenses, Lin Zhe could only sigh helplessly. Carrying the materials he bought, he walked home and turned into an alley, still thinking of ways to earn more money. Entering a secret realm to collect materials directly would save a lot. Lin Zhe's footsteps echoed through the quiet alley. After walking a little farther, he suddenly stopped. A tall wall suddenly appeared ahead, blocking the path. Lin Zhe clearly remembered this place was not a dead end, making him suspect he had fallen into some kind of illusion. While confused, Lin Zhe and Xiao Long heard movement behind them and immediately turned around. When Lin Zhe looked back, he saw 2 strangers already waiting there, a man and a woman wearing black cloaks. The woman smiled as if she had been waiting for him. She smiled meaningfully and asked, "You are Lin Zhe, right?" The man beside her immediately looked annoyed and told his partner to be more serious instead of acting so casually. The woman only shrugged, jumped down from the trash bin she was sitting on, and laughed, telling him not to be tense all the time. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished and appeared before Lin Zhe at terrifying speed. She then asked directly if he had taken something that did not belong to him from the Red Earth's secret realm. Lin Zhe remained calm and said he had no idea what she was talking about. However, he admitted her speed was frightening and began questioning their identities. Carefully observing the 2 people before him, Lin Zhe quickly connected them to the incident in the Red Earth's secret realm and guessed they were members of the Red Moon Society. The woman's eyes suddenly stopped at the ring hanging on his chest, and she laughed. She said they had investigated thoroughly and discovered it was the spatial item that once belonged to Xing Tao. She showed regret and said that with Lin Zhe's talent, the Red Moon Society's executor valued him greatly. As long as he joined them, everything from the past, including what he took, could be forgiven. She continued tempting him, saying talent required many resources to grow, and the Red Moon Society could provide things no academy could offer. Even with such attractive conditions, Lin Zhe still firmly refused. Seeing her invitation fail, the girl only smiled coldly, believing Lin Zhe still did not understand his situation. She pointed at the sky, where a pink barrier had covered the entire area, claiming this place was sealed, and no one would come to save him. Taking another step forward, the girl gave her final ultimatum: join the Red Moon Society, or die here. As soon as she finished speaking, countless strange beasts appeared behind them. Their violent aura alone showed they were extremely powerful opponents. The girl smiled viciously and ordered Lin Zhe to choose one of the 2 paths. Before waiting for his answer, she deliberately mentioned that people close to Lin Zhe were also being watched, and if he surrendered, the executor might spare them. Hearing her mention those close to him, Lin Zhe's eyes instantly turned cold, and killing intent slowly emerged. But in the next moment, he burst into loud laughter as if he was not threatened at all, surprising his enemies. At the same time, Ice Blue Girl and Earth Spirit were summoned. Lin Zhe calmly stared at the enemies and spoke. He declared he would not choose either option they offered. The choice he made was to destroy all of them. Once his command was given, Lin Zhe's 2 beasts immediately activated their skills. The Red Moon Society also sent their beasts forward to fight. However, before a fleshworm could even approach, it was struck by stone pillars created by Earth Spirit and coughed up blood. Lin Zhe immediately called out Xiao Xie. Ice Blue Girl understood and raised her hand, gathering cold energy in front of her. In an instant, the freezing air transformed into a sharp ice spear. The spear pierced straight through the leading gorilla, creating a massive hole in its body. With a heavy crash, the gorilla fell backward and died on the spot. Behind it, a black creature saw the pool of blood and suddenly froze, its eyes slowly turning red as it went berserk. Witnessing this strange scene, Lin Zhe could not help but widen his eyes in confusion. Right after that, horrifying chewing sounds echoed throughout the area. The black creature was tearing apart and devouring the corpse of the dead gorilla. After eating for a while, it violently ripped off more chunks of flesh and continued swallowing. Even Lin Zhe was surprised to discover these monsters would eat their own kind. After filling itself, the black creature raised its head and let out a piercing roar. Its eyes opened to the limit, red veins spread around its eye sockets, and its grinding teeth sounded terrifying. In just moments, its body expanded far beyond before, with massive muscles rising as its aura became much more frightening. Unlike the tense atmosphere, the Red Moon Society girl became extremely excited, praising it as the perfect grade B experimental subject, with overwhelming power. After admiring it, she ordered the split demon to tear Lin Zi apart and show him that rejecting the Red Moon Society was the stupidest choice. The monster roared as killing intent exploded. Even from far away, Lin Zi was forced back half a step by its pressure. He raised his hand to block his face just to see clearly. After showing its terrifying aura, white smoke slowly escaped from its mouth, along with a strange smile that made the scene even more horrifying. Looking down, Lin Zi realized the ground around him was covered in a sea of blood. Looking across the battlefield, only torn flesh and monster blood remained, creating an extremely gruesome scene. Seeing his shoes covered in blood, Lin Zi frowned slightly. At that moment, the system began analyzing the targets. The Red Moon Society girl proudly claimed this was the organization's research result, a creature far beyond ordinary beasts. Hearing this, Lin Zi understood it was not a normal demon-type creature. The analysis results appeared one after another. The worm with a mouth full of teeth was a demon-type demon flesh spawn. The creature in the middle was a demon-type man-eating centipede. The left one was a demon-type bloodthirsty bat, while the black creature at the front had no data at all. This made Lin Zi feel a chill down his spine. Even the system could not determine its name, attributes, or evolution path. Through observation, Lin Zi quickly realized the monster became stronger each time it devoured its own kind. If more casualties appeared, it would only become more terrifying, so it had to be eliminated as soon as possible. The two sides immediately entered a chaotic battle. Earth Spirit in Ghost General form charged forward first, while Ice Blue Girl was also held back by her opponent. After the previous battle, Lin Zi's soul power had already been heavily depleted. Elsewhere, Ice Blue Girl was fighting the man-eating centipede alone. Lin Zi gently patted Xiaolong's head and smiled. Then it's your turn to show them. The woman sneered with contempt, believing all resistance was useless. The man crossed his arms and said that, although Lin Zi was strong, two beasts alone could never defeat them. He also mentioned Lin Zi had just passed the bronze trial and looked at the crystal demon dragon on his shoulder. In his opinion, this crystal demon dragon was just obtained from the Red Earth secret realm, and its size proved it was still in its infancy. Hearing that, Lin Zi only raised the corner of his mouth, as if he had heard something ridiculous. The next moment, Xiaolong flew into the sky and began returning to its original form. The transformation shook the entire alley violently, and the ground trembled so much that nearby buildings started shaking. After fully returning to its adult form, the crystal demon dragon released an overwhelming aura. The two Red Moon Society members coughed from the dust and stared in horror. They could not believe an adult crystal demon dragon appeared here, and they had no idea how Lin Zi achieved this. Facing their shock, Lin Zi only smiled and calmly said he had no obligation to explain. He immediately ordered the crystal demon dragon to attack. The dragon opened its mouth and quickly gathered a massive amount of energy. After a while, the pink barrier covering the area finally shattered and slowly disappeared. As soon as the barrier vanished, police sirens echoed throughout the area. Wang Yan arrived with his forces and immediately ordered the scene sealed, civilians evacuated, and the injured checked. At that moment, a familiar voice called his name, making Wang Yan turn around. Standing before him was Lin Zi with his beasts, while the two Red Moon Society members were already tied up. Wang Yan was surprised to see him here. Looking at the captured enemies, he immediately asked if Lin Zi was the one who caught them. Lin Zi calmly nodded. Then Lin Zi revealed important information. The Red Moon Society had infiltrated the academy and was conducting an extremely dangerous experiment. Soon after, the two captured members were taken back to the investigation office for questioning. Wang Yan poured a glass of water and reminded Lin Zi it was still hot. Lin Zi accepted it and politely thanked him. After sitting down, Wang Yan said they had already received reports about suspicious people near the university. He never expected them to be members of the Red Moon Society, and their target was actually Lin Zi. His expression became serious as he asked if Lin Zi's claim about the Red Moon Society infiltrating the academy was true. Lin Zi firmly confirmed that there was likely a spy from the organization inside the academy. While speaking, he placed the spatial ring on the table and explained it originally belonged to Xing Tao from Gaoshan Society of the Academy. Lin Zi described his encounter with that group during the Red Earth Secret Realm expedition and the conflict between them. According to him, the Red Moon Society secretly entered the secret realm and lured the crystal demon dragon away from its nest during breeding season to steal its eggs. However, their plan failed, and many members were killed by the dragon instead. After defeating the crystal demon dragon, I entered its nest to investigate and discovered a hidden passage inside. Deep within it, we found a secret base of the Red Moon Society. Hearing this, Wang Yan could not hide his shock and immediately exclaimed in surprise. Lin Zhe continued explaining. That was when he became suspicious, wondering how members of the Red Moon Society could appear inside a secret realm controlled by Jiangning Academy. Touching the spatial ring on the table, Lin Zhe said it was not until the woman saw this item that she confirmed it once belonged to Xing Tao. Wang Yan rested his chin and thought for a moment. Understanding his meaning, Lin Zhe directly said he suspected Xing Tao had allied with the Red Moon Society. Wang Yan nodded slightly and said he would immediately send people to investigate this direction. At the same time, he believed the two captured Red Moon Society members would reveal more valuable information. Lin Zhe suddenly remembered the experimental monster and asked if its corpse could be preserved for research. The question made Wang Yan stay silent for a moment before answering. He lowered his voice and said this was classified information, but Lin Zhe had made great contributions, so he could reveal it. The Red Moon Society was secretly creating artificial demon-type beasts. Hearing this, Lin Zhe asked again because he remembered the Beast Tamer Association had also researched and cultivated artificial beasts. Wang Yan confirmed it was true. He used investigation team's Ling Hao as an example, but emphasized that creating demon-type beasts was completely different. Some species could have mixed demon bloodlines, but pure-blood demons required a special method to form. He then briefly explained the method used by the Red Moon Society, involving strange rituals and using body parts as sacrifices to create new creatures. Rubbing his tired forehead, Wang Yan said the investigation was still ongoing. Although they had destroyed several secret beast incubation facilities, the Red Moon Society remained extremely dangerous, especially after targeting Lin Zhe. Therefore, he decided to give Lin Zhe a special communication device and warned him to report immediately if he encountered danger again. Lin Zhe calmly agreed. Taking back the spatial ring, Lin Zhe stood up and asked to return to the academy, and Wang Yan did not stop him. Before parting, Wang Yan promised to notify him once there was new progress and apply for a reward for Lin Zhe, but asked him to keep everything completely confidential. After leaving the headquarters, Lin Zhe walked along the street while curiously observing the new communication device. He lightly touched the device and remembered the explanation that pressing the emergency button would instantly send his location to the Beast Tamer Association. Feeling safer, he decided to return to school and prepare for tomorrow's tournament. The next morning, the academy arena became lively once again. When she saw Lin Zhe, Guanning immediately ran over and complained that he never replied to her messages last night. Lin Zhe awkwardly explained that he was practicing soul techniques, and his phone ran out of battery before shutting down. He apologized and promised to be more careful. Hearing the familiar excuse, Guanning could only hug him lightly and let it go. She smiled and said as long as he was safe, that was enough. She had worried that Gaoshan Society caused trouble again. Then they went together to check the official tournament bracket. On the list, Lin Zhe's first opponent was Zhao Jie, causing many nearby students to stop and watch. Guanning immediately cheered excitedly, hoping Lin Zhe would keep winning. Not long after, Lin Zhe stepped onto the arena with Ice Blue Girl. His opponent was second-year student Zhao Jie, whose beast was a fourth-rank first-stage rock armor turtle. However, the moment they sensed Lin Zhe's aura, both the human and beast became tense. When the referee officially announced the start, everyone's eyes focused on the arena. In an instant, the rock armor turtle was completely frozen before it could resist. The referee immediately announced Lin Zhe's victory and his advancement into the top 16. The audience below was shocked. No one could even see when Ice Blue Girl attacked, and they could not believe the famous defense of the rock armor turtle was frozen so easily. After this victory, Lin Zhe's next opponent was confirmed to be Li Yunyun. As soon as he entered the arena, Lin Zhe summoned two beasts instead of only one like before. Li Yunyun was a third-year student, accompanied by a fourth-rank, second-stage Swift Shadow Leopard. However, before the referee could even start the match, Li Yunyun directly announced her surrender. This decision caused another wave of discussion among the audience. Many believed they would also give up if they had to face Lin Zhe's two beasts, because the strength he displayed far exceeded expectations. Even Lin Zhe's soul techniques alone were enough to make opponents lose hope. On the upper floor of the lecture hall, a princess-like girl quietly watched the arena and softly called Lin Zhe's name. With both hands placed in front of her, the corners of her lips curved into a faint smile. In her eyes, this young man was becoming more and more interesting. After that, Lin Zhe entered the top 128 by easily defeating a third-rank, third-stage plant-type twin tree demon and a third-rank, first-stage plant-type withered beast. Soon after, Earth Spirit defeated a third-rank, ninth-stage rock-type giant rock monster, allowing Lin Zhe to advance directly into the top 64. In the next round, Ice Blue Girl defeated a fourth-rank, first-stage, rock-type yellow sand lizardman, sending him into the top 32. The continuous victories left the audience stunned. Many people exclaimed that it was unbelievable for a freshman to possess such terrifying strength. When Lin Zhe appeared, the crowd immediately shouted his name. In a short time, he had gone from an unknown student to the academy's center of attention. At the same time, the system continuously sent notifications. Completing the top 128 achievement rewarded 50 points, top 64 rewarded 100 points, and top 32 rewarded another 200 achievement points. Lin Zhe stroked his chin and thought that although the rewards were not huge, accumulating them over time was still valuable. It seemed there were many more achievements waiting to be unlocked in the later rounds. At that moment, the system continued displaying a series of new notifications. The top 16 achievement rewarded 300 points, top 8 gave 400 points, and top 4 granted another 500 achievement points. The sudden chain of notifications left Lin Zhe confused, not understanding what had just happened. At this moment, he was sitting on a chair while surrounded by his close friends. Chu Xiang laughed loudly and praised him, saying he truly lived up to being the boss. His current reputation alone had made many third- and fourth-year students surrender, bringing pride to all freshmen. Guo Xinyi was also extremely excited. She reminded everyone that Lin Zhe was the first male freshman in academy history to enter the official tournament, and he had even reached the semi-finals, so he had to keep fighting with everything he had. Unlike the cheerful atmosphere, Tan Yong and Li Bongyun could only sigh because they had already been eliminated. They felt regret while realizing the gap between them and Lin Zhe was growing wider. Guan checked the tournament schedule on her phone and discovered Lin Zhe advanced through 3 rounds because his opponent surrendered. But when she looked further, she suddenly froze. Guan eyes widened in shock. She quickly handed the phone to Lin Zhe and announced that the semifinal lineup was released, and his opponent was Liang Jun. Hearing the familiar name, Lin Zhe took the phone and smiled slightly. It seemed he would face someone from Gaoshan society again. Chu Xiong immediately changed expression when he heard Liang Jun's name. He hurriedly explained that Liang Jun was the leader of Gaoshan society. Since Lin Zhe had already clashed with them before, this semifinal would definitely not be easy. Lin Zhe calmly asked Chu Xiong to explain more about his opponent. According to Chu Xiong, Liang Jin was a 4th-year student ranked 2nd, a bronze beast tamer, and possessed 3 fire-type beasts, all at the 5th rank. More importantly, he held a mysterious inherited soul technique that could temporarily increase his beast's ranks, but he had never revealed it publicly. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe had already stepped onto the arena. After watching him throughout the tournament, Lu Kai-tian felt his strength was far beyond his original expectations. Wang Yan looked proud and thought those who doubted Lin Zhe had truly underestimated him. After all, he was the person who once captured 2 dangerous wanted criminals alone. In Wang Yan's opinion, compared to Lin Zhe's previous life-and-death battles, this academy tournament was nothing more than training. Meanwhile, the audience continued debating who would win between Liang Jun and Lin Zhe. On the balcony, the girl in the yellow dress turned to Xiao Ru and asked who she thought would win this semifinal. Xiao Ru did not answer immediately and asked back. The yellow-dressed girl confidently said she believed Liang Jun would win because no matter how outstanding Lin Zhe was, he was still only a freshman. Xiao Ru remained silent and thought carefully. Seeing Xiao Ru wanting to say something, the yellow-dressed girl quickly asked in curiosity if Xiao Ru actually believed Lin Zhe could win. Xiao Ru calmly explained that from the beginning of the tournament until now, Lin Zhe had never used his full strength, so the result was still impossible to predict. The yellow-dressed girl sighed and changed her mind. Since Xiao Ru valued Lin Zhe so highly, she would trust him too, because Xiao Ru was the top student of their grade. Suddenly thinking of something, the yellow-dressed girl excitedly said that if both of them won and met in the final, it would become a battle between a famous female genius and a mysterious freshman. Xiao Ru could only helplessly tell her to focus on the match first. Liang Jin calmly walked onto the arena with complete confidence. Looking at Lin Zhe, he declared victory would definitely belong to him. Lin Zhe calmly replied that empty words could not win battles, then mocked that people from Gaoshan society seemed to prefer talking over acting. His words hit Liang Jun's pride directly. His eyes turned cold and his brows tightened. He sneered and said he hoped Lin Zhe could still maintain that arrogant attitude later. The audience immediately became excited when they realized Liang Jin was about to use his full power. Everyone felt his aura rapidly increasing. In just moments, all 3 of Liang Jun's 5th-rank beasts appeared at the same time. Many believed Lin Zhe would struggle to withstand them, but he only smiled slightly. Hearing his opponent summon 3 beasts, Lin Zhe calmly repeated, 3 beasts? After saying that, he snapped his fingers. The crystal demon dragon immediately appeared behind Lin Zhe. He calmly said that coincidentally, he also had 3 beasts ready to fight. The whole arena instantly erupted. No one expected Lin Zhe to successfully contract the condensed stone demon dragon, an extremely rare species. Even Guan Ning was seeing a condensed stone demon dragon for the first time, and she could not hide her shock. Leng Yan pushed up her glasses and explained that its size proved it was already an adult condensed stone demon dragon. In such a short time, Lin Zhe had hatched, contracted, and raised it to this level, which was unbelievable. This made her even more curious about how many more secrets this young man was hiding. Lin Zi immediately ordered a full assault, telling his beasts to hold nothing back. Ice Blue Maiden summoned countless ice spikes, while Earth Spirit charged forward. At the same time, the condensed stone demon dragon opened its mouth and crazily absorbed surrounding energy, preparing its strongest attack. After gathering enough power, a massive attack shot straight toward Liang Jun's formation. Of course, Liang Jun did not stay idle either. His three beasts launched a counterattack together to block the enemy assault. Many ice spikes were destroyed mid-air before reaching their target. His powerful fire-type beast blocked the condensed stone demon dragon's attack while directly fighting Earth Spirit. The remaining ice spikes that passed the front line were burned away by the Flame Spellweaver's fire shield. However, because ice countered fire, the defense quickly developed cracks and began to shatter. Hearing the cracking sounds, Liang Jun's expression immediately turned ugly. He quickly changed tactics and ordered all his beasts to eliminate the condensed stone demon dragon first. Just as the fire shield shattered, Crimson Feather Beast shot into the sky. When the enemy approached, the condensed stone demon dragon threw a punch, but the opponent dodged in time. Flying right in front of the dragon, Crimson Feather Beast suddenly stopped and released flames that covered its entire body. Right after that, it split the flames into countless blazing red spheres and fired them all toward the condensed stone demon dragon. But before the attack could hit, countless ice shields appeared, blocking every fireball and causing them to explode in the air. There was no doubt this defense was created by Ice Blue Maiden to protect her allies. Seeing his plan fail, Crimson Feather Beast only stared at its opponent, preparing for the next attack. Liang Jun completely lost his composure. He gritted his teeth in anger, unable to believe an unknown humanoid isotype beast was strong enough to fight his 5th-level beast. How could a normal freshman possess such a terrifying lineup? Thinking of this, he secretly gathered a soul power sphere in his hand. In his calculation, removing Ice Blue Maiden would make the condensed stone demon dragon lose its support. While Ice Blue Maiden was busy fighting the enemy beast, Liang Jun saw the rare chance and immediately used soul-piercing strike toward her. But the moment the attack was released, a blue soul power arrow from Lin Zi also shot forward to intercept it. The two forces collided violently, creating a massive explosion that lit up the entire sky. Lin Zi looked at Liang Jun and mocked him, saying that a senior attacking from the side during a beast battle was hardly honorable. This behavior truly matched the style of Gaoshan society. Hit right where it hurt, Liang Jun could only stammer a few words and failed to find any way to respond. Veins bulged on his forehead as his expression became vicious. A strange black aura spread across his body. In his rage, he coldly declared he would stop holding back, while a black magic circle slowly appeared beneath his feet. In an instant, two of his beasts showed strange reactions. Their bodies twisted and released mysterious sounds. Right after that, both transformed into streaks of light and flew back. The two streams of light entered the Flame Spellweaver's body, causing its power to surge and its soul energy to explode. The surrounding audience was stunned, unable to understand what technique he had used. Li Bongyun realized in shock that the two remaining beasts had been absorbed by the Flame Spellweaver. Zhu Xiong immediately guessed that this was definitely the opponent's inherited soul technique. Lu Haitian also changed expression, because this soul technique forcibly sacrificed the beast's life force in exchange for power. He immediately wanted to stop the battle, but before he could speak, Wu Yan calmly stopped him. He believed Lin Zi could still handle the situation. Lu Haitian remained extremely anxious, because the opponent had reached a dangerously high level. On the battlefield, the Flame Spellweaver continued transforming, becoming more and more violent. The displayed information showed it had reached rank 6, level 2, and could only maintain this state for 3 minutes. Liang Jin revealed a vicious smile. Soul fusion drained his own soul power and required sacrificing two beasts, but he was willing to pay any price to kill Lin Zi. However, Lin Zi remained calm. Looking at his opponent, he casually said that if this was his strongest trump card, it was nothing special in his eyes. Lin Zi's gaze turned cold. To him, using the lives of companions to gain power was nothing more than dark magic. He then summoned Little Shu and Earth Spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zi's two beasts turned into countless energy particles. A blue light and a red light quickly merged together. Soon, the white mist faded away, and Giant Frost Shadow officially appeared after the fusion. Even Lin Zi was slightly surprised. After Little Zhu's evolution, the fusion form had indeed become much stronger. The information showed that Giant Frost Shadow had reached rank 6, level 4, but could only exist for 1 minute. For Lin Zi, that was more than enough to end the battle. The entire audience was stunned. No one expected Lin Zi's beasts could also fuse, and its aura even surpassed the Flame Spellweaver. Zhu Xiong widened his eyes, unable to understand why Lin Zi could use the same soul technique. Guanting proudly smiled and declared that her big brother's technique was far stronger than Liang Jun's. Lu Haitian was also frozen in shock. Wu Yan laughed excitedly, reminding everyone that he had already said Lin Zi could handle the situation. Meanwhile, Liang Jin could hardly believe what he was seeing. He kept questioning how Lin Zi had achieved this. Refusing to accept reality, he shouted and ordered an attack. The flame spellweaver began gathering all its flames in front of it. In just moments, a massive fireball appeared, releasing terrifying heat that seemed capable of burning everything. Facing the attack, Lin Zhe still smiled confidently. He said fire could counter ice, but before absolute frost, flames were as fragile as a candle facing a storm. Right after that, giant frost shadow gathered countless ice fragments and slowly formed a massive block of ice. Soon, the skill Frost Core Heavy Descent was fully completed. The terrifying cold instantly broke apart the flame spellweaver's fireball, while the giant ice block crashed down from above. Liang Jun panicked, unable to believe what was happening. The next second, the ice block slammed into the arena, shattering the ground. Seeing this, Liang Jin could only scream in despair as his strongest card was destroyed. After the shockwave faded, white mist still covered the area, while the entire battlefield was sealed in ice. Liang Jin collapsed to his knees and coughed violently. This was the backlash caused by soul fusion. Looking at his beasts, he saw the Flame Spellweaver had completely lost its ability to fight, while Crimson Feather Beast and Inferno Giant had returned to their original states. Clenching his fists with veins bulging on his face, Liang Jin gritted his teeth in frustration. He refused to accept defeat, and still could not understand what Lin Zi relied on. Just then, the announcer's voice rang out. The referee immediately announced that Liang Jin could no longer continue fighting, so the final spot belonged to Lin Zi. The entire arena erupted with cheers. Everyone celebrated Lin Zi defeating Liang Jun, shouting his name and mocking the arrogant members of Gaoshan society. On the battlefield, the fusion skill's duration also came to an end, and Ice Blue Maiden and Earth Spirit slowly separated from their combined form. Having experience from last time, Lin Zi quickly caught Little Shu, while Rock Demon was supported by the Demon Dragon's tail. He smiled and praised all three for completing their mission perfectly. Seeing his beasts exhausted, he sent them back to the recovery space. Fortunately, after this fusion, Little Zhu and the others no longer fainted immediately, proving that stronger power reduced the energy cost of fusion. Lin Zi decided to let the three recover first before making further plans. At that moment, the system announced the achievement of reaching the Academy Tournament Finals, and rewarded him with 600 achievement points. Winning the final match would complete all objectives. However, from the audience seats, Deng Ro suddenly raised her hand and asked the referee to withdraw and surrender. The voluntary surrender of the female senior student shocked everyone around her. Her friend in yellow clothes immediately pulled her back and asked why she refused to fight, since everyone was waiting for their final match. Deng Ro calmly replied that her trump card was only meant for a true opponent. Fighting a junior like Lin Zi now was unnecessary. In her eyes, becoming chief student was only the starting point for him, and what she looked forward to more was seeing Lin Zi defeat the geniuses from famous academies at the upcoming beast taming tournament. After that, she slowly walked down the stairs toward the battlefield. The person who appeared before Lin Zi was Deng Ro. She calmly approached him, while he silently watched her. When only a few steps remained between them, Lin Zi smiled politely and thanked his senior for giving him the win. Deng Ro extended her hand to congratulate him, saying the title of chief student truly belonged to Lin Zi, and believing they would meet again soon. Lin Zi shook her hand and replied that he looked forward to fighting alongside his senior one day. As their handshake ended, the system notification also rang out. The achievement of winning the Academy Tournament was completed, rewarding him with 1,500 achievement points. Soon after, Lin Zi stood on the honor platform in the center of the arena before everyone. At the same time, Liu Haitian received the championship medal from the staff preparing the ceremony. He walked before Lin Zi and praised him for exceeding all expectations. Lin Zi quietly lowered his head as the dean personally placed the medal around his neck. Liu Haitian said that with his current strength, Lin Zi was qualified to step onto a bigger stage, and the academy would fully support his growth. After that, he received another medal from the staff. While putting it on Lin Zi, he officially announced that from today onward, Lin Zi was the chief student of Jiangning Beast Taming Academy. This medal represented his new status, giving him priority when requesting leave or entering Academy secret realms. Lin Zi immediately thanked the dean. Liu Haitian smiled and explained that besides the title, the champion would also receive prize money and a rare item. Lin Zi only needed to visit his office tomorrow to collect them, and he could personally choose one high-quality rare item. After the tournament ended, all students received 3 days off. Cheers spread everywhere, as everyone finally had time to rest. Guan Ning grabbed Lin Zi's hand and excitedly said that she and Guo Zindi planned to visit the Green Wood Secret Realm during the break to train their combat abilities. Lin Zi immediately asked if only the two of them were going. He wondered when the two girls had become so close. After thinking about it, he remembered that although the Greenwood Secret Realm was not high level, its terrain was extremely complicated and easy to get lost in. One was too impulsive, while the other was overly energetic, making him even more worried. Seeing this, Guo Jindi ran over and held Guan Ning's arm, reassuring him that it was only the Greenwood secret realm and they could handle it. Guan Ning also nodded, saying that since they could not even pass the tournament qualifiers, they needed training to improve. Knowing he could not stop them, Lin Zhe could only agree, but still warned them to be extremely careful because he was not completely at ease. After that, Lin Zhe opened the system interface. With his current strength, many rare items were no longer very useful, so finding a suitable rare item for Ning would provide another layer of safety. Lin Zhe opened the random rare item bag and received an item called Shadow Shield Orb. According to its description, Shadow Shield Orb allowed the user to instantly teleport to any visible location, up to 3 consecutive times, with a 24-hour cooldown afterward. After checking its ability, Lin Zhe nodded in satisfaction because this item was exactly what he needed. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe immediately called Ning over and gave her the item. She asked curiously what it was. He explained that Shadow Shield Orb could perform short-range teleportation, making it perfect for escaping danger. If she encountered a beast that was too powerful, she must retreat first and never act recklessly. Ning happily accepted it, thanked Lin Zhe, and promised to always be careful. Guo Zindi and Guan Ning also came over curiously and were shocked because it was an extremely valuable rare item. Guo Zindi even felt jealous that Lin Zhe treated Guan Ning so well, but the girl immediately replied that he was her big brother. Watching them chat happily, Lin Zhe only smiled. With another life-saving card, he felt more relieved and continued preparing materials to upgrade Earth Spirit and the Condensed Stone Demon Dragon. However, the price of Demon Origin condensed stone was too high on the market, so searching for it inside a secret realm would save much more money. During their conversation, Zhu Xiong ate while mentioning that dark element materials were abundant in the Thousand Insect secret realm. However, the place was extremely dangerous, filled with high-level dark-type beasts and insect-type creatures, with a harsh environment as well. Hearing this, he could not help asking if Lin Zhe really planned to go alone. The scene quickly changed to the Beast Taming Association Hall, where many beast tamers and their beasts moved around in a bustling atmosphere. Lin Zhe wore a mask covering his face and calmly walked inside. As soon as he arrived at the reception desk, the female staff member warmly greeted him and asked what service he needed. Lin Zhe provided his personal information and requested permission to enter the Thousand Insect secret realm. The staff member took his card and processed the request on the system, politely asking him to wait a moment. But the moment the information appeared, she froze in shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. She stammered out Lin Zhe's name, unable to believe what she was seeing. Seeing this, Lin Zhe immediately raised a finger to signal silence. The staff member quickly covered her mouth and nodded repeatedly, understanding his intention. Even while trying to stay calm, she was extremely excited. She said she had watched Lin Zhe's battle, admired him greatly, and secretly asked for his autograph. Facing her enthusiasm, Lin Zhe simply smiled, thanked her, and asked her to finish the registration first. She immediately happily continued the process. Lin Zhe thought to himself that after the Jiangning Academy tournament, he had indeed become quite famous. Wherever he went now, people recognized him, and even wanted to take photos with him. While thinking about that, the staff member blushed with excitement, but quickly completed all the registration steps. After finishing, she respectfully returned his card and informed him that the permit had been updated. He only needed to go downstairs and turn left to reach the entrance of the Thousand Insect secret realm. Lin Zhe took back his card, politely thanked her, and left. Not long after, he arrived at the underground area of the Beast Taming Association. Before the massive gate leading into the secret realm, many people had already gathered, waiting for it to open. Lin Zhe stood among them, looking around and realizing there were more participants than he expected. At that moment, a man approached him and asked if he was also here to explore the Thousand Insect secret realm. The man smiled and invited Lin Zhe to join his team, but Lin Zhe politely declined while thanking him for the offer. The other person only gave an awkward smile and said nothing more. Meanwhile, in another corner, a girl was silently observing Lin Zhe. A team member curiously asked what the captain was looking at, but the girl calmly replied that nothing was wrong. After waiting for some time, the gate to the Thousand Insect secret realm finally opened slowly, along with an announcement telling everyone to prepare to enter. The announcement continued warning that the secret realm was extremely dangerous. Once they passed through the gate, the liability waiver would take effect, and all consequences would be their own responsibility. After the warning ended, groups of people entered the secret realm, one after another. The scene before Lin Zhe instantly changed into a vast green grassland. He understood that he had officially entered the Thousand Insect secret realm. He remembered Zhu Xiong mentioning that Crimson Mountain Valley contained many dark-type beasts, along with a rare material called Blood Spring Crystal that was extremely valuable. Based on the information he prepared beforehand, his destination was Crimson Mountain Valley. Lin Zhe opened the map to determine the direction, deciding to hunt beasts while crossing the secret realm toward his target. After confirming the route, Lin Zhe looked at the sky and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the massive figure of the condensed stone demon dragon appeared. Lin Zhe jumped onto the dragon's back and continued his journey. Flying not only helped him observe the terrain, but also made spotting beast groups much easier than traveling on the ground. Along the way, he planned training goals for each beast. Little Shu needed better control abilities, Earth Spirit needed stronger direct attacks, and the condensed stone demon dragon needed to adapt to aerial combat. After giving the order, the condensed stone demon dragon immediately flapped its wings and soared into the sky. As time passed, a group of blade-thorn insects suddenly crawled out from dense grass. They were ordinary rank 3, level 4 beasts. Earth Spirit immediately charged forward and fought them, defeating them one by one. At the same time, the system continued announcing its growth progress. When night fell, Lin Zhe set up camp inside a small cave, started a fire, and roasted meat for dinner. Watching the flames, Lin Zhe thought carefully. Although achievement points could directly increase growth, beasts without real combat experience could easily become dependent. Since the demon dragon had been active all day, nighttime would be Earth Spirit's training period. Lin Zhe gently patted Little Zhu's head and comforted her. The current beasts were too weak to help her grow anymore. When they encountered stronger opponents, he would let her fight. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Earth Spirit continued finishing off the remaining blade-thorn insects. After defeating the final one, it suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind and immediately turned around in alert. Not only Earth Spirit, but Lin Zhe also quickly sensed someone approaching. Outside, someone pushed aside the bushes and saw the light inside the cave, guessing another adventurer team was resting there. The leader cracked his knuckles confidently and laughed, saying their luck was great because they had found a free resting spot again. The muscular man beside him agreed, declaring this area belonged to the Green Forest Squad. Soon, the captain noticed Earth Spirit and became interested. He had never seen a beast that looked like a giant rock before. Thinking it was just a normal rock-type beast, he shouted at it to call its owner, pack up, and leave the spot. At that moment, Lin Zhe's calm voice came from inside the cave. He slowly walked out with Little Zhu and the condensed stone demon dragon, then asked what they wanted. The leader was slightly startled when he saw Lin Zhe, with a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. But soon, his attention shifted to Little Zhu, and he casually praised how beautiful the humanoid beast was. Hearing that, Little Zhu immediately showed displeasure. Seeing the man's disrespectful gaze, Lin Zhe stepped forward and stood in front of Little Shu. He calmly asked again what they were really after. The bald man clenched his fist and was about to force his way forward, but the captain quickly stopped him. The captain changed to a fake friendly expression and said that since it was already night, they only wanted to borrow the cave for one night. Seeing Lin Zhe alone, they hoped he would cooperate. However, Lin Zhe immediately refused without any intention of giving in. His answer made the bald man even angrier. He immediately emphasized the Green Forest Squad's reputation as a threat. Lin Zhe only smiled faintly and said he had never heard of that name before. Being looked down on, the bald man gritted his teeth and rolled up his sleeves, but someone behind him pulled him back. He turned around in confusion and asked why he was being stopped. The man in blue whispered that Lin Zhe's face looked very familiar, causing the bald man to freeze slightly. The man in blue broke into a cold sweat and asked if they had missed the Jiangning Academy tournament. Because that tournament featured a genius, with a humanoid beast, a strange earth spirit, and a condensed stone demon dragon. The lineup before them perfectly matched the person who became the chief student of Jiangning Beast Taming Academy as a first-year student. Hearing this, the bald man also started sweating nervously. He looked at Lin Zhe carefully again and realized he truly resembled the famous genius from recent news. However, greed still overcame his reason. He pointed at Lin Zhe and declared that if he refused to show respect, he would stop being polite. Right after that, he summoned a sea flame spider at rank 5, level 2, and gave Lin Zhe 5 seconds to leave the cave with his beasts. But his true intention was quickly revealed. He shamelessly demanded that Lin Zhe leave Little Zhu behind for the team to enjoy, while he should leave quietly if he did not want trouble. The moment he finished speaking, Sea Flame Spider was defeated by 3 lightning-fast attacks, letting out only a shriek before collapsing. Its owner immediately covered his mouth and coughed violently as his soul power was hit by backlash. When he looked down at his blood-covered hand, he was completely stunned. He tremblingly raised his head and looked at Lin Zhe, with only fear and disbelief left in his eyes. His rank 5 Sea Flame Spider had been destroyed in an instant. Lin Zhe coldly raised his hand and said briefly that if someone could not control their mouth, then there was no need to speak anymore. The man in blue quickly ran over to support the captain, forcing a smile while asking Lin Zhe to calm down. He repeatedly explained that the captain only had a habit of speaking recklessly and meant no harm. He bowed and apologized, hoping Lin Zhe would let the matter go so they could leave. While helping the captain stand, he also hurriedly asked if he was seriously injured. After that, the man in blue whispered that the person in front of them was Lin Zhe. Hearing this, the captain's face immediately turned pale. he forced a smile and changed his tone, calling Lin Zhe big brother. He claimed he had heard of him for a long time and that everything was just a misunderstanding. After saying that, the group immediately turned around and tried to leave. But just as they walked away, Lin Zhe's cold voice rang out, asking whether he had allowed them to leave. The group instantly froze in fear. Lin Zhe calmly asked if they would have spared a weaker adventurer standing there today. While speaking, he gathered soul power in his hand and demanded their answer. Facing that terrifying pressure, the group could only tremble and beg Lin Zhe for mercy. Just as the tension peaked, heavy rumbling echoed from deep inside the forest and rushed straight toward them. A massive swarm of rank 1 tier 4 dark bloodline ants suddenly emerged. The man with glasses cried out in panic at the terrifying sight. Hundreds of tier 4 beasts stood before them. A few could be handled, but this overwhelming swarm left only one choice: run. Unfortunately, the man with glasses fled first and became the ants' first target. The others rushed toward Lin Zhe for help, but he calmly walked straight toward the incoming swarm. To Lin Zhe, this was not a disaster. It was an unexpected gift. He smiled with excitement. A whole swarm of dark beasts had delivered the materials he needed. One bloodline ant suddenly charged in first. Earth Soul instantly unleashed Shattering Palm Strike and snapped its neck with a single blow. It did not stop there. It charged into the middle of the swarm and smashed one beast after another. Lin Zhe judged that rank 1 tier 4 bloodline ants were still within Earth Soul's limits. Fighting equal foes would speed up its growth. He told Xiao Xiao to keep watching and only step in if her teammate was truly in danger. She nodded at once. Meanwhile, Demon Dragon Condensed Stone spread its wings and soared into the sky before releasing its true form. Within seconds, its body returned to its massive and imposing size. Lin Zhe jumped onto the dragon's back to leave, but an urgent shout came from behind. It was the captain of the Green Forest Squad. While fleeing the swarm, he kept apologizing and begged Lin Zhe to take him along, claiming that adventurers should never abandon each other. Lin Zhe completely ignored him. He guided the demon dragon into the sky and left the desperate screams behind. During the flight, Lin Zhe remembered that bloodline ants normally lived only around Blazing Mountain Valley. Their current location was nearly 100 kilometers away, so such a huge swarm could not have wandered this far just to hunt. That could only mean something unusual had happened in Blazing Mountain Valley. While thinking, Lin Zhe suddenly fixed his gaze on an area below. After watching for a moment, he pointed downward and told the demon dragon to investigate. Below them, countless bloodline ants gathered tightly in one place. None attacked or moved. They simply watched the surroundings with caution. Another group stood in 2 orderly lines as if guarding a smaller ant with a completely different color. The special ant seemed to sense something and immediately looked up at the sky. It saw Lin Zhe approaching on the back of the demon dragon. Not wanting him to get closer, the strange ant twitched its antennae and released a pink beam of light. The beam shot straight into Lin Zhe's head. His body stiffened as he gritted his teeth against the strange power. The instant he was hit, Lin Zhe realized it was a mental attack. This kind of attack was nearly impossible to detect or defend against, and was deadly at long range. However, mental beasts were usually weaker in close combat. As soon as he broke free, he activated his soul power and ordered the demon dragon to descend for a direct assault. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Zhe fired a soul power arrow at the pink bloodline ant. Before the arrow could strike, another bloodline ant threw itself in the way and sacrificed its life to protect the leader. Seeing its subordinate fall, the pink ant erupted with a terrifying aura as its power surged. At that moment, Demon Dragon Condensed Stone landed on the ground. Lin Zhe jumped off its back and remarked that the enemy's reaction had been incredibly fast. The information revealed it was a rank 2 tier 5 dark bloodline ant. Lin Zhe instantly understood why another ant had sacrificed itself. This was the leader of the entire swarm. The surrounding ants quickly formed a tight defensive ring around it. Lin Zhe turned to Demon Dragon Condensed Stone and said this was the perfect chance to train. Wiping out the entire swarm would greatly boost its growth. Upon receiving the order, Demon Dragon Condensed Stone erupted with demonic energy. In an instant, countless shadow vines and gigantic arms appeared throughout the swarm. They were the skills Dark Binding and Hand of Death. The bloodline ants caught by the attack were crushed until their bodies burst apart. Pieces of their corpses rained onto the ground, leaving a horrifying scene behind. Seeing its kin slaughtered, the pink bloodline ant quickly retreated to avoid becoming the next target. It immediately launched another mental attack at Lin Zhe. Demon Dragon Condensed Stone saw through its plan and looked back at its master with concern. Lin Zhe calmly activated Soul Guards and blocked the entire attack before saying that the same trick would never work twice. He narrowed his eyes. This bloodline ant was not only powerful but also highly intelligent, far smarter than ordinary beasts. Even though the leader had the higher rank, Lin Zhe believed it stood no chance against the demon dragon in close combat. He urged it to finish the fight quickly so they could return for Xiao Shuo and Earth Soul. In the blink of an eye, Demon Dragon Condensed Stone closed the distance and reached the bloodline ant leader. Remembering the order to end it fast, the demon dragon showed no hesitation and stomped down with one massive foot. The bloodline ant leader let out a single cry before being crushed on the spot. The scene shifted to another clearing. Corpses, blood, and shattered equipment covered the ground, all left behind by the bloodline ant swarm. The beasts were still feasting on the prey they had just hunted. A man in green wiped the blood from his mouth and reported that the bloodline ants were too numerous. The eastern defense line was about to collapse. The red-haired woman firmly ordered everyone to hold their ground. She explained that bloodline ants were not the type of beasts to fight to the death. If they suffered enough losses, the swarm would eventually retreat. She summoned a rank 1 tier 6 lightning rune puppet and ordered everyone to make a final stand because they were completely surrounded with no way out except to fight until the swarm withdrew. Back in the forest, torn luggage and broken supplies were scattered everywhere. The bald captain of the Green Forest Squad had also died beneath the bloodline ants, his body lying motionless in the grass. Lin Ze saw the scene, but his expression never changed. He quietly walked past the corpse, because in his eyes, this was simply the price paid by those who bullied the weak. Before long, Lin Ze spotted Xiao Shui and Earth Soul ahead and immediately called out that he was back. Hearing her master's voice, Xiao Shui smiled brightly. Their updated status appeared. Ice Maiden had reached rank 3 tier 5 with 40 growth, while Earth Soul reached rank 6 tier 4 with 82 growth. Earth Soul proudly raised a chunk of ore, as if showing off its prize. Lin Ze laughed and praised them both for exceeding his expectations. They had worked hard throughout the journey. However, he realized the situation around the campsite and the ant nests was far too unusual. To uncover the truth, they had to venture deeper into Blazing Mountain Valley. Xiao Shuo and Earth Soul nodded without hesitation. Lin Ze and Xiao Shu then rode Demon Dragon, Condensed Stone toward Blazing Mountain Valley. Along the way, Lin Ze kept thinking. In such a short distance, he had already seen 4 or 5 bloodline ant leaders, leading their swarms away from their territory. Something enormous had clearly happened in Blazing Mountain Valley to force every beast to migrate. Lost in thought, Lin Ze suddenly spotted flames rising from deep within the forest. He patted Demon Dragon, Condensed Stone on the back, and told it to change course and investigate. At the scene, fresh bloodstains were still visible everywhere, proving the battle had only just ended. While wrapping his injured arm, the man in green anxiously told the captain that something was terribly wrong. Even after killing countless bloodline ants, the swarm showed no sign of retreat. His last beast had already fallen, leaving him with no idea what to do next. Even worse, the bloodline ants could devour the bodies of their own kind to recover, while the humans had no way to restore their fighting strength. At that moment, countless bolts of lightning suddenly crashed down from the sky, triggering a series of violent explosions that filled the area with smoke. The attack came from the lightning rune puppet. The red-haired woman panted heavily, completely at a loss for how to turn the battle around. Sweat streamed down her face. They had barely survived one wave before the next surrounded them again. Thousands of Tier 4 bloodline ants kept charging forward. Most of the team's beasts were either dead or badly injured, leaving only the rank 6 lightning rune puppet to hold the line. Even the lightning rune puppet could only last for another 10 minutes or so. Once it fell, the final defense would collapse instantly. The red-haired woman scanned the battlefield in despair. Every beast capable of wide-area attacks was gone, and her soul power was nearly exhausted. She began to believe this would be her final battle. The man in green looked at her and urged the captain to leave. He believed the team could no longer hold out, and there was no point in everyone dying together. While knocking away a bloodline ant, the man with glasses agreed. He reminded her that 2 of her beasts had already fallen, leaving only the lightning rune puppet still able to fight. She should escape while she still could. Her expression immediately darkened. She sharply ordered everyone to stop talking nonsense, then condensed her soul power into an arrow. As the captain, she chose to fight alongside her team until the very end. Just as everyone prepared for a desperate last stand, a single snowflake slowly drifted down from the sky and caught her attention. Moments later, heavy snow began covering the entire sky, leaving her completely stunned. Everyone stared in confusion. Snow should never fall in Blazing Mountain Valley, so they thought they were simply hallucinating before death. Then someone pointed at the sky and shouted that it was no illusion, because someone was really flying toward them. The newcomer was Lin Ze. He stood with folded arms on the back of Demon Dragon Condensed Stone, while Xiao Shu released freezing energy across the battlefield. Within seconds, Xiao Shu's eyes turned icy cold, signaling the next attack. In an instant, every bloodline ant below was frozen solid. It was the large area control skill Blizzard. The red-haired woman was so shocked she could barely speak. They had finally been saved. The man with glasses looked at Lin Ze and felt the face seemed strangely familiar. Seconds later, someone recognized him as Lin Ze, the genius who passed the bronze trial and won the Jiangning Academy tournament. The man in green also remembered him as the famous Beast Master, known for beast fusion, and hope instantly returned to the group. Everyone shouted for help, begging Lin Ze to act quickly because they could no longer hold on. Lin Ze simply told Xiao Shu to wipe out the entire battlefield. Xiao Shu nodded lightly and pointed one finger forward, forming a glowing snowflake. Countless ice spears poured down like a raging flood, erasing the entire bloodline ant swarm in moments. After clearing the battlefield, Lin Zhe and Xiao Shue landed and walked toward the survivors. The red-haired woman sincerely thanked Lin Zhe, saying her entire team would have been wiped out if he had not arrived in time. The others also expressed their gratitude. She then reached out to shake Lin Zhe's hand and thanked him once again. With a faint blush on her face, she introduced herself as Yi Fujing. She admitted she had recognized Lin Zhe back at the secret realm entrance, but had not dared to approach him. Lin Zhe smiled and told her there was no need to be so formal. He mentioned that he had also encountered several bloodline ant swarms on the way here, then asked if they knew what had caused the disturbance in Blazing Mountain Valley. Yi Fujing cautiously glanced around before lowering her voice. She said this was not the right place to explain, but her team had tracked a highly suspicious clue to this location. She believed the strange events in Blazing Mountain Valley were very likely connected to the Fallen. Lin Zhe was visibly surprised. He never expected traces of the Fallen to appear even inside a secret realm managed by the Beastmaster Association. Yi Fujing pointed at the black marks on the ground and explained that her team had found them along with many strange footprints and drag marks, all leading toward Blazing Mountain Valley. Shortly after setting up a resting spot, they were trapped between two bloodline ant swarms numbering in the thousands. Even stranger, the ants were far more aggressive than usual, as if something was driving them into a frenzy. She lowered her head slightly and continued. Just as everyone had been pushed into a dead end, Lin Zhe appeared and saved the entire team. Lin Zhe rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. In his view, the Fallen would never appear without a reason. Whatever was happening in Blazing Mountain Valley had most likely drawn them here. Thinking back to his encounter with the two men in black, he remembered the captain saying that even after being captured alive, the Red Moon's society members had refused to reveal any useful information. It stretched about 2 kilometers to the northwest before leading into a mountain pass, but no one on her team dared to go any farther. Seeing the concern on her face, she asked if he was really planning to go in there alone. Lin Zhe glanced at the tracker on his wrist and calmly replied that he wanted to investigate the places himself. The soldier in military uniform immediately stood up to stop him, warning that no one knew what the Fallen were planning, and if anything happened to him, the consequences could be disastrous. The man with glasses agreed. He suggested retreating first, reporting everything to the Beastmaster Association, and waiting for a specialized team to handle it. Lin Zhe disagreed. He believed that if they waited until after leaving to report it and request reinforcements, it would already be too late. The strange signs here suggested the enemy's plan was close to completion. When Yi Fujing tried to persuade him again, Lin Zhe reassured her that he had already sent a signal to his teammates. Holding up his GPS device, he said he would move ahead first to keep the Fallen occupied and prevent their escape. Knowing she could not change his mind, Yi Fujing declared that she would go with him. The man in green immediately called out in alarm. She waved him off and ordered everyone to escort the wounded back the way they came. If they encountered the search team, they were to lead them here. Even though her subordinates warned it was too dangerous, she refused to change her decision. Smiling confidently, she said she could not stand by while the man who had saved her life faced danger alone. Besides, her scouting experience would make the two of them far more effective together. She even joked that he did not actually think she was too weak, did he? Lin Zhe laughed and immediately denied it. He knew very well that a Tier 6 Beast Master could never be called weak. Thinking of her extensive scouting experience, he agreed to let her join him and politely thanked her for the help. Yi Fujing nodded with a smile, satisfied with the decision. Before setting off, Lin Zhe tossed her a bottle of soul power recovery potion and told her to get ready. They would leave in 30 minutes. She accepted the potion with a smile, thanked him, and agreed. The scene shifted to a dark and freezing cave deep underground. Inside, massive piles of bloodline ant corpses were stacked like small hills. Perched on those piles were grotesque half-human, half-monster creatures that tore apart the ant corpses and devoured them. Even more horrifying, there was not just one of them but an entire swarm, constantly feeding in a gruesome frenzy. At that moment, Yan walked in with a cold expression and asked about the progress of the cultivation experiment. The black-clad followers immediately bowed and reported that most of the young specimens had matured. They needed only a few more hours before they would be battle-ready. Yan then asked for the numbers. After checking, a subordinate reported that they currently had 425 specimens, with 389 already fully matured. Hearing that, Yan exploded in anger and shouted that it was still far too few. He ordered them to speed up the incubation process and produce 1,000 fully developed wailing flesh horrors before the day after tomorrow. The men in black exchanged uneasy looks before finally explaining the situation. They reported that the bloodline ant swarm had just gone through a massive migration, leaving them without enough of the required fertilizer. Yan furiously called them useless fools. If they lacked materials, they should simply capture more people. He could not believe they needed him to point out something so obvious. Terrified, the entire group dropped to their knees, Hoping to avoid punishment, the leader hurriedly promised to capture more people immediately and guarantee that Yan's orders would be fulfilled. Yan let out a cold snort and warned them that they had better complete the mission, or else. As he turned to leave, he coldly declared that if they failed, he would use them as nutrients for the wailing flesh horrors. The group could only tremble as they acknowledged the order. On his way out of the cave, Yan clenched his fists in frustration. His two subordinates had failed to eliminate an 18-year-old student and had even been captured alive by the investigation team. Yan sneered that useless trash would always be useless. This time, he would personally step in and make the Beastmaster Association taste defeat. Even so, he admitted that Lin Zhe was a surprisingly noteworthy opponent. Just then, one of his subordinates rushed in with a panicked report. Yan frowned and demanded to know what had caused such chaos. The man fell to his knees, trembling as he stammered that someone had infiltrated the base. The intruder was so powerful that the outer guards had been nearly wiped out, and even the wailing flesh horrors were being slaughtered in large numbers. Yan's expression changed instantly. Outside the cave, a wailing flesh horror was blasted away by an ice attack. One look at that attack was enough to reveal who had unleashed it. At that moment, the systems announced that Ice Maiden had gained more growth and unlocked new skills. The three new skills were Frozen Meteor, which dealt massive area ice damage, Yang Pulse Beam, which focused on a single target while applying a weakening effect, and Ice Dragon Break, which created an ice dragon to bind multiple enemies at once. They cost 500, 500, and 800 achievement points to unlock. Seeing the new skills, Lin Zhe could not hide his satisfaction. Real combat truly was the fastest way to grow. With 4,650 achievement points still available, he did not hesitate. Without another thought, he unlocked every newly available skill. Meanwhile, Yi Fujing walked over to the corpse of the monster on the ground. She sighed that after all the effort to track the clues here, they had been ambushed by this bizarre creature the moment they arrived. She turned to Lin Zhe and asked if he had ever seen this type of creature before. Lin Zhe shook his head and said it was his first time seeing one, but he suspected the Red Moon Society was secretly creating artificial demon-type beasts. Hearing that, Ye Fujing immediately realized the situation was even more serious than she had imagined. While they were talking, Lin Zhe suddenly heard movement behind them and quickly turned around. In the darkness, countless glowing red eyes silently stared at them. He instantly realized that not only had enemies arrived, but there were a great many of them. Low growls echoed alongside those blood-red eyes, making the atmosphere even more terrifying. Before long, one monster after another stepped out of the shadows. Their bodies were horribly twisted. Some had beast-like bodies with snake tails, while others had only a single eye on their heads. The rest looked no better. Every one of them was a grotesque hybrid of savage beasts and monstrous abominations. Yi Fujing immediately recognized them as Tier 5 demon-type beasts and quickly warned Lin Zhe to be careful. Moments later, several figures in black robes appeared, sneering that they had finally found the two rats who dared to trespass. The leader arrogantly mocked them, saying they had refused the path to heaven and instead walked straight into hell. He continued complaining that they had destroyed valuable test subjects, and even laughed that it came at the perfect time since they were short on materials. While he rambled on, Lin Zhe and Ye Fujing quietly exchanged a glance, already agreeing on their next move. The man in black kept talking, arrogantly claiming that becoming food for the wailing flesh horrors was an honor. Before he could finish, a burst of soul power slammed into him and sent him flying several meters away. The attacker was Ye Fujing. She coldly reminded Lin Zhe that once they decided to fight, there was no need to let the enemy keep talking. Clutching his chest, the man in black wiped the blood from his mouth and cursed in rage. But before he could finish another sentence, a soul technique pierced straight through his chest. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground. A black badge fell from his body. The one who finished him was naturally Lin Zhe. Seeing the badge, he confirmed that these people were indeed members of the Red Moon Society. Watching Lin Zhe recognize their identity and kill one of their companions in a single strike, the remaining members immediately lost their confidence. At that moment, the system interface suddenly appeared before Lin Zhe. The system announced that he had completed the achievement Fallen Nemesis I by killing a Fallen for the first time. The reward was 500 achievement points and a soul power potion, surprising Lin Zhe because he had not expected this kind of achievement chain. It was obvious that this was only the first stage of a larger achievement series. Not wanting the remaining enemies to escape, Lin Zhe immediately ordered Xiao Shui to eliminate every demon-type beast and capture the two men in black alive. Ice Maiden instantly waved her hand and cast Ice Dragon Break, creating dragon-shaped ice chains that shot forward. She immediately followed with Frozen Meteor. The massive ice explosion wiped out every monster in an instant, while the two men in black were tightly bound by the ice chains. The brown-haired man stared with wide eyes, unable to believe that someone so young possessed such terrifying power. The ice chains violently dragged the two captives in front of Lin Zhe, leaving them screaming in panic. Even Yi Fujing was astonished by that display of strength. In her judgment, Lin Zi's beast was already on par with her own Tier 6 lightning rune puppet. Lin Zi slowly walked up to one of the men in black. With an icy gaze, he demanded to know what those monsters were and what they had been created for. The man remained defiant, declaring that he would rather die than reveal a single word. Seeing the man's stubborn refusal, Lin Zi did not waste another second and ended his life with a soul technique. He then turned to the remaining captive and coldly asked if he wanted to talk or follow his companion. The man immediately trembled and could barely speak. A few seconds later, he forced himself to calm down and begged for mercy, promising to reveal everything. He explained that their mission was to cultivate an experimental creature called the Wailing Flesh Horror. He continued that the Wailing Flesh Horror was a newly created, demon-type beast with a completely different growth method from ordinary beasts. This species could split its own body to reproduce and rapidly multiply, while a fully matured individual could reach peak Tier 6 strength. After their superiors discovered its potential, they treated it as a trump card and ordered the cultivation process to be accelerated. Since Wailing Flesh Horrors required enormous amounts of flesh and blood to grow, they chose Blazing Mountain Valley as the testing ground. Hearing this, Lin Zi quickly pieced everything together. The massive bloodline ant population provided an endless food source, but the constant hunting had thrown the entire colony into chaos. Yi Fujing also realized why the ant swarms had migrated and begun attacking humans in a frenzy. Lin Zi then demanded to know the true purpose of the plan, and the man admitted that Yan intended to attack the Jiangning City branch of the Beast Master Association once enough Wailing Flesh Horrors had been produced. The answer stunned Lin Zi, while Yi Fujing angrily called them nothing but madmen. The man in black hurriedly insisted that he had revealed everything and begged them to spare him, but at that very moment, a tentacle suddenly shot out from behind, pierced straight through his body, and shattered the ice chains created by Ice Maiden. His corpse collapsed to the ground as the attacker slowly stepped forward, coldly mocking them as useless fools who could not even handle such a simple task. The newcomer was Yan. He glared at Lin Zi and Yi Fujing with murderous intent, declaring that they had dared invade Red Moon Society territory and would pay a terrible price. When his eyes swept across the battlefield and saw the Wailing Flesh Horrors scattered everywhere, his rage flared even higher. Yan gritted his teeth, saying he had spent countless resources, manpower, and effort to build this army of Wailing Flesh Horrors. Yet the two people before him had nearly destroyed everything he had worked for. Looking closer, he also recognized Lin Zi. Yan pointed furiously at him, shouting that this brat had captured Red Moon Society members before and had now ruined their plan once again. He declared that today he would settle both old and new scores at once. The moment he finished speaking, the octopus-like monster lashed out with blazing tentacles straight at Lin Zi. Ice Maiden reacted instantly, meeting the attack with an icy breath. Her counterattack quickly froze the tips of the incoming tentacles. However, the advantage lasted only for a moment. As the monster increased its flames, the ice instantly melted into steam. Seeing this, Lin Zi immediately realized the situation was unfavorable. Fire naturally countered ice, and the gap in strength only made the matchup worse. Letting Xiao Xue fight head-on would put her at a serious disadvantage. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a shout rang out as Lightning Rune Puppet unleashed Thunder Burst. A surge of powerful lightning shot forward and collided head-on with the enemy's flames. The clash triggered a massive explosion. The blinding flash and violent shockwave forced both Lin Zi and Yi Fujing to shield their faces. Yi Fujing quickly proposed a plan. She would hold back the Blazing Spirit incarnation while Lin Zi dealt with the octopus monster. As soon as Lin Zi answered, Earth Soul appeared beside him, waiting for orders. He immediately called out to Earth Soul. It answered with burning fighting spirit and charged forward. Earth Soul leaped high into the air before gathering all its strength into a devastating stomp. The impact was so tremendous that even Yi Fujing's group, far away from the battlefield, felt the tremor and instinctively turned to look. The man with glasses asked what had just happened, while the young man in green guessed it had to be the work of the captain and Lin Zi. Back on the battlefield, the collision had completely collapsed the cave floor, revealing the night sky and the moon above. Demon Dragon Condensed Stone carried Lin Zi and Yi Fujing into the air. Lin Zi explained that the cramped cave had given the enemy's tentacles too much of an advantage, but the open sky would allow them to unleash their full strength. Yi Fujing nodded in agreement, praising it as a brilliant decision. Lin Zi gave the order at once, leaving the enemy no chance to recover. Earth Soul charged in while the Ice Maiden kept up relentless ice support. An ice dragon and countless frozen chains wrapped tightly around the giant octopus. It was the combo of Ice Dragon Break and Extreme Frost Chains. Watching the battle, Lin Zi gently patted the demon dragon, as if giving it a silent command. It immediately understood and nodded. The demon dragon slowly flapped its wings and rose into the sky, taking the perfect position to observe the fight. Lin Zi crossed his arms and watched. He could boost his companions with soul arts, but it was rare to find worthy opponents, so he let them show their true strength first. Meanwhile, the Ice Maiden clasped her hands together and rapidly gathered soul power. A split second later, Yang Motion Ray shot straight at the target. Bound tightly by the frozen chains, the giant octopus had no chance to dodge. At the same time, Earth Soul switched into its Ghost General form and swung its massive arm with overwhelming force. The crushing blow shattered the enemy into pieces, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. The system then announced another growth increase for Earth Soul. It unlocked new skills, and every requirement for its next evolution had finally been met. The system revealed 3 new skills: Ice Mountain Strike with devastating single-target damage and armor break, Rock Guard that formed a crystal stone shield, and Earthquake Shock that shook a wide area and slowed all enemies. Since he still had plenty of achievement points, Lin Zhe unlocked every new skill without hesitation. He also remembered that before leaving, Earth Soul had already absorbed every material needed for this evolution. Tremendous power erupted, making the ground shake violently. As soon as its growth reached the requirement, the evolution began automatically. Before long, the evolution light faded away, and the system interface appeared again. Earth Soul evolved into Rock Divine Soldier, with dual rock and ghost attributes, reaching 5th tier level 7. Its growth reset to 0, and its next evolution would be Rock Divine General, with brand new requirements. Yan's face instantly turned ugly. He gritted his teeth in disbelief. Evolving in the middle of battle was simply unbelievable luck. Yi Fujing was just as shocked. Earth Soul had nearly reached the 6th tier before, yet after evolving, its strength had jumped almost an entire rank. Unlike everyone else, Lin Zhe remained completely calm, without the slightest change in expression. He had expected this all along. Ever since the first evolution of the stubborn rock monster, he knew its potential was extraordinary. Every evolution boosted its strength far more than Xiao Shu's. Thinking that, Lin Zhe loudly called for Rock Divine Soldier, wanting to test its new power himself. Hearing the command, Rock Divine Soldier raised its massive fists and let out a thunderous roar. It then slammed both fists into the ground with all its strength. The earth split apart as countless boulders blasted into the air. This was the power of Earthquake Shock. The giant octopus was already badly wounded, and now it was buried beneath massive rocks with no chance to fight back. Seeing the opening, Thunder Rune Puppet immediately unleashed an electric strike at the flaming skeleton trapped beneath the rubble. The scene left Yan completely stunned. His whole body trembled as he stared in utter disbelief. Regaining his senses, he roared in fury, claiming that Lin Zhe was still nowhere near qualified to challenge him. At that moment, the scattered remains of the wailing flesh began to tremble and move. Each corpse melted into black liquid and quickly merged together. Within moments, everything fused into a towering, monstrous creature standing behind Yan. Yan calmly reached into his pocket and declared that neither of them would leave this place alive today. He soon pulled out a strange wooden box. Even before it was opened, the box shook non-stop as if something alive was trapped inside. Yi Fujing immediately noticed it and told Lin Zhe to keep a close eye on what Yan was holding. When the box opened, it revealed a heart-like object that kept beating non-stop. Thick black mist surrounded it, sending chills through everyone who saw it. Yan lifted the object with a cold smile. He said the Blood Origin Heart had been prepared as the trump card for the Beast Tamer Association branch attack, but now he had no choice but to use it against the two of them. As soon as he finished speaking, he crushed the Blood Origin Heart. Countless pitch-black vengeful spirits instantly burst into the sky, screaming without end. Lin Zhe and Ye Fujing quickly covered their noses and mouths. The foul stench and eerie aura made it clear this was anything but ordinary. At that moment, the countless vengeful spirits rushed straight toward the enhanced wailing flesh. In an instant, every spirit disappeared into the monster's body. After absorbing them, its body slowly turned dark crimson as savage roars echoed non-stop. It did not stop there. Its massive body melted into a thick mass of living flesh. From the writhing pile of meat, a single arm slowly reached upward, signaling another transformation. The moment he saw it, Lin Zhe realized the monster was entering a second evolution. He immediately ordered everyone to stop it, and Ye Fujing moved in without hesitation. Lin Zhe instantly poured out his soul power and fired a powerful attack at the mutating flesh. The attack pierced straight through the monster, making it seem like they had succeeded. But the surrounding flesh immediately flowed in and sealed the wound. The hole vanished in the blink of an eye, as if it had never been hit. Even Yi Fujing was shocked by its terrifying recovery. Lin Zhe calmly explained that it was not healing but body reconstruction. During this stage, both physical and energy attacks lost most of their effect, and only an overwhelming finishing blow could kill it. Before long, the crimson flesh completed its transformation and gradually took on a human shape. Yan burst into laughter and proudly declared that the Blood Origin Heart was a treasure capable of breaking a beast's level limit. Thanks to it, his wailing flesh had reached 7th tier level 4. Yi Fujing was both shocked and worried since that level of power was far beyond normal opponents. Lin Zhe only smiled, treating 7th tier level 4 as nothing special. His words left Yi Fujing frozen for several seconds, unable to believe what she had just heard. Yan heard every word and immediately glared at Lin Zhe, demanding an explanation. Lin Zhe smiled confidently and said they had used the petrified demon dragon to hide their base while secretly raising demon-type beasts. If they had investigated him, they should already know he had defeated a fully grown 8th-tier demon dragon. So a defective artificial creation like this meant nothing. Yan's face instantly darkened. He seemed to realize something and began to feel uneasy. Without giving the enemy another second, Lin Zhe immediately ordered his 2 beasts to activate their fusion soul art. In the blink of an eye, both bodies turned into streams of light and merged into one. Soon, the completed fusion form appeared. The system displayed Giant Spirit Frost with 7th tier level 4 strength and a duration of 60 seconds. Lin Zhe smiled with satisfaction. With Giant Spirit Frost's current power, there was probably no need to use Body Burst Seed anymore. Yan was completely stunned. According to the intelligence he had received, Lin Zhe's fusion form had only been at the 6th tier. Now it had jumped all the way to 7th tier level 4. Despite his panic, Yan still forced the enhanced wailing flesh to attack. The monster immediately raised its hand and unleashed countless vicious spirits toward Giant Spirit Frost. But Yan knew the battle had already turned against him. Right after giving the order, he spun around and fled, thinking only about surviving long enough to report everything. Before he could get very far, his entire body suddenly froze in place. Looking down, Yan discovered both of his legs had already been sealed in ice, leaving him unable to move. As a streak of blue light flashed past, most of his body was quickly covered in ice and frozen solid. Yan was frozen where he stood without even realizing when he had been hit. It was the skill Nether Frost Frozen Domain. Before he could recover, a gigantic ice meteor appeared in the sky and plunged downward at terrifying speed. This was Nether Frost Ice Core Crash. The meteor crashed directly onto Yan and the wailing flesh, triggering a blinding explosion. The ground shook violently as rocks and debris blasted everywhere. The story shifted to the next morning, as the first rays of sunlight spread across the area. By then, Ye Fujing's team had reunited with Yu Yan and was leading everyone straight toward the battlefield. Only a few minutes later, the group arrived at the place where Lin Zhe had fought. Yu Yan and the others immediately searched for any sign of Lin Zhe and Ye Fujing, but all they found were shattered rocks and thick white smoke still rising from the ruins. The man with glasses dropped to his knees, his voice trembling as he wondered if they had arrived too late. Even Yu Yan broke into a cold sweat at the sight of the devastation. The sheer scale of destruction made him wonder just how fierce the battle had been. As everyone surveyed the battlefield, a voice suddenly called out from the distance. Yu Yan quickly turned towards the sound. Lin Zhe waved with a relaxed smile, joking that he had gone a little overboard and made everyone rush over for nothing. Seeing Lin Zhe completely unharmed left Yu Yan stunned. What shocked him even more was that Lin Zhe had captured an enemy alive. Looking closer, he recognized the prisoner as Zhao Yan, a 6th-tier executive of the Red Moon Society. Yu Yan raised a trembling hand and pointed ahead, completely speechless. An entire mountain had been flattened before his eyes. The area was covered with the corpses of fallen ones, experimental subjects, and even a high-ranking Red Moon Society officer had been captured. Zhao Yan kept struggling, desperately trying to break free from the ropes binding him. Yu Yan could not help asking if the two of them had done all of this. Yu Fujing immediately shook her head, saying almost all the credit belonged to Lin Zhe because she had barely contributed. Lin Zhe could only laugh awkwardly. Yu Yan rubbed his forehead and sighed that if they had arrived any later, Lin Zhe might have destroyed the entire secret realm. He immediately ordered the scene sealed off. Every piece of evidence had to be documented, and nothing could be overlooked. The team quickly spread out while the remaining members escorted the prisoners. At the same time, the investigation team used specialized equipment to collect samples from the wailing flesh. After hearing Lin Zhe explain everything, Yu Yan finally understood the whole story. He admitted the Red Moon Society had gone too far by secretly conducting such experiments inside the secret realm. Without Lin Zhe and Ye Fujing stopping them in time, Jiangning City would have fallen into chaos. According to the rules, he promised to recommend proper rewards for both of them. Yu Yan then turned to Ye Fujing and praised her team for uncovering the Red Moon Society's hidden base through their relentless investigation. Their achievement would be fully recognized. As he spoke, he handed her a white invitation letter. On behalf of the Beast Tamer Association Investigation Division, he officially invited Ye Fujing and her team to join the Special Investigation Unit because their tracking skills were exactly what the organization needed. The young man in blue standing behind her quietly reminded his captain that countless people dreamed of joining the investigation unit, and this was an incredibly rare opportunity. Yu Yan glanced at Lin Zhe and saw him looking completely calm, as if none of this mattered. He chuckled to himself. After being surprised by Lin Zhe time and time again, it was refreshing to finally see someone react normally. Otherwise, he might have thought the investigation unit had lost all its appeal. Ye Fujing quietly accepted the invitation. Yu Yan smiled and asked if she was willing to join. She looked at Lin Zhe for his opinion. He simply replied that the choice was hers alone, and she should not hesitate because of him. As for himself, he still had no interest in joining the Beast Tamer Association. She nodded gently. After giving it some thought, Ye Fujing officially accepted the invitation to join the Beast Tamer Association Investigation Unit. Before parting ways, she told Lin Zi to find her anytime if he ever needed help. Lin Zi smiled and replied that he would definitely take her up on that offer. After finishing the report, the Secret Realm expedition ended earlier than expected. Lin Zhe said goodbye to everyone, and Yu Yan patted him on the shoulder, telling him the investigation unit would handle everything else. The scene then shifted to a shop where Lin Zhe exchanged all of his bloodline crystals for cash. With money in hand, he immediately bought every material needed for his dragon beast's evolution. There were so many that even his storage ring could not hold them all, forcing him to carry the rest by hand. Back home, Lin Zhe collapsed onto his bed with a sigh of relief. At last, he had gathered every required material. Next, he planned to focus on raising his beast's growth. Meanwhile, the 3-day break came to an end, and it was time to prepare to return to school. The next morning, Lin Zhe returned to his classroom. But as soon as he reached the door, he froze in confusion, because the room was completely empty, making him think he had gone to the wrong place. Just then, Guan Ning called out to him. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Zhe turned around. Guan Ning showed him his phone and complained that the school had announced a schedule change and extended the holiday the day before. Yet Lin somehow had no idea. Lin Zhe could only explain that he had spent the past few days inside the secret realm and had not checked his phone at all. After checking the notice on his phone, Lin Zhe quickly understood why. The extended break was most likely to give the school time to cooperate with the investigation into Xing Tao's ties with the Red Moon Society. Lin Zi was caught off guard. With several extra days off, he had no idea what to do, and even considered exploring another secret realm. Hearing that, Guo Cindy and Guan Ning exchanged knowing looks as if they had already planned this. The two girls immediately gathered around Lin Zhe. Zindi urged him to forget about secret realms for now, and invited everyone to explore a newly discovered ruin instead. Guan Ning excitedly added that Jiang Manman and Leng Yan would be joining too. Seeing Lin Zhe still confused, they explained further. Guan Ning said helplessly that ruins were ancient remains left behind after the Great Catastrophe, making them completely different from secret realms. She continued by explaining that secret realms required spatial portals to enter, while ruins existed directly in the real world. Hugging Lin Zhe's arm, Guan Ning said a brand new ruin had recently been discovered near Doan City. Some people had found priceless treasures there, others had tamed rare beasts, and the environment was perfect for raising companion beasts. Guo Zindi grabbed his hand and gently shook it, asking in a playful voice if their class president would lead the group there. Faced with their enthusiasm, Lin Zhe could only agree. When he asked when they would leave, the two girls happily high-fived and decided to set off the next morning. The following morning, the scene shifted to a train preparing to leave the station. The whole group boarded the train, filled with excitement for the trip ahead. However, Lin Zhe noticed a man standing not far away. The man had a long scar across his face, and his eyes were sharp and stern. Even the train conductor personally came down to greet him. The man was Colonel Meng Long of the Federation, a gold-ranked beast tamer. The conductor wondered why someone of his rank was escorting the train when a silver-ranked beast tamer was usually enough. Meng Long calmly explained that unusual beast attacks had been occurring along the route lately. He then asked whether the train's armor, weapons, and emergency systems had all been thoroughly inspected. The conductor immediately reported that every system had passed 3 separate inspections without any issues. Meanwhile, inside the train, the group happily enjoyed the snacks they had brought. Only Lin Zi sat quietly with his chin resting on one hand, gazing out the window. He compared this world with his old one and realized how different they were. In this world, trains were rare and only operated between a few major cities. Tickets were expensive, so only wealthy people or beast tamers could afford them. Since the wilderness was filled with danger, every train was reinforced with special armor to protect its passengers throughout the journey. Even so, Lin Zhe suddenly felt a growing sense of unease. His instincts warned him that something unexpected was likely to happen during this trip through the wilderness. Right then, the train slowly picked up speed and raced down the tracks. Lin Zhe stood up and said he was going to the dining car to buy drinks for everyone. The group happily agreed, but the moment he stepped into the aisle, someone deliberately slammed a shoulder into him. The man brushed off his clothes, acted annoyed, blamed Lin Zhe for the collision, and told him to watch where he was going. Lin Zhe immediately realized the man had picked the fight on purpose. His eyes caught the badge on the man's collar, revealing him to be a silver-ranked beast tamer, which explained his arrogance. Still, Lin Zhe did not want such a small incident to ruin the trip, so he ignored it and continued to buy the drinks. Meanwhile, the train kept speeding across the tracks. As Lin Zhe returned with the drinks, he immediately heard an argument coming from his group seats. A man had reached toward Guan Ning, but she instantly slapped his hand away. Jiang Manman angrily shouted that they had already rejected him 3 times, yet he still refused to leave them alone. The man forced an awkward smile and claimed he only wanted to make friends, since they were all heading to the same ruin near Doan City, saying it would be more convenient to travel together. As he spoke, he deliberately showed off his silver-ranked beast tamer badge and boasted that he could guarantee the girls' safety inside the ruin if they stayed with him. Even Lung Yan, who had been quietly reading from the start, slowly closed her book and looked up at him. She coldly refused, saying her group had no interest in making friends with strangers, especially those who did not respect personal boundaries, and told him to leave immediately. Guan Ning, the one being harassed, let out an annoyed snort and complained that the guy just would not take the hint. The moment she saw Lin Ze return, she happily waved him over. Guan Ning called out with a bright smile, telling her brother to hurry over now that he was finally back. Seeing all 4 beautiful girls standing by Lin Ze's side, Liu Huo's face darkened. He could not accept that a kid like Lin Ze deserved that kind of attention. Since the man had crossed the line with his friends, Lin Zi stopped holding back. He shoved him aside and coldly told him to stop blocking the way. Furious, Liu Huo grabbed Lin Ze by the collar and loudly boasted that he was a silver-ranked beast tamer. Before he could finish, a powerful force sent him flying backward. He slammed onto the floor and could only groan in pain while clutching his body. Just then, the train's emergency broadcast sounded. The train was about to enter a dangerous thunderstorm zone, and all passengers were instructed to remain seated, fasten their seatbelts, and avoid moving around until they cleared the area. Left with no choice, Liu Huo swallowed his anger and returned to his seat. Deep down, he vowed to settle the score with Lin Ze after the storm passed. While he was still fuming, a girl in an orange jacket walked over and asked what had happened. Her name was Li Xiaojun, his traveling companion, and she was just an ordinary civilian. Seeing someone familiar, Liu Huo immediately put on a friendly smile, invited her to sit, and claimed it was only a minor bump caused by the train entering the storm. He then asked if she was scared. Xiaojun smiled and said she had taken this route many times and was already used to it. Hearing that, Liu Huo laughed and seemed pleased that she was not frightened. He secretly thought that only wealthy young ladies treated trains as everyday transportation. Noticing Xiaojun smiling at her phone, he asked what she was looking at. She happily replied that she was reading the latest news about her idol, Lin Ze, the top student of Jiangning Academy. Liu Huo scoffed, saying only young girls idolize students. He proudly reminded her that he was a silver-ranked beast tamer and had no time for celebrity news because he was always training. Right as he finished bragging, the entire train suddenly shook violently, sending passengers into terrified screams. Guo Cindy lost her balance from the impact and nearly fell, but Jiang Manman caught her just in time. Lin Zi immediately held Guan Ning steady and told her to hold on tight. She nervously asked if this was really just a normal storm. Lung Yan immediately shook her head. She said she had ridden this route many times, and not even the worst storm had ever caused such violent shaking. In her judgment, the train was definitely under attack by wild beasts. Sure enough, countless monsters outside were already assaulting the train. Giant lightning beetles with lightning affinity at 8th tier level 4 circled overhead with terrifying speed. On the ground below were swarms of 4th tier level 1 lightning beetles, along with rock scorpions, also at 4th tier level 1. A massive bolt of lightning struck one of the train cars, causing it to tilt sharply to one side. The passengers inside were thrown across the cabin, as cries for help filled the air, because no one understood what was happening. The train car flew off the tracks and rolled across the ground several times, before finally stopping. The wild beasts immediately seized the opportunity to surround and attack the train. Desperate cries echoed everywhere as people called for the military, the security forces, and the beast tamers aboard to save them. The arrogant Liu Huo was now curled up beneath a table, trembling and cursing because the military had not arrived. Xiaojun quickly reminded him that he was a silver-ranked beast tamer, and if he did not fight, everyone would die. At that moment, a rock scorpion pierced through the train's armored shell and crawled straight into the cabin. It let out a savage roar, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs that left every passenger pale with fear. Ironically, the monster's very first target was Li Xiaojun. Seeing the beast charge straight at her, she could only scream for help in despair. At the most critical moment, a streak of blue light tore through the air, pierced the rock scorpion's head, and killed it instantly. Having escaped death by a hair, Xiaojun quickly turned toward the source of the attack. The one who saved her was none other than Lin Se. He immediately raised a soul barrier around his companions and shouted for everyone to get behind him. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Se expanded the soul barrier to cover and protect even more passengers. Lin Se quickly realized the train cabin was far too cramped. The soul barrier was only good for defense, and if he wanted to wipe out the wild beasts, he first had to clear the cabin and find a way to fight outside. Without hesitation, Lin Ze summoned Xiao Xue, and the Ice Maiden instantly appeared beside him. The moment she arrived, she unleashed Blizzard, sending a freezing storm straight into the rock scorpions. Within seconds, every wild beast was frozen solid. Xiao Xue gently clenched her hand, preparing the finishing blow. Ice burst activated, and the frozen shells exploded, shattering the scorpions into countless white fragments. Watching it with her own eyes, Li Xiaojun was so stunned that she could barely praise the overwhelming power. Guan Ning quickly rushed over and asked if her senior had been hurt. She gently helped Xiaojun to her feet, and Xiaojun shyly replied that she was fine before thanking her. Liu Huo also struggled to his feet and hurriedly claimed that he had only been looking for the monster's weak point while waiting for the right chance to save Xiaojun. But Xiaojun did not believe a single word. She immediately pulled her hand away and refused to let him touch her. She turned her face aside, her eyes filled with nothing but disappointment. Guan Ning immediately called him out, saying that when the monsters appeared, he had done nothing but hide under a seat and shake with fear. Caught red-handed, Liu Huo was left speechless and had no excuse. Just then, the train car shook violently again. Xiaojun nearly fell, but Guan Ning caught her and calmly told her to stay composed. Lin Zhe quickly climbed out through the hole in the train car. The moment he looked down, his expression changed as he realized the monsters were trying to overturn the entire carriage. Just as he expected, a rock scorpion was putting all its strength into flipping the train. Suddenly, a commanding shout echoed from the distance, ordering it to stop. A streak of light shot across the battlefield, pierced the rock scorpion, and blasted it far away. The attacker was the light element shining silver dragon. Meng Long sneered as he cursed the insects for daring to attack the train. A soldier quickly rushed over to report that the insect swarm kept growing, and they could not kill them fast enough. The train's defenses were only designed for weaker beasts, but the current assault had already exceeded their limit. At this rate, the defensive line would collapse within 10 minutes. After assessing the situation, Meng Long concluded that the attack had to be organized by a leader-class beast, directing the swarm. He mounted the silver dragon, ordered everyone to hold the line and protect the passengers, then personally set out to eliminate the leader. The soldier immediately acknowledged the order. Meanwhile, Lin Ze kept the soul barrier active while Zhang Manmin guided the passengers into a safer area. Guo Xindi smiled reassuringly, telling everyone that they were beast tamers from Jiangning Academy and would protect every passenger, especially the frightened children. Guan Ning stayed beside Xiaojun and assured her that the soul barrier would keep the wild beasts away. Once she calmed down, Xiaojun looked around and her eyes settled on Lin Ze. After only a few seconds, she realized he was none other than her idol, Lin Ze. The thought that her idol had also been the one to save her made her heart skip a beat. Outside, a whole swarm of rock scorpions still stood before Lin Ze as he gently patted the petrified demon dragon on the head. In his judgment, the soul barrier was more than enough to stop the weaker wild beasts. It was also the perfect chance to raise the demon dragon's growth, so he ordered it to guard the outer perimeter and use the monsters as training targets. Receiving the command, the petrified demon dragon soared into the sky and returned to its enormous original form. It threw back its head and let out a mighty roar, forcing the rock scorpion swarm below to retreat in fear. Everyone who witnessed the scene was left speechless. After learning that the petrified demon dragon had formed a contract with a beast tamer, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, believing they now had a chance to survive. After its display of dominance, the demon dragon opened its jaws and rapidly condensed a brilliant sphere of energy. The instant the attack finished charging, it fired the blast directly into the enemy swarm. Explosions erupted across the monster's formation, shaking the entire battlefield. The train conductor and the soldier were both shocked and relieved to discover that such a powerful beast tamer was aboard the train and that he was none other than Jiangning Academy's genius, Lin Ze. Elsewhere, a gigantic bolt of lightning suddenly crashed down from the clouds, splitting the ground apart on impact. Before the dust had even settled, a dark figure dropped into the middle of the battlefield. It was Meng Long. He coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood, making it clear he had suffered severe injuries. Recognizing Meng Long, the train conductor cried out his name in alarm. He rushed over to help Meng Long up, while the nearby soldier continuously fired his weapon to keep the approaching wild beasts at bay. The conductor was stunned. With Meng Long's strength and the shining silver dragon by his side, he could not understand how anyone had managed to injure him this badly. The Atlas Worm leader was even stronger than the shining silver dragon, and there were two of them. The train captain froze in shock after hearing they were facing two 8th rank, 4th stage leader beasts. At that moment, thunderous roars echoed across the sky once again. Another bolt of lightning struck the shining silver dragon and forced out a painful roar. White smoke rose from its body, its wings lost all strength, and it could no longer stay airborne. Seeing this, Meng Long instantly realized the battle had reached a critical point, and his expression turned grim. Moments later, the shining silver dragon crashed into the ground and shook the entire battlefield. It was powerful against a single enemy, but fighting two leader beasts at once left it completely overwhelmed. Meng Long quickly checked his battle pet and confirmed it had almost lost all ability to keep fighting. Just then, a voice from behind said it had something that could help, and Meng Long turned around to see Lin Ze. Lin Ze smiled and handed over a recovery potion, saying it could heal battle pets and restore their combat power quickly. Meng Long accepted the potion, but could not help asking who the young man really was. Before Lin Ze could answer, a nearby soldier introduced him as Lin Ze, the top student of Jiangning Academy. The soldier also reported that thanks to Lin Ze, the beast assault on the train had already been contained. Meng Long smiled and admitted he had heard of Lin Ze, but never expected him to be this young. Lin Ze calmly replied they could talk later because defeating the enemy came first. He explained that his teammates had already filled the gap in the defense line, so the rear was safe for now. However, maintaining Soul Guardian was constantly draining his energy. After assessing the situation, Lin Ze suggested they split up and each handle one Atlas leader to end the battle as fast as possible. Meng Long was genuinely surprised by the young man's calm confidence and decisiveness. A few seconds later, he laughed with satisfaction and silently judged Lin Ze to be someone worthy of trust. Meng Long immediately poured the recovery potion into the shining silver dragon's mouth and decided to place his faith in Lin Ze. The potion worked instantly, fully healing the shining silver dragon and restoring all of its strength. It spread its wings and shot back into the sky to continue the fight. Meng Long charged forward at once, left the Atlas on the left to Lin Ze, and Lin Ze answered with a simple nod. Lin Ze ordered Stone Condensing Demon Dragon to switch targets and harass the Atlas from the air. Divine Armament Ring transformed into Ghost General and rushed ahead to clear the way for Xiao Xue. Xiao Xue quickly moved into the best position and waited for the perfect chance to unleash her strongest attack. Stone Condensing Demon Dragon closed in immediately and forced the Atlas to stay grounded. Cornered, the Atlas could only let out an angry roar. Its twin horns lit up as a massive sphere of energy began to gather. As the Demon Dragon launched its attack, the Atlas answered head-on with its own skill. The two forces collided in mid-air, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire battlefield. At that moment, the system announced that Stone Condensing Demon Dragon had increased its growth and unlocked two new skills. Stone Condensing Blood Mist, which dealt area damage and could petrify targets based on the power gap, and Dread Roar, which intimidated weaker or lower-ranked enemies and left them terrified until attacked. Seeing the notification, Lin Ze was overjoyed that the Demon Dragon's signature skill had finally unlocked and confirmed the choice without hesitation. The system immediately responded that Stone Condensing Blood Mist had been successfully activated. Having gained its new power, Stone Condensing Demon Dragon opened its mouth and released a thick crimson mist that engulfed the monster ahead. Under the control effect, the Atlas instantly froze in place, and Lin Ze seized the chance by shouting for Xiao Xue to attack. The Icy Maiden immediately raised her hand and unleashed Snow Maiden's Lament. A wave of freezing energy swept across the battlefield and sealed the entire Atlas inside thick ice in an instant. Right after that, the system announced that the synergy between Stone Condensing Demon Dragon and Xiao Xue had increased, unlocking the combo skill, Blood Crystal Infiltration, which could forcibly freeze enemies, weaken defense, disrupt energy flow, inflict slow, and apply a curse. Lin Ze was stunned, because it was the first time two of his battle pets had unlocked a combo skill. It also made him wonder if Xiao Xue and Stone Condensing Demon Dragon could eventually achieve a complete fusion form. Without wasting the opportunity, Lin Ze immediately ordered them to use Blood Crystal Infiltration. Their powers merged into one and formed a dense crimson mist that surged toward the beast horde. Within seconds, a stone scorpion was slowly covered in crimson ice before freezing solid. It was not the only one. Every beast touched by the mist gradually lost the ability to move and collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. Seeing the scene, Leng Yan adjusted her glasses while Guo Xinyi declared that this had to be Lin Ze's brand new dual battle pet combo skill. However, the Atlas leader soon began breaking free from the control effect. Lin Ze quickly realized Blood Crystal Infiltration could only restrain it briefly and wipe out weaker beasts, while Xiao Xue and Stone Condensing Demon Dragon were still far below the Atlas in rank. On top of that, Atlas was an extremely aggressive and vengeful species. If it escaped, everyone on the train would be in danger. With that thought, Lin Ze took out a golden card and decided to end the battle now. He shouted at once and ordered Xiao Xue and Rock Divine Armament to perform soul fusion. In the blink of an eye, the two battle pets successfully fused. Without hesitation, Lin Ze threw the golden card into the fused creature, and the system immediately confirmed the burst card had been activated. A massive surge of energy erupted as Giant Spirit Frost glowed brilliantly, and the ground shook violently. The system showed its power had reached 8th rank, 8th stage, and the card would last for 60 seconds. At the same time, the Atlas fully regained control of its body and began gathering energy into its massive horns. A moment later, it unleashed its ultimate skill, Myriad Thunder Storm. Facing the attack, Giant Spirit Frost remained perfectly calm, pulled one arm back, and slowly gathered its strength. It waited until the attack was almost upon it before finally throwing its punch. There was no clash as anyone expected. With a single punch, Giant Spirit Frost shattered the energy sphere and rushed straight toward the Atlas. In an instant, it appeared right in front of its enemy. A devastating punch slammed directly into the Atlas. The Atlas was blasted away. Its armor cracked apart, blood sprayed everywhere, and countless teeth shattered. Lin Zi calmly raised his hand and coldly declared that the battle was over. The moment he finished speaking, explosions echoed across the sky as the clouds split apart, revealing the forming ice core cataclysm above. A gigantic block of ice crashed down like a meteor onto the Atlas below. The impact triggered a devastating explosion like a doomsday bomb, sending a towering pink mushroom cloud into the sky. The shockwave spread across the battlefield in every direction. Every nearby beast was blown away, and many were crushed into pieces by the overwhelming force. As the smoke slowly cleared, Giant Spirit Frost calmly walked out, almost completely unharmed. Everyone present was left speechless by the overwhelming display of power. He turned deathly pale, unable to believe he had once considered provoking someone who could kill him with a single move. Only one question remained in his mind. Was Lin Ze still even human? Even Meng Long could not hide his admiration and loudly praised Lin Ze for an incredible performance. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed the aura of the remaining beast, trying to escape, and immediately looked up. Realizing the enemy was fleeing, Meng Long shouted and ordered the shining silver dragon to pursue it with azure light breath. Following its master's command, the silver dragon quickly gathered energy for the attack. The blast shot forward at incredible speed. It only struck one of the Atlas wings, but it was enough. The wound threw the beast off balance, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. Even so, its vitality was astonishing, and it struggled back to its feet moments later. Refusing to give it another chance, Giant Spirit Frost raised its arm and condensed a gigantic ice spear. The moment the weapon was complete, it hurled it at the Atlas with all its strength. Moving with terrifying speed and power, the spear pierced straight through the beast's head without the slightest resistance. The impact threw the Atlas backward as blood sprayed everywhere, leaving it completely unable to fight back. At the same time, the battle on the other side also came to an end, leaving only countless beast corpses scattered across the smoke-filled battlefield. The train captain and the soldiers stared in disbelief before bursting into joy as they realized everyone had survived. After the fusion ended, Xiao Shui and Rock Divine Armament returned to their original forms, while Stone Condensing Demon Dragon shrank down and flew back to Lin Ze. Lin Ze gently held Stone Condensing Demon Dragon, praised its hard work, and told it to get some well-earned rest. Just then, the system announced he had completed the Hero Eye achievement, saved over 1,000 people, earned 3,000 achievement points, and received a hero certificate. Lin Zi was thrilled. If the first milestone already gave such generous rewards, the later ones had to be even better. His attention quickly shifted to the new item, and he immediately opened the hero certificate description. The system explained it was a reward for those with great achievements. Once activated, it unlocked Hero Mode, greatly boosting every attribute of the Beastmaster and all battle pets. It cost 1,000 achievement points for the first minute, with the cost increasing by 500 points for every additional minute. Knowing it was a permanent usable item, Lin Ze was amazed because its value far exceeded the burst card. Looking at his remaining achievement points, he decided to use them carefully and save Hero Mode for only the most critical moments. While Lin Zi was still thinking, Meng Long walked over and sincerely thanked him. He said that without Lin Ze, the 1,000 passengers on the train would have become food for the beasts. On behalf of the Federation and everyone who had been rescued, he bowed deeply, and everyone behind him followed. Meng Long then declared that defeating an 8th-rank beast across such a huge power gap was an extraordinary achievement. He had already sent an urgent report to military headquarters and would do everything he could to secure the rewards and honors Lin Ze deserved. Hearing that, Lin Zi gladly accepted and politely thanked Meng Long. Just then, a little boy ran over with a smile, handed Lin Zi a piece of candy, and innocently thanked him, calling him his hero. It was not just the child. Every rescued passenger bowed together and repeatedly thanked Lin Zi's team for saving them and their families. Seeing everyone being so grateful, Lin Zi's teammates quickly helped them back to their feet and humbly said they had only done what was right. Some people could not hold back their tears and cried as they admitted they had believed they would die in the disaster. Lin Ze turned around and noticed Guan Ning smiling in a strange way, so he curiously asked what she was thinking. Guan Ning happily said she never imagined they would save so many people and that being a hero felt amazing. Lin Ze smiled and gently patted her head. Although a little embarrassed, he quietly agreed with her. Looking at all the people whose lives had been saved, Lin Ze truly felt that protecting others was something deeply worthwhile. Guo Xinyi walked over and teased Guan Ning for always sticking to Lin Ze. Guan Ning immediately pouted, while Lin Ze smiled to himself, realizing that becoming stronger was all about gaining the power to protect the people who mattered most. Just as the group was about to leave, a hesitant voice called out Lin Ze's name from behind, making him stop and turn around. The speaker was Liu He. He walked over and sincerely thanked the group for saving his life during the crisis on the train. Liu, he admitted, he was not a beastmaster and would not be traveling with them, but he still hoped they could become friends. Guan Ning smiled warmly and happily shook his hand. She introduced herself first, and the young man quickly introduced himself as Li Xiaojun. Xiaojun then asked if they were heading to Luoan City to investigate clues about the ruins, and Guan Ning openly confirmed that was exactly why they had come. Hearing that, Xiaojun opened his coat, as if searching for something. A moment later, he pulled out a golden business card and explained that his father had done business in Luoan City for many years and had many connections. If they ever ran into trouble there, showing the card would get them help. Lin Zez accepted the gift and politely thanked him, while Guan Ning's eyes lit up because the golden card looked especially impressive. After the beast attack, the train had suffered severe damage, leaving all the passengers with no choice but to wait for rescue teams. It took an entire night before the repair crew restored the engine and the train could continue its journey. Fortunately, the rest of the trip was peaceful, and no more beast attacks occurred. Even though they arrived a day later than planned, the group finally reached Luoan City safely. As the train came to a stop, the station announcement confirmed they had reached the final destination and instructed all passengers to disembark. After stepping onto the platform, the two groups said their goodbyes. Guanning said they would visit Uncle Chen first and meet Li Xiaojun again later. Xiaojun smiled and told everyone to contact him anytime they needed help. The moment they left the station, Zhang Manman took a deep breath and excitedly declared they had finally arrived, so they had to try the local specialties and experience the local culture first. She generously announced that she would cover all the expenses today, telling everyone to enjoy themselves before starting the ruins investigation tomorrow. The whole group cheered in agreement. Before long, everyone was gathered around a table filled with local delicacies, including adorable animal-shaped cookies. Zhang Manman raised her glass with a big smile and declared that today was all about eating without holding back. Guo Xinyi and Guan Ning immediately rushed toward the food, as if they had been starving for days. The meal was filled with laughter, as everyone enjoyed the food and chatted, especially the two young girls, who were clearly the most excited. Watching everyone laugh so freely, Lin Zhe could not help smiling as well. After so many tense days, relaxing like this felt wonderful. While eating, his eyes naturally wandered across the vast cityscape of Luoan City. Then a gigantic stepped tower, with a unique design immediately caught his attention. Since it looked completely different from the surrounding buildings, Lin Zhe asked everyone what it was. Hearing the question, Leng Yan adjusted her glasses and looked toward the tower Lin Zhe had pointed out. She quickly explained that it was the Star Soul Tower, the famous landmark of Luoan City, managed by the Beast Master Association. Hearing its name, Lin Zhe immediately became interested. Leng Yan continued by explaining that it was an ancient realm left behind from the Great Cataclysm. The tower contained 7 trial floors and was officially recognized by the Federation as one of the greatest places to evaluate young beast masters, standing alongside the Heaven Ascension Tower in the capital. She added that the Star Soul Tower had 2 unique rules found in almost no other realm. The first rule was an age limit. Only beast masters age 25 or younger could enter the trials. The second rule was even more unusual. Challengers were forbidden from summoning battle pets and could only rely on their own soul arts to clear the tower. Everyone was shocked after hearing that. Zhang Manman immediately exclaimed in surprise. Without battle pets, beastmasters would lose more than half of their greatest advantage. Guan Ning kept eating while saying that if she could only use soul arts, she would not even be able to defeat a third-rank beast with her current strength. Guo Xinyi nodded in agreement. She admitted soul arts were never the strongest point of beast masters, and their current level was already considered outstanding among their peers. However, she turned to Lin Zhe and pointed out that his soul power had reached 6th rank, while his soul guardian was already at 8th rank. In other words, the Star Soul Tower seemed almost perfectly designed for him. Lin Zhe simply cleared his throat with a smile and said that since they were already in Luoan City, they should at least visit the Star Soul Tower, even if they did not enter the trial right away. Leng Yan adjusted her glasses again and immediately agreed because she was also curious about the famous tower. The group quickly finished their meal, eager to see how many floors Lin Zhe could conquer. When they arrived at the base of the Star Soul Tower, they found a long line of people waiting to register for the trial. The surrounding area was heavily guarded, with numerous security personnel and guards stationed at the entrance. Lin Zhe calmly joined the line and patiently waited for his turn like everyone else. Just then, a panicked voice from behind called out for a young master, causing many people to turn around in curiosity. The newcomer was Song Chungrui, heir of the Song family and a silver-rank beast master. He strode forward with an arrogant expression. After walking a short distance, Song Chungru asked his companion how many floors he could clear with his current strength. Elder Yuan immediately flattered him, claiming that with the young master's talent, he could clear at least the 6th floor and might even reach the top 10 on the Star Monument rankings. Elder Yuan was a gold-rank beastmaster and a guest elder of the Song family. Hearing such praise, Song Chungrui became even more smug and confidently agreed that the assessment was completely accurate. Seeing the line stretch endlessly, Song Chungrui quickly lost his patience and ordered everyone in front of him to move aside, declaring he had no time to wait with ordinary people. Following the order, Elder Yuan stepped forward and loudly demanded that everyone clear the way for his young master. His arrogant words immediately angered the crowd. Many argued that even the heir of a powerful family had no right to cut in line. A burly man stepped forward, pointed at Elder Yuan, and demanded to know why they should move. Everyone was following the Star Soul Tower's rules. So was the Song family above the law? Once someone spoke up, the crowd quickly joined in. They reminded him that this place was managed by the Beastmaster Association and the military, not the private territory of the Song family. Elder Yuan calmly revealed Song Chungrui's identity and told everyone to know their place. At the same time, a dark aura spread from his body. In the blink of an eye, a grim reaper-like battle pet appeared beside him, and he coldly asked if stepping aside was really that difficult. The summoned creature was Death Envoy, a ghost-type battle pet with 8th rank, 1st stage strength. The crowd's expressions changed instantly. They quickly recognized Elder Yuan as the Song family's gold-rank beastmaster, while the young man behind him was Song Chungrui. Many immediately understood why they acted so arrogantly. With a gold-rank beastmaster serving as a bodyguard, few people wanted to cause trouble. One after another, people reluctantly stepped aside. They hated seeing someone abuse his family background, but no one wanted to invite unnecessary trouble. Even the guards chose not to interfere, since the people in line had stepped aside voluntarily, leaving them with no reason to stop it. The registration staff clearly looked displeased, but remained silent to avoid delaying the process. Song Chungrui walked forward proudly and mocked the crowd, saying ordinary people were never worthy of standing in the same line as him. But when he reached Lin Zi's group, he found them standing their ground and immediately demanded they move aside so he could register first. Even after hearing every word, Lin Zi's group remained completely calm, and no one made the slightest move to give way. Seeing the tension rise, the female staff member hurried over and politely asked Song Chungru to wait a little longer, since the group ahead was almost finished. Song Chungrui did not even let her finish, and arrogantly interrupted, asking what anyone could do if he refused to follow the rules. The staff member stood her ground and firmly stated that the Star Soul Tower required everyone to register in line, including the heir of the Song family. Yuan Yi quietly stepped over and advised the young master to stay calm, reminding him that this place belonged to the Beastmaster Association and should never be challenged directly. Song Chungrui understood that well enough, so he swallowed his anger. Since he could not provoke the association, he immediately shifted his attention to Lin Zi's group. Looking them over with contempt, he said they were obviously outsiders, who had never even heard of the Song family, which explained why they dared stand in his way. He arrogantly ordered Lin Zi and his companions to leave the registration desk at once, threatening to throw them all out of the plaza if they refused. Hearing those arrogant words, Lin Zi simply curled the corner of his mouth into a faint smile. That smile instantly bruised Song Chungrui's pride, and he angrily demanded to know what Lin Zi was laughing at. Lin Zi calmly folded his arms and replied that he was simply curious how Song Chungrui planned to throw them out. The surrounding crowd was stunned. To them, openly standing against the Song family's young master was asking for trouble. Yet Lin Zi remained exactly where he was, completely calm, as he waited to see what would happen next. Yuan Yi immediately gave a cold order for Death Envoy to step forward, intending to teach Lin Zi a lesson for his defiance. But at that very moment, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure rapidly approaching, and his expression changed at once. Yuan Yi quickly turned around, his heart shaken by the terrifying aura that had just appeared. At the same time, a majestic voice echoed across the plaza, declaring that the Star Soul Tower was under the Beastmaster Association's authority, and anyone causing trouble or fighting would be severely punished. The speaker was Ren Hanshu, an elder of the Luan City Beastmaster Association and a legendary beastmaster. Resting on his shoulder was a 9th rank, 7th stage, light-type sunbird. Yuan Yi was horrified that Ren Hanqiu had appeared in person, while Song Chungrui could only grind his teeth in frustration as his plan fell apart. Ren Hanqiu walked up to the two of them and sternly warned that if they caused any more trouble, they would be disqualified from the trial immediately. Faced with his overwhelming presence, they could only lower their heads in silence. After settling the matter, Ren Hanqiu approached Lin Ze's group and asked if they were from outside the city. Lin Ze smiled, confirmed it, and politely asked who he was. Ren Hanqiu introduced himself as an elder of the Luoan City Beast Master Association, and then began explaining the Star Soul Tower to the group. He explained that everyone only had one chance to enter the trial. Each time a floor was cleared, the matching light on the tower would illuminate, so people outside could follow the challenger's progress. He then led them to a stone monument and introduced it as the Star Stepping Monument, the ranking board for tower challengers. Everyone with an outstanding record had their name engraved on the monument. First place belonged to Yi Nan, who cleared the 6th floor in 38 minutes and 42 seconds. Second was Chu Shu with 39 minutes and 55 seconds. Third was Wu Ying, who completed the 6th floor in 42 minutes and 21 seconds. Guan Ning asked in surprise if no one had ever cleared the 7th floor since the top record only reached the 6th. Ren Hanqiu nodded. He explained that because challengers could not summon battle pets, most beast masters lost their greatest advantage, making the 6th floor the mark of a true genius. After finishing his explanation, he wished the group good luck. Lin Ze politely thanked the senior for his guidance. Guan Ning and the others immediately cheered Lin Ze on, telling him to share his experience. After he came back, Lin Ze smiled, nodded, and stepped inside. After he entered, the female staff member curiously asked why Ren Hanqiu had personally come to the Star's Soul Tower today. He honestly replied that Wang Yan had informed him a young genius had arrived in Luan's city. He guessed the newcomer would challenge the Star Soul Tower, so he came to watch. Hearing that, the staff member looked toward the entrance and asked if he meant the young man who had just entered. Ren Hanqiu laughed heartily and said he truly wanted to see what kind of record that young man would set. The moment Lin Ze stepped onto the first floor of the Star Soul Tower, a voice welcomed the challenger and announced that he was now on floor 1. To continue, he had to clear the trial and advance to the 2nd floor. Lin Ze looked toward the staircase ahead, but he knew reaching it would never be as simple as climbing a few steps. Sure enough, only a few seconds later, a massive figure emerged from the darkness and blocked his path. The giant figure became clear. It was an enormous black dragon that opened its jaws and roared, releasing terrifying soul pressure. But Lin Ze was completely unfazed. The first floor only tested dragon pressure and soul strength, both of which were his greatest strengths. Outside the tower, Song Chungrui sat comfortably in his chair and arrogantly claimed that an outsider like Lin Ze would not even clear the first floor. But the moment he finished speaking, the first floor of the Star Soul Tower lit up. The old man beside him and the formation guards were all stunned. None of them expected someone to clear it so quickly. Yuan Wei quickly regained his composure and explained that the first floor was only a dragon pressure test for soul strength, so it was normal for a bronze rank beast master to pass easily. Hearing that, Song Chungrui forced an awkward smile and pretended everything was still exactly as he had expected. He boldly declared that the 2nd floor required fighting real beasts and that Lin Ze would definitely fail there. Before his words had even settled, the Star Soul Tower lit up again, and reality slapped him right in the face. Song Chungru's eyes widened in disbelief as Lin Ze cleared the 2nd floor in only a few seconds. The crowd immediately burst into discussion because the 2nd floor contained 3rd rank beasts, and even silver rank beastmasters could not usually defeat them that fast. Inside the tower, after every beast had been wiped out, the passage leading to the 3rd floor appeared. Lin Ze simply smiled. 3rd rank beasts fell with a single soul art, making them even easier than the dragon pressure test on the 1st floor. As he stepped onto the staircase, the system announced he had cleared the 2nd floor in just 3 seconds and asked if he wished to continue. While heading upward, Lin Ze could not help wondering what challenge the 3rd floor had prepared for him. The moment he arrived, he found a pack of 4th rank, 3rd stage Earth-type Blackrock hunting leopards already waiting. The instant they detected an intruder, the entire pack charged at him with overwhelming, killing intent. Lin Ze lowered his stance slightly and calmly locked onto every target. The next instant, 2 soul arrows tore through the air and pierced the entire pack of hunting leopards. As he calmly walked up the stairs, the system confirmed he had cleared the 3rd floor in 5 seconds and unlocked access to the 4th floor of the Star Soul Tower. The 4th floor turned out to be an abandoned amusement park that had been deserted for years. The sudden change of scenery made Lin Ze realize this trial was completely different from the previous 3 and would be far more complicated. While he was still observing his surroundings, a black-clawed arm suddenly lunged from behind to ambush him. Sensing the danger, Lin Ze instantly spun around to face it. At the same time, he activated Soul Guardian to create a defensive barrier. The attack struck the barrier and was immediately blasted backward by the recoil. The system instantly identified the enemy as a Dark-type Throat Reaper at 5th rank, 1st stage, and announced that the 4th floor trial required surviving the ambush before defeating the beast. According to the system, Throat Reapers excelled at using terrain for surprise attacks. Lin Ze merely smiled, knowing this trial was testing reaction speed, defense, and adaptability. If he had reacted even a moment too late, that strike would have seriously injured an ordinary person, while the Throat Reaper kept darting between obstacles in search of another opening. Even with the enemy constantly closing in, Lin Ze remained perfectly calm. Anyone who failed to stop the first ambush would already be dead, but the monster's defense was actually quite weak. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the Throat Reaper lunged straight at him. In an instant, a soul art pierced through its neck and sent its body flying backward. The monster collapsed and slowly faded away. Lin Zhe simply smiled. Even hundreds of insect beasts could not break his defense, so a single throat reaper stood no chance. The system announced that Lin Zhe had cleared the 4th floor in a total of 18 seconds and asked whether he wished to continue to the next floor. Remembering what Gu Lengyan had once told him, Lin Zhe knew that clearing the 5th floor would earn star soul points that could be exchanged for treasures inside the tower, and that this was where the real rewards began. He guessed that if every trial focused on soul arts, then the rewards would likely be related as well, making him even more eager to continue. Outside the tower, sweat covered Song Chengrui's forehead, but he still forced himself to stay composed, and reluctantly admitted he had underestimated Lin Zhe after seeing him clear the 3rd floor. Even so, he remained convinced that Lin Zhe's journey would end here. He recalled his own attempt years ago. The 4th floor challenge required defeating a throat reaper, and 9 out of 10 challengers failed on their first try. Even those who survived the opening ambush usually fell because their defensive soul arts were too weak to withstand the following attacks. If even a genius like him had failed repeatedly, he refused to believe Lin Zhe could clear the trial. Every eye remained fixed on the Star Soul Tower. The female staff member asked Ren Hanqiu if he believed Lin Zhe would succeed on the 4th floor, but Ren Hanqiu only smiled and asked what she thought instead. She calmly explained that after reviewing Lin Zhe's battle records, she found his offensive soul arts incredibly powerful, but that did not mean his defensive soul arts were equally strong. In her opinion, someone his age could hardly master both offense and defense to such a high level at the same time. Before she could even finish speaking, the 4th floor of the Star Soul Tower lit up brilliantly. She gasped in shock because Lin Zhe had not only cleared the 4th floor, but had done so in well under a minute. Guan Ting and Guo Xinyi happily hugged each other, unable to hide their excitement over Lin Zhe's achievement. Zhang Manman placed her hands on her hips with a proud smile. It seemed their junior truly had not disappointed anyone. In contrast, Song Chengrui's face turned pale as his whole body trembled, sweat pouring down as he struggled to believe what he was seeing. Before he could even accept that Lin Zhe had cleared the 4th floor, the Star Soul Tower shone once again. Song Chenggrui and Yuan Wei both stood frozen in disbelief as Lin Zhe advanced all the way to the 5th floor. The crowd was equally stunned. No one expected someone so young to possess such terrifying strength, let alone have a chance to make history. At that moment, someone looked toward the ranking monument and pointed out that since Lin Zhe had already cleared the 5th floor, his name should appear on the star-stepping monument. Guan Ting immediately searched the rankings, scanning every position from rank 41 to rank 40. Not long after, she found Lin Zhe ranked 39th after clearing the 5th floor in just 52 seconds. The crowd instantly erupted. Clearing the 5th floor in under a minute set the fastest record on the star-stepping monument, making Lin Zhe the only person in the top 40 to achieve it. Back inside the tower, Lin Zhe had just blown apart the head of a 5th rank, level 6 rock element, diamond giant elephant with a single soul art, ending the fight with ease. He figured the previous floor had tested defense, so this one was clearly a test of attack power. Even the diamond giant elephant, famous as a walking fortress, could not survive one soul arrow. This challenge was still far too easy. The system confirmed Lin Zhe had cleared the 5th floor and announced the current top reward of 500 star soul points. It also reminded him the reward could only be claimed once, and taking it now would prevent it from stacking with higher floors. Lin Zhe refused without hesitation because he had no intention of stopping yet. He headed for the next floor. The faster he conquered higher floors, the more star soul points he would earn, so he aimed for the biggest reward possible. Before long, Lin Zhe stepped onto the 6th floor. The system announced floor 67 and ordered him to eliminate every beast that appeared. Waiting ahead was a perfectly organized formation of 4th rank, level 8 rock element stone swordsman. Lin Zhe did not rush in. He analyzed the situation first. Each enemy was not that strong, but there were hundreds of them. At that moment, a loud alarm suddenly echoed through the area, catching even him by surprise. The instant the signal sounded, every stone swordsman moved at once. The entire formation charged straight at Lin Zhe, and he quickly realized the 6th floor was a test against overwhelming numbers. Waves of stone swordsmen surged toward him, but Lin Zhe had no intention of standing still. He struck first and fired soul arrows to thin out the enemy ranks. Even after several were destroyed, the stone swordsman never slowed down and kept charging non-stop. Within minutes, one reached him and thrust its sword forward. Lin Zhe dodged with a quick sidestep and counterattacked immediately. A soul art followed the dodge without any delay. He gave the enemy no chance to recover and chained attack after attack to eliminate every target. But Lin Zhe soon realized Soul Arrow was best for single targets. Using it against a massive horde was simply too inefficient. Even with Soul Guardian protecting him, being surrounded by hundreds of enemies could still become dangerous. Every stone swordsman required at least one soul arrow to bring down. One after another, they collapsed with harsh metallic crashes. Without the help of his beast companion, and relying only on soul arrow, he would probably spend over 1,000 soul power just to clear the battlefield. Then Lin Ze suddenly remembered he still had a soul art built for wide area attacks. He opened his skill panel and checked Soul Force Shock, only to find it was still level 2. Without hesitation, he spent 1,200 achievement points to upgrade Soul Force Shock straight to level 6. As soon as the upgrade was complete, Lin Ze activated level 6 Soul Force Shock. A massive wave of power swept across the battlefield. The moment it exploded, the stone swordsman shattered into piles of scrap. The skill now had vastly greater range and destructive power. Seeing the result, Lin Ze smiled with satisfaction. He recalled that whenever huge groups of beasts appeared, Xiao Shui usually handled them. Since he rarely used Soul Force Shock himself, he had almost forgotten about it. Against large groups, area soul arts were clearly the best choice. It did not take long before the last stone swordsman finally fell. Its body slowly faded away, signaling the end of the challenge. The system, announced Lin Ze, had cleared the 6th floor. The maximum reward increased to 1,500 star soul points, but claiming it now would still prevent it from stacking with higher rewards. Lin Ze refused again and climbed toward the 7th floor because his ultimate goal was now within reach. At the same time, the Soul Tower lit up once again, signaling that someone had conquered another floor. Song Chunggru stared with wide eyes, unable to believe Lin Ze had really cleared the 6th floor. He lowered his head in disbelief because his own best result over the years had only been the 5th floor. Right then, Yuan Wei approached and reported that his men had finished investigating Lin Ze's identity. Hearing that, Song Chunggru immediately urged him to reveal the young man's true background. Yuan Wei replied that Lin Ze had no powerful background and came from an ordinary family in Pinghai City. That only confused Song Chunggru even more. Without a powerful backer, how could someone reach such a level? Yuan Wei explained that Lin Ze's rise began during his very first Beast Master qualification exam. On his first attempt, he cleared the highest difficulty and broke Pinghai City's long-standing record. During the Jiangning Beast Master Academy entrance exam, Lin Ze ranked first with a score far beyond every other applicant. Later, in the Bronze Beast Master assessment, he once again chose the highest difficulty and cleared it flawlessly. Not long after, Lin Ze won the Academy tournament and became the youngest student council president in Jiangning Beast Master Academy history. Even more incredible, he achieved all of that in less than 6 months, fully deserving the title of an unmatched genius. After hearing everything, Song Chunggru was speechless. He could not believe an orphan had grown into someone so extraordinary. Yuan Wei confirmed that every piece of information had been verified, and every achievement was completely real. Song Chunggru then wondered why Jiangning's greatest genius had come to Luowan. Yuan Wei believed Lin Ze's real goal was not the Soul Tower, but the newly discovered ruin. The moment he heard about the ruin, Song Chunggru's expression changed. His family had invested enormous manpower and resources there, so he could never allow Lin Ze to seize its opportunity or even enter it. Yuan Wei lowered his head slightly and revealed a knowing smile as he said he already had a plan. He reminded Song Chunggru that the ruin was filled with dangerous beasts, its unstable space, and their own people. If the president of Jiangning Beast Master Academy happened to die in an accident there, no one would find it suspicious. Song Chunggru looked at Yuan Wei to confirm. Was he planning to eliminate Lin Ze inside the ruin? Yuan Wei smiled again and said open attacks were easy to guard against, but strikes from the shadows were truly deadly. No matter how talented Lin Ze was, he was still only 18, while Yuan Wei was a gold beast master. He had countless ways to make sure Lin Ze never left the ruin alive. Song Chunggru nodded with satisfaction and immediately approved the plan. A vicious smile spread across his face. In his eyes, no matter how famous Lin Ze was, as a genius or academy president, once he entered Luowan, he would learn that the Song family ruled this city. At the same time, the scene of the Soul Tower's 7th floor unfolded before Lin Ze. Before long, several 6th rank, level 2 human-type ghost mask warriors appeared one after another. His opponents were humanoid beasts, wearing ghost masks, and their glowing red eyes filled the area with overwhelming pressure. Lin Ze calmly evaluated them. Although Ghost Mask warriors were 6th rank human-type beasts, all their attributes were well-balanced, without any outstanding elemental abilities or special strengths. Against opponents of equal or greater strength, that balance left them without a decisive advantage. But against weaker enemies, that same balance became an enormous weapon. Without any obvious strengths, they also had almost no clear weaknesses, allowing them to dominate inferior opponents from every angle. In an instant, the 3 Ghost Mask warriors spread out and formed a triangular encirclement around Lin Ze. Only then did he understand why no one had ever conquered the Soul Tower's final floor. Looking back, every floor had tested a different ability, including soul power, defense, endurance, and wide area offense. Most beast masters poured their resources into their beast companions, while very few developed their own combat abilities equally. Reaching the level needed to master every type of soul art and fight 6th-rank beasts before turning 25 was almost impossible for an ordinary person. While he was thinking, one ghost mask warrior used Shadow Step and rushed toward him at incredible speed. Lin Zhe immediately fired a soul arrow, but the enemy nimbly dodged it. He retreated to widen the distance and realized the 3 enemies coordinated perfectly. To win, he needed to force an opening as quickly as possible. With that in mind, he unleashed Soul Force Shock. The wave of power swept through the battlefield and froze one ghost mask warrior in place. Lin Zi seized the opportunity and fired another soul arrow straight through its head, eliminating one target instantly. The remaining 2 quietly circled behind him for a sneak attack, but every move was already within Lin Zi's sight. Even so, they launched cross-slash together, determined to finish him in one strike. Both attacks came down at the exact same moment. A thunderous impact echoed throughout the entire space. Their combined attack slammed into Soul Guardian, but it could not break through the defense. The moment he blocked the attack, Lin Zhe turned and locked onto one target. A soul arrow shot out instantly, killing the second Ghost Mask warrior before it could react. The beast's body dissolved into countless particles of light, leaving only the final warrior standing alone. Lin Zhe stared at his last opponent and calmly challenged him, eager to end the battle as quickly as possible. Unlike his earlier aggression, the final Ghost Mask warrior was visibly tense, with sweat running beneath his mask. After a few seconds to steady himself, he kicked off the ground with all his strength and charged again. This time, he held back his attack and kept changing directions, searching for the perfect opening. Once he believed the moment had come, he poured all his power into a single slash. To Lin Zhe, that speed looked like slow motion. He casually stepped aside and answered with a soul art. The outcome was never in doubt. The last Ghost Mask warrior turned into light and disappeared just like the other 2. The system announced that Lin Zhe had conquered all 7 floors of the Soul Tower in only 4 minutes and 28 seconds, earning the highest reward of 3,000 star soul points. As the first person in history to clear the entire Soul Tower, he also received an extra 2,000 star soul points. Lin Zhe immediately claimed the reward. Though he remained calm on the outside, he was thrilled to gain 5,000 star soul points for rare treasures. Outside the tower, everyone still saw the light stopped at the 6th floor, so they waited anxiously. Many believed the 7th floor had never been cleared, making Lin Zi's chances impossible to predict. Guanning clenched her fists, firmly believing Lin Zhe would create another miracle. Just then, the light on the 6th floor suddenly went out, while the 7th floor remained dark, making everyone believe Lin Zhe had failed. Seeing the 6th floor go dark, Song Chungri laughed proudly. He believed Lin Zhe had finally failed, and someone of ordinary birth could never challenge him. But before his laughter faded, a strange phenomenon appeared. The ground shook, ancient bells echoed across the area, and everyone was left wondering what was happening. A man in blue pointed frantically at the sky and shouted for everyone to look toward the Soul Tower. A brilliant golden pillar of light burst from the top of the tower, piercing the clouds like a divine gate opening to the heavens. The breathtaking sight left everyone staring upward, barely daring to blink. Even Song Chungrui stood frozen, completely stunned by the never-before-seen spectacle. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into cheers and thunderous applause, knowing they were witnessing a moment that would be remembered in history. Ren Hanqiu could not hide his excitement. He repeatedly praised Lin Zhe and decided to report the news to his superiors immediately. In his eyes, with talent and strength like this, Lin Zhe would one day become one of the Federation's greatest pillars on the spatial battlefield. Inside the tower, the system confirmed Lin Zhe had received a total of 5,000 star soul points and asked whether he wished to exchange them for rewards, reminding him that every item obtained here was non-transferable. Lin Zhe accepted at once. The platform beneath his feet transformed into an elevator and carried him upward to the Soul Tower's treasure vault. Before long, the enormous metal door slowly opened. Beyond it lay a vast space, resembling a star-filled sky, packed with countless treasures for the victor to choose from. Although deeply amazed, Lin Zhe stayed calm and carefully examined each treasure. Whenever he looked at an item, the system automatically explained its effects. The first was Star Soul Crystal, a crystal condensed from Star Soul energy that slightly strengthened the soul after absorption. It cost 50 Star Soul points. Next was Dragon Soul Blood, refined from the blood of the sacred star dragon. It enhanced physical attributes and also cost 50 Star Soul points. Then came Spirit Awakening Herb, a spiritual herb that grew in areas rich with Star Soul energy. It sharpened the mind and improved soul art training efficiency for 500 Star Soul points. Another item caught Lin Zi's attention. It was 9 Radiant Soul Binding Art, a control-type soul art that summoned 9 beams of light to bind a target. The duration depended on the target's strength, and it required 200 Star Soul points. Another unique skill was cross-silence, a support-type soul art that cut targets off from energy sources while sealing their other abilities. It cost 1,400 star soul points and could only be obtained inside the soul tower. After walking through the treasure vault, Lin Za finally understood why so many people came to challenge the soul tower. Every single item here was an incredibly rare treasure. However, he also realized that 5,000 star soul points were not nearly as much as they seemed, because every treasure carried a steep price. After careful thought, Lin Zhe decided to prioritize soul arts first, since the tower offered skills that could not be found anywhere else. He reviewed several soul arts and weighed his options. He already had Soul Arrow and Soul Force Shock for offense, Soul Guardian for defense, so what he lacked were control and support skills. 9 Radiance Soul Binding Art could immobilize enemies, while Cross Silence weakened their combat ability. Both perfectly matched his current needs. The system displayed a confirmation window, asking if he wanted to spend 2,600 star soul points on 9 Radiance Soul, Binding Art and Cross Silence. Lin Zhe accepted without hesitation. The moment he confirmed, both soul arts transformed into orange streams of light and merged directly into his forehead. Lin Zhe closed his eyes and absorbed the complete inheritance. Even without using them, he could already feel the astonishing power of his new soul arts. After opening his eyes, he decided not to test them inside the treasure vault. He would find a better place after leaving. His remaining star soul points would be spent on resources for Xiao Xiao, Rock Divine Soldier, and Demon Dragon Condensation Stone. As he continued looking around, Lin Zhe suddenly noticed a striking crimson item. He picked it up, and its information immediately appeared. The most valuable reward in the Soul Tower was the Soul Fruit, a spiritual fruit nurtured by an ancient spirit tree, using the power of a star core. It strengthened both the body and soul of beast companions, while breaking their aptitude limits. It cost 500 star soul points, and could only be obtained inside the tower. The moment Lin Zhe read its effects, he was overjoyed. A treasure that could raise a beast companion's aptitude limit was exactly what he needed, so he exchanged for it immediately. He spent 2,000 star soul points on 4 soul fruits, planning to give one each to Xiao Shui and his other beast companions, while saving the extra for the future, or a future teammate. He then exchanged 400 star soul points for 8 star soul crystals. Because soul strength was the foundation of every beast master, he spent every remaining point on more of those crystals. After collecting everything, Lin Zhe decided to absorb the star soul crystals on the spot. Before long, all 8 crystals had been completely refined. The system announced the absorption was complete, and that his soul strength had increased significantly. His status panel showed Constitution at 18.5, Soul Strength at 31, Bronze Beast Master rank with 3,100 soul power, along with all his familiar skills and information. Seeing those numbers, Lin Zhe smiled with satisfaction. His soul strength had reached 31, officially meeting the entry requirement for a Gold Beast Master. With his current power, passing the highest difficulty, Silver Beast Master assessment was almost guaranteed. After spending every star soul point, Lin Zhe left the Soul Tower. Once he finished exploring the ruin, he planned to take the Silver Beast Master promotion exam immediately. Outside the tower, countless people were still waiting, with their eyes fixed on the entrance for Lin Zhe to appear. The moment he stepped outside, the crowd erupted. Everyone was shocked that he looked even younger than expected, and they had just witnessed the first person in history to conquer every floor of the Soul Tower. Just then, the system displayed a new achievement. Lin Zhe became the first person to clear all 7 floors of the Soul Tower since its appearance, earning 1,500 achievement points, a Soul Power Potion, a Body Enhancement Crystal, and a Soul Crystal. Looking at the special rewards, Lin Zhe was quite satisfied, since they perfectly made up for the resources he had spent upgrading his soul power earlier. At that moment, Guanting could no longer contain her excitement. She ran over and threw her arms around Lin Zhe, forcing him to remind her to be careful before they both fell over. She smiled brightly and said she had believed from the very beginning that he would succeed, while praising Lin Zhe's incredible strength. Guo Xinyi also walked over with a calmer expression, congratulating him while reminding everyone that young Master Song had mocked Lin Zhe earlier, only to be completely humiliated by reality. When everyone looked around, they discovered that Song Chungrui and Yuan Wei had quietly slipped away long ago, clearly too embarrassed to stay and witness the outcome. Guo Xinyi frowned in annoyance, saying she hated people who relied on power to act arrogant and look down on others. Lin Zhe simply smiled and reassured her. He had never considered young Master Song a real opponent, so someone like that was not worth getting angry over. Zhang Manman stepped forward to check on Lin Zhe and suggested they return to the hotel to rest before discussing their plans for exploring the ruin the next morning. Lin Zhe happily agreed, thinking it was also the perfect chance to give the soul fruits to Xiao Shui and his other beast companions. The scene soon shifted to a spacious hotel where the group was staying. Inside the room, Lin Zhe carefully placed 3 soul fruits on the table. He then summoned all of his beast companions. The 3 of them stared curiously at the unfamiliar fruits. Lin Zi handed one to the Ice Maiden and explained that it could raise her aptitude limit and greatly benefit her future evolution. After hearing that, she obediently ate it. Watching Xiao Shui consume the soul fruit, Lin Zi wondered if it could help her break past her previous king rank evolution limit and reach an even higher realm. Earth Spirit quickly followed its master's instructions as well. Demon Dragon Condensation Stone did not hesitate either and swallowed its soul fruit immediately. As the three beast companions began absorbing the medicine's power, the entire room fell silent. Lin Zi sat cross-legged on the bed and patiently waited, filled with anticipation. After the Ice Maiden finished absorbing the soul fruit, her body began glowing with dazzling light, signaling a transformation. Seeing that, Lin Zi immediately asked Xiao Shui how she was feeling. The Ice Maiden looked at Lin Zi with clear eyes and smiled softly, assuring him she felt completely fine. At that moment, the system displayed her updated status. Ice Element, 6th rank level 3, growth 53. Her next evolution was Extreme Ice Queen, requiring 100 growth, 30 low-grade ice essence stones, and 1,000-year extreme ice. Reading the update, Lin Zi let out a surprised gasp. But when his eyes landed on her new rank of 6th rank level 3, he froze. Joy burst through him. Before using the soul fruit, Xiao Shui had only been 5th rank level 4, yet she had now broken straight into the 6th rank. What surprised Lin Zi even more was that her growth had stayed the same, while her rank had skyrocketed. It seemed that breaking the aptitude limit truly unlocked the strength cap that had previously held her back. Next, he checked Rock Divine Soldier. The Rock and Ghost-type Beast Companion had reached 6th rank level 5 with 19 growth, and its next evolution into Rock Divine General was displayed along with the required materials. Then he checked Demon Dragon Condensation Stone. It had reached 5th rank level 6 with 60 growth. Its next evolution remained Adult Demon Dragon Condensation Stone, requiring 100 growth and the appropriate dark element resources. Lin Zi smiled with satisfaction. Thanks to the soul fruits, all three beast companions had greatly increased their aptitude limits. Before entering the ruin, this was the perfect time to strengthen their overall power. With that in mind, Lin Zi took out the 2 crystals he had just received and absorbed them as well. The purple crystals quickly transformed into streams of light that slowly merged into and enveloped Lin Zi's body. The system immediately updated his stats. His constitution increased from 18.5 to 19.5, while his soul strength rose from 31 to 31.5. After all the energy had been absorbed, Lin Zi noticed that his constitution had increased by a full point, while his soul strength had only gained half a point. It was obvious that the higher his stats became, the harder they were to improve. Clenching his fist, Lin Zi smiled with satisfaction. The improvement had exceeded his expectations, and with his current strength, he felt far more confident about facing the dangers inside the ruin. The next morning, Lin Zi, Guanning, and Zhang Manman sat together for breakfast on the hotel's first floor. Seeing only the 3 of them, Lin Zi asked why Leng Yan and Guo Xinyi were not joining the expedition into the ruin. Zhang Manman explained that Leng Yan had discovered a market in Luohan City that specialized in rare out-of-print ancient books and insisted on staying behind to search for them. Guanning added that Guo Xinyi wanted to visit the local auction house in hopes of finding valuable treasures. She also planned to challenge the Soul Tower, so she would be traveling separately. Lin Zi confirmed that only the 3 of them would be entering the ruin. The 2 girls nodded, and he said he had already researched the entrance location and the rules of the ruin before suggesting they set off immediately. Guanning cheered excitedly, praising Lin Zi for always being so well prepared. Soon after, the group set off. Before long, the 3 of them arrived at the entrance to the Luohan City ruin. The area was packed with activity. Vendors sold all kinds of items, while countless beast masters gathered before entering the ruin. Calls for party members echoed everywhere. One team needed a single member and required every beast companion to be at least 4th rank. Some people even used loudspeakers to recruit teammates, promising to split all loot equally among the party. There were even guide services. Silver beast masters offered to escort newcomers through the ruin for around 100,000 per trip. Looking at the bustling scene, Guanning remarked that it felt more like the lobby of an online game before entering a dungeon. Linz agreed. He had imagined the ruin entrance would be under much stricter control. While they were talking, a young man walked over and greeted them. Seeing the stranger, Lin Zi asked who he was. The young man introduced himself as Ma Liwei, a bronze beastmaster who worked as a guide in the Black Wolf Forest ruin. Leaning closer, he quietly said he had recognized Lin Zi immediately as the man who cleared all 7 floors of the Soul Tower. Since it seemed to be Lin Zi's first visit to Black Wolf Forest, Ma Liwei confidently recommended himself as a trustworthy local guide. Guanning looked curious and asked why a ruin would even have tour guides when it was not a tourist attraction. Ma Liwei honestly explained that Black Wolf Forest had an extremely confusing layout, filled with dangerous beasts and hidden traps. Without a guide, newcomers could easily get lost or end up in serious danger. he introduced his beast companion, Forest Walker. It could remember every path it had ever traveled, making it impossible to lose its way, no matter how confusing the terrain became. Thanks to that ability, he had successfully guided dozens of expeditions and built a solid reputation. He continued by saying that, although someone as strong as Lin Zhe probably did not fear the dangers, having a guide would save a great deal of time and effort by avoiding unnecessary detours. Lin Zhe found the argument reasonable and asked about the price. Ma Liwei held up 2 fingers and quoted 200,000, then quickly added that it was already his lowest rate. Out of respect for Lin Zhe, he voluntarily lowered it to 150,000. Since the price had already been reduced significantly, Lin Zhe did not bargain further. He proposed paying a 50,000 deposit now, and settling the rest after the group safely left the ruin. However, Lin Zhe made the terms clear. If Ma Liwei failed to guide them properly, or tried any tricks along the way, he would lose the remaining payment and have to refund the entire deposit. Ma Liwei accepted almost immediately, confidently assuring Lin Zhe that he could leave everything to him. Smiling, he led the group forward and explained that everyone first had to pass a Federation checkpoint before they would be allowed into the ruin. Along the way, Ma Liwei explained that fallen ones had once infiltrated the ruin and caused heavy casualties. Since then, the Federation had required every visitor to pass a security inspection. The moment Lin Zhe heard the name Fallen Ones, he became interested. Ma Liwei added that ancient ruins often contained previously unknown beasts, including creatures from the demon type. That reminded Lin Zhe of the bizarre artificial beast companions he had encountered before. He suspected those experimental creatures might have originally come from ancient ruins like these. Lin Zhe glanced at Guan Ning. She currently had only one beast companion, the demon lotus Scarlet Sparrow, so this expedition was also a chance to find a suitable second partner. He also planned to take the Silver Beast Master Assessment after this expedition. Once he passed, he would qualify to contract a 4th beast companion, making this the perfect opportunity to search for another promising candidate. The scene suddenly shifted to another place, where a gigantic ancient tree, bathed in golden light, illuminated its entire trunk. Feathers drifted gently through the air as a bored voice sighed that everything had become far too dull. The voice belonged to a woman with angel-like wings. She let out another sigh, complaining that she still had not met anyone interesting enough to catch her attention. The scene returned to Black Wolf Forest. The entire forest was shrouded in darkness, with dense trees creating the feeling of stepping back into a prehistoric world. Ma Liwei quietly hid behind a bush and observed the area ahead. Meanwhile, Forest Walker stood on a dead tree stump, scanned the surroundings, and let out a few calls to signal that the path was safe. After hearing the familiar signal, Ma Liwei walked over to his beast companion, then turned and called Lin Zhe and the 2 girls, telling them the road ahead was clear. With their guide confirming it was safe, the group moved forward, though everyone stayed alert and kept watching their surroundings. As Guan Ning brushed a blade of grass from her hair, she admitted the forest was so confusing that she had already lost her sense of direction after walking only a short distance. Jiang Manman pointed out that the trees were scattered in complete disorder, and even soul power perception was being disrupted. Without Ma Liwei leading the way, they would have gotten lost long ago. Ma Liwei simply smiled. He explained that before the ruin appeared, this place had been nothing more than a small hill that took only half a day to cross. After the ruin emerged, the terrain changed completely. The forest grew wildly, and the area expanded to 10 times its original size. Guan Ning was amazed by such a massive transformation, while Lin Zhe concluded that a ruin capable of reshaping such a vast area had to be extraordinary. Ma Liwei nodded and confirmed that it was the largest ruin discovered in Luohan City within the past 50 years. He continued by explaining that the entire ruin was divided into 4 major regions, and the place they were currently exploring was only the outermost zone known as Black Wolf Forest. The 3 of them were stunned. Ma Liwei went on to say that after leaving Black Wolf Forest, they would enter the 2nd region, Mist Canyon. Beyond Mist Canyon lay Storm Circle, a vast plain completely surrounded by enormous walls of wind. It was also the destination most explorers aimed for. At the center of Storm Circle stood Radiant Forest, the most dangerous forbidden zone in the entire ruin. Ma Liwei said that since the ruin was discovered, around 80 to 100 explorers had entered Radiant Forest, yet not a single one had ever returned alive. Hearing that, Lin Zhe silently memorized the name of the forbidden area. After that conversation, no one spoke again as the group continued deeper into the ruin in silence. After walking for who knew how long, the mist grew so dense that people standing only a few meters apart could barely see each other, making Guan Ning increasingly nervous. Ma Liwei calmly reassured everyone that they were still only at the edge of Mist Canyon, and the fog would become even thicker farther in. Lin Zhe took the opportunity to ask whether this place had any special beasts. The moment he heard the question, Ma Liwei's expression changed. His body trembled slightly before he slowly replied that the entire Mist Canyon was home to only one beast. All 3 of them froze in shock, unable to believe what they had just heard. Cold sweat rolled down Ma Levi's pale face as he confirmed it was true. He revealed that the beast was called the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Serpent. According to Ma Liwei, every bit of fog covering Mist Canyon was created by the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Serpent, making the entire region its absolute territory. When the ruin was first discovered, the legendary beast master Ren Hanshio personally challenged the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Serpent. In the end, he was forced to retreat after losing one of his beast companions, while the monster remained almost completely unharmed. After hearing the story, both Jiang Manman and Guan Ning could only stare in shock, saying the creature was unbelievably terrifying. Lin Zhe also became serious. Even Ren Hanshio, who possessed a 9th-level king-rank beast companion, could not defeat it. That meant the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Serpent had almost certainly surpassed king rank and reached saint rank. Even with the system on his side, Lin Zhe knew he had no chance against a saint rank beast with his current strength. He immediately asked how previous explorers had managed to cross Mist Canyon, if it was so dangerous. Seeing everyone so frightened, Ma Liwei laughed and explained that the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Serpent did not attack indiscriminately. It only targeted those with exceptionally high soul strength, while anyone below Gold Beast Master level was usually ignored. Hearing that, the group finally let out a sigh of relief. Guan Ning even placed a hand on her chest as she exhaled deeply. But the relief lasted only a moment before Lin Zhe suddenly remembered something and froze in place. Seeing his reaction, the two girls immediately looked at him with concern. Lin Zhe could only force a bitter smile because his current soul strength had already reached 31.5, putting him right at the threshold of a Gold Beast Master. Seeing the whole group suddenly freeze, Ma Liwei turned around in confusion, completely unaware the danger had already arrived. The moment he realized what was happening, his face turned pale. He nervously asked if Lin Zhe's soul strength had really reached the gold rank. Before he could finish, a white figure suddenly burst through the fog and charged straight at the group. Lin Zhe reacted instantly, pulled Guan Ning back, and shouted for everyone to stay alert. Ahead of them, a blurry figure slowly stepped out of the thick mist. As it came into view, they saw a ghostly white silhouette wrapped in strange swirling fog. Lin Zhe immediately asked Ma Liwei if he had not said this place only had the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Serpent. Ma Liwei stammered that it was a Mist Wraith, a clone created by the Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Serpent with roughly 5th rank strength. The Mist Wraith was already preparing to attack. Ma Liwei suddenly remembered that this creature only appeared when it sensed someone with exceptionally high soul strength. He looked at Lin Zhe in disbelief. That alone confirmed Lin Zhe's soul strength had truly reached the gold rank. Without waiting for it to get closer, Lin Zhe instantly fired a soul technique straight through the Mist Wraith's head. But its body quickly regenerated without a scratch, then split into another identical clone. Seeing this, Ma Liwei immediately shouted. He quickly stopped Lin Zhe from using powerful soul techniques or summoning overly strong spirit beasts. Sweat poured down Ma Levi's face as he explained that the stronger the attack, the more clones it would create, and each new clone would become even more dangerous. If too much soul power was unleashed, it could awaken the true Mist Shadow Nine-Headed Serpent sleeping deep inside Mist Canyon. If that happened, none of them would leave this place alive.